Many tales of the minstrel are not merely hearsay, but often stem from their own experiences. Chapter 1. The Divination of Fate. In June, London gradually warms under the sun. In the southern district by the Thames, at Harrow School, at T4 in the afternoon, after the day's lessons had concluded, students emerge from the gates in a cacophony of laughter and chatter. Not far from the school gates, beneath the shade of a tree, Miss Winnie, based on the results of the divination, it is highly unlikely that you will encounter the love you seek before graduation. Ino glanced at the numbers cast by the dice on the ground, apologetically conveying the message. Upon hearing such an answer, disappointment clouded the youthful face of the girl. Not likely to find it. Well, thank you for the divination, Mr. Swinburne. Perhaps the outcome was somewhat within her expectations. Her good upbringing prevented her from engaging in futile entanglements. After paying a fee of £1, she turned to leave. As the girl gradually walked away, Ino, who had just displayed an expression of regret, now exhibited a maturity beyond his years. Youth, skillfully pocketing the banknote left by the girl, he then bent down to carefully retrieve the dice that had fallen to the ground. After completing his tasks, Ino continued to sit upright on his small stool, awaiting the arrival of the next customer. Some say that the prevailing theme of the June graduation season is one of parting and melancholy, but perhaps this only applies to the vast majority. After all, in a large forest, there are bound to be one or two exceptions. At last, it is over. Throughout the entire process, there was not a hint of nostalgia displayed. In contrast to the sorrowful farewells of others, graduation felt to her more like liberation, allowing her to finally distance herself from those whom she deemed foolish despite their outward appearances. As she stepped out of the classroom, Hermione walked along the familiar path, her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly unaffected by her surroundings. This scene appeared remarkably unconventional amidst the din. Fortunately, this state did not last long. The moment Hermione exited the school gates, it was as if she had shed her restraints. Her eyes no longer remained level, instinctively drifting towards the familiar shade across the way. Indeed, in that well-known spot, she spotted a familiar figure, and a smile involuntarily crept onto Hermione's lips. However, from a distance, she noticed the other person, beaming with joy, conversing with a robust girl. That intimate display caused the smile that had just graced Hermione's lips to vanish as swiftly as snow under the morning sun. How could someone so fond of reading be so brazenly deceptive? The current scene elicited a displeased bite of her lip, stirring a sense of indignation within her. The entire affair dates back 2 years at that time, including Harrow School. Several nearby primary schools often saw the appearance of a boy who claimed to be a fortune teller every weekend after classes. He roamed between these primary schools, always lingering not far from the school gates, using a pair of dice to predict fortunes, thereby earning a pittance from the students. Meager allowances. Although many praised the accuracy of his divinations, Hermione remained steadfast in her belief that they were merely luck or statistical probabilities. Despite never having consulted him once, however, to her, the notion of predicting the future with a mere pair of dice seemed profoundly ignorant. Perhaps only a true fool would choose to believe in it, merely relying on a handsome facade to deceive infatuated girls. Yet, despite this sentiment, Hermione remained rooted to the spot for a moment longer, observing with satisfaction before departing. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the treetops. Ino sat on his little stool, dappled shadows dancing across his cheek. His amber eyes sparkled like crystal under the refracted light. Simply gazing into those eyes could easily dispel all worries. Within those bright irises lay an innocence reminiscent of a newborn, pure and untainted. His short, dark hair fell lazily, glistening like obsidian beneath the sun's embrace. After a while, Ino glanced at the distant, gradually closing school gates, sensing that no further business would come his way, and began to pack his belongings. Belongings consisted of an old, faded folding stool and a linen tablecloth that had yellowed with age. Ignoring the curious gazes around him, he stuffed his few items into a canvas bag, slung over his shoulder, and ambled away. As he walked, the simple shell wind chime tied to the canvas bag chimed softly, producing a bright, clear sound. Half an hour later. 3 months. It seems the time has come for another journey. Seated beneath a bridge, Ino idly toyed with the dice in his hand, mentally calculating the passage of time. To speak candidly, he was not of this world. More accurately, he was a traveler from a distant land, having awoken in a bewildered state in 1990s England. Fortunately, he possessed his own unique advantage. Ino distinctly remembered that on the day he turned 10, he mysteriously entered another world. The experience was remarkable, as that realm was rich with diverse legends, fairy tales, and folk tales. To Ino, this gift felt akin to an alternative travel agency or a life experience center. After all, he traversed that multifaceted world from the perspective of a mere bystander, devoid of any missions, narratives, or systems. Moreover, The timing of his entries was always unpredictable. At times, there would be intervals of 1 or 2 weeks. At other times, several months would pass. The durations of his stays varied as well, from as little as 1 or 2 weeks to as long as half a year. In essence, it was all a matter of fate. Even more absurd was the manner in which he entered these fantastical realms. To be frank, this aspect caused him the greatest headaches. He recalled a particularly peculiar occasion when, on his way to the restroom, he opened the door and found himself stepping into an expansive, unmarked jungle. Of course, despite the randomness of it all, Ino understood that this miracle would enable him to live quite comfortably in the future. It is well known that all fairy tales, legends, and folktales are often deemed illogical and unreasonable, yet their power is undeniable. Through 2 years of exploration and countless attempts, Ino had managed to grasp some basic rules, allowing him to secure certain benefits within the fantastical realms. For instance, the very dice he frequently used for divination. Indeed, it was precisely because of this extraordinary ability to embark on wondrous journeys that he found himself constantly frequenting various libraries throughout London, spending his days there to enrich his knowledge. Notably, after his first foray into the realm of fantasy, he thoughtfully chose to leave the welfare home where he had spent the last 10 years. After all, each journey could span several weeks to half a year. If he were to undertake multiple trips, it would be difficult not to attract attention, especially for a boy in his early teens. A period marked by rapid physical development. Months of absence could result in significant changes that truly capture the attention of those with intent. An orphan devoid of power and influence finds that their existence is relegated to mere subjects of dissection, with little else to hope for. Yet, fate possesses an uncanny knack for jesting at the most opportune moments. These two realms exist like independent spaces, forever devoid of intersection. No matter how long he may linger within the fantastical world, the original realm remains but a fleeting instant. The most palpable outcome of this dichotomy is that while he has traversed and thrived in the enchanting realm for several years, in reality, he remains an 11-year-old boy. That said, Ino harbors no regrets regarding his choices. In comparison to the constraints of the welfare institution, he relishes the freedom of his current existence. Whenever funds are low, he sets up a stall at a nearby primary school to offer divinations to students. And in his leisure, he frequents bookstores to savor literature, thus leading a life that is, in its own right, quite fulfilling. Chapter 2. The Letter Delivered by the Owl. London by the banks of the Thames. The gentle waters of the river flowed serenely. A cool breeze swept through, rustling the leaves on either side, creating a soothing symphony that infused the summer afternoon with tranquility and grace. Once again, it was fish and chips, near the riverbank. Beneath a distant bridge pillar, a few discontented murmurings emerged intermittently through the sparse underbrush. Ino deftly opened the paper bag, grumbling about the monotony of the food, yet his hands moved with unwavering determination as he seized a piece of golden, crispy fish and devoured it heartily. After finishing the last morsel of fish from the bag, he took a generous swig from his water bottle and leaned back against the bridge pillar, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Some individuals resist solitude, while others revel in it. However, it is undeniable that solitude forever embodies strength and resilience. Much like sheep and rabbits, creatures devoid of survival instincts, they never dare to embrace the essence of loneliness. Beneath the bridge, Ino gazed at the distant factory belching smoke, lost in quiet contemplation. The significant events of 1991 in London that linger in memory perhaps only include that scarred little boy who received his acceptance letter on Ashwood Road. Ino sometimes pondered that if a time traveler were indeed the protagonist, his achievements would surely fall short. Unlike the protagonists of novels who ventured into commerce at 3 and traded futures at 5, he spent a full decade merely acclimatizing to this foreign land. As for financial investments or shorting the ruble, such notions were far beyond his reach. It is a stark reality that, regardless of location, an individual's future potential and accomplishments are often predetermined from the moment of birth, without the requisite background to support them. Even a stroke of luck in gaining some profit can only render one a mere purse for others. Ino viewed this with a pragmatic lens. He understood that those who had never succeeded in the past, even if granted another chance, would likely falter once more. The most pivotal factor in determining success is never the so-called opportunity, but rather the preordained code written long before birth. Just as a Steinway piano, if not present in one's home at birth, is unlikely to ever grace one's life. Mediocrity, in truth, bears no inherent flaw. Influenced by the temperate maritime climate, residing in London, one is destined never to experience the extreme heat of summer. Even in the height of June, a temperature of 93 F is its utmost limit. Time flows on, and Ino found himself deep in slumber. Suddenly, he was roused by a rustling sound. After 11 years in London, upon sensing something amiss, he swiftly formed a clear judgment. It was merely a flock of fluttering pigeons, doves, or perhaps crows. His consciousness had awakened, yet his eyes remained stubbornly closed. As if glued shut, he lazily raised an arm, making a vague gesture to shoo away the sounds. The long years of wandering had taught him that to drive away these timid little creatures, a haphazard wave of the hand would suffice, prompting them to disperse. However, this time, to his surprise, it did not succeed. The brief attempt to drive the intruder away yielded no results. Instead, it only incited further audacity from the other party. In fact, Eno could even feel his fingers being nibbled. This brazen behavior left him quite infuriated, and disregarding whether the other party could comprehend his words. He rose to admonish, "What is the matter? Do I have to add a meal allowance?" However, upon opening his eyes and discerning the scene before him, his indignant reprimand was abruptly silenced. Everything felt as if a pause button had been pressed on a movie playing on a mobile device, plunging the surroundings into an uncanny silence. Before Eno stood an owl, its expression innocently bewildered, a melons of gray and white feathers, or as one might affectionately call it, a charmingly plump English chicken. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly caught his attention was the letter bound to the owl's right leg, sealed with a wax stamp. Intriguingly, for a fleeting moment, he suspected that someone was playing a prank on him. What a classic tableau. Yet, he also felt a twinge of excitement and trepidation, for he was in London. To ascertain his suspicions, Eno wasted no time in untying the letter from the owl's leg and began to read with earnestness. "Dear Mr. Swinburne, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with the term commencing on September 1st, 1991. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Just the familiar salutation and the well-known name provided him with the answer he sought. In 1991 England, it was still 7 years away from the release of that wildly popular wizarding novel. Eno murmured as he carefully stored the letter, having largely dismissed the notion of a prank. Who, after all, will be so idle as to train an owl merely to amuse a wandering orphan? Moreover, the names and titles in the letter matched perfectly. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he found himself perplexed. In his recollection, there had been no surge of magical disturbances over the past decade. Could it possibly have been sent to the wrong person? Swiftly, Eno shook his head, rejecting this unreliable notion. Perhaps a muggle school might misdirect a notification, but if the Hogwarts admission book and acceptance pen were erroneous, it would likely cause turmoil throughout the entire magical community of Britain. Meanwhile, as Eno's thoughts wandered, contemplating the letter, the gray and white owl, with its glossy black eyes, surveyed its surroundings incessantly. Perhaps sensing the boy's meager existence, it refrained from soliciting snacks as it typically would. Its round, plump face even displayed a semblance of human contemplation, as if pondering whether to catch a few mice to offer the boy as a treat. After all, a wizard who received a Hogwarts acceptance letter yet starved to death would surely be a rare occurrence. Minutes later, all plans were thrown into disarray. Eno, with a resigned gesture, rubbed his brow. To speak frankly, the moment he laid eyes on the Hogwarts acceptance letter, he felt an exhilaration that was almost overwhelming, accompanied by an indescribable joy at the realization of a childhood dream. In the first grade, there were the dual-faced beings. In the second grade, the serpent monsters. And in the third grade, the soul-sucking creatures. Truly, each year brought forth its own unique challenges. How wonderful it would be to share a year with Percy or, at the very least, with George and Fred. Attending school alongside the Savior would be utterly overwhelming. Eno lamented, feeling somewhat fatigued. In previous years, a measure of caution allowed for a relatively peaceful existence. Yet, in the 3 years following the Triwizard Tournament, it became abundantly clear that one could not merely remain aloof and evade the impending calamities. During the final battle, the Death Eater's assault on Hogwarts would indisputably ensnare the innocent in its turmoil. Perhaps the most prudent course of action would be to take a leave of absence in the 5th year. After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only viable strategy to temporarily navigate the tribulations that lay ahead. Chapter 3. Miss Rabbit Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. "I have already dispatched Hagrid to fetch the child," Dumbledore declared, removing his crescent-shaped spectacles and delicately polishing the non-existent dust from the lenses with his silk handkerchief. Observing the silent Severus Snape before him, Dumbledore surmised the thoughts swirling within the man's mind, yet some matters cannot be resolved through mere desire. With this in mind, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Snape, more specifically, to the arm concealed beneath his voluminous robes, the dark mark. Dumbledore understood this magic better than anyone. The mark, which should have vanished upon Tom's demise, had inexplicably endured for 11 years, albeit now it appeared faint. Yet, its existence remained an undeniable truth, perhaps indirectly affirming that Tom had never truly died, or rather, had never completely ceased to exist. This year marked another enrollment for Harry, signifying that the boy who had miraculously survived would inevitably step into the spotlight once more. The memories of past events resurfaced vividly in Dumbledore's mind. Severus, when Harry begins his studies, I hope you will pay him extra attention, aiding in his swift maturation. On the other hand, Snape's expression softened imperceptibly upon hearing Harry's name. However, this fleeting gentleness dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving his gaze once again hollow and indifferent. Yet, Dumbledore observed all of this, aware from his century-long experience that no further words were necessary at this moment. After a brief silence, Snape, unusually, took the initiative to speak. I am the head of Slytherin House. Unless he is sorted into Slytherin, I shall only fulfill my duties as the potions master. Some matters do not require exhaustive explanation. Mutual understanding is often the most effective communication. So, is this the sole reason for your summons? Snape inquired, his tone as calm as ever. Here is the list of young witches and wizards who require guidance. This year's first-year students are rather numerous, and Minerva has expressed her grievances regarding the shortage of staff more than once. As he spoke, Dumbledore opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a thick stack of bound parchment. You must complete this task before the start of term. Phileas and Pomona received their lists yesterday. Huh. Snape scoffed lightly as he accepted the list. Yet he took it nonetheless. The sudden influx of new students at Hogwarts is a mystery he understands all too well. It is merely an attempt to foster deep friendships between their children and the Savior. In London, at Foyle's bookstore, a venerable establishment renowned for its extensive collection, it stands as the most richly stocked bookstore in all of London. Statistics have indicated that if the tomes within were arranged in sequence, they could extend an astonishing 48 kilometers. Located at 841-19125 Charing Cross, its vast expanse has earned it the title of the largest bookstore in the world. The sheer scale of the establishment is evident from its address, with over 400 staff members working tirelessly within its walls. On the second floor, in the folklore section, Eno is engrossed in a 1-inch thick copy of 1001 Nights. Over the past 2 years, he has cultivated a steadfast reading habit. In that fantastical realm, tales of fables, fairy tales, and folklore abound. The more one reads, the richer their knowledge becomes. It is never a detriment. Sometimes, mere hints of prophetic insight can conjure genuine miracles. As for why he chose a bookstore over a library, well, no reputable library would issue a borrowing card to a nameless orphan, especially when such a card requires a hefty deposit. After much contemplation, the bookstore emerged as Eno's ideal choice. Particularly in a grand establishment like Foyle's, no one pays heed to a boy, nor do they concern themselves with how long he lingers before the shelves. At long last, the princess successfully revived, married the prince, and they lived happily ever after. As the story concluded, Eno rubbed his sore neck. This is one of the bookstore's greatest drawbacks, the absence of comfortable tables and sofas. Thus, standing for 1 or 2 hours while reading is commonplace. 1001 Nights? A book I abandoned at the age of 6. I never imagined your taste to be so unique, Mr. Fraud. A clear voice chimed from behind, causing Eno to furrow his brow. He disliked being interrupted while immersed in a book. Yet, the voice belonged to someone seemingly of his own age. And for the sake of reputation and future earnings and divination, he could not afford to ignore her. Suppressing his irritation, Eno turned politely and said, I do not share your opinion. No book should be valued based on the reader's age. He paused mid-sentence, scrutinizing the girl before him. 2 years may seem long, but it was not sufficient to erase the memories of his past divination students. As for the brown-haired girl in front of him, he could affirm that this was their first encounter. Not to mention, her 2 large, pearly white front teeth were unforgettable. Since she was not a patron, there was no reason for further politeness. With this thought, Eno shifted his tone and remarked, TSK, TSK, TSK. If memory serves me correctly, you have never sought my divination. Yet you hastily arrived at a conclusion. Do you not find that rather rash, Miss Rabbit? The young lady seemed to blush with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her fair complexion now adorned with a rosy hue. Is it truly gentlemanly to take such delight in mocking another's appearance? However, before she could finish her retort, Eno swiftly seized upon her verbal misstep and countered. Is it ladylike to arbitrarily bestow nicknames upon others? Hermione, momentarily silenced, took several deep breaths in an effort to calm her frayed nerves. She was infuriated. This was her first significant defeat in a debate with a peer, especially since her opponent's logic rendered her momentarily speechless. Very well, I apologize regarding the matter of nicknames. Hermione's mind raced as she realized it was futile to pursue her current line of argument. After her decisive apology, she continued, "Here is £1. I invite you to perform a divination for me, to see whether I shall attend Winchester Academy or Wycombe School. Certainly, let us find a quiet place." "I shall perform the divination now," Eno replied without hesitation, recognizing the foolishness of rejecting an offer of money. Setting aside other considerations, the prospect of future attendance at Hogwarts entailed substantial expenses, not to mention the cost of acquiring textbooks, as the Hogwarts library would not house any Muggle literature. Chapter 4. The Art of Mental Closure. Half an hour later, in the leisure area of the 5th floor of Foyle's bookstore, the divination dice spun incessantly on the table, akin to a wound-up mechanical top, showing no signs of cessation. "This is illogical," Eno mused inwardly. Although taken aback, his expression betrayed no hint of surprise, as he began to contemplate the reasons behind this anomaly. After a moment of reflection, he arrived at an alternative possibility, discreetly retracting the dice and casting an annoyed glance at the girl beside him. Over the past 2 years, he had conducted divinations at least 100 times and was thoroughly familiar with the rules governing the dice. The 6-sided die, marked with the numbers 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100, represented the probabilities of an event occurring. The incessant spinning of the die suggested a singular possibility, that the outcome neither leaned towards success nor failure. However, such a result would never manifest in a divination. Just as an event could not possess a 50-50 probability, every occurrence inherently carries a bias, perhaps 49, 999, but never 50. Returning to the matter at hand, Eno's mind once again revisited the scene of their initial encounter, recalling how she had labeled him a fraud. He quickly discerned that she had not been truthful. She must have employed some deceptive divination conditions to undermine him, a scenario he had encountered before. Having pieced together this revelation, he retorted with a hint of irritation. "My apologies, Miss Rabbit, this nameless lady. Are you certain you stand a chance of entering either of these 2 schools, rather than another, such as Smedding School? There is something you ought to know. A fool shall never gain admission to either Cambridge or Oxford. For the sake of monetary considerations." Enoch refrained from addressing the other party as Miss Rabbit, yet he subtly ridiculed her disruptive behavior. "Miss Granger, I am Hermione Granger. I am certain that my academic achievements will undoubtedly secure my place in these esteemed institutions, rather than the second-rate school you mentioned." Hermione grasped the insinuation, her demeanor akin to a furiously puffed-up cat, radiating aggression. Faced with such a fierce expression, Enoch did not bat an eyelid. His thoughts had already been captivated by her name. After all, the distinctiveness of the name Hermione is unparalleled, coupled with the memory of the previous Owl-S letter. Hesitating for a moment, Enoch inquired, "So your father is also a dentist?" Upon hearing the word dentist, Hermione was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Did you divine this?" "Although accurate, I specifically requested you to foresee my future school." A solid confirmation, Enoch thought to himself. Sharing the same name, residing in London, and having a dentist as a father, he could assert with absolute certainty that the young woman before him was none other than Hermione Granger, one of the saviors of the wizarding world and the future minister for magic. Being close to Hermione at Hogwarts undoubtedly meant indirectly grasping Harry's hand, something Draco might find particularly intriguing. As for aligning with the savior, Enoch had no interest whatsoever. He understood the implications of the next 7 years concerning Harry. "Miss Granger, the divination has yielded results, and neither of these schools shall be your future abode." Clearly articulating the outcome, Enoch picked up a £1 note from the table. Ready to depart, noticing the confusion in her eyes, he reluctantly added, "Before leaving, of course, if you do indeed gain entry to those 2 schools, I shall refund you double the amount before the term begins. Rest assured, I will not flee." Meanwhile, gazing at the empty chair, Hermione lowered her head in disappointment, feeling utterly discontent. After all, they sought her for divination, yet he conversed with them for so long, while only sparing her a few minutes. At Foyle's bookstore, in a lobby on the 1st floor, Enoch, under the astonished gaze of the cashier, paid a hefty sum of £10 and successfully acquired 3 renowned collections of fairy tales: Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Andersen's Fairy Tales, and 1001 Nights. As he exited the bookstore, noon approached. The letter delivered by the owl explicitly indicated that a professor from Hogwarts would visit that afternoon to assist him in procuring all the necessary items listed in his acceptance letter. This was an opportunity that could not be missed under any circumstances. As time ticked away, when the hands of his old pocket watch pointed to the hour, Enoch decisively closed the book and lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings intently. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure materialized before him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Enoch felt a sudden jolt in his chest. At that moment, a sense of sorrow and indignation washed over him. While others received guidance from the responsible Professor McGonagall, he found himself facing the tragic figure of the Half-Blood Prince, clad in a flowing black robe, with greasy hair clinging to his face. The man before him was none other than Severus Snape, the current head of Slytherin House and Professor of Potions. As Eno stood in a daze, Snape approached him with an expression as blank as a slate. Although he had read the original text and possessed a certain understanding of Snape, being scrutinized by those hollow, soulless eyes in reality felt distinctly uncomfortable. What Eno did not realize was that, in a moment their gazes locked, countless emotions surged within Snape. From those amber-hued irises, he discerned an overwhelming purity, clarity, and brightness. It was as if a window had been flung open across the vast expanse of time, revealing the beauty of the world before him. Number 19, Spinner's End, an aged house, where a little boy clamored around his mother, begging to hear tales of wizards. In a tranquil park, a frail boy with dark hair laughed, while a girl with emerald eyes smiled sweetly. A continuous stream of memories flashed through Snape's mind. Enough of your pathetic occlumency. Snape's voice sliced through the air, cold and cutting. It was evident from his tone that he was struggling to suppress something within himself. I am a professor at Hogwarts, here solely because your name appeared on a list requiring guidance. It appears that this list is erroneous, as it seems someone does not require such assistance. Doesn't require guidance? Upon hearing those words, Eno could no longer ponder Snape's mention of occlumency and hurriedly interjected, Sir, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I have been wandering since I was 10 years old, and without the school's help, I truly cannot procure the various necessities for enrollment on my own. His words tumbled out in a rush, compelled by the reality that the figure before him was Snape, not the responsible Professor McGonagall. Others might have been intimidated, but this half-blood prince was one who could genuinely act on his words, and if he claimed indifference, he would mean it. Should that be the case, Eno would be utterly lost, even disregarding the location of Diagon Alley. The mere thought of affording books and a wand was enough to induce a headache. Eno was not entirely aware of the specifics of expenses in the wizarding world, but he could surmise that it would certainly not be as simple as purchasing a few books for 10 or so pounds earlier that day. After hearing Eno's explanation, Snape did not immediately depart. Instead, he took a moment to survey the surroundings. The dilapidated canvas, the second-hand stools, and the wild underpass. If one were to seek out any redeemable item here, perhaps only the somewhat new aluminum kettle remained. It was fortunate that it was the height of summer. Otherwise, in such conditions during the bitter winter, residing here would likely lead to death by frostbite by the next day. Gather your belongings and follow me. Snape, having been persuaded by Eno's explanation, or perhaps by his own judgment, felt a mixture of belief and astonishment. The boy before him was adept in occlumency, which puzzled Snape most of all, for it was not merely a superficial application of concealing one's thoughts. Severus Snape was acutely aware that only those well-versed in this particular magic would allow any observer to glimpse what resided in the depths of their subconscious. Chapter 5. The Wand and the Story of the Elder Mother. Diagon Alley. The cobblestone street was lined with an array of peculiar shops, each more enchanting than the last. Neither literature nor film could adequately capture the scene. The marvels of magic were manifold and breathtaking. Yet, Eno remained oblivious to the wonders surrounding him, wholly focused on trailing behind Snape. Despite his curiosity about everything around him, he understood that he was not in the company of the responsible Professor McGonagall or the affable Hagrid. Therefore, completing their tasks promptly was of utmost importance. Upon exiting Gringotts, Eno clutched the small bag containing 20 galleons. This was the entirety of the financial assistance bestowed upon him by Hogwarts. Of course, this aid was not without strings attached. He had already discerned the terms upon signing for the withdrawal. In truth, this sum could be classified as an interest-free loan, requiring students to repay it within 3 years post-graduation. Nevertheless, this initiative undoubtedly provided tangible support to many, a fact that could not be overlooked. Holding the funds, Eno turned to Snape and inquired, Professor, what shall we do next? It is you, not we. Snape corrected Eno's grammar with a stoic expression, and then, with an air of indifference, continued, take your money and procure the items on your list. My responsibility is solely to guide you to Diagon Alley and ensure you receive these funds. Eno responded, this is utterly perplexing. Have I unearthed the ancestral home of your family Spidertail? To this day, he remained oblivious as to how he had offended the man before him. Though Snape had dark hair, his eyes were not the striking green one might expect. Despite his discontent, Eno recognized he had little choice in the matter. As Snape had stated, he had fulfilled his duty as a professor, even if the specifics eluded him. Before the entrance of Gringotts, Eno's mind again conjured the scene of their initial encounter. A clumsy mention of the brain-closing spell prompted a cascade of thoughts. Just as Snape did not deign to lie, he would not utter meaningless words. He had referenced the brain-closing spell. In contemplation, Eno instinctively thought of his own disguise. The fantastical world might defy reason and logic, yet it adhered to a singular principle, one that all fairy tales and folklore uphold, that kind-hearted children would ultimately remain safe. And even if they encountered hardships along the way, they would emerge unscathed. Thus, he had endeavored to disguise himself, compelling his demeanor to appear harmless. Perhaps this was merely a fragment of the truth. Eno gently shook his head. The known variables were still too few, leaving him perplexed about the underlying reasons. Never mind. I shall seek answers in the library once school commences. Resolving to set aside his confusion, he acknowledged that there were still numerous matters to attend to. 15 minutes later, Eno stepped out of the second-hand goods store with an innocent expression. Having not only purchased a seemingly high-quality used crucible and glass bottles at a discount, but also inquiring about the location of Ollivander's wand shop. Perhaps driven by an inner anticipation for wands, he walked swiftly. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the only wand shop in Diagon Alley, and indeed the entirety of the British Isles, Ollivander's wand shop. The passage of time had left the shop's sign somewhat weathered, with even the gilded lettering showing signs of wear. Yet upon closer inspection, the words remained legible. Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Standing outside the door, Eno gazed at the name he had encountered countless times in books and films. Feeling a twinge of excitement within, the place where the story begins, he mused before pushing the door open. Upon entering the shop, Eno realized it was not as spacious as it appeared from the outside. The usable area was disappointingly small, and the atmosphere was characterized by a sense of crowding, narrowness, and antiquity. Despite its limited space, the furnishings exuded an air of mystery. Wands were displayed atop faded purple cushions, while many more were crammed into long boxes, stacked on ancient shelves that nearly reached the ceiling. Thousands of wands lay orderly together, serene and solemn, transforming the shop into a realm seemingly forgotten by time. Good afternoon. A new face, a soft voice emerged from the side as Eno surveyed his surroundings. The speaker was an elderly gentleman with a weathered visage, his shoulder length, silvery hair in disarray, yet his keen eyes sparkled with an unforgettable brilliance. Indeed, every summer, young witches and wizards come here to find their wands. Eno smiled knowingly at Ollivander's discreet method of substituting wands during selection. Child, which arm do you prefer to wield your wand with? Ollivander rolled up his sleeves and reached for a ruler in the corner. Right hand, sir. Eno eagerly extended his arm for measurement, though he remained perplexed about the purpose of these procedures. Observing Eno's cooperation, Ollivander expertly unfurled the measuring tape and began to take measurements while promoting his wand philosophy. In truth, many believe that wizards choose their wands, but the reality is quite the opposite. It is the wand that selects the wizard. This time, Eno chose not to remain silent, but rather engaged in the conversation. I wholeheartedly agree, much like the tale of the Elder Mother. To some, they are merely trees, but to others, they are benevolent spirits. The Elder Mother? Ollivander paused his actions, casting a curious glance at Eno. It's a Muggle fairy tale, sir. The story is vivid and carries profound meaning. Noticing the curiosity in Ollivander's eyes, Eno decided to elaborate, recounting a tale from Andersen's fairy tales. 2 years of reading had equipped him with a wealth of stories and folklore at his fingertips. In that distant ancient time, the young boy first beheld the elder tree flourishing into a towering giant, and then, from its boughs, emerged a woman with verdant skin. In an instant, he was whisked away to the heavens by the ever-growing elder, clutching a branch in fear to avoid plummeting to the ground. Time slipped by, and when the elder finally ceased its ascent, he found himself in a picturesque realm, replete with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms. He was enamored by a maiden who radiated the sweet aroma of the elder. Boldly, the boy professed his affections, and the maiden acquiesced, plucking an elder flower to adorn his brow, proclaiming, "Here lies your eternal existence." The tale was brief. Eno concluded it in less than a quarter of an hour. Throughout the narration, Mr. Ollivander remained silent, intently listening. However, as the story approached its denouement, a dramatic twist unfolded. Before a host of small creatures, they wed and lived a tranquil, blissful life, even welcoming a bright child. Yet one day, when their child injured his leg and required the elder for healing, the once little boy recalled everything, remembering the mother who awaited him at home. With Eno's final word, this profound tale reached its end. Following a brief silence, Ollivander could not help but applaud, exclaiming with fervor, "What a splendid story indeed! They're all alive, the elder, the mountain ash, the apple tree, the vine." Chapter 6. I Never Said I Wouldn't Pay. Ollivander's Wand Shop. In a cramped room, a silver-haired elder appeared ensnared in a self-constructed reverie, muttering to himself in an oddly eerie manner. Observing this scene, Eno felt compelled to remind him, "Sir, if possible, I would like to acquire my wand expeditiously." Glancing through the window, he noticed patrons awaiting outside. Perhaps out of basic etiquette, they refrained from barging in. My apologies, child. That will suffice." Clearly aware of the waiting customers, Ollivander wasted no time in resuming the interrupted measuring process. He began with the measurement from shoulder to fingertip, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, and even took a moment to measure Eno's head circumference. The enchanted tape measure flitted up and down, and when everything was ready, Ollivander turned to scrutinize Eno's amber eyes for a considerable time before tentatively suggesting, "Try this one, an elder wand with a phoenix feather, 12 inches in length. With commendable flexibility. It exhibited the most vitality while you were recounting your story. Thus, I believe you shall find a remarkable affinity." The wand was indeed strikingly beautiful. Eno's initial impression was one of admiration. Although he acknowledged the wand's aesthetic appeal, he remained skeptical of Ollivander's assertions, harboring doubts that the elder had merely concocted this idea after hearing the tale. Although this world is imbued with magic, it is confined to that essence alone. The bizarre tales of folklore and fairy tales find little resonance here. Nevertheless, Eno cautiously accepted the wand, aware that both phoenix feathers and elder would hold extraordinary significance within the realm of magic. The wand felt delicate in his grip, smooth to the touch, and seemed to emanate a subtle warmth. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. At the very moment he grasped the wand, he distinctly observed a vibrant emerald glow emanating from the tip, which then unfurled into a pristine white, six-petaled elderflower. Unlike Harry's tumultuous selection of a wand, characterized by clanging and chaotic energy akin to an exuberant child, the elder wand in Eno's hand resembled a bashful maiden, expressing her sentiments with modesty and restraint. "Splendid," exclaimed Ollivander, brimming with excitement. "I knew you two were meant for each other." It truly seemed delighted while listening to the stories. The originator of the entire affair, Ollivander, continued to expound upon his philosophy, rambling on like an incessant chatterbox. Eno could not help but roll his eyes at this. He acknowledged that the wand indeed resonated with him. Holding it felt reminiscent of reuniting with a long-lost friend, a gentle wave of familiarity washing over him. However, to speak of any semblance of consciousness, character, or wisdom, he regrettably felt none of that. Noticing Ollivander's propensity for endless discourse, Eno decided to employ his own strategy. "Indeed, you are correct. Since it appears so happy, does this not imply that I can take it with me for free?" Ollivander, taken aback, stammered, "This is the first time in decades of running the shop that I have encountered such a notion." Clearing his throat, he continued, "That is not the case. Compatibility merely signifies that the wand has found its rightful owner, not that it can be taken without cost." Seemingly eager to avoid any further outrageous propositions, Ollivander swiftly added, "It is a mere 7 galleons. Remember, this is the introductory price. Cherish it well." "Very well, very well. I never suggested I wouldn't pay you," Eno replied, bemused by Ollivander's wary expression as he opened his coin pouch. Upon exiting the wand shop, an unanticipated sense of satisfaction washed over him. Owning a genuine wand was a dream he had scarcely dared to entertain. With this aspiration now realized, an overwhelming joy surged through him, illuminating his spirit. Happiness, he mused, is remarkably simple. With the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes, he understood that true joy does not stem from a life of comfort and abundance. Rather, it arises from the constant presence of hope. Just as in the 2 years of wandering, even amid uncertainty and hardship, he had steadfastly believed in the possibility of seizing the opportunities of this fantastical world to lead a more vibrant existence. Thus, even the simplest of shelters and the most modest of meals became mere embellishments in the tapestry of his life. Returning to the present, Eno strolled leisurely along the cobblestone streets after acquiring his wand, the initial unfamiliarity of Diagon Alley dissipating with each step. After all, he was now a bearer of a wand. Upon contemplating this, he set off with a leisurely gait towards his second destination, the fabled Lehan bookstore. As for second-hand books, he would not even entertain the notion. Studying magic was far removed from reading fairy tales, and a few dog-eared pages were of little consequence. The pursuit of knowledge was intrinsically linked to his future stability, and thus, he could not afford to be careless. In fact, after receiving this financial aid, he had already devised a plan. Everything could be procured as inexpensive second-hand items, save for wands and books, which must be brand new. Delving deeper, it became evident that the 20 galleons provided by Hogwarts was not a mere arbitrary sum. This amount was nearly sufficient to acquire all necessities, excluding, of course, an owl. On the southern side of Diagon Alley stood a shop distinctly different from the wand store, quietly nestled by the street. The pristine sign and expansive entrance bore testament to the thriving business within. Lehan Bookstore, whether in terms of visitation or popularity, consistently ranked among the top 5 in the original narrative. Upon entering, one was invariably drawn in by an elegant yet profound atmosphere. The air was imbued with a pleasant scent of oak, mingled with the distinctive aroma of ink from books. At the entrance, 2 meager magical ornamental plants adorned the shelves, infusing vitality into the otherwise austere bookstore. The interior was somewhat dim, yet the clear weather allowed the afternoon sunlight to filter through the old window panes, dancing upon row after row of bookshelves. This scattered sunlight was just sufficient to illuminate the volumes displayed. Welcome to Lehan Bookstore. Are you in need of Hogwarts textbooks? First year? Second year? Over there. We have complete sets of all the textbooks neatly packaged. Or would you prefer to purchase individual titles? The textbooks are located here, while other genres can be found on the shelves at the back. The bookstore manager, a somewhat portly middle-aged man with a slightly greasy demeanor, bore deep-set eyes that suggested he was not a native of the British Isles. As he introduced Eno to the store, he gestured towards 2 rows of bookshelves ahead. Perhaps due to the summer season, textbooks were the hot sellers, which explained their prominent placement in the center of the store. Very well, sir. I require the complete first-year set of Hogwarts textbooks. Following the manager's pointing finger, Eno's gaze swept over the foremost bookshelf. Titles such as History of Magic, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Standard Spellbook Levels 1 to 4, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Potions and Elixirs, and Dark Magic. A self-defense guide were all neatly arranged, creating a particularly spectacular sight with hundreds, if not thousands, of pristine books stacked together. Chapter 7. The Bloom of Magic. As dusk fell, the first blush of twilight graced the horizon, signaling not so much the birth of night as the witnessing of daylight's demise. In the interplay of light and shadow, Eno found himself strolling alone through Diagon Alley. Perhaps due to the summer holiday, the streets remained bustling with activity even in the evening hours. The diverse passers-by around him predominantly donned robes and pointed hats, with the occasional individual dressed in tailored suits and muggle attire, yet they did not appear out of place. On either side of the street, an array of peculiar buildings and shops such as Gringotts, the Elop's Owl Emporium, Flourish and Blots, Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor, and the Potage's Cauldron emerge. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, everything appears both mysterious and enchanting. The once familiar shops now vividly materialized before him. Some experiences and scenes truly must be encountered in person to appreciate their splendor. Eno stands at the street corner, entranced by the sights around him. That summer, the dilapidated brick wall on the screen parted in the middle, similarly opening a path to wonder for all young wizards. Perhaps the seeds of magic had quietly been sown then. Considering the time, Eno casts one last glance at the bustling street before turning back toward his original path. He is acutely aware that, despite being in a time of peace, Diagon Alley thrives. Yet a young wizard wandering alone at night is, to many, akin to an unexpected treasure. No matter how opulent the surface of a place may appear, there invariably lies a corresponding darkness beneath. The connection between Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley seems far from coincidental. Under the cloak of night, London often rises with a delicate mist. By the banks of the Thames, in a secluded archway, Eno busies himself preparing dinner for the evening. First, he heats the leftover fried fish from lunch by the stove, then tosses a pinch of red tea into an aluminum kettle. Once he has completed his tasks, he leans back against the bridge pillar to rest. Now, he must devise a way to earn money. Eno gazes at the meager coins before him, feeling a sense of melancholy. It seems that wherever one may be, money is perpetually scarce. Today's shopping spree has successfully depleted the 20 galleons from the Hogwarts Fund. Much of what he purchased was second-hand, including a cauldron, robes, glass bottles, and even half a bottle of ink. The ink, in particular, reminds him of the shopkeeper who, upon hearing he wanted only half a bottle, wore an expression of disbelief. Amusingly, when Eno explained that diluting the ink with water would still allow him to write, the shopkeeper's reaction was one of utter astonishment. How peculiar it is to be surprised by such a triviality. Diluting merely lightens the color, yet it saved him 5 nuts. Eno absent-mindedly toys with a few silver sickles in his hand while pondering methods to earn money. He quickly dismisses the magical realm, despite its treasures and gold coins. Every fable, fairy tale, and rustic story conveys a singular truth. The greedy never meet a good end. With good fortune, one might return empty-handed, but with ill fortune, one could very well lose their life. The magical world values character above all, which is the reason behind his long-standing efforts to disguise his true self. Kindness and innocence lead to smooth sailing, with even small creatures lending a helping hand. In contrast, evil and greed may invite misfortune, where a passerby could easily bring about one's downfall. Only fortune-telling remains. After much contemplation, Eno realizes that the only skill he possesses for earning money, aside from storytelling, is divination. Upon the mere thought of divination, a figure invariably materializes in his mind, the one who had once bestowed upon him the dice. When he first ventured into this fantastical realm, engulfed by a profound sense of insecurity, he was compelled to make blind choices, ultimately following a seemingly benevolent bard. In a bid to earn the bard's protection, he willingly served as an apprentice for several months without compensation. Yet, the rewards were immense. Not only did he safely traverse the surrounding towns, but he also honed the essential skills of feigning kindness and appearing obedient, vital for survival in this enchanted world. After several months of companionship, during their final parting, the bard generously gifted him a precious token, a six-sided die, blessed by the goddess of fate, to be used for divination. However, in comparison to the divinatory die, Eno was far more grateful for the lessons imparted by his mentor. Living here, you must remember one thing. Everything you desire ultimately controls you. When you cease to covet anything, you will possess the entire world. This was not merely a saying. It had become Eno's guiding principle over the past 2 years. By steadfastly adhering to this wisdom, he had evaded numerous potential perils in the fantastical realm. Thank you, Teacher Hans, for your invaluable assistance. Reflecting on that somewhat enigmatic middle-aged man, Eno felt a profound gratitude welling up within him. Simultaneously, within the confines of the narrow bridge arch, the aromatic fragrance of black tea wafted through the air. A few pieces of fried fish accompanied by bread, paired with a pot of boiling black tea, constituted the evening's humble yet satisfying meal. After dinner, Eno casually unwrapped the bundle of goods he had purchased that day. After rummaging through its contents, he retrieved a thick tome, Elementary Standard Spells, authored by Miranda Goshawk. His choice of this particular book was the result of careful consideration. Rather than indulging in the fanciful arts of transfiguration or potion-making, he firmly believed that spells represented the most fundamental discipline of magic, the very cornerstone of the craft. Other subjects, in essence, were mere embellishments. Furthermore, and perhaps more importantly, he aspired to master a couple of simple spells in a short time to prepare for his imminent journey. As for the confidentiality laws and the original works of the wand movement, Hermione had reportedly attempted all the spells before the school year commenced, without receiving any warning from the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps it was only upon entering Hogwarts that the so-called wand movement would take effect. Returning to the matter at hand, as Eno opened Elementary Standard Spells, he was pleasantly surprised to find the content remarkably approachable. The first year encompassed merely 7 spells, aside from the levitation charm, which necessitated a degree of skill. The others, Alohomora, Softening Charm, Incendio, and Reparo, were exceedingly simple, manageable with a methodical approach. Of course, this was merely the beginning. The Reparo spell was taught from the first year all the way to graduation, with increasing complexity each year. Within the bridge arch, candles flickered softly, casting a faint glow in the confined space. By the gentle candlelight, the young lad immersed himself in reading. 2 hours later, flames erupted vigorously. As the incantation resonated, a flicker of flame suddenly emerged from the tip of the Elder Wand, only to be swiftly extinguished by a gentle breeze. Yet, this ephemeral glimmer ignited a surge of excitement within him. This was magic. Eno gently caressed the uneven knots of the Elderwood Wand. In the ensuing moments, he could always glimpse the flickering light through the thick canvas, illuminating the concealed archway. Chapter 8. Re-entering the Enchanted Realm. South Kensington, London. At this moment, Hermione was proudly displaying her new school uniform to her family. A sleek black robe and a pointed black wizard hat. Is this frog alive? Unlike the fascination many women have for attire, Mr. Granger was far more captivated by the lively chocolate frog, so much so that he sat on the sofa, staring at the creature for nearly 15 minutes. Dad, it's just a chocolate treat. Perhaps due to magic, it has temporarily acquired the ability to move. But it is meant to be eaten. Hermione pursed her lips, casting an expectant glance at the solitary chocolate frog in the house. Seemingly sensing his daughter's gaze, Mr. Granger hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, dear. You know the damage sweets can do to your teeth, especially now that you're undergoing orthodontic treatment, once cavities form. Before Mr. Granger could finish, Hermione instinctively interjected, her words flowing rapidly. "I wasn't planning to eat it, just wanted to take a look." After saying this, she averted her eyes from the chocolate frog. Perhaps she had initially entertained the thought of tasting it, but upon hearing about the orthodontic period, she resolutely abandoned that notion. This left her feeling both vexed and somewhat embarrassed. Even if one possesses a modicum of divination skill, it does not justify commenting on a girl's appearance indiscriminately. Perhaps she had received a letter from the owl, affirming her previous divination insights, or perhaps her visit to Diagon Alley had unveiled the true nature of magic. In any case, unbeknownst to Hermione, her mindset had subtly transformed. Her perception of Eno shifted from calling him a con man to acknowledging him as someone with genuine ability. No matter how long the night may be, dawn will inevitably arrive. By the banks of the Thames, as the morning sunlight streamed into the narrow archway, Eno had already awakened. It was yet another splendidly sunny day. Rising, he drew aside the tattered linen curtain, stretched languidly, and stepped out into the open air. Standing at the edge of the bridge, he basked in the golden sunlight on his face, the warmth urging him to close his eyes and savor this moment of tranquility and ease. After a simple morning wash, Eno seated himself on the grass, lost in thought, his gaze drawn to the shimmering Thames, illuminated by the dawn. In his dwelling, he carefully selected his belongings, first stuffing some dried cheese and hardened bread into his canvas bag, followed by a tattered dark gray blanket and the coveted book titled Elementary Standard Spells. All of this was prompted by a sudden, subtle premonition that had gripped him. After a lapse of over 3 months, today marks the day when he is poised to once again step into the fantastical realm. Though the precise moment eludes him, an inexplicable sensation pervades the air, a premonition that has never led him astray. Time ticks away, second by second. Coincidentally, after meticulously organizing his belongings, Eno abruptly notices the light around him dimming ominously. In an instant, or perhaps even less, the warm morning sun transforms into the somber twilight of evening, the stark contrast nearly rendering him breathless. A sudden chill envelopes him before he can fully comprehend the shift. Once again, the unpredictable weather offers no grace period. He hastily retrieves a tattered woolen blanket from his backpack, wrapping it around himself, which brings a modicum of solace. However, this attire renders him an almost comical figure, resembling a wayfaring wizard in need of a pointed hat and a wand concealed within his cloak. Autumn's desolation hangs heavy in the air, with oppressive clouds low in the sky. A solitary figure appears on the bleak, foreign landscape, illuminated only by the fading light of dusk. As Eno surveys his surroundings, he is met with a stark tableau: dilapidated houses, crumbling walls, and lifeless white trees, all contributing to an atmosphere of ineffable gloom. The silence is unnerving, broken only by the whispering wind rustling through the treetops. Yet, he has long grown accustomed to such sights, having pondered the curious decay of certain remote locales. With frequent encounters, the strangeness has morphed into the commonplace. After all, while the landscape may appear desolate, it does not pose immediate danger, provided one refrains from greed and unnecessary meddling. Half an hour later, just before night falls, Eno finally discovers a place of refuge. The rising smoke from a nearby fire and the faint aroma of freshly baked bread gradually ease his taut muscles. In this magical world, encountering a house or a campfire in the wilderness does not necessarily bring comfort, for they could belong to a devil or an old witch. Yet, it is the gentle plume of smoke that instills a genuine sense of safety, for old witches are unlikely to bake bread. They concoct vile potions instead. Returning to the matter at hand, Eno follows the trail of smoke for several dozen meters, eventually emerging from the bizarre forest. Before him stretches an endless expanse of golden wheat, crisscrossed by winding pathways and a tall water wheel. Further ahead lies a tranquil village, or perhaps a small town, rows of diverse structures, thatched, stone, and wooden bakeries, mills, blacksmiths, and tailor shops. The impending night casts a serene stillness over the area, a stark contrast to the daytime bustle. As he enters the town, Eno's somewhat peculiar attire draws the attention of many curious gazes. He did not rashly approach the indigenous people for a conversation, nor was he approached by them. It was as if an unspoken contest was taking place. After several minutes, he arrived at yet another diminutive town. Upon discerning the scale of his surroundings, Eno swiftly dismissed the incidents that transpired in larger towns and the wilderness. Over the course of 2 years, he had gradually come to understand the essence of the fantastical realm. The capital city, where the king resided, along with bustling commercial metropolises, medium-sized towns, quaint villages, and the vast wilderness, comprised a grand tapestry of the world. Sometimes, these pieces bore connections to each other, while at other times, they remained entirely disconnected. In any case, each fragment, each location, harbored a corresponding narrative. The distinction lay in the fact that some tales had reached their conclusion, while others awaited their inception. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of this mosaic continued to live their lives as they always had, lacking inns or taverns. He was compelled to seek alternative lodging. After a cursory exploration of the town, Eno found himself compelled to concede that it resembled a secluded paradise, cut off from the outside world. Every facility within the town seemed tailor-made for its residents, as if the needs of outsiders had never been considered. Chapter 9. Old John. The red shoes, the foolish knock, the girl who stepped on bread, the slothful spinner, the three fortunate souls. One story after another flashed before him. Shaking his head, Eno dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The mere sights before him were insufficient to conjecture a complete narrative, as the tales woven in such towns were indeed countless. What he needed to do now was to swiftly locate a temporary place to stay and identify an entry point into this town. However, determining that entry point necessitated careful consideration, beginning with the establishment of his identity, much like the wandering minstrel's apprentice he had previously assumed. Once his identity was determined, the next step would be to choose whom to engage with, ensuring that mediocrity was excluded from his selection. Just as the houses he had observed along the road were all monotonous and ordinary, devoid of any distinguishing features, they were not candidates for consideration. Instead, those with peculiar shapes or those that appeared dilapidated became his preferred choices. Moreover, even if the stories of the town had concluded, he could still glean some hidden benefits from these places. Although the structures were drafty and occasionally let in rain during inclement weather, they nonetheless constituted one of the few possessions that belonged to him. A sudden voice interrupted old John's reverie, causing him to halt. After a moment of hesitation, he uncertainly inquired, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed, sir. I am a wandering minstrel, and as night has fallen, there are no inns to be found in this town." With an expression befitting the situation and a well-rehearsed explanation, Eno executed his approach with impeccable finesse. Even before a figure as formidable as Dumbledore, he would have confidence in persuading them of his authenticity. How much more so when faced with an ordinary gentleman in his twilight years. A minstrel. A look of nostalgia graced old John's face, as if he were lost in contemplation. "Very well, young one. If you do not mind the dilapidation and drafts that pervade this place, thank you, kind sir," Eno replied obediently. "Please, no need for such formalities. I am neither a lord nor a noble. They all call me Old John, and you may do the same." "Very well, Old John. I hope you can call me Eno. The term little one pertains to the version of me from 3 years ago." Simple jest often serves to bridge the gap between souls, a truth that Eno understood well. As night fell, in a diminutive room of less than 10 square meters, a feeble kerosene lamp flickered, its meager flame barely illuminating the immediate surroundings. Seated opposite one another, Eno and Old John shared the dim light. Under the subdued glow, the deep creases on Old John's face became increasingly pronounced. Eno resonated with Old John's lament. In another world, countless individuals had left their homes in pursuit of education, work, or housing. Yet, they ultimately discovered how arduous it is for a wanderer to take root in a place that is not their own. "I now believe you to be a wandering poet," Old John declared suddenly, adopting a serious tone. "Is that so? How delightful." Eno shrugged nonchalantly. "I have an abundance of tales to share, though I must insist on a fee." "Ha ha ha. In this small town, you are destined to leave empty-handed." Old John's casual remark sparked a surge of interest in Eno. He had been meticulously seeking a point of connection, collecting valuable information with great cunning. "So, is it customary here to listen to stories without recompense?" Eno feigned indifference in his retort. "Not quite." Old John waved his hand dismissively. "This place was once exceedingly poor, and it was not uncommon for people to go hungry. Only in recent years has life begun to improve, but to expect them to spend money on stories is indeed fanciful." Eno's mind raced. From Old John's words, he gleaned an insightful revelation. The stories that had transpired here had likely reached their conclusion. This was not a baseless conjecture, but rather the culmination of 2 years of travel and experience. A place undergoes significant transformation only when the stories within it come to an end. Otherwise, notions of road construction and commerce leading to prosperity remain mere fantasies in a fantastical world. Never mind, I shan't linger here for long. As long as I breathe, my journey shall never cease, whether it be the path beneath my feet or the one within my heart. Both are akin. Eno spoke with a sudden disinterest. The conclusion of a story heralds the commencement of a mundane existence, which would ultimately render him incapable of acquiring anything of substance. Perhaps sensing the shift in Eno's tone, old John offered a comforting remark. "I have told you not to call me little one." Eno feigned annoyance. "Ha, very well, yet you do seem rather small." Perhaps it was their initial encounter, or perhaps conversing by the dim light of the lamp was indeed a luxury. Regardless, it was not long before old John, citing fatigue, brought their conversation to an end. In the deep of night, Eno lay on a bed strewn with straw, while the cold wind howled outside. Strangely, the wind seemed almost sentient, skillfully circumventing the solid walls, seeping in through hidden crevices. This has made the already chilly room even colder. Faced with such an environment, Eno could only tighten the blanket wrapped around him. It must be said that, despite its tattered appearance, this blanket salvage from a wealthy neighborhood's trash is indeed made of genuine cashmere, effectively insulating against the loss of body heat. Perhaps tomorrow I shall take a moment to consult the oracle. Nevertheless, it might be for the best that the story has come to an end, allowing me the time to delve into a good book. Since the truth has unfolded, I shall accept it with grace. Eno always held one principle dear. In this world, one must shun greed. Thus, he never clung to the idea of gaining any benefit from the narrative. After all, life is singular, as long as one breathes. Opportunities will eventually arise. Chapter 10, The Endless Spiral. The following morning, amidst a cacophony of clattering sounds, Eno reluctantly opened his eyes. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he identified the source of the noise. "Are you awake? Then rise. Do not emulate those indolent drunks who sleep until midday," old John called from outside. Eno keenly observed that the man seemed to harbor an inexplicable disdain for laziness, as evidenced by the hint of reproach in his voice. Although puzzled, Eno wasted no time in responding. He sprang from his bed, retrieved a towel and toothbrush from his belongings, and commenced his morning ablutions. "Old John, do you really have customers for shoe repairs this early?" Eno inquired, crouching nearby, intrigued by the industrious old John. Upon noticing the tools strewn about, he had already deduced the man's trade as a cobbler. "Life has become prosperous. Few choose to mend shoes these days," old John replied without lifting his gaze. After some time, once old John had completed his task, he sighed and remarked, "Although few seek shoe repairs now, it is prudent to add more nails. Who knows when they might be needed? At least no one will have to wander barefoot in the dead of winter." In response, Eno nodded in empathy, reflecting, "Too many people remain oblivious to the suffering around them. Yet ironically, they fantasize about being heroes who rescue distant souls." This was not mere rhetoric. It was a sentiment born from the countless hardships he had witnessed over the past 2 years. Misery often targets these places, for the ordinary seldom conjures miracles. Upon hearing Eno's lament, old John surprisingly fell silent. After a moment, he raised his head, gazing intently at the sky. In that instant, he broke from his usual habit of addressing Eno as Little One, instead using his name. Eno chose not to respond. He began to surmise that the tale of this small town might very well revolve around old John. Even if he was not the principal character, he undoubtedly held a significant connection to the protagonist. However, upon observing old John's melancholic demeanor, Eno realized that this was not the opportune moment for contemplation. "Cough, cough. Old John, my mentor once imparted a piece of wisdom to me, and now I pass it on to you." After a brief pause, Eno continued, "Old John, what I wish to convey is that all life possesses light. It is akin to a burning match, faint, warm, and resplendent. Before the match extinguishes, if it can illuminate others, even for but a fleeting moment, it should not be deemed a regret." Time seemed to suspend in that instant. It felt both prolonged and ephemeral. "You've truly given me a lesson, you little rascal," old John remarked half-jokingly. Though once again referred to as a little rascal, Eno felt no irritation. He could distinctly sense the sorrow within John beginning to dissipate. A few minutes later, John organized his tools. "All right, I must get to work. With a bit of luck, we shall enjoy a bountiful dinner. If you find yourself bored, you might stroll up the small hill behind the town. It is quite safe, and in spring, many children go there to forage for mushrooms." "Understood." Eno nodded and stood up to fetch his backpack from the room. In truth, had he heard such useful information upon his arrival, he would have been elated for a considerable time. Yet now, with the curtain drawn on the stage, what purpose did an expired ticket serve but to collect dust? On the small hill behind the town, flames blazed fiercely. The Araujo opened wide. Restoration to its former glory. Eno intentionally chose a secluded spot, ensuring he would not be easily discovered, and began to practice magic in accordance with the basic standard spells. As previously mentioned, first-year Hogwarts students need only master 7 spells. However, to him, These 7 spells seemed more like the prefixes to myriad profound incantations. They were akin to the 26 letters of the alphabet. Once mastered, they could be deftly combined to form words and craft elegant poetry. A simple example from the original text involved the end-of-year exam in Charms class, which required making a pineapple dance across a desk. This involved the combined application of the softening charm, the levitation charm, and the locking charm. Similarly, Eno contemplated Dumbledore's impressive fire-making charm. Perhaps it was an advanced application of the fire-making spell. After all, the flickering flame and the roaring inferno are fundamentally both conjurations of fire. Following the receipt of the owl's letter, he had pondered the path ahead. Regardless, one must never take the act of learning lightly. If the scroll does not perish, then one must toil endlessly over it. With a soft sigh, Eno rubbed his aching wrist and then raised his wand to commence another round of practice. Considering the future narrative and for his own safety, he chose to quietly practice magic while his peers engaged in Quidditch and mischief. Time flowed like water, and several hours slipped by in an instant. Extreme focus can lead one unknowingly into a state akin to flow, where the passage of time is imperceptible. It was not until the surrounding light dimmed noticeably that he realized, I never expected to experience such a state of forgetting hunger and sleep. Upon emerging from a state of intense concentration, Eno was besieged by a powerful wave of hunger. A sensation akin to the urge to leap upon anything in sight and take a bite to savor its flavor. With no time for superfluous actions, he swiftly extracted the dry cheese he always carried from his pack and hastily stuffed it into his mouth. After consuming 2 substantial pieces of cheese, he managed to temporarily quell the gnawing in his stomach. Once he exhaled in relief, Eno was captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. The evening sky was ablaze with vibrant hues, dazzling and resplendent. The remnants of the setting sun illuminated the clouds on the horizon, rendering the sky as though it had been brushed with red paint, a beauty that was utterly breathtaking. Below, the quaint town displayed a mosaic of houses, from which wisps of smoke curled upward, the white tendrils drifting into the sky, resembling clouds gently descending to earth. Perched on the mountainside, Eno felt as though he were beholding a masterpiece of unparalleled beauty. Chapter 11. A month later, beside the town square in the heart of the village, Ali Baba revealed the secret of the stone door to his son, who then passed it down to his grandson, ensuring that generations lived in prosperity. The descendants of Ali Baba cherished their good fortune, never indulging in extravagance, thus thriving through the ages, celebrated by posterity. Eno sat upon his small stool, animatedly recounting tales from 1001 Nights. Surrounding him was a throng of captivated children, along with some elderly individuals and adults who happened to be free at that moment. Marvelous Eno, tell us another. Yes, another one. I haven't had my fill today. As the story concluded, before Eno could utter a word, the eager children clamored for a new tale. Unfazed by the cacophony of requests, Eno maintained his silence, embodying the essence of patience, reminiscent of a hunter waiting for the right moment. The children, aware of his anticipation, fidgeted in frustration, cognizant of their inability to hasten him. The standoff persisted for several minutes until a basket of freshly baked whole wheat bread was placed on the ground. Little Eno, do share another story. I believe this bread should suffice as payment for the next tale. The speaker was an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of silver, her figure round and ample, clad in a linen dress that had faded to a pale hue through washing, lending her an air of whimsicality. Eno glanced at the basket and, in an instant, made a judgment. He donned a welcoming expression and smiled, responding, Why, Aunt Aisha, this basket of bread could easily pay for 3 stories. He believed in equitable exchange. Even for a few loaves of bread, he was unwilling to take advantage, unwittingly nurturing a sense of greed within himself. Moreover, valuing an audience capable of paying for their enjoyment was a cardinal rule for all minstrels, as they ultimately depended on their patrons for sustenance. Eno would never deceive Aunt Aisha. Indeed, in the entire town, those willing and able to compensate for storytelling were truly few and far between. During a brief pause in conversation, he swiftly picked up the basket from the ground, opened it, and meticulously placed each loaf of bread into his satchel before politely handing the empty basket back to the other party. Since you have received your payment, let's get started. You little rascal, Aunt Aisha urged as she accepted the basket. Ahem, now I shall tell you a tale of a tailor, a sprite, a treasure, and a princess. Eno cleared his throat, and when the crowd fell silent, he began to speak slowly. This is a story that unfolds in a faraway land, long, long ago. In stark contrast to the lively central square, on the other side of the small town lay an old street, somewhat neglected. Beneath a makeshift shelter, A tattered canvas was spread on the ground, adorned with various leather goods, velvet, and iron nails. Surprisingly, despite the absence of customers, its proprietor remained squatting there, tirelessly hammering away at something. The continuous sound of clanging could be heard from a considerable distance. This was old John S.'s workplace, the only remaining shoe repair shop in the town. For nearly a month, regardless of rain or shine, whether in the company of patrons or solitude, he was either hammering iron nails or incessantly crafting wooden shoe soles. Day after day, he repeated those thankless tasks. Time flowed by unnoticed. In the town's center, after Eno concluded his final story, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. It was not that they had grown weary of listening, but rather that life did not permit them to squander an entire day on entertainment. As the people departed, Eno also rose, stretching luxuriously. Tidying up his belongings and picking up his small folding stool, he concluded his work for the day. A month had quietly slipped away. Gazing down at the old canvas bag, marked with 31 pencil scratches, he couldn't help but lament how swiftly time flowed like water. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent a full month in this ordinary little town, and the rewards had been significant. In the mornings, he practiced magic on the mountains behind the town, and in the afternoons, he narrated stories by the fountain in the square to earn his living. Each day was immensely fulfilling. Now, Eno was capable of flawlessly casting 7 first-grade spells, including the somewhat challenging levitation charm. However, as his magical prowess advanced, his repertoire of stories dwindled dramatically. It was to be expected. An afternoon simply could not suffice for merely a handful of tales. Over time, even the most imaginative mind could not withstand the strain of a month of intense storytelling. Take today, for instance. Though he had intended to recount Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, the original story was rather brief. Thus, he found himself embellishing it with all manner of embellishments, scorpions, venomous creatures, and mysterious cocoons, all woven into the narrative. He transformed a few hundred words into a desert-themed ghost tale, extending the tale by several minutes until, finally, he concluded amidst the audience's eager expressions. As dusk descended, Eno walked alone down the street, his shadow stretching long and slender behind him. As he strolled along, he occasionally nodded and smiled at the townsfolk, creating an atmosphere brimming with warmth. To be candid, nothing is more persuasive than time, for it can silently alter everything without informing anyone. Time has subtly embraced this town, yet he has not truly integrated into it. Loneliness, it seems, dwells not upon the mountains, but in the streets. It resides not within a single individual, but amongst many. Logically, there should be no reason for him to linger in a place where the story has seemingly concluded, he mused quietly. One step at a time, he sighed. Though his heart was laden with uncertainties, there was little he could do about it. Moments later, an exuberant voice called out, "Old John, stop your fussing. Today, we have fresh baked bread." Upon hearing the shout, old John cast aside the flint he was handling and resolutely made his way to the dining table. The enticing aroma of wheat had reached him from afar, though he was unsure whether this old fellow would be invited to partake. After a month of companionship, he and old John had become friends, often exchanging harmless jests. The dinner consisted of a fragrant mushroom soup adorned with wild greens, 2 boiled eggs, and a basket of whole grain bread. Just the quality of this meal alone could easily place it at a middle-class standard within the entire town. Chapter 12. The Tale of Old John. As dinner concluded, Eno replenished the oil lamp with sufficient kerosene to ensure the flame illuminated the room as much as possible. Speaking of kerosene, he couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the townsfolk. Aside from their refusal to pay for stories, they could purchase tickets for all sorts of knickknacks, including this small can of kerosene, which was also a form of compensation. While he spoke, he casually retrieved a newly purchased box of matches from his bag, a substantial one that appeared to last a considerable time. Perhaps it seemed inconsequential now, but what would it signify years down the line? Without children, without savings, and even lacking the capacity to work, where would old John find himself? However, given his limitations, there was little he could do. All he could manage was to buy small items like matches, hoping to ease the elderly man's twilight years. As Eno placed the matches on the table, old John suddenly froze, an inexplicable sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Sensing something amiss with old John, Eno wisely chose silence. He truly lacked the ability to assist him. Moreover, no one could ascertain the cause of old John's sorrow. Should he speak carelessly and inadvertently offend him, it would be a grave misstep. Silence became the prevailing theme of the dilapidated cottage. After a while, the sorrow in old John's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of resolve. "Thank you for your gift, young Eno. I accept the matches." Unlike his usual jovial self, Old John's voice now bore a hint of raspiness. In response, Eno refrained from speaking immediately. It appeared that the true reason for his prolonged stay lay with Old John. At that moment, an answer dawned upon him, and he recalled a rather rare phenomenon, the story within a story. To put it simply, in most narratives, once the tale concludes, life often returns to its mundane state. Yet, there exist exceptional instances where, after the story ends, new tales continue to unfold. Though such places are exceedingly rare, they do indeed exist. To return to the matter at hand. Parting? Old John paused, his expression shifting, but soon he comprehended the reason, murmuring, "Indeed. A bard is destined not to linger in one place for long. Departure is an inevitable truth I should have recognized." You are quite right. We shall not remain in the same place for long. Each bard is akin to the wind, and the wind is a transparent river, ever flowing, unceasingly shifting with the landscape. Yet, the river's ultimate destination is the vast, boundless sea, with the demeanor of one who has traversed life's paths. Old John advised. Upon hearing his counsel, Eno did not immediately dismiss it. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke. "Perhaps you are correct. The river's endpoint is indeed the sea. Yet, the sea gives rise to rain, which like cool meteors rides upon soft clouds, cascading once more upon the earth." "Hey, I find myself debating with a bard." Old John chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement, seemingly choosing to halt this line of discussion without further elaboration. However, Eno was unwilling to let the conversation conclude so abruptly. Before his imminent departure, he wished to offer guidance to the aged man. For the sorrow that flickered in Old John's eyes was unmistakable. "Old John, do you know what I cherish most? Eno inquietud. I adore the sun, for it is perpetually both dawn and dusk. As it descends the mountain, extinguishing its light to embrace the desolate twilight, it simultaneously ignites anew at the summit, dispersing warmth and morning radiance. Thus, Old John, every matter possesses duality. Do not allow your habitual thinking to ensnare you, lest you remain trapped forever." With that, Eno fell silent, recognizing that sometimes it is the unspoken that holds the most profound significance, for excessive words can prove futile. Likewise, he resolved to prepare his belongings at dawn. After about 5 or 6 minutes had passed, just as Eno thought to conclude the evening's discourse, a soft sigh echoed within the room. Looking up, he beheld Old John across the table, as if he had shed a burden borne for many years. Though his visage remained unchanged, he appeared considerably rejuvenated, and even his silver hair seemed less pallid in that moment. Suddenly, Old John spoke. "In these recent days, I have listened to your stories. Yet I wonder, would you care to hear a tale from Old John?" Eno remained silent, but his actions spoke volumes. He tugged at his ear, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Yo Rascal." Old John laughed heartily at the comical gesture. After composing himself, he began to narrate. "This tale does not unfold in a distant land. It occurs right here in this quaint little town. Once upon a time, there existed a youthful soul who incessantly yearned for the boundless world beyond his small town. Whenever a wandering minstrel graced the town, he would tirelessly inquire about the happenings of the outside realm. As time passed, however, the young man ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality. He wed a woman who, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed a remarkable virtue. This union gradually quelled his restless heart. At that moment, Old John's face radiated with a bittersweet reminiscence of happiness. Yet, fate's capricious twists often catch one unawares. His wife, pregnant with their child, tragically departed from this world on the day of childbirth. With the birth of a daughter came the loss of a beloved spouse. This profound blow stirred his once placid heart back into turmoil. He longed to escape, to flee to distant lands. Years later, he entrusted his 5-year-old daughter to his brother and departed alone from their quaint town. As he recounted this tale, Old John became visibly agitated, his breath quickening and his eyes shimmering with regret and sorrow. After a prolonged pause, he continued his narrative. The young man could hardly believe that his diligent brother, following the passing of their elderly mother, had succumbed to the vice of alcoholism, leading to a life of disarray and lethargy. In desperate pursuit of funds for drink, his brother compelled the innocent child to wander barefoot through the frigid winter, selling matches to contribute to their household. At this juncture, Ivo noticed a glimmer of tears welling in Old John's eyes. Similarly, a realization dawned upon him, conjuring in his mind the well-known tale of the little match girl. Old John's story eventually came to a close, and a profound silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of the oil lamp as it flickered to life. Time passed inexorably. It was then that Ivo slowly spoke. "Old John, I too possess a tale about matches. Would you care to hear it?" Chapter 13, Old John's Gift. Under a moonlit sky, The night in the small town seemed particularly luminous, with silvery beams of moonlight cascading upon the tranquil streets, cloaking the earth in a delicate veil. In the corner, old John's humble abode echoed with a rhythmic cadence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the familiar intonations of a minstrel recounting a story. Inside, Evo animatedly narrated the tale of the little match girl. On that frigid, lengthy night, the little girl struck her first match, releasing a warm and brilliant glow akin to a tiny candle, bringing joy to her heart. She felt as if she were seated beside a grand iron stove, adorned with polished brass corners and embellishments. All the matches ignited. The light illuminated her surroundings, and within that glow, she beheld her beloved grandmother, the gentle soul who had long since departed. "Grandmother, please take me away. When the flame extinguishes, all will vanish," the little girl implored as she rushed towards her grandmother. This time, however, the luminous figure of her grandmother did not fade. Instead, she enveloped the little girl in a warm embrace, and together they traversed a bridge woven of light, arriving in a garden where hunger, cold, and worry were eternally absent. Minutes later, Ian concluded the entire tale of the little match girl. Contrary to his expectations, old John did not shed tears nor display any signs of choking up. Instead, he radiated a sense of relief and a subtle satisfaction. "Little Inno, do you recall the day we first met a month ago? You remarked that all lives possess a light, akin to a burning match, faint, warm, and resplendent. And before the match extinguishes, if it can illuminate others, it should not be deemed a regret." Old John echoed those words, each syllable resonating with strength. "Do you comprehend the solace and confidence that phrase has bestowed upon me? My daughter's life was indeed magnificent. She illuminated the lives of others, including that man she affectionately referred to as her uncle. After the tragedy, he too overcame his addiction and began anew in another city." Upon hearing this, Inno seized the opportunity to interject, stating, "Both the Redeemer and the redeemed have experienced rebirth. The distinction lies in that the Redeemer's life is truly vibrant and not a tale of regret." "You are correct," old John asserted with unwavering conviction. "Thus, I too shall make amends for my past errors, using the remnants of my life to illuminate others, striving to be a true Redeemer." Yet, despite his resolute determination, sorrow lingered on old John's face when discussing painful memories. "Hence, I aspire to utilize my modest abilities to provide shoes for those who walk barefoot. Even if I can assist but one soul in the end, I shall be content. No matter how long the night may endure, the dawn shall inevitably break." The following morning, Inno awoke, feeling somewhat fatigued. He had conversed with old John until midnight, and now found himself rising early, grappling with a sense of drowsiness. As he pondered this, he busied himself with his morning routine, reflecting on the bounty of his journey. To his astonishment, he had gathered 3 baskets of baked bread, several large bags of mushrooms, 2 small canisters of kerosene, dried wild vegetables, and scraps of cloth, an assortment that amounted to quite a considerable collection. However, the precious gold coins, silver pieces, or even copper coins he truly desired remained elusive. Gazing at the troublesome heap in the corner, Inno felt no desire to carry any of it. He resolved to leave it all behind for old John, preferring to keep his vision unclouded. After breakfast, old John, unusually, did not set off to work. Instead, he looked towards Inno, who was preparing his neatly packed belongings. "Are you departing today?" "Indeed, today is the day of my departure. All these items are for you. Do not refuse them. They would only weigh me down, and bandits relish intercepting travelers burdened with heavy loads." Old John instinctively wished to decline. Yet upon hearing Inno's reasoning, he silently nodded in acknowledgement of his words. Casting a glance at the accumulated supplies, old John rose and approached the old cupboard nestled in the corner. It was a relic of considerable age, requiring support from several stones to maintain its precarious balance. Old John rummaged through the wooden cabinet and soon produced a small linen pouch that jingled delightfully. One could tell by the sound that it contained at least silver coins, for copper could not produce such a crisp and melodious tone. Beside the small pouch, there lay an exceedingly old box of matches, seemingly used, with faint scorch marks adorning its edges. Yet, Inno exhibited no disdain. Rather, he carefully accepted the matches from old John. Casting a glance at the money pouch on the table, Inno resolutely shook his head in refusal. No one is wealthier than a bard. Although our gold resides in our minds, it is far safer that way, is it not? His rejection was firm, but it stirred a pang of discomfort within him. Who, after all, would be foolish enough to relinquish gold within their grasp? Yet, in this world, unless under specific circumstances, any act of greed would yield unpredictable consequences. Without allowing old John a moment to speak, Ino raised the match in his hand and explained, "I already possess the most precious gift and cannot greedily seek more." His words were heartfelt, devoid of any falsehood. In this fantastical realm, many things cannot be gauged by mere appearances, much like that unassuming divination die. Moreover, this box of matches was pivotal to two unfolding stories, its significance evident without a second thought. Meanwhile, after presenting the matches, old John scrutinized the depths of Ino's eyes. Yet, within those amber orbs, he perceived no trace of disdain, only sincerity and delight, clearly indicating the young man's fondness for the gift. "To be honest, I had not intended to bestow this upon you. My gift was merely this pouch of gold coins." Old John extended his calloused hand, awkwardly untying the strings of the pouch, the distinctive hue of the gold captivating the senses. Nevertheless, neither old John nor Ino paid the coins much heed. Particularly for Ino, having encountered treasures far grander, a mere pouch of coins held little allure. Yet, the appearance of this pouch clarified his earlier uncertainties. At last, he had uncovered the fundamental reason. Chapter 14. Farewell and return. Once old John confirmed Ino's genuine disinterest in the coins, he retied the pouch with the string. "Thank you for your story last night. It prompted a change of heart. I believe you have surmised that these matches belong to my daughter, her only keepsake." Ino noted that, compared to the relief he had felt after shedding burdens the previous night, old John now resembled one reborn after redemption. Even when speaking of his daughter's memento, there was no trace of the previous regret or sorrow. "But why did you give me a whole new pack of matches? I wish to leave it with you, allowing the tale of the little match girl to endure in this land." Old John laughed heartily, his laughter seemingly piercing through the clouds. Outside the small town lay a narrow gravel road, although it appeared constricted, barely wide enough for a single cart. It was the sole route to the nearby city. "Old John, this is far enough, truly," Ino gently encouraged, after a month of shared days and nights. He understood the old man's mindset well. The visage was strikingly familiar. From home to the doorstep, and from the doorstep to the village entrance. Even as the vehicle departed far beyond, the old man lingered in place, reluctant to leave. "Well then, I shall embark on a new journey, striving to chase the footsteps of spring. And you too must commence your own narrative. May I still hear tales of your legend from afar. Farewell, old John." After a while, Ino suddenly heard a distant song behind him. It was the voice of old John, somewhat awkward in pitch, yet undeniably resonant with the rhythm of a bard. The voice, rich and sonorous, reached Ino's ears clearly despite the distance, delivering blessings for those who wander far from home. "London, by the banks of the Thames. How unexpected you possess such a skill." Yet, to his surprise, upon opening his satchel, he discovered a familiar item concealed within, old John's pouch of gold coins. This revelation left him both amused and bewildered. He had calculated everything, yet never anticipated that old John harbored such a hidden talent. Without any forewarning, he had managed to slip the pouch into Ino's bag. While touched by the gesture, Ino felt a sense of relief, grateful that it had gone unnoticed. Had it been discovered, he would have never dared to take it. Now, in this unintentional manner, it proved to be the most exquisite solution. Not only had he traversed the bounds of a fantastical world to acquire a bag of gold coins, but he had also managed to avoid the seed of greed sprouting within him, achieving a harmonious balance. As for old John's future livelihood, Ino harbored no concerns whatsoever. As the next protagonist in the town's tapestry of stories, one might say, even if the entire town were to perish, old John would emerge unscathed from any peril. "So, thank you for alleviating my immediate worries, old John." Ino gazed at the gold coins before him, silently expressing his gratitude, and carefully stowed the pouch within the lining of his coat. With this newfound wealth, his singular ambition was to sell all his second-hand belongings and replace them with new ones, especially that tattered, worn-out robe. Had it not been for his financial constraints, he would not have picked it up even if it lay on the ground. He yearned for a new robe, a fresh cauldron, and perhaps a room at the Broken Cauldron pub. As Ino contemplated his expenditures, he also pondered the exchange rates at Gringotts, imagining that a full bag of gold coins would sufficiently carry him through to graduation, provided he refrained from extravagant spending. Diagon Alley. Of course, he did not forget the purpose of his journey. His first stop was the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. Stepping once more into the opulent marble hall, he found the familiar sight of 100 diminutive goblins, each under 2 feet tall, seated behind a long row of counters, either weighing coins on brass scales or meticulously examining gemstones. In essence, these goblins appeared to be perpetually busy, as if their tasks would never cease. "I need to exchange some galleons, but first, you must inform me of the exchange rate." Ino approached the counter, retrieving a gold coin gifted by old John from his pocket. The unique sound of the gold caused the previously impatient goblin to don a flattering demeanor and respond, "Certainly. Esteemed guest, the rates at Gringotts have always been transparent and publicly available. That is most excellent." Eno placed the gold coin upon the counter and urged, "My time is exceedingly precious. I trust you know what to do." His tone bore a hint of arrogance, yet the fairy across from him wore a demeanor of nonchalance. To the fairy, the young wizard's rather overly simplistic attire belied a core of composure and confidence that many pure-blooded children could scarcely possess. "I shall weigh and assess it promptly. It won't take long," the fairy declared, its smile growing ever more radiant. It understood that working at Gringotts required discerning a client's identity, and mere appearances were insufficient. With this thought, it immediately commenced its task. Color, weight, hardness. A series of meticulous operations led the fairy to ascertain with absolute certainty that the coin before it was indeed pure gold. However, it grappled with the realization that this coin appeared to be an antique of some historical significance. Should it be exchanged solely at the rate of gold? After a moment's contemplation, greed ultimately triumphed over reason. The fairy cautiously remarked, "The purity of the coin is quite remarkable, and its total weight reaches 12 ounces. Thus it could be exchanged for 145 galleons." Upon hearing this, Eno swiftly calculated in his mind. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted some research. The international gold price in 1991 was $350 per ounce, and the exchange rate of dollars to pounds was 195. Over £800 for 145 galleons was indeed a fair price. After considering this, Eno made a decision and promptly produced 2 additional coins from his pocket, saying, "Please assist me in exchanging these as well." Unbeknownst to him, this casual gesture left the fairy somewhat flustered. The fairy appeared to don a mask of anguish, and after a few moments of internal conflict, it quietly stated, "In truth, this coin might be considered an antique, provided you share its history. And no need for that. It is merely a craft item. You may exchange it purely for gold." Eno interrupted the fairy's words. Chapter 15, Platform 9 3/4. Emerging from Gringotts, with a hefty sum of nearly 500 galleons in hand, Eno couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Although the essentials for his soul could not be purchased with money, wealth often brings a profound sense of satisfaction. To speak candidly, since entering this fantastical realm, it was his first time acquiring such a substantial amount of gold, and it was only natural for him to feel a bit euphoric. He envisioned purchasing a custom-made, luxurious robe, an entire bottle of ink, a pet, and more. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Eno's mind: to indulge in a lavish shopping spree. The true secret to enjoying a double dose of happiness lies in the ability to both earn and spend. 2 hours later, outside the leaky cauldron, stood a youth clutching a brown vintage suitcase. The feeling of wealth was indeed delightful. After spending nearly 200 galleons, he had not only acquired all the brand new items listed on his school supply list, but had also splurged 10 galleons on a long-desired instrument, a magically enchanted accordion that could learn sheet music and play by itself. As a bard, lacking an appropriate instrument would render him less than professional, making it easy for others to underestimate him. Naturally, all these items combined do not exceed 50 galleons. The truly valuable possession, however, is the vintage leather suitcase he holds in his hand. This remarkable piece is a no-trace extension carry-on, complete with official Ministry of Magic documentation. Although it merely offers double its original capacity, its price soars to an impressive 150 galleons. It appears that, regardless of the context, the worth of formalities often surpasses that of the items themselves. Eno cast a glance at the suitcase, feeling a twinge of regret over the expense, yet recognizing it as his sole option at this juncture. For a wanderer such as himself, such spatial equipment is utterly indispensable. It not only facilitates daily use, but also provides an additional layer of security for future ventures into the fantastical realm. As evening approached, he found himself reluctant to make this journey, if not for the books he had previously purchased. After all, aside from a newly acquired aluminum kettle, everything else in his former residence had been generously bestowed upon him from the affluent district. Time, much like a wound-up clock, sometimes raced by, while at other moments felt excruciatingly slow, with urgency and leisure perpetually intertwining. 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. On the morning of September 1st, 1991, Eno packed all his belongings into the no-trace extension suitcase, taking one last glance at the room he had inhabited for the past 2 months. After a silent farewell, he closed the door behind him, descended the stairs, bid farewell to Old Tom, and set off towards King S. Cross Station. Paying the taxi driver £7, he arrived at his destination without incident. King S. Cross Station, which has been operational since 1852, serves as a major railway terminus in central London. Witnessing a considerable flow of passengers each day, Eno paid little mind to the station's bustling atmosphere. His primary concern was locating the entrance to platform 9 3/4. To be candid, navigating this large international transport hub was not as straightforward as depicted in films, where a few conspicuous pillars stand out, easily visible to the naked eye. In reality, King S Cross platform occupies an impressive expanse. After a winding search that consumed nearly 10 minutes just to locate platform 9, he encountered many familiar faces along the way, such as Hermione, who stood hesitantly beside her parents, and a boy with dark circles under his eyes, clutching a pure white snowy owl. However, he chose to ignore them. They were not his acquaintances, and there was no need to converge, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles. Eventually, after considerable effort, he finally arrived at platform 9. Witnessing several young wizards vanish behind the stone pillar, Eno boldly charged forward. Platform 9 3/4. With its medieval architectural style and aged steam locomotives adorned in a mottled red and black, exuded a profound sense of history. This sensation felt remarkably familiar. The moment he crossed the platform, a fleeting sense of weightlessness washed over him, reminiscent of his entry into the fantastical world, evoking a similar disorienting sensation. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as a cacophony of sounds suddenly buzzed in his ears. The sound of the train's steam engine, the gentle reminders from parents during farewells, the playful banter among young wizards, and the various pets emitting incomprehensible noises. All these sounds converged, igniting within Eno an impulse to turn and depart. When it comes to noise, if it approaches gradually, one can adapt with a buffer of time. However, this sudden cacophony was truly overwhelming. He resolved to learn a silencing charm, as he had not anticipated the early market rush in London. Without delay, Eno grasped his suitcase and made his way toward the train. He recalled that this train had compartments, and entering one early and shutting the door would afford him some peace. As he boarded the train, he walked past numerous upperclassmen who seemed eager to strike up conversations. He understood that this was not the Muggle world, where a heartbroken girl would languish in solitude. At Hogwarts, the upperclasswomen were formidable beings, armed with potions of enchantment, confusion charms, and even the soul-stealing curse. What frightened Eno most were their gazes, which conveyed not mere affection or admiration, but a stunning possessiveness akin to that of young women beholding a fluffy pet. Faced with such a scenario, he was even less inclined to linger on the train, hastily seeking an empty compartment and slipping inside. The door slammed shut behind him. Perhaps due to the effects of magic, this modest wooden door, while not particularly thick, transformed the small compartment into a sanctuary of profound tranquility. The confined space offered a sense of security, much like a child's desire to hide within a cardboard box, except, of course, for those afflicted with claustrophobia. He silently expressed gratitude for England and its quaint, retro traditions. Inside the compartment, Eno exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. He was grateful that this was Hogwarts. Had it been Beauxbatons in France, his pockets might already be brimming with pink notes. After all, across the vastness of Europe, it was only in England, renowned for its gentlemen and ladies, that young women exhibited a semblance of modesty, albeit superficial. Chapter 16. On the train, time passed slowly. At 10:30 in the morning, the aging steam train emitted its final roar before departure. The towering white mist served as a silent reminder, urging the young wizards on the platform to board swiftly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the platform, Mrs. Weasley was engaged in her customary admonitions, with today's focal point being her youngest son, Ron Weasley, who was about to embark on his educational journey. Ron, you must focus on your studies at Hogwarts. Do not emulate George and Fred, causing trouble day in and day out. Do you understand? Yes, Mum. I will steer clear of George and Fred and seek Percy's guidance. I shall regard Percy as my role model. That would be best. Mrs. Weasley nodded in satisfaction. She was well aware of Ron's insincerity, yet as a mother of 7, she had learned to see through the facade without addressing it. Compared to George and Fred, Ron's current demeanor at least appeared respectable. September 1, 1991, 11:00 Uhr nachts. The Hogwarts Express departed promptly from platform 9 3/4. Within the compartment, Eno leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside, while experiencing the familiar warmth of the old steam train gearing up for acceleration. An express train? Huh. He found it difficult to fathom the source of such confidence. He was beginning to doubt whether this antiquated relic from the last century could even reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the compartment door was pushed open. There's only one person here. If we chase him away, this will become our territory. At these words, Eno looked up in surprise. He had never intended to monopolize the entire compartment, as the principle of this unreserved train was to sit wherever there was an available seat. However, he had never encountered someone so brazen as to simply push the door open and demand someone leave. As the door swung wide, a tall and imposing figure entered, exuding a certain arrogance stemming from his stature. Despite the advantage of size, Eno was not inclined to yield. After all, being in a new and unfamiliar place, he did not want to be labeled as easy prey from the outset, which would inevitably lead to further troubles. Rather than being submissive, he preferred to confront the challenge head-on. Perhaps he would sustain some injuries, but at least no one would dare to bother him easily in the future. Chase me away? Your territory? You are welcome to try. Eno slammed his wand onto the table, the resounding noise startling the hulking figure opposite him. Just as he prepared to take action, another voice rang out from outside. Gaul, step aside. I have told you repeatedly to never forget the decorum and upbringing that come with being pure-blooded. Perhaps genuinely startled, Gaul quickly moved aside with an unexpected swiftness that belied his eyes. Eno turned to see who had spoken, and it became clear who the arrogant individual was. With pale skin, platinum hair, and an incongruous slick-back style for his age, it was unmistakably Draco Malfoy. And who might you be? Perhaps due to Malfoy's impeccably tailored plain robe or the boldness Eno had just exhibited, Malfoy refrained from launching a direct attack. Svanborn? I did not recall such a surname in England. Are you from another country? Perhaps. I have been wandering since birth, yet I have never set foot in my homeland. This statement was a blend of truth and fabrication. For Eno was well aware of Malfoy's intent to discern between bloodlines. However, only a fool would willingly categorize himself and choose sides right at the outset. The best course of action was to remain ambiguous, allowing the other party to seek their own answers. My apologies. However, I believe you must hail from a pure-blood family in Germany, and your eyes are quite distinctive. Malfoy voiced his thoughts candidly. In his eyes, Eno's amber eyes and dark hair were likely inherited from the Germanic lineage. As for purity of blood, Malfoy's perspective coincided remarkably with that of the goblins from Gringotts. Moreover, in Malfoy's view, Muggles could not possibly produce a boy as striking as Eno. No need for apologies. I revel in my current unrestrained existence. Malfoy's demeanor prompted Eno to slightly alter some of his preconceived notions. However, I remain indifferent to one's origins. A surname does not bestow upon me any innate superiority. True nobility lies in transcending one's former self. After 2 years as a bard, Eno effortlessly wielded such sagacious platitudes. I am now quite certain that you and I belong to the same ilk, Malfoy declared, extending his right hand. To this conjecture, Eno neither refuted nor affirmed. Yet, in response to the handshake, a gesture emblematic of Malfoy's camaraderie, he did not emulate the savior's ruthless rejection. After all, one ought not strike a smiling face. If a suitable compartment cannot be found, I do not mind your presence here. However, if you are still harboring thoughts of eviction before Eno could finish, Malfoy interjected. Goyle has never been particularly bright. Do not expect much from him. As he spoke, Malfoy pulled Goyle closer and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Goyle, in turn, stood there with a simpleton's grin, appearing rather dim-witted at first glance. This comical scene elicited a chuckle from Eno, who had no intention of taking offense, and thus reiterated his invitation. Do not linger at the entrance. If you board promptly, you might secure an empty compartment. At this hour, merely finding a seat is fortunate. In light of this invitation, Malfoy did not hesitate, plopping down beside Eno and promptly directing his 2 lackeys to handle the luggage. Half an hour later, the antique steam locomotive, having completed its warm-up, surged forward with newfound velocity, the scenery outside transitioning from a sluggish crawl to a seamless panorama. Through their half-hour of discourse, Eno gained a more tangible understanding of Malfoy. It appeared that the 11-year-old braggart was not inherently malevolent. In fact, his temperament seemed less harsh than that of the nearby Black. Likewise, their brief exchange allowed Malfoy to gradually lower his guard, fostering a sense of familiarity that enhanced the ambience within the compartment. Eno, I hear the boy who lived is also aboard this train. Would you care to join me in meeting him? Malfoy inquired. I prefer the tranquility of reading to mingling with celebrities. Eno decisively declined the invitation, fully aware it could lead to trouble. Very well. You seem more akin to a Ravenclaw bookworm than a Slytherin. Chapter 17, A Test of Skill. After watching Malfoy and his companions depart, Eno leaned back and indulged in a moment of repose, relishing the current tranquility. After all, he had risen at 8 that morning and had been on the go until now. A brief rest would restore his energy for the evening's sorting ceremony. Speaking of the sorting ceremony, Eno immediately dismissed Harry's subjective imposition of house assignments. Perhaps due to his prolonged exposure to divination, he now yearned to follow the whims of fate and discover to which house he would truly belong. He also recalled Snape's earlier mention of the brain-blocking spell and saw this as an opportune moment to test its efficacy. He wondered if the Sorting Hat could still engage in meaningful conversation when confronted with such a barrier. Outside the window, fields whizzed by in rapid succession. As the orderly farmlands gradually faded away, they were replaced by dense woodlands, winding rivers, and verdant hills. Time seemed to be seized by an unseen force, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Eno opened his weary eyes and gazed out of the window, discovering that darkness had fully enveloped the sky, with mountains and trees silhouetted against a deep purple backdrop, rendering his location utterly indistinguishable. His slumber had been a fragmented affair, stretching from noon until dusk. His gaze shifted to the compartment beside him. Still wearing a long face, Eno silently mused. The expression resembled that of someone whose expectations had been shattered after 3 years of online chatting and finally meeting in person. Perhaps at the outset, Malfoy genuinely desired to befriend Harry, yet he had forgotten the greatest torment of this world, to harbor disdain while simultaneously nurturing affection. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. Please keep your belongings on board. We shall transport them to the school. Just as Eno was reflecting, an announcement echoed through the carriage, and the train noticeably slowed. 10 minutes later, the train came to a halt. If you do not intend to disembark and risk missing the opening feast, we shall see you again next year. With that, Eno disregarded the 3 individuals beside him and made his way to the door alone. He shared no deep bond with Malfoy. His mention was merely out of the connection formed by their shared carriage. Pushing open the compartment door, Eno found the previously empty corridor now teeming with young wizards emerging in droves, jostling one another as they surged toward the train doors. Fortunately, his compartment was situated toward the rear, allowing him to avoid the crush of the crowd and simply proceed forward with the flow. Hogsmeade Station, the terminal for the Hogwarts Express, was a quaint and antiquated platform. First-year students, gather around me. Harry, come over here. On the platform, Eno turned at the sound and beheld a giant, towering at least 10 feet tall, adorned with a bushy beard. It's been a while. Hagrid, with a soft sigh, he moved in Hagrid's direction. Meanwhile, above the throngs of heads, Hagrid held aloft a medieval lantern, its orange magical flames starkly illuminating the dark night, accentuating his tangled beard and colossal frame. Perhaps due to a recent rain, the ground was exceptionally slick and he had to constantly navigate around various vines underfoot, perfectly exemplifying the notion of stumbling along. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, with only Hagrid's lantern providing a glimmer of light. Why must it be so utterly dark here? While I do not demand blinding illumination, one could at least install a streetlight. Eno lifted his wand, giving it a gentle wave, murmuring, "Flame bright." At the tip of his elder wand, a flame suddenly sprang forth, quickly swelling to the size of a fist before settling steadily in midair. The culmination of prolonged magical practice had finally borne fruit at this moment. From a distance, it appeared as though a small, dark path had suddenly been illuminated by a tiny torch. The flickering flames emanated a warm glow, swiftly dispelling the surrounding darkness and chill. Those familiar with wilderness survival understand that lighting a torch at night primarily serves to illuminate the way for others, as the bearer of the torch often finds their own vision restricted by the glow. It could either be Hermione or Hannah. Although Eno could not clearly discern their identities, he was well aware that only 2 girls he knew were present. Ignoring the envious gazes of the surrounding young wizards, Eno continued on his path with his wand raised. Soon, he regretted his actions, as the innate tendency of humans to be drawn to light caused the nearby young wizards to unconsciously gather around him. "Don't crowd. I'm talking to you. Don't lean on me." After a flurry of commotion, Eno managed to restore order among the young wizards, though he felt a pang of fear at the thought of a potential stampede caused by his actions. If that were to happen, he might as well bypass Hogwarts and head straight to Azkaban. "Quiet down, little ones. After we turn this bend, you will see Hogwarts for the first time." Hagrid's booming voice invigorated everyone. After all, the arduous journey was all in anticipation of reaching the castle. A few minutes later, the group traversed the slippery path and arrived at the edge of a dark lake. On the opposite shore, a majestic and solemn castle loomed atop a high slope, its spires reaching skyward and its bright windows twinkling like stars against the night. "Remember, each boat cannot hold more than 4 people," Hagrid bellowed, pointing to a line of small boats docked at the shore. In contrast to the hesitations of others, Eno was the first to board a nearby boat. His decisive action had a significant impact. Upon seeing him embark, the other young wizards eagerly followed suit, resulting in a flurry of excitement and movement. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, confirming that none had been left behind before approaching the last solitary boat. "Set sail." The boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake, propelled by an unseen force towards the opposite shore. "Did you just use a fire-making spell?" Eno heard the familiar voice once more from the boat, finally identifying its owner. "Miss Granger, was my previous divination accurate?" he inquired. "I was asking about the magic you just performed." Hermione corrected him. "I know, but I must take responsibility for my divination since I accepted your payment. You are such a miser." Hermione gently bit her lip, genuinely annoyed. This was entirely different from her expectations. Who would have thought that instead of discussing magic, he would fixate on the divination that cost him £1? Chapter 18. Hello. Hogwarts. The boat quietly floated upon the dark lake. Eno relished the tranquility that followed Hermione's sudden silence. Compared to Malfoy, he preferred to avoid excessive entanglement with someone at the center of the story, like Hermione. However, the tranquility did not last long. After just a few minutes, he heard the brown-haired girl beside him begin to talk to herself. "I had completely forgotten about that matter, and our encounter here surely signifies something, does it not? Although it may be construed as a form of capitulation, I still find myself reluctant to engage in conversation, for this girl possesses a certain fierceness." However, Hermione had no intention of letting the matter rest. Her gaze fixated upon the lake's surface, she suddenly exclaimed, "Indeed, your divination is remarkably accurate, and a fee of £1 is entirely reasonable, as it is rightfully yours, Mr. Swinburne." The unexpected elevation of her voice startled Eno, who also discerned a hint of evident grievance and a quiver in Hermione's tone. Faced with this situation, remaining silent would indeed feel akin to bullying a young girl. "I knew it. The illumination charm produces white light, while only the fire-making charm yields orange. But how do you make it obediently reside upon your wand? During the summer, I too attempted this charm, yet it behaved like, well, a rather unremarkable lighter." Hermione, shedding her previous lethargy, began to articulate her insights on magic with great fervor. "The primary function of the fire-making charm is to provide wizards with a flame they can wield at any moment. Your comparison to a lighter is quite apartment." Eno deliberately slowed his pace of speech, having noticed that Hermione's hands were unconsciously clenching her robe tightly, a psychological indication of inner tension. Upon reflection, it was understandable. An 11-year-old girl in an unfamiliar environment would naturally feel anxious. Contemplating this, Eno felt a pang of remorse for his earlier indifference. After all, she was merely a girl separated from her parents. "Miss Granger, you must have read elementary standard charms, have you not? When it comes to mastery of language, none can surpass the bard. Call me Hermione. As for elementary standard charms, I finished it during the summer." Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their conversation. The small boat carried them through the ivy-draped facade of the cliffs, eventually reaching a platform resembling a dock. Under Hagrid's guidance, they walked along a pebbled path for several minutes until they finally arrived at the castle. Before a massive oak door, Hagrid raised his large fist and knocked upon the castle's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The door swung open from within, revealing a tall, slender witch. Some individuals enter with an air of humor, while others bring music. Yet this figure, adorned in a vibrant green robe and a pointed witch's hat, spoke not a word. Her stern countenance alone instilled a palpable sense of intimidation among the young wizards. The previously lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." As the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall understood these young wizards all too well. If she did not assert her authority from the outset, who could predict how mischievous they might become? It would not be easy to discipline them later. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall spoke with a grave demeanor, her wand waving as the towering oak doors behind her swung open completely, resembling a lion's gaping maw, poised to unleash a roar at any moment. This spectacle left the young wizards below in stunned silence. Even Eno noticed a nearby, chubby boy with a nearly tearful expression. It was difficult for him not to commend Professor McGonagall for her commanding presence. "Now, remain quiet and follow me." With that, Professor McGonagall turned and strode toward the castle. In her wake, all the young wizards dutifully formed a line, following her in hushed obedience, with not a soul daring to glance around. They proceeded to a side hall of the Great Hall, where the start-of-term feast was about to commence. However, before that, it was imperative to determine each of their respective houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. There was no superiority among the houses. Each boasted its own illustrious history and had nurtured many remarkable wizards. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over the young wizards, pausing for a few seconds before continuing. The sorting is a tradition of Hogwarts and one of the most significant events in your lives, as it represents the next 7 years of your existence and education. Her tone was solemn. Now, you shall wait quietly here while I prepare for the sorting ceremony. Remember, it is a quiet wait. With Professor McGonagall's departure, the young wizards collectively exhaled in relief. The oppressive aura emanating from such a powerful, which was indeed not something an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, the youthful spirit is inherently restless. A few minutes after Professor McGonagall left the side hall, life returned to the space, and everyone began to engage in hushed discussions. Initially, their conversations were tentative, but as they realized no one was monitoring them, the volume gradually increased, creating a lively buzz. "Eno, which house do you hope to join?" One voice inquired. "I want to be in Gryffindor. After all, it houses this century's greatest white wizard, Headmaster Dumbledore. Ravenclaw is also appealing. As the books say, only those of true intellect are sorted there." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Eno couldn't help but rub his temples. He simply couldn't fathom why Hermione possessed such a loquacious trait. She had chatted incessantly on the boat and still seemed unsatisfied. In the original text, she was portrayed as a cool and wise girl. "I don't know. I'll leave it to them to decide. As long as I'm not placed in an advanced program, I have no objections." Advanced program? ISNT Hogwarts, a 7-year institution? What advanced program? That's a matter for the future. You should focus on the present. He already regretted engaging with Hermione, especially after realizing her verbose nature. Without further ado, merely a glance was enough for the first-year students to feel as if they had been released from a spell, all promptly closing their mouths. And the side hall descended into an almost palpable silence. "Now, everyone form a single line and follow me." Chapter 19, The Unexpected Sorting. The young wizards obediently arranged themselves in a single file, silently trailing after Professor McGonagall as they entered the Grand Hall. What greeted their eyes was a wondrously magnificent and resplendent banquet hall. In the auditorium, the senior students were quietly seated at long tables, divided by their respective houses, while countless candles floated in mid-air, providing ample illumination. To be candid, amidst this solemn atmosphere, even Eno felt a slight pressure, let alone the new students. The mere fact of being scrutinized by hundreds of pairs of eyes at the long tables was enough to render anyone somewhat uneasy. At that moment, Professor McGonagall gently placed a high stool before all the new students, followed by the enigmatic entrance of the Sorting Hat. Intrigued by the Hat's whimsical songs, Eno found the Sorting Hat to be one of the most captivating aspects of Hogwarts. With a legacy spanning a millennium, possessing wisdom and memory, even endowed with thought and an independent persona, this hat would undoubtedly be considered legendary in any fairy tale or folklore. It not only spoke, but also sang, leaving the new students astounded as they finally understood how sorting at Hogwarts took place. It was hardly surprising that the new students were unaware of such matters. Even Malfoy, hailing from a pure-blood family, could not have anticipated the nuances of the sorting ceremony. The tradition of upperclassmen teasing new students during the sorting had long been established at Hogwarts. As the Hat's song concluded and the applause from the audience gradually subsided, Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting patiently, slowly unfurled the parchment. "Now, when I call your name, please step forward. Hannah Abbott." As soon as Professor McGonagall's voice faded, a timid blonde girl emerged from the crowd, her pigtails swaying with each step. An old acquaintance, Eno mused inwardly. Of course, every situation has its pros and cons. In contrast to Hannah's warm and clingy demeanor, the pub owner Tom appeared rather unapproachable. Eno had noticed on more than one occasion that old Tom always regarded him with a watchful eye, as if guarding against thieves. Back to the matter at hand. With Hannah now seated on the high stool, the sorting ceremony of 1991 officially commenced. As time passed, the new students donned the sorting hat one by one. Due to his surname being towards the end, Eno was fortunate enough to witness this spectacle as an observer. From the hat's amusing antics during Harry's sorting to Malfoy's swift placement into Slytherin, and the sorting of Ron, the brave Neville, and the explosive genius Seamus, it was all quite the spectacle. Notably, Hermione was indeed sorted into Gryffindor, just as in the original story. During this time, Eno discovered something quite fascinating that resolved a long-held curiosity of his. After the sorting concluded, the collars and cuffs of the young wizards' robes changed to reflect their house colors. It would be impractical for everyone to buy plain robes and then manually embroider them later. Meanwhile, as Professor McGonagall called out names, the number of students in the new arrivals dwindled, leaving only a few yet to be sorted. Enos Venborn. Upon hearing his name, Eno calmly made his way toward the head table, a gentle and amiable smile gracing his cheeks, with an elegant demeanor complemented by those pure and profound eyes. He effortlessly garnered the admiration of many. After a series of interactions, the main guests, including Professor McGonagall and several other deans, displayed expressions of contentment. For all educators appreciate well-behaved students. However, as is often the case, there are exceptions. Among the distinguished guests, the Slytherin headmaster, Severus Snape, who had remained aloof throughout the sorting ceremony, now wore a rare, cold smirk. His expression resembled that of a spectator watching a familiar opera. While others around him were moved to tears, he appeared distinctly enlightened. As the central figure, Eno was exerting every effort to conceal his true feelings. Curious to see if the sorting hat could still engage him in conversation under such circumstances and whether it could read his thoughts. Relax, there is nothing to worry about. Professor McGonagall reassured him gently. Sitting on the stool, he appeared calm and at ease, yet internally he was highly focused. However, in the next moment, before the sorting hat even grazed the tips of his hair, it had already reached a conclusion. Slytherin, the hat shouted hoarsely. Thunderous applause erupted from the Slytherin table, with several younger girls clapping so fervently that they were blissfully unaware of their reddening palms. Eno's heart sank. He felt utterly numb, with countless words stuck in his throat. But at the subtle urging of Professor McGonagall's gaze, he resignedly made his way to the Slytherin table. To be fair, Slytherin was not as daunting as it seemed, and he had never held any particular bias against any house. The issue was that the sorting hat's swift decision not only derailed his plans, but also attracted unnecessary attention. Eno felt a profound sense of dread. He had just witnessed the sorting ceremony, and no other new student had been assigned to a house the moment the hat touched their hair. Even Draco Malfoy, the fastest to be sorted, had to wear the hat for a second before being placed in Slytherin. With his head bowed, Eno made his way toward the Slytherin table, already envisioning the reactions of those around him. Dumbledore's knowing gaze, as well as the curious expressions of Quirrell and Voldemort. Just the thought of it made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, this was not to say that Dumbledore was malevolent. Eno had never doubted the headmaster's character. After all, this was a world of magic, and no white wizard possessed a dark and malevolent heart. Even Snape, skilled in the arts of mental occlusion, was fundamentally about redemption and protection, not cruel slaughter. That said, compared to the expendable Quirrell, he was far more concerned about the headmaster's scrutiny and attention. If that were the case, the coming years of school life would undoubtedly be extraordinarily eventful. In that moment, Eno simply wished to sit at the table, quickly blend into Slytherin, and live a low-key existence for half a semester. He thought that once Quirrell truly began to stir things up, Dumbledore would have little interest in other matters. Chapter 20, Pansy Parkinson. As Eno journeyed forth, he disregarded the peculiar gazes that surrounded him and settled himself at the Slytherin table. I knew it all along. I sensed on the train that you would be sorted into Slytherin. No sooner had he taken his seat than a flurry of whispers emerged beside him. The tone of the voices left no doubt as to their identity. Do be quiet and maintain your decorum, Mr. Malfoy. Eno felt no inclination to speak, nor did he wish to engage in conversation with Draco. Oh, here we go again. Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Besides, decorum is merely for show. Malfoy retorted nonchalantly. You truly need to keep quiet now, Eno replied, subtly gesturing for Malfoy to look towards the head table. The sorting ceremony had long concluded. As the headmaster, Dumbledore had risen, beaming at all the students before him, his arms outstretched, as if nothing pleased him more than the sight of his students gathered together. Welcome to Hogwarts, as we embark upon a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, allow me to share a few words. Nincompoops, whimperers, riffraff, twist. Thank you all. With that, Dumbledore took his seat, and everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause. Naturally, many were engaged in discussions concerning the peculiar words uttered by the headmaster. And this chatter was not confined to Ravenclaw. Whispers could be heard among the ranks of Slytherin and Hufflepuff as well. How dreadfully idle. Eno found little interest in these discussions. Compared to the riddle of deciphering words, the splendid array of delicacies laid out on the table was far more enticing. Before him alone lay roasted beef, pork chops, a whole roast chicken, bacon, fried lamb chops, crispy fries, boiled potatoes, charcoal-baked crisps, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, assorted breads, and so much more. The long table was laden with countless culinary delights beyond the distance. Gluttony and greed appeared indistinguishable. Eno cast a glance at the adjacent table, where a red-haired first year was greedily devouring 2 drumsticks, as if he had never known the comfort of a full meal at home. Shaking his head in bemusement, he picked up a plate, selected a few nearby dishes, and leisurely began to savor the sumptuous dinner. Do you know that pureblood disgrace? A crisp voice chimed. Are you speaking to me? Ino raised his head with exasperation. Pansy Parkinson. The owner of the voice had sleek, jet-black hair cut to her chin, porcelain skin, and facial features that could be deemed exquisite, albeit with slightly gaunt cheeks that lent her an air of sharpness. I am Ino Byrne. Out of courtesy, Ino set down his utensils and regarded the girl across from him. His impressions of Parkinson were largely shaped by her association with Malfoy. After all, this was the girl who had harbored feelings for him for 7 years, yet ultimately married another, evoking a sense of bittersweet sympathy. However, at this moment, it was hardly an opportune time for conversation. From the moment the banquet commenced, Ino felt the weight of elusive gazes upon him. At Hogwarts, I'm acquainted with only a handful of individuals, yet the one I do not recognize is certainly not among them. Could I perhaps enjoy my dinner in peace? Miss Parkinson? The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. However, this was merely superficial. What Ino failed to perceive was that his recent display of icy retorts had ignited a spark of intrigue among many of the Slytherin girls. Time slipped away unnoticed. Gradually, the banquet approached its conclusion. As the last young wizard set down his utensils, the magic restored the 4 long tables to their pristine condition, rendering the earlier feast a fleeting illusion. Dumbledore rose once more, and all the young wizards below fell into a tacit silence, their gazes once again fixed upon the head table. Now that everyone is satiated, while spirits remain somewhat high, I wish to impart a few words regarding the new academic year's guidelines. First-year students, take heed. The forbidden forest behind the castle is off-limits to students. A point I implore you to remember. This message extends to students of all years. Dumbledore's gaze swept towards the Gryffindor table, where George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting compliance. Our castle caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested that I remind everyone that the use of magic in the corridors during breaks is strictly prohibited, and there are now 127 newly banned items. Interested parties may consult Mr. Filch for further details. The Quidditch trials will take place in the 2nd week of this term. Anyone wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Having delivered this information in one breath, Dumbledore paused momentarily. Lastly, I must caution all. Those who wish to avoid accidents, suffering, and untimely demise should steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. As his words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the Great Hall. The first-year students were truly frightened, while the older students were astonished by the headmaster's unusual demeanor. Perhaps the 2nd and 3rd years felt little impact, but the 6th and 7th years were particularly curious about the headmaster's sudden shift. As for the 4th floor corridor, they harbored no interest. Having traversed it countless times over the years, it was hardly a matter of intrigue. Ino found himself bemused by the apparent bullying of the naive. While others may engage in covert operations to avoid detection, Dumbledore's approach was rather direct, casting the bait right in their faces. Now, before we retire for the night, let's join together in singing the school song. Dumbledore flicked his wand gently, and a long golden ribbon materialized in the air, transforming into lines of text that displayed the lyrics of the school song. Everyone was invited to choose their preferred melody. Dumbledore announced, "Ready, sing, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts." Ino, trailing behind the Slytherin line, wore a somewhat dismayed expression, surrounded by this year's new recruits of the Serpent House. Singing, or rather chanting, is indeed the forte of bards. Yet they are intolerant of discordant voices. But now, amidst the cacophony of diverse tones surrounding him, even interspersed with the funeral march of the school anthem, Ino was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming impulse to cover his ears and flee the scene. Chapter 21. The Ubiquitous Hierarchy. All new students, gather here. Come closer to me. Adhering to the principle of discretion, Ino trailed behind the new students ahead of him, steadily making his way towards the prefect. However, events unfolded in ways he least expected. As the Slytherin newcomers formed 2 lines, he found himself positioned at the very front by the prefect's arrangement. Glancing at Malfoy, who wore an expression of entitlement beside him in the front row, Ino felt utterly speechless. He had initially resolved to remain inconspicuous to avoid drawing attention. Yet here he was, having just endured the Sorting Hat's antics, only to be thrust into the spotlight yet again within a mere meal's time, falling prey to Slytherin's unspoken rules. The situation was now beyond his control, despite being forced into the center stage. He understood that the only course of action available was to remain still and silent. As for retreating discreetly or rashly inquiring about the reason, was he to fear that would be insufficiently attention-grabbing? Notably, the Gryffindor house, whether in a bid to compete or merely to imitate, had similarly placed their newly summoned savior, Harry, at the forefront of their ranks. Once separated from the other houses, the Slytherin newcomers, under the guidance of their prefect, wound their way down the marble staircase along the corridor's side. Throughout the journey, Eno remained attentive to his surroundings. He finally comprehended why rumors suggested that the Slytherin common room was a repurposed dungeon, with such an ambience. Calling it a dungeon might even be an overstatement. Perhaps a death cell would be more fitting. Moments later, the leading prefect halted before a stone wall, turning to face the assembly of newcomers. I trust you have all memorized the route you just traversed? The first step to entering the Slytherin common room is to accurately identify this stone wall. And the second step? How to open it. Malfoy feigned composure as he inquired. While Malfoy seemed intent on projecting an image of maturity and steadiness, he neglected the fundamental aspect of expression management during conversation. His haughty demeanor suggested that he alone among the newcomers was worthy of speaking. Eno discreetly shifted his stance, contemplating awarding Malfoy the title of Best Supporting Actor, blissfully unaware of being used. The prefect opposite him evidently sought to instill a sense of authority among the newcomers, lamenting the lack of responses. Indeed, excellent. This is precisely what I wish to convey. The prefect first cast an amused glance at Malfoy, then turned to address all the newcomers. The second step to entering the common room is to utter the correct password. However, should I discover anyone leaking the password to outsiders, rest assured, I would be more than willing to demonstrate the Slytherin tradition of punishing those who divulge secrets. With this, the prefect's demeanor shifted from gentle to imposing, taking on a chilling aspect under the flickering flames, which only accentuated the foreboding atmosphere. Observing the newcomer's apprehensive expressions, he knew that his intent to establish authority had been achieved. Now, it was merely a matter of compliance. Upon this reflection, the head boy, shedding his previously aloof demeanor, smiled warmly at the gathered crowd. Indeed, having successfully navigated the Sorting Hat trial, you are now members of Slytherin, and I trust you shall never engage in acts of indiscretion. Now listen closely. The password for the common room this month is glory. With his final words, the stone wall before them gradually parted, revealing a narrow passageway reminiscent of the entrance to the leaky cauldron leading to Diagon Alley. The first-year students proceeded through the stone wall in the order established earlier. Mysterious. This was Eno's initial impression of the Slytherin common room. The entire hall was rectangular, flanked by lavish seating and velvet-upholstered sofas. What was most striking, however, was the transparent wall at the far end, beyond which lay the Black Lake. Upon closer inspection, one could even see schools of fish gliding beneath the surface. The Slytherin common room, adorned in deep emerald hues, exuded an air of intrigue, especially against the backdrop of the lake, evoking the sensation of a sunken vessel. Once the newcomers had acclimated to their surroundings, the head boy began assigning dormitories. Perhaps due to the expansive nature of the castle or the inexhaustible rooms within the dungeons, the allocation of Slytherin dormitories varied widely, ranging from pairs to groups of 6. It was evident that Slytherin was steeped in a culture of privilege, a customary practice firmly entrenched within their traditions. Eno's one burn, Draco Malfoy as anticipated. He was among the first names called, and notably, he would share a dormitory with Malfoy. Exhausted by the unfolding events, Enos paid little mind to the reactions around him. His curiosity lay in understanding how, within a house that placed such emphasis on bloodline hierarchy, a stranger like Wynburn could be positioned ahead of Malfoy. He was acutely aware of the origins of his surname, which had been bestowed upon him in a moment of whimsy by an elderly caretaker at the orphanage on his 6th birthday, plucked from the pages of an obscure storybook. Half an hour later, the head boy concluded the dormitory assignments and imparted a few additional announcements before departing. His exit reinvigorated the first-year students, who no longer stood rigidly, but instead began to engage in relaxed conversations. Several students even ventured to converse with the older students lounging on the sofas, and it was evident, from their similar features and nearly identical hair color, that familial ties connected them. Ignoring the inquisitive gazes around him, Enos made his way directly to the assigned dormitory. Meanwhile, in the common room, a lively discussion began to unfold. Draco, were you and Wynburn in the same compartment on the train? What is he like? Pansy suddenly inquired. Her question resonated with the collective curiosity of those present, silencing the previously bustling atmosphere. Even some upperclassmen gazed at Malfoy with curiosity, seemingly anticipating the revelation of some intriguing tidbit. Ahem. Though my acquaintance with Eno is limited, I sensed upon our first encounter that we belonged to the same ilk, true Slytherins. In the ensuing moments, Malfoy endeavored to elaborate on his knowledge of Eno, sharing a plethora of conjectures, deductions, and hypotheses. Naturally, these speculations, after a degree of embellishment, transformed into what could be termed established facts. Chapter 22. The First Divination in the Castle. Achoo! Achoo! Upon entering the dormitory, before locating his bed, Eno was seized by a series of sneezes. He could surmise without a second thought that numerous discussions regarding him were unfolding outside. After all, he had undeniably overshadowed Malfoy during the sorting ceremony, captivating the entire Slytherin house. It was hardly surprising to be the subject of speculation. Eno rubbed his sore nose and began to survey the privileged double room. The emerald-hued cashmere carpet, 2 individual beds exuding the scent of pine, and the thick dark green bed curtains were all noteworthy. Just from the side, one could discern that the curtains boasted a thickness of at least 2 centimeters, making it easy to imagine the tranquility one would enjoy when encased within them. The lamp, ceiling, bookshelf, desk, and sofa, all the furnishings in the dormitory were either green or cool-toned. Well, this was indeed Slytherin. After finding a plaque bearing his surname on one of the beds, Eno reclined upon it, the softness momentarily alleviating all his worries. Gryffindor Common Room. The Scarlet Lion banner representing the house hung aloft. In the spacious common room, several long tables were neatly arranged, accompanied by comfortable sofas and armchairs. A deep brown fireplace stood to the left, while to the right hung a life-size portrait of a witch. If the Slytherin common room exuded an aura of mystery and chill, Gryffindor radiated warmth and brightness. Who would have thought that merely donning a hat would lead me to believe I was wrestling a troll? George and Fred have deceived me once again. In the dormitory, Ron sat on his bed, grumbling incessantly. At that moment, another roommate, Dean Thomas, could no longer contain himself and chimed in. Be grateful. At least you have your brothers at school, 3 of them, unlike us, who might be bullied at any moment. Though Dean was of mixed heritage, his father had passed away early, and he had lived with his mother in the Muggle world, thus understanding the vast difference between having brothers and not in a school setting. His words elicited nods of agreement from Harry, who recognized the truth in them. Indeed, Dudley never dared to bully classmates with brothers, regardless of how frail they appeared. All right, you may have a point, Ron conceded nonchalantly. He no longer wished to continue this topic, primarily because he had not anticipated Harry's siding with others. However, ending the discussion did not equate to silence. After a moment of contemplation, Ron initiated a new round of discourse. Did you all see that today? That dark-haired Slytherin, his sorting speed was even swifter than Malfoy's. Look, the sorting hat barely deigned to touch that fellow. I always thought Malfoy was bad enough, considering his entire family consists of dark wizards. My grandmother says that a house cannot determine one's character. It is merely one's heart that defines good and evil. Neville, who had remained silent until now, bravely expressed his opinion. But I believe Neville has a point. It's akin to when we were sorted in elementary school. I never saw what was so exceptional about the top classes. Andy, as per usual, took a contrary stance. It was difficult to fathom, perhaps because he had just entered Hogwarts, but at that moment, the notion of reviewing textbooks still lingered in Harry's mind. Come on, mate. Do you really think they would have us conjure dragons right away? At most, we'd be able to turn an apple into something else, as long as we knew the correct incantation and waved our wands. Ron shared his perspective once more. In contrast, Harry, after a few seconds of contemplation, surprisingly nodded in agreement. Being utterly ignorant of magic, he was more inclined to trust Ron, who had grown up in the magical world. You're right, Ron. There's no way they would have us transform into dragons right off the bat. By the end of the first day at school, Harry had completely abandoned the idea of pre-studying the textbooks. In the Slytherin dormitory, he could no longer lie down. Any further indulgence would lead to laziness. Eno, eyes closed and murmuring words of encouragement to himself, realized that the bed in the dormitory seemed to possess a magical quality, making it difficult to rise once one lay down. Its softness rivaled the down bedding he had experienced while visiting the Duke in the fantastical world. Thus, after what seemed to be another 10 minutes, Eno finally extricated himself from the bed's embrace and sat before his desk. Glancing back at the enchanting bed, he vowed never to touch it again except for genuine sleep. Despite thorough contemplation, he still could not discern the problem. Since reasoning could not conquer magic, he resolved to combat magic with magic. Eno unbuttoned his shirt and retrieved an ancient die from the pocket of his lining. I will not encounter danger this academic year. I will not encounter danger this academic year. He repeated the divination's message thrice in his mind before decisively casting the die. Clink, clink, clink. The wooden die spun away, grazing the tabletop with a crisp sound. On the surface, the die continued to whirl. After several seconds, he exhaled sleep. Such decisiveness was entirely owing to the outcome of the divination. The number rolled was a rare 5, indicating that his probability of safety throughout the academic year stood at an impressive 80%. After 2 years of countless divination practices, he was well aware that this result was nearly perfect. Regarding the existence of the aforementioned legends surrounding the numbers 1 and 6, it is worth noting that from the moment he acquired the dice, he has never rolled either of those numbers. This is, in fact, quite reasonable, as absolute success and failure are rare in any endeavor. Thus, achieving an 80% probability is already an extraordinary occurrence. After all, the majority of his prior divination results predominantly yielded 3s and 4s, merely offering vague approximations. Returning to the matter at hand, having received a reassuring outcome, Eno reclined on his bed, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, enveloped in the soft embrace of the blankets. At that moment, he experienced a long-awaited sense of relaxation, reminiscent of the carefree days spent traveling alongside Professor Hans, free from worry and responsibility. Perhaps it was the release of mental strain, or perhaps the exhaustion from a day of jostling on the train. In any case, it was not long before the dark green bed curtains were filled with the sound of even breathing. Chapter 23. Snape's Thoughts. Unbeknownst to Eno, shortly after his departure, the Slytherin common room fell into an extreme silence. The head boy, who had previously been present, now returned, standing obediently to the side, devoid of his earlier bravado. Behind the head boy stood a middle-aged wizard with greasy hair. Professor Snape, headmaster. The little snakes, who had just been engaged in lively conversation, now rose to greet him as if confronted by a formidable adversary. However, Snape paid little heed to their salutations, offering only a slight nod as he passed one or two students. He approached Malfoy, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized the boy silently. Professor. Malfoy stood awkwardly, a stark contrast to his earlier exuberance. Do you take pleasure in this honor? Snape surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the gathered students. Do you derive satisfaction from gossiping together? Apologies, Professor. I shall take my leave. I have a paper to write with Snape's admonition. The common room emptied abruptly, leaving only Malfoy, who felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. It was not that he wished to linger. As the only student singled out by the professor, he could not simply walk away as the others had done. A few minutes later, the once spacious Slytherin common room was left with only 3 individuals. Lucius sent me a letter, requesting that I look after his exceptional son. Observing the flustered Malfoy before him, Snape felt reluctant to say much more. Yet, out of respect for the past favor granted by Lucius, he could not ignore the matter entirely. Do as you wish from now on, but do not let me hear any more idle chatter behind closed doors. With a resounding bang, Malfoy vanished through the door, leaving only Snape and the male head boy of Slytherin. Head boy Mondoclythus, hailing from the esteemed house of the Sacred 28, easily comprehended Snape's meaning. Though somewhat reluctant, he understood that circumstances dictated compliance. I know what to do, Mr. Snape. With that, the figure of head boy Mond gradually receded. After a long silence, Snape raised his arm and scrutinized it for a moment before gently lowering it. The sorting hat ceremony today reminded him of someone from his past, a person he had admired during his school days. At the banquet, he once again beheld those amber eyes, which, unlike the purity and clarity perceived by others, revealed only deception to him. It was akin to the countless unknowns and secrets lurking beneath the depths of a cerulean sea. During his time at Hogwarts, Snape had had the fortune of encountering this individual, who shared the same dark hair, the same refined demeanor, and the same graceful charm, often accompanied by a gentle smile. When the two figures merged in his mind, an involuntary shiver coursed through his heart. This was precisely why he had made a special trip to the common room after the banquet. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape was also responsible for the safety of his students. This year at Hogwarts felt peculiar in every aspect, be it the newcomers, the professors, or even the headmaster. Thus, he sought to preemptively eliminate any potential threats, including the time-honored mischiefs of the past heads of houses. Even if it meant sacrificing the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, it was of no consequence. September 2nd, 1991, Thursday. In the early morning, amidst a chorus of calls, Eno reluctantly opened his eyes. Thank you, Draco. I'm awake now. That's good. There is still half an hour before class, so you can still make it to breakfast. I've collected your timetable and left it on the table. Malfoy replied, rushing out. Bang! As the door slammed shut, Eno couldn't help but smile wryly, observing Malfoy's hurried demeanor. He knew without a doubt that he had scurried off to the Great Hall to feign a chance encounter with Harry. Such favoritism. Perhaps it was time to buy an alarm clock. Eno glanced at the pocket watch on his bedside table. It was precisely 8:30, just as Malfoy had said, with half an hour remaining before class. However, he understood very well that within that half hour, he needed not only to wash and dress, but also to contend with the moving staircases, leaving little time for breakfast. 10 minutes later, Eno finished his ablutions and donned a brand new robe, casually picking up the timetable that Malfoy had left on the table. To his surprise, the Charms class was scheduled before Transfiguration. Although it differed from his expectations, it was not entirely unexpected. There was no room for tardiness. As Charms was his most esteemed subject, the first impression from Professor Flitwick was crucial, directly influencing whether he would receive special attention in the future. Being a Slytherin, it was already challenging to gain favor from a Ravenclaw head, and arriving late on the very first day would be disastrous. With this thought in mind, Eno opened his suitcase and retrieved a piece of dried cheese, hastily heading out. 58. Phew, he finally made it. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick had not yet arrived. Eno waited quietly. After a brief battle with the staircase, he finally arrived at the door of the Charms classroom. Upon entering the classroom, I discovered that a considerable number of students had already gathered, particularly a small eagle adorned with a blue collar, who had nearly taken their place. Mr. Swinburne, you may take a seat in the front row, echoed a voice from behind the podium, just as Eno was about to find a favorite seat. I have heard that last night, outside the castle, you successfully cast the fire-making charm, allowing it to quietly hover at the tip of your wand to illuminate for everyone. There stood Professor Flitwick, less than 2 feet tall, ascending a specially designed staircase step by step towards the lectern. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Flitwick. Eno replied with a smile. My passion for magic compelled me to practice extensively during the summer. While I encourage gifted students to pursue their own studies, I must emphasize the importance of not practicing blindly, Professor Flitwick remarked with an approving expression. He then turned his attention to the students in the classroom, adopting a slightly stern tone. I hope you will also remember this point. Do not practice magic in isolation. While I encourage self-study, I much prefer you to practice under my guidance. Chapter 24. The Impatient Charms Class. Eno held a deep admiration for Professor Flitwick, not merely due to his accolades as a champion in the magical dueling championship. More so, it was the fact that he maintained his esteemed position as the head of Ravenclaw during the era when Voldemort's pure-blood ideology prevailed. He also courageously participated in the final battle, continuing to teach at Hogwarts even after the deaths of figures like Dumbledore and Snape. This was no longer a matter of mere strength or intelligence. It was wisdom, the true wisdom of Ravenclaw, gazing at the diminutive figure at the podium. Another image surfaced in Eno's mind. The third generation of Tsuchikage, equally small in stature, possessed both strength and intellect, ultimately living a stable life until the end after numerous ups and downs. As the school bell rang, Professor Flitwick showcased his exceptional teaching skills. He first employed a silent levitation charm to cause textbooks to leap from the drawer. Then, like a dancer, they bounced gracefully to the podium. Following this, he humorously elucidated the principles of spell casting and the proper wand-holding posture to all the young wizards. After all, aside from fools who would disdain a lively, engaging, and relaxed classroom, moreover, Professor Flitwick had not assigned any homework. Time flew by. Eno deliberately delayed packing away his books and notes while observing Professor Flitwick from the corner of his eye. However, reality proved starkly different from his hopes. The anticipated moment of being called aside for a heart-to-heart discussion with Professor Flitwick, followed by a personalized lesson, never materialized. Indeed, there was some arrogance in his assumptions. In the corridor, Eno chuckled at his own naivety. Having read so many stories, he often believed that life was filled with miracles and that he would always be seen in a different light by others. As he turned the corner, he spotted Malfoy, accompanied by Goyle and Blaise, engaged in idle chatter. Upon making eye contact, Malfoy initiated the greeting. Hey, Eno, I had thought that Professor Flitwick would keep you around. Yet here you are, gone so swiftly. Draco, am I being too obvious? Eno felt a twinge of fatigue. Haha, what were you saying just now? Malfoy replied with a self-satisfied grin. It's only those foolish Gryffindors who remain oblivious. If you ask me, Scarhead is none other than Harry Potter. He joined Gryffindor and will inevitably become just as foolish. You wouldn't believe what I witnessed in the Great Hall this morning. Eno hastily interrupted, observing Malfoy's fervent enthusiasm. Indeed, Malfoy's eyes sparkled with realization. You are right. Having grown up in the Muggle world, Scarhead certainly lacks the skill to ride a broomstick. I shall write to my father immediately to send a broom. Those antiquated professors at Hogwarts hardly showcase my flying prowess. Watching the arrogant boy depart as if he were above the clouds, Eno shook his head in amusement while also reflecting inwardly. He now recognized the root of his problem, an excessive desire for quick success. Just think, if even Malfoy could discern his intentions, how could the astute head of Ravenclaw remain unaware? Surely, he must have left a rather mercenary impression. A miscalculation. Eno rubbed his forehead in frustration. Yet there was no one to blame for the predicament he found himself in. He then retrieved his pocket watch. It was 10:30. leaving over an hour until lunch in the Great Hall. As previously mentioned, his intrigue for Hogwarts extended beyond merely the Sorting Hat. It also encompassed the library and the Room of Requirement. Meanwhile, in the castle's dungeons, having already encountered Harry, Snape prepared himself once more to be scrutinized by those emerald green eyes. However, upon seeing the class schedule, he found himself momentarily disoriented, as if caught in a temporal disarray. A Slytherin strikingly reminiscent of that individual, a Gryffindor with green eyes, and himself. Snape's gaze returned to the schedule on the table. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely yearned to discuss everything with Dumbledore, including his suspicions and Eno's Wainburn-esque mental occlusion. Yet, he could never fully trust Dumbledore, for that night in Godric's Hollow was fraught with too many uncertainties. Everything seemed far too coincidental, even excessively so, including the leaks from Sirius. In the empty potions classroom, Snape murmured softly, resembling a lifeless puppet issuing its final self-command before the program rebooted. Hogwarts Library. This place harbors the most extensive and complete collection of magical tomes in all of Britain and indeed Europe, ranging from mundane instructional texts to esoteric high-level magic and even dark arts, truly a treasure trove. Upon his first visit to the library, Eno was utterly astonished by the sheer volume of books. Compared to London Esfoyle's bookstore, Hogwarts Library was a titan, in terms of both collection size and overall scale. The two were incommensurable. The towering walnut bookshelves, over 5 meters high, stood tightly aligned in rows, and one could scarcely see the end at a glance. Perhaps it is due to the first day of the new semester that the library is rather desolate at this moment. Occasionally, 1 or 2 young wizards can be seen huddled in corners, diligently scribbling away, undoubtedly occupied with completing their summer assignments. As he meandered through the vast expanse of the library, Eno felt as though he were wandering through a solitary fortress, the silence almost unnerving. It truly felt so spacious, didn't it? After wandering aimlessly for a while, Eno unwittingly arrived at a corridor cordoned off by a warning line. Upon seeing such a conspicuous sign, he could not help but peer inside. One must understand that the restricted section of Hogwarts has been the breeding ground for countless formidable dark wizards, a veritable training camp for sovereigns. To speak of recent history, in just the past half-century, Voldemort has catapulted to become the nightmare of every wizard across the British Isles. Thanks to secrets of advanced dark magic, it is undeniable that the restricted section played a monumental role in Tom's ascendancy. At that moment, a voice of inquiry arose from behind him. "Child, what book are you seeking?" Chapter 25, The Library. Madame Pants has always harbored a disdain for the commencement of the school year, for it signifies that her cherished tomes will once again be subjected to the merciless hands of careless young wizards. Likewise, the once serene and solemn library would soon devolve into a cacophony. On this very first day of term, she noticed a furtive young wizard stealthily slipping into the library. Feigning nonchalance as he meandered among the shelves, she had seen many students like him before. Unsurprisingly, he halted at the entrance to the restricted section. It did not inspire confidence. She could hardly fathom what could possibly pique his curiosity there, though Madame Pants grumbled internally. She wasted no time in intercepting him as he approached the warning line. "Child, what book are you looking for?" Ahead lies the restricted section, which is not accessible to students. To be candid, Madame Pants initially intended to reprimand him, but the instant he turned, revealing a pair of crystalline, innocent eyes, her tone softened unexpectedly. "Greetings, Professor." Eno slightly bowed, well aware that she was not a professor, yet he maintained his courteous address. As he spoke, he discreetly assessed the witch before him, Irma Pants, the Hogwarts librarian, as described in the original text, a frail woman, well past her 50s. "I'm not a professor. You may call me Madame Pants," she replied with a smile. Unlike the raucous young wizards of yore, this polite and well-mannered boy seemed to awaken her dormant maternal instincts, and her demeanor was surprisingly amiable. "Very well, Madame Pants." Eno nodded gently. "Could you direct me to the section containing books on spells?" "Merlin, this place is simply enormous." "Of course. The collection here is almost beyond comprehension," Madame Pants responded with evident pride, pondering for a few moments before continuing. "There are countless books on spells. However, I recommend beginning with the most fundamental texts. Follow me, child." A few minutes later, Eno accompanied Madame Pants to another section of the library. The theme here revolves entirely around incantations, yet I sincerely advise against indiscriminate reading. Perhaps in a few years, you may attempt to peruse the shelves further back, but not at this moment. Just as Madame Pants was preparing to depart, she suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to say, "Ah, yes. While you are a polite child, I must emphasize that if you tear damage, or otherwise harm the books in any manner, I shall permanently expel you. Hogwarts has bestowed upon me such authority. You need not worry. I will cherish each book as I would a dear friend, Eno promised without a moment's hesitation. He was acutely aware of Madame Pance's character. Although he did not understand why she was so amiable today, it was undoubtedly wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with the true authority of this library if he wished to frequent it in the future. Upon hearing his promise, Madame Pance nodded slightly in approval. I apologize for startling you. It is my duty to clarify the rules of the library to every first-time visitor, as that is my responsibility. In response, Eno remarked nonchalantly, of course. A responsible administrator is not only a boon to the library and its volumes, but also a blessing for us, the borrowers. Such flattery brought a smile to Madame Pance's face. If only all students were as considerate. As Madame Pance departed, Eno's thoughts shifted to the books before him. Unlike most, he harbored no interest in the dark magic of the restricted section. Even the most unforgivable curses, when wielded by a novice wizard, would at most cause Mad-Eye, Moody, and Nosebleed. Yet, similarly, even Death Eaters, bound together, could not withstand the fire conjured by Dumbledore with a mere flick of his wrist. Thus, it is evident that it is not the spells that hold power, but rather the individual who casts them. Returning to the matter at hand. Amidst a dazzling array of titles, Eno prudently selected the second-year edition of Standard Spellbook. Nothing more, as safety was paramount. He carefully picked up the book and proceeded to the adjacent reading area. Upon opening the tome, he discovered that, compared to the introductory standard spells, the second-year textbook not only revisited previously covered incantations, but also introduced several practical charms, such as the expansion charm, the freezing charm, the general counterspell, and the squeaking charm. The potions classroom at Hogwarts is located in the castle's dungeons, making it the closest classroom to the Slytherin common room. The Slytherin students have always placed great importance on their head of house's lessons, arriving early to the classroom without engaging in idle chatter, resulting in an eerily quiet atmosphere. However, this tranquility was short-lived as it was soon disrupted by the increasing number of Gryffindors entering the classroom, their animated conversations gradually filling the air. Honestly, there's no need to arrive this early. Look at the time, Harry. We're 20 minutes ahead. Ron, enough already. Let's get inside. Have you forgotten about this morning's Transfiguration class? Besides, Professor Snape seems far less forgiving than Professor McGonagall. Before the students had even arrived, their voices had preceded them. In the relatively quiet confines of the basement, the voices from the corridor resonated far and wide. Inside the classroom, Draco Malfoy, who had been on the verge of dozing off, suddenly perked up upon hearing Harry's name, his eyes gleaming with mischief, embodying the essence of someone eager to stir trouble. Time passed slowly. In the back row, Eno sat quietly, watching with keen interest as the little wizards trickled into the classroom. Harry, Ron, the ever-volatile Seamus, the resolute Neville, and the ever-inquisitive Hermione, among others. Interestingly, Hermione appeared to harbor a slight grudge, as she turned her head away and raised her chin haughtily when passing by him, resembling a proud swan. It was perplexing. It was as if she were owed something. Eno, somewhat at a loss, reflected that he had not offended Hermione, especially not since the sorting ceremony, when they hadn't exchanged a single word. At precisely 2 o'clock, the door swung open with a bang, and Professor Snape, the potions master, strode into the classroom with purpose. His tall and slender figure was draped in a flowing black robe, its sleeves billowing as if moved by an unseen breeze. The candles along the classroom walls flickered to life with each of his steps, igniting one by one. As he reached the podium and turned to face the class, the candelabra seemed to synchronize, casting a brilliant glow throughout the room. Snape stood calmly at the front, his cold gaze sweeping across the students, who dared not meet his eyes. Excellent. It appears you all comprehend the significance of punctuality, he remarked. Chapter 26, Potions Class. After a brief silence, Snape slowly descended from the podium, beginning to circle the desks. I hope you understand that your purpose here is to study the precise and rigorous art of potion making, and not to indulge in frivolities. Of course, I do not expect you to truly appreciate the exquisite sensation of a gently simmering cauldron, wafting with fragrant steam. However, should I discover anyone here being negligent or causing disruption? At this point, Snape deliberately halted, fixing his gaze squarely on Harry. How could I forget? Some of you are endowed with a certain notoriety, your names so well known that they're almost household terms. What seemed like a compliment was laced with sarcasm, unmistakable to all present, especially as Snape's silent scrutiny of Harry made the target of his derision abundantly clear. Potter, tell me, what would happen if one were to mix powdered daffodil stems with the juice of mugwort? Harry, bewildered, could only ponder the meaning of daffodil stems and mugwort. He regretted having listened to Ron, and even more so for neglecting to prepare before class. Nevertheless, he turned to Ron for help, hoping this friend from a wizarding family might provide some guidance. However, Ron appeared just as dazed, as if he had not yet fully awakened. "Very well, let us try a different question," Snape continued, his tone unwavering, though a flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "Potter, if I were to ask you to find a piece of dungstone, where would you look?" Gazing at the enchanting shade of emerald green, Snape remained undeterred and inquired, "Pray tell, what distinguishes the aconitum boat-shaped from the aconitum wolfsbane?" "I am afraid, Professor, I do not know. However, I believe Miss Granger might have the answer. Why not inquire with her?" "Hermione." Harry found himself increasingly vexed by the relentless barrage of questions. He simply could not comprehend why this professor insisted on confronting him, especially when Hermione's hand was nearly raised to the ceiling. Harry Potter challenges a professor. 50 points from Gryffindor. After the deduction, Snape continued to disregard Hermione's eagerly raised arm, turning his gaze elsewhere. "Severus." "Professor, the answer to the first question is the elixir of life. For the second, it is the bezoar located in a goat's stomach. And, as for the final inquiry, the two varieties of aconitum are indistinguishable, collectively referred to as aconitum." To be fair, though his interest in potions was scant and he had not reviewed the material, he was not daunted by the infamous trio of lethal questions. Snape spoke with an air of composure. "Now, elucidate for me what the study of potions signifies to you, or what you perceive to be the fundamental purpose of potions." What appeared to be a straightforward question was, in fact, a meticulously crafted inquiry by Snape. What could it signify? Eno, somewhat perplexed, found it hard to believe such a question emanated from Snape. Yet, he quickly realized this was fortuitous. If Snape were to delve into the contents of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, that would be truly confounding. After a brief moment of contemplation, he arrived at an answer. Snape's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, for during that fleeting moment of reflection, a multitude of images danced in Eno's mind. He envisioned someone suffering from a scalding injury, unable to receive proper treatment, relegated to a corner, whispering to their wound while silently weeping, too fearful of making a sound that might attract the ire of the older children. A tender young girl, mercilessly beaten, left alone on a frigid, hard bed for days without care. In the dead of night, she would speak to herself, assuring that her mother would come for her one day, insisting that she felt no pain, for her mother despised weeping children. She must wait for her mother. Yet a week later, the girl's presence vanished, and the matron claimed her injuries were too severe. Thereafter, the night was devoid of her stifled sobs and whispered comforts. In the bitter cold of winter, a group of children clad in thin shirts huddled together for warmth. However, come spring, it was often noted that a few familiar faces among the children were conspicuously absent. These memories flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. Meanwhile, Snape had silently released the legilimency spell while simultaneously employing occlumency to shield himself from external influences, striving to perceive everything clearly. Perhaps he had never intended for it to escalate to such extremes, but the thought of those verdant eyes lingered in his mind. At this moment, Snape harbored but one thought: to protect while averting the recurrence of tragedy. Suffering has always been drawn to ordinary individuals, for the mundane cannot conjure miracles. Yet, he aspired to be the miracle among the ordinary, as if fate had chosen him. Thus, the potions classroom fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, this turn of events left not only the young wizards bewildered, but also Eno in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the spirits of the surrounding little serpents, for they were aware that this was a one-time reward of 10 points. Naturally, where there is joy, there must also be discontent, exemplified by Miss Granger, whose lips were pursed in indignation. To her, this was an injustice. She was the sole student to raise her hand in the classroom, yet the professor chose to turn a blind eye. The potions class proceeded in an orderly manner, perhaps due to a slight improvement in Snape's mood. For the remainder of the lesson, Harry became akin to a powerful magnet, absorbing all of Snape's ire, even when Neville knocked over a cauldron, which resulted only in a superficial reprimand. It seemed that Snape was unwilling to squander his precious points on Neville. "Potter, why did you not intervene when he overturned the cauldron? Allowing your classmate to err only highlights your own merits." 1 point from Gryffindor. "Potter, your wandering gaze during class." 1 point from Gryffindor. "Potter, why do your eyes remain fixated on the cauldron?" 1 point from Gryffindor. Each deduction was but a solitary point. Yet the humiliation was profound. Faced with endless mockery and frequent penalties, Harry felt as though he were on the brink of madness. It appeared that whatever he did was wrong. Daydreaming was deemed careless, while showing diligence was criticized as being overly rigid. At long last, when the class ended, he was penalized once more for hastily packing his belongings, branded with contempt for the class. Another point deducted. Chapter 27. Inno's Ace. After potions class, the Gryffindor Lions fled the classroom as if escaping. I cannot fathom why Dumbledore would appoint such a person as a professor. Just look at that expression. Harry, I have no doubt that if it were just the two of you in the classroom, he might even resort to harming you. In the corridor, Ron, ever the armchair strategist, confidently analyzed Snape's behavior. Enough, Ron. Harry wearily waved his hand. After an hour of bombardment, he longed for a tranquil place to reflect on what had offended Snape. It is exceedingly rude to discuss a professor behind their back. Hermione's voice chimed from behind them. Excuse me, please. Miss Granger raised her chin as she passed by them. Before Hermione could walk far, Ron, visibly aggrieved, exclaimed, "Look at her haughty demeanor. Even Neville has noticed that the old bat is targeting you and Gryffindor, and she still refers to him as Professor. Ron, let us go. We shall find Hagrid." In the little hut just outside the castle, Harry wished only to escape to a place where he could unwind. Very well. There are no classes this afternoon, anyway. Ron shrugged, acquiescing to Harry's proposal. Meanwhile, he increasingly felt that Malfoy was turning out to be quite a decent roommate. Not only does he have the morning wake-up service, but even at noon, Malfoy would specially come in to rouse him from slumber. Most importantly, Malfoy's temperament is indeed wild, colloquially known as a free spirit. This not only allows him to enjoy the privilege of a single dormitory, but also grants him the freedom to practice magic without restraint. Despite the castle's vastness, finding a quiet place to practice magic proves quite challenging. If one chooses the corridors, one must remain wary of the elusive Filch. If opting for the abandoned classrooms, one must also be cautious of the exuberant young wizards. In short, seeking a place in Hogwarts that remains undisturbed is indeed a formidable task. Perhaps only the legendary Room of Requirement on the 8th floor serves as a safe and secretive refuge. A fool would venture into the Room of Requirement. Eno gazed at his empty dormitory, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Simultaneously, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Malfoy and Harry. In truth, he did not wish to avoid the Room of Requirement, but rather, the circumstances did not permit him to do so. Though it seemed the fervor surrounding the sorting ceremony had subsided, in reality, this moment was critical. Dumbledore and the duplicitous Quirrell were far from harmless. Reflecting on Snape's unusual inquiries today, Eno now realized that things were likely more complex than they appeared. They all seemed to play the behind-the-scenes game. It is best they do not provoke me. Contemplating his future predicament, Eno instinctively reached for the secret pocket within his lining, which contained the most precious items he had accumulated over the past 2 years. It is worth noting that even old John's bag of gold coins merely resided within a non-visible extension box. Fragmented, upon returning to his dormitory and taking a brief respite, Eno began his daily essential practice of spellcasting. With the utterance of incantations, a beam of white light shot forth from his wand, striking a teacup several meters away. At the moment of magical contact, the teacup shattered into countless pieces. Restored to its original form, the myriad shards of porcelain momentarily froze in midair, and then, as though drawn by an invisible force, they reassembled, presenting a brand new teacup upon the table. Softening charm, cutting charm, repairing charm, fire-making charm, and even a newly learned freezing charm and expanding charm. During the following moments, Eno relentlessly attacked and repaired the teacup, repeating this cycle. In a mere half-hour, a plain ceramic teacup endured the ravages of a kaleidoscope of spells. It resembled an 18th-century Western cowboy, reflexively pulling the trigger upon grasping a gun. Some seasoned cowboys could even hit their targets without aiming, achieving a true alignment of thought and action. To some extent, this marksmanship transcended the realm of physics, becoming somewhat metaphysical. Yet, it undeniably existed. Historically, the renowned American gunslinger Bill achieved the extraordinary feat of single-handedly defeating 100 opponents in combat with 2 revolvers in 1864. Emerging unscathed. In this moment, Eno is emulating the cowboys, mimicking the instinctive reflexes they displayed during duels, a phenomenon often referred to as the flow of sight, hand, and spell. In such circumstances, the precision of spells becomes paramount. Even the most formidable curse, like the Killing Curse, is rendered futile if it fails to strike its target. However, this observation pertains solely to singular spells. Should a conflagration akin to the Great Fire of the Parisian cemetery arise, the notions of precision and evasive maneuvers would be utterly in vain against such overwhelming flames that could engulf an entire city. Meanwhile, on the lawn outside the castle, Hagrid, "We have come to see you." Harry approached and rapped on the stone cottage's door, shortly followed by the sounds of barking and heavy footsteps emanating from within. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid's enormous figure before the two. With a warm greeting for Harry, he simultaneously soothed the restless Fong with his gigantic hand. It was Harry's inaugural visit to Hagrid's abode. Upon entering the humble dwelling, he could not help but gaze around in awe. The entire cottage comprised a single room, lending the space a somewhat chaotic appearance, with dried meats and hams hanging by the window. In the center of the room stood a large fireplace, bubbling with boiling tea, while a patched bed was situated against the walls on either side. "Come, make yourself comfortable. There is no need for formality here," Hagrid exclaimed, placing a platter of rock cakes on the table before taking a seat himself. The wooden chair creaked ominously under his weight, causing Harry to feel a jolt of apprehension, fearing the chair might not withstand Hagrid's massive frame. Once seated, Hagrid belatedly acknowledged Ron's presence and began muttering under his breath. "Another redhead. I hope you'll be more composed." However, Hagrid's supposed whisper was perfectly audible to Ron, who immediately flushed crimson. Yet, before he could rise, Harry firmly restrained him. "Hagrid, Ron is also my friend," Harry interjected, perhaps sensing Harry's discontent. Hagrid scratched his head and turned to Ron with an apology. "All right, I apologize. It's just that your twin brothers are notoriously unruly. They truly know how to stir up trouble." Chapter 28. The Astute Hagrid. It is often said that when individuals share a common adversary, their bond strengthens rapidly. Considering that the school year had only just commenced, Ron was still fuming over George and Fred's deception during the sorting ceremony. Upon hearing Hagrid's criticisms of George and Fred, Ron felt an instant connection, eagerly joining the tirade. Harry observed the two across the table. Where the earlier tension had dissipated entirely, they now resembled long-lost friends engaged in lively discourse. Although the scene was somewhat peculiar, Harry chose not to interrupt. Finding delight in their camaraderie, with few friends at Hogwarts, he was pleased to see Ron and Hagrid getting along so well. Their conversation continued for over half an hour. Ron was engrossed in conversation until he felt a thirst and realized there was but a lonely plate of rock cakes on the table. "How forgetful of me." Upon noticing Ron's intention, Hagrid also slapped his forehead and hurried to fetch the boiling tea from the stove. Seizing the moment while Hagrid was away, Harry quickly signaled Ron with his eyes. "Hey mate, what is wrong with your eyes? Why are you blinking so much?" Ron asked, perplexed. "Ron, let us pause the discussion about your brothers for a moment. I want to learn from Hagrid why Snape seems to have it in for me." I haven't tea provoked him at all. Harry halted mid-sentence as Hagrid approached with the kettle. Ron, displaying his keen awareness, gave Harry a reassuring glance, indicating he would assist in extracting information. "Hagrid, do you know what we experienced today? It was Snape. You didn't see his menacing demeanor. I bet if there hadn't been anyone else around, Snape would have harmed Harry or even killed him." Ron shared his thoughts on Snape once more. However, contrary to Ron's expectation of agreement, Hagrid countered in an unusual manner. "Harm Harry? That's impossible. You must be imagining things. It's simply isn't true." "Hagrid, I genuinely feel that Snape harbors a deep hatred for me," Harry interjected at the opportune moment. "But I have never provoked him. You know that I hadn't even seen him before coming to Hogwarts." Compared to Ron's exaggerated description, Harry appeared much more rational, likely due to his recent entry into Gryffindor. Hagrid, somewhat conflicted, stroked his thick beard. Faced with the hopeful gazes of Harry and Ron, he found it challenging to maintain his stance. "Well, I can only say that Snape would never harm you. After all, he is a professor at Hogwarts. Even if you don't trust him, you must trust Headmaster Dumbledore." Upon hearing this, Harry nodded in agreement, and even Ron, usually quick to argue, refrained from dissenting. "As for Snape's apparent targeting of you, I would argue that he directs his ire towards all Gryffindors, and you just happen to be the most notable among them." Hagrid couldn't help but feel pleased with his clever reasoning. He had conjured such an excellent excuse in a short span of time. Harry, appearing enlightened, seemed to temporarily accept this rationale, as it appeared quite reasonable. Time continued its silent passage. On a morning 2 days later, Eno once again enjoyed the exclusive wake-up service from Draco, which further solidified his intention to purchase an alarm clock. "Draco, you've applied hair gel 3 times already. Are you certain this won't damage your roots?" Eno leaned against the headboard, watching Malfoy perform his dazzling routine. He simply couldn't comprehend why one would need to rise at 6 for a mere flying lesson, engaging in such an elaborate washing and grooming ritual. Apologies for using the term grooming, but he truly could not fathom why a normal boy would douse himself in perfume at such an early hour, or spend half an hour in front of the mirror merely to perfect his hairstyle. What do you think of this shirt?" Malfoy, disregarding the hair gel issue, redirected the conversation towards his attire. Truth be told, were it not for the daily wake-up service, He would have relished the opportunity to inform the other party that no one would lift their robes merely to admire the concealed shirt beneath. That is splendid. Do hurry and freshen up. Don't forget about the flying lesson later. I shall head to the Great Hall now. Moments later, Ino too rose from his bed. He was quite eager for the flying lesson, for it was not solely a matter of humanity's inherent yearning for the skies, but also a matter of his future survival. Perhaps I shall have to procure a magic carpet? Lost in thought, Ino cast a glance at the suitcase by his bedside. Despite the extension charm that had enhanced its capacity, it was still insufficient to accommodate a flying broom. It appeared that England had yet to sell magic carpets. Summer was bound to be busy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, in the Great Hall, Malfoy fortuitously encountered the person he wished to see. Upon spotting Harry and Ron entering the hall, Malfoy promptly discarded the pretense of pure-blood dignity and began to shout boisterously. Surrounded by the new Slytherins, Malfoy regaled them with tales of his legendary exploits. At the Gryffindor table, Ron seemed to be sipping milk, yet his ears were perked up in anticipation. Harry, are Muggle airplanes easily damaged? Aren't they quite perilous in the skies? When it came to curiosity, Ron was ever the champion. Malfoy is just bragging. Harry decisively shook his head. Though I've never flown in an airplane, I reckon if a steel behemoth several hundred feet tall were to come barreling towards us, neither he nor his father would stand a chance. Merlin S. Socks. Several hundred feet? That S larger than a dragon. Ron's eyes were wide with astonishment as he struggled to fathom how such a colossal creature could ascend into the heavens, particularly one crafted from steel. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy noticed Harry seemingly glancing in their direction, which only heightened his enthusiasm. He continued to elaborate on how he evaded Muggle airplanes, raced alongside dragons, and journeyed with Thunderbirds, sharing a myriad of fantastical experiences one after another. The exaggerated embellishments and ornate language drew Ino, who had just arrived in the hall, to pause and listen intently. Chapter 29. Flying Lessons, Validation, and Speculation. The commotion in the Great Hall persisted for over half an hour, not due to Malfoy exhausting his anecdotes, but rather because it was time for class. At 9 a.m., outside the castle, Madame Hooch appeared on time, soaring in on her broom. After circling the students, she landed gracefully on the lawn. Before we commence, I must stress one point. During the flying lesson, you are to heed my commands. Of course, if you fancy plummeting from several feet in the air and spending the latter half of the term confined to a hospital bed, feel free to disregard me. Come here. All of you. I shall demonstrate just once. Madame Hooch approached the gathered crowd, preparing to showcase the correct flying posture. Just as the group was poised to practice the command to mount their brooms, a voice rang out from the throng. Professor, I have a question. Ino raised his hand, directing his gaze towards Madame Hooch. His action successfully captivated everyone's attention, particularly Hermione, who now stared wide-eyed, embodying a visage of curious intrigue. This is splendid. Feel free to voice your questions now. The same goes for you all. Do not wait until you are airborne to present various concerns. Madame Hooch, with a serious expression, gazed at the crowd before stepping forward to Ino. All right, child. Now express your doubts. Professor, I fail to comprehend why broomsticks can carry us through the skies. If it is merely magic, why then do we have different brands and models that result in varying speeds and performances? I mean, if it were solely magic, shouldn't their velocities be uniform? Ino earnestly articulated the queries he had harbored for years. His curiosity regarding the mechanics of flying broomsticks was piqued. If they were simply vehicles for flight, it would not be astonishing, easily categorized as wondrous magic. Yet they function much like machinery, distinguished by brand and model, even emphasizing different aspects, rendering magical explanation elusive. Madame Hooch candidly acknowledged her limitations. However, I advise you to consider taking potions in your 6th year, or perhaps seek answers in the library. Thank you for your invaluable suggestion, Professor. In response to Madame Hooch's honesty, Ino remembered to uphold the basic courtesies of a student. Their friendly exchange, devoid of impropriety in the eyes of either, was nevertheless overlooked by the small wizards observing nearby, particularly among the Slytherins, where many girls exhibited expressions of admiration. After all, for a student to stump a professor is a remarkable feat, even if that professor teaches merely a flying class. In contrast to Slytherin, Gryffindor's reaction was much more complex. Some offered praise, others remained silent, while some displayed disdain. Yet, Miss Granger alone regarded Ino with a contemplative gaze, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. Following this brief interlude, Madame Hooch resumed her instructional duties. Listen closely when I blow the whistle. You must push off the ground with all your might. Remember to grip your brooms tightly and aim to ascend a few feet into the air. Finally hearing the permission to fly, the young wizards exhibited excitement, including Malfoy. However, Ino remained unfazed, perhaps due to his long masquerade as a seer. desiring to test the inertia of fate. Yet this time, the stakes were higher, as what transpired next was of great significance, directly impacting whether Harry would be admitted to the Quidditch team. Only by joining the team could the trio cast out on Snape during the match, potentially propelling all subsequent developments. For now, his role was to quietly observe, curious to see if Neville would, as in the original story, lose control of his broom. A quarter of an hour later, the inertia of fate inevitably unfolded. "Help! Help me!" echoed Neville's desperate cries from Adair. The old broom soared like a wild stallion, in an instant reaching several dozen feet above the ground. On the ground, all the young wizards were in a state of chaos. Yet, Eno remained unfazed. He did not showcase his rudimentary magic, nor did he attempt to rescue anyone or earn points. After all, this was Hogwarts. Who would joke about a student falling to their death in broad daylight? If Neville were truly in peril, Eno would undoubtedly have turned and walked away without hesitation. There were other schools in Europe besides Hogwarts. After all, in mid-air, Neville clutched his broom with all his might, struggling amidst the perilous situation. It appeared he was at least 60 feet above the ground, approximately 18 meters, equivalent to about 78 stories high. One should not underestimate such a height. Given Neville's round physique, if he were to lose control and fall, the risk of fatality would be significant. However, the events unfolded dramatically. While Neville did indeed fall, he only sustained an injury to his arm, after Madame Hooch personally escorted him for treatment. The subsequent events mirrored those in the original text. In a fierce contest for Neville's memory ball, Malfoy and Harry engaged in a thrilling aerial duel. For the other young wizards, the spectacle of their competition in the sky was a rare treat. Eno, however, could not be bothered to glance up. His mind was preoccupied with the earlier incident. Neville's broom had ultimately gone out of control. Was it the inertia of fate or something else? This also led him to ponder whether events that seemed destined were truly immutable. If they were, then why had some minor details already changed? What significance did divination hold? Meanwhile, in the sky, the struggle between Malfoy and Harry intensified. As Malfoy exerted himself to throw the memory ball, Harry shot forward like a soaring arrow. With all his strength, he managed to seize the falling memory ball just inches from the castle. Not only did Harry execute an extraordinary maneuver, but he also performed a smooth turn, coming to a steady stop mid-air. Yet, no one noticed the shocked and furious expression of Professor McGonagall behind the window. The flying lesson ultimately concluded in a hasty manner. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, it successfully taught everyone how to control their broomsticks. It was akin to learning to ride a bicycle. Once balance was achieved, the rest was left to time. Chapter 30. Malfoy's Retaliation. How can they do this? Scabbers clearly violated school rules. I must write to my father. In the dormitory, Malfoy complained loudly. 3 days had passed since the last flying lesson, and following Harry's impressive display, Professor McGonagall had taken him away on the spot. Just when everyone believed Harry would face severe punishment, the plot took an unexpected turn. Not only was Harry selected for the Quidditch team against all odds, but he also secured the vital position of Seeker. Upon hearing this news in Slytherin, Malfoy's defenses crumbled instantly. Yesterday afternoon, he had been in the common room, engaged in spirited discussions with others, speculating on the nature of the punishment that awaited Harry. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, the instigator Neville, and a crowd of curious Gryffindors, along with Harry's owl, all became targets of his vitriolic remarks. After listening to Malfoy's incessant complaints for over half an hour, Eno could no longer contain himself. "Draco, do you know why the emblem of Slytherin is a serpent? Because even in defeat, a snake does not succumb to despair or complaint. It retreats into the shadows, quietly preparing, nurturing strength, resilience, and determination in the depths of adversity, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision." In the dormitory, the bard's storytelling, with its distinctive cadence, captivated Malfoy's attention. His gaze was both clear and profound, his form sinuous and graceful, while his tale danced with an ethereal quality, each movement suggesting an unpredictable nature and the wisdom to adapt for survival. "Draco, remember you are a true Slytherin, so do not emulate those toads, for they offer nothing but noise." Eno did not confront him directly, but rather employed anthropomorphic metaphors, subtly flattering Malfoy while deftly redirecting his thoughts. Indeed, the effect was immediate. It seemed Malfoy was quite taken by this approach. He pondered quietly for some time before suddenly slapping his thigh. "You are right. I am a Slytherin. I must find an opportunity to teach Scarhead an unforgettable lesson." It was unclear what thoughts had crossed Malfoy's mind, but his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, and an unusual flush colored his cheeks. "It appears you have grasped it. Congratulations. A quintessential Slytherin. However, it is quite late now, and if there is nothing else, you should rest. Observing Malfoy cease his complaints, Eno generously offered his praise. Oh, and do not forget to wake me in the morning. With that, he drew the curtains of his bed, dismissing Malfoy from his thoughts. Time subtly slipped away during these tranquil days. Unbeknownst to him, the first fortnight of the academic year had passed. Beyond the routine of classes and the library, he spent the remaining hours practicing magic in the dormitory or ascending the astronomy tower, where he could admire the sunrise while singing to himself. Speaking of singing, one must mention the accompanying instrument. Though he had endeavored to elevate the concept of magic, he was still astounded by the self-playing accordion. Purchased for 10 galleons in Diagon Alley before the term commenced, it exceeded all expectations. Not only did it play automatically, but could also recognize sounds and store compositions in an integrated manner. On one occasion, he casually hummed Schubert's Serenade, and the accordion automatically identified the piece, storing it in a conventional musical notation. It was akin to a multifunctional recorder, capable of looping playback whenever desired. In the Slytherin dormitory, after a day of classes, Eno quietly reclined in a chair to rejuvenate his spirit, with an open copy of Practical Household Magic resting beside him. Indeed, household magic. This is certainly not a mere guide for muggles like British Housewife, instructing one on the mundane tasks of laundry, cooking, and cleaning. In a certain sense, Practical Household Magic published by Silent Publishing holds far greater value than standard spells. It could even be regarded as an encyclopedia of enchantments, for it not only contains a diverse array of spells, but also delves into the methods and techniques of spellcasting. Half an hour later, he found himself immersed in music, reading, and practicing magic. To be honest, he had begun to develop a fondness for the privileges of Slytherin. If he were truly sorted into Gryffindor, as described in the original work, the dormitory would be a cacophony of noise, making it nearly impossible to practice magic or even complete an assignment in peace. After all, one cannot expect the boisterous and energetic little lions to suddenly become docile. Bang! Just as Eno was about to change the track, the dormitory door was roughly pushed open. I just issued a duel challenge to Scarhead in the hall, and he accepted, tonight at midnight in the trophy room. Upon returning to the dormitory, Malfoy rushed in, recounting his recent experience, exclaiming how he had left Harry stunned, and how Weasley was merely fit to stand by as a mere echo. By the way, can you accompany me tonight? Be my assistant, and let us teach Scarhead and his cronies a proper lesson. I'm sorry, I cannot violate school regulations, Eno replied without hesitation. Are you joking? If the acceptance letter is the key to the magical path, then a midnight duel surely signifies the start of an adventure. Heaven knows how many eyes would be secretly watching this duel. After managing to keep a low profile for over half a month, he had just begun to fade from the public's gaze. Only a fool would leap back into the spotlight. Malfoy, on the other hand, seemed unsurprised by this outcome and did not appear angered by Eno's refusal. Very well, I shall proceed according to my plan. Scarhead is finished. And so is that Weasley. Watching Malfoy sink into a state of self-satisfaction, grinning foolishly, Eno could only shake his head. In the common room, Mr. Slytherin, are you heading out? Upon stepping out of the dormitory, Eno heard a bright voice behind him and promptly halted. Good afternoon, Miss Parkinson and Miss Greengrass. Before him stood two girls from his year, Pansy and Daphne. To be fair, these two young ladies could be considered the prominent figures of this cohort. This is not to say that they were particularly malicious. Rather, they epitomized the legacy of Slytherin, astute, cunning, yet undeniably elegant. So, are you heading out to practice? Pansy's gaze naturally drifted toward the accordion nearby. Daphne, seizing the opportunity to join the conversation, teased. I wonder if we might be fortunate enough to hear you perform a piece. Very well, it would be my honor. After a moment of contemplation, Eno acquiesced. Having chosen to embrace a low profile and integrate into Slytherin, he understood the necessity of not being too eccentric. Appropriate social interactions were indispensable. At times, excessive modesty can often be a form of alternative flamboyance. Although I have yet to master the art of performance, I can certainly regale you with an intriguing tale. In the public lounge, Eno set down his accordion, finding a secluded corner to settle into. Chapter 31, The Midnight Duel. On that fateful night, as midnight approached, Eno heard a rustling from the dormitory, followed shortly by the sound of a door creaking open. Yet, within a mere 20 minutes, the dormitory door swung open once more. Upon hearing the commotion, he could not help but smile wryly. Malfoy was, as always, unyielding in his ways, or perhaps one might say, unwaveringly loyal. Undoubtedly, he had ventured forth to inform Filch to prepare for a clandestine capture. Eno lay on his bed, quietly lamenting, allowing others to flourish as they may, while he remained merely a storyteller. On the fourth floor, in the trophy display room, the crystal cabinets glimmered under the moonlight, the trophies, shields, medals, and statues reflecting a soft, silvery metallic sheen. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Inside the room, 3 young wizards pressed themselves against the wall, moving cautiously. Harry, wand in hand, fixed his gaze intently down the corridor, acutely aware that an adversary might emerge from the shadows at any moment. Time ticked by slowly. It was already past midnight. Why had Malfoy and his cohorts not yet arrived? Harry, feeling anxious, posed a question. Who knows? Perhaps he was frightened or simply overslept. Yet, it was just as well that Malfoy had not shown up. After all, they were encumbered by an insufferable nuisance, wondering what business she had in their escapade. Ron, growing increasingly impatient, was devoid of the spirited exuberance he had displayed in the Great Hall that morning, now directing his frustration squarely at Hermione. I never intended to intrude on your escapade. Since the beginning of the term, how many points have you lost? Surely you have an inkling. This is a ruse. Have you not realized that by now? A duel at midnight? Huh. Only you would believe such a farce, and urge Harry on. As Harry listened to the squabbling behind him, a sense of being duped washed over him, especially now that midnight had long passed, heightening his suspicion that Malfoy was indeed toying with him. Let us go. Tomorrow, I shall let all of Hogwarts know of Malfoy as cowardly antics, Ron declared indignantly. Meanwhile, at the corridor's end, an unexpected noise startled the trio into silence. Moments later, a fragmented soliloquy echoed from the darkness. Where could these little brats be hiding? Don't let me catch you lurking in the shadows. The unmistakable voice, with its distinctive squawk, immediately confirmed the identity of its owner, Argus Filch, the castle caretaker of Hogwarts. We should quietly withdraw before he notices, Harry suggested, inching backward. However, before he could finish his thought, a loud crash resonated behind them. Clearly, someone had knocked over a trophy. In the darkness, he could hardly focus on who had been so careless, for the jarring sound had already alerted Filch from afar. Huh, I've found you, you wretched little brats. Although it had already been discovered, it had not yet been seen face to face by Fudge. The only course of action was to plunge headlong into the fray and subsequently maintain a stance of unwavering denial. Hermione's plan was quite commendable, and both Harry and Ron agreed with this strategy, prompting the trio to dash forward with their heads down. However, half an hour later, he found himself perplexed by the peculiarities of Hogwarts, particularly how a beast as large as an automobile could be so brazenly kept in the corridor. Just as Harry was grappling with his disorientation, on the other side of the castle, the door to the room housing the 3-headed dog suddenly closed on its own. A brilliant magical aura flickered across the door, which had previously been effortlessly unlocked by Hermione's spell, now exuding an impenetrable solidity. In the Slytherin dormitory, after a night of restful slumber, Eno awoke to find Draco sitting in a chair, wearing a visibly dejected expression. It was evident without speculation that Draco had risen early to check the house hourglass, only to discover that Gryffindor's points had not significantly changed, thus realizing that his plans had fallen through. Such disappointment was only natural for a lad of his age. However, being merely a child, his negative emotions were fleeting. After a morning routine, Draco soon forgot his earlier gloom and shifted the conversation to the day's lessons. Eno, do you think the defense against the dark arts professor will teach us some impressive spells today? I'm utterly fed up with either transforming a needle or fiddling with that damned feather. Upon hearing the mention of defense against the dark arts, Eno paused momentarily. Regaining his composure, he replied pragmatically, I advise you not to harbor high hopes for defense against the dark arts. They cannot possibly teach you any advanced magic in your first year. At best, you might learn a spell to conjure a distress signal. In his perspective, genuine magical education should unfold in a systematic and gradual manner. If one were to begin with cataclysmic spells, it would not be magic but rather myth. Eno extinguished Draco's hopes with a casual flick, then picked up his defense against the dark arts textbook and exited the dormitory. Although shielded by a mental block spell, the efficacy of such protection against a once mighty dark wizard remained uncertain. As Dumbledore once remarked, one should not underestimate the wisdom of a centenarian. When one considers Voldemort's true age, he could easily be regarded as a senior citizen even in the Muggle world. Under these circumstances, conforming to the crowd seemed prudent. After all, any form of evasion merely served to attract the adversary. If only I could cast a forgetfulness charm, Eno mused inwardly. If such were the case, he could selectively obliterate memories, temporarily forgetting all knowledge related to Quirrell. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the vulnerabilities become. On the 6th floor, in the defense against the dark arts classroom, there remained a quarter of an hour before the class began, yet the room was already filled with young witches and wizards. After all, It had taken quite some time since the start of the term to finally attend this much-anticipated lesson. Just hearing the name, Defense Against the Dark Arts, conjured an inexplicable sense of sophistication. Thus, whether it be Slytherin or Gryffindor, both houses now sat quietly in the classroom, each student's visage adorned with an expression of anticipation. Even Harry and Ron, who had recently fallen victim to Malfoy's schemes, merely exchanged glances of mutual ire, refraining from their usual bickering upon encountering one another. Chapter 32. Greetings. Defense Against the Dark Arts. Half an hour later, within the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Quirrell singularly managed to dissolve the long-standing animosities that had persisted between the Lion and Serpent houses for centuries. He seemingly succeeded in unifying the two houses, at least on the surface. The overwhelming and pungent aroma of garlic rendered the front-row wizards unable to keep their eyes open, and coupled with Quirrell's stammering, monotonous teaching style, it lulled everyone into a stupor, leaving them disinterested in anything else. In the classroom, Eno occupied an unremarkable spot in the middle to back rows. At this moment, he, like everyone else, wore a dazed expression, as if he could doze off at any moment. The sole distinction was that while others might genuinely be struggling to endure Quirrell's instruction, he was merely performing throughout the lesson. It was unavoidable. Quirrell's capabilities were even less impressive than Aunt Aisha's incessant prattling from the fantastical world. Time trickled away amidst Quirrell's halting recitation. Now, you may leave. There is no homework. As Quirrell's words lingered in the air, the entire classroom surged forth like a wave invigorated by a potent elixir, with all the young wizards rushing eagerly towards the exit. Eno blended into the throng, following the crowd out of the classroom. Everything seemed to progress favorably during the lesson. He had neither fixated on Quirrell's headscarf nor posed any peculiar questions. Once he had safely disembarked, he began to reflect. Perhaps he had fallen prey to the same arrogance that had plagued him during the previous charms class. It was somewhat amusing. He was not Harry, so how could he possibly draw everyone's attention? Moreover, whether it was Voldemort or Quirrell, both were preoccupied with the Philosopher's Stone and had no time to concern themselves with unrelated matters. Returning to the main point, after exiting the classroom, Eno, with some time to spare, strolled leisurely along the corridors of the campus. Like a tourist capturing memories, he paused at each window he passed, gazing out towards the distant castle. Perhaps after a tense display of skills, the sudden relaxation made him increasingly appreciate the carefree nature of campus life at this moment, which felt extraordinarily precious. Please wait. A fragmented voice suddenly emerged from behind him, nearly triggering his fight-or-flight response. As his arm instinctively reached for the pocket of his inner lining, he soon realized, however, that in the bustling corridor, he had perhaps been overly cautious. Why are you running so fast? I haven't seen you in the library for days. Has something happened? The voice grew closer, and Eno could finally discern that its owner had no connection to Quirrell. Before him stood a brown-haired girl, her bright eyes filled with concern. To be honest, this scene genuinely touched Eno's heart. To speak candidly, aside from the enchanting realms of fantasy, Hermione stands as the first individual who, without ulterior motives, genuinely cares for him. In the past, whether living in an orphanage or setting up a fortune-telling stall outside the primary school, every greeting, inquiry, or attempt at conversation he encountered was steeped in intention. In contrast, Hermione's sincere concern now appears particularly precious. Are you daydreaming? Hermione waved her delicate, fair hand before Eno's eyes. I'm fine. Nothing much has happened. I haven't visited the library these past few days. I've been organizing knowledge from before. After all, excessive consumption can lead one to become a slave to knowledge. To his astonishment, he found himself discerning the context of Plato's discourse. He truly could not fathom how he ended up in Slytherin. Hermione's tone was laced with regret. Before Eno could respond, Hermione lifted her chin, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and began to mimic Eno's previous tone. I don't know. I really don't care how they sort us. Is that so? But I genuinely do not mind the house placement. Eno turned to focus intently on Hermione's eyes, speaking earnestly. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, Hermione conceded, lowering her head to murmur softly. Please speak up. I can't hear you at all. The bustling corridors during the day were filled with numerous young wizards, making it difficult for him to catch Hermione's words. Nothing much. I was just wondering if I could consult you for fortune-telling in the future. Don't worry. I will pay. Although I might not have enough galleons, I do have some pounds saved up, Hermione inquired nonchalantly. Of course. If one overlooked the tightly clenched fists beneath her robe and her restless feet, one might indeed believe she was unconcerned. However, Eno remained oblivious to Hermione's subtle gestures and replied casually, Of course. You are more than welcome to assist with my business. After all, money that comes to your door is not something to be refused. That's splendid. If I can't find you, I shall write to you at the Orrery, Hermione said with a beaming expression. The Orrery, you say? It's worth noting that despite the 4 houses at Hogwarts, long-standing rivalries persist among them. Yet, the steadfast houses and transient students do not allow mere differences in houses to sever their connections. Inter-house romances are not uncommon, and such affairs are not limited to opposite genders. Nevertheless, upon Hermione's mention of the Orrery, he sensed the underlying issue. It had only been a short time since the term began, yet it seemed Hermione had already been isolated by Gryffindor, with not a single individual available to convey messages on her behalf. The castle, though seemingly small, was quite vast, compounded by its labyrinthine staircases. In the absence of mobile communication devices, accurately locating someone could prove to be quite challenging. Thus, the tradition of passing messages among students had become a cherished custom. Even the most contentious lions and serpents seldom refused to assist in message delivery. It was this very observation that led him to surmise how dire Hermione's situation was within Gryffindor. Astonishingly, none of the first-year lions had informed her of the tradition of inter-house messaging. Upon reflection, Eno spoke with a touch of compassion, stating that there was no need to spend 2 nuts on a letter. If he were to go missing, one could simply leave a note for him in the library, which Mrs. Pants would safeguard under his name, as she would be willing to assist. Since the very first day of term, he had invested considerable effort in establishing a rapport with Mrs. Pants. To put it in gaming terms, he had nearly maxed out their affinity levels, making the act of leaving a note a trivial matter. You managed to persuade Mrs. Pants to help, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Because I am a diligent student and never contravene school regulations, Eno replied with utmost sincerity. Indeed, he had not lost a single point for rule infraction since the beginning of the term, and had, in fact, accrued numerous points on various occasions. The topic of adherence to school rules struck a chord with Hermione. It was as if, after surviving years on a deserted island, she had finally encountered another human being and had an inexhaustible desire to converse. Next time, we must rendezvous in the library, Eno mused, rubbing his sore calves. Since 10 a.m., they had been walking and talking, and now, during lunchtime, his legs ached while Hermione showed no signs of fatigue. Her steps were light and lively as she departed, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 33. The chance atop the Astronomy Tower. Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. In stark contrast to the joyous laughter resonating through the castle, the Astronomy Tower remained a sanctuary of solitude and tranquility. On a cool Saturday morning, Eno rose as usual, washed up, donned his attire, and ascended to the tower's summit with his accordion in hand, patiently awaiting the dawn. After approximately 15 minutes, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the castle's highest spire, casting a golden enchantment over Hogwarts, rendering it majestic and solemn, akin to a colossal guardian of the land. The sun ascended, its warm rays penetrating every window and illuminating every corridor. To be candid, Eno relished this sensation, sitting quietly in solitude, enveloped in his own moment of time. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, mingled with a hint of melancholy. His thoughts unfurled like a freshly brewed cup of tea, with rising steam dissipating into the air. As the sun was banished to the west, darkness spread across the earth, robbing it of its former glory. There was no need for sorrow. A melodic ballad arose from the tower's pinnacle, accompanied by the accordion's gentle strains, transporting listeners into a mysterious and ancient dreamscape. The song flowed like whispered confessions, grazing the ears like a soft breeze, tenderly touching the depths of the soul. After a span of about 10 minutes, as the final note lingered in the air, Eno flicked his wand, prompting the accordion to fall silent. Clap, clap, the power of music. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, wiping the faint mist from the lenses. Good morning, Headmaster, Eno greeted as he rose. Thank you, Mr. Swinburne. It is you who has allowed me to revel in such a splendid melody, one so enchanting that it captivates the soul. Might I inquire if it possesses a name? Please excuse the curiosity of an old man. You may call me Eno. Eno, with a hint of modesty, inclined his body slightly, and continued. As for the title of the song, I have named it Ancient Dreams. It ought to have been performed on a Morin Coeur, yet as you can see, I possess only an accordion. Thus far, he has exhibited the demeanor of a student unexpectedly praised by the principal, displaying a blend of shyness and restraint. What marvelous name, Dumbledore lauded, then gently waved his hand. In an instant, 2 high-backed chairs and a small tea table appeared atop the tower, astonishingly adorned with an array of candies and 2 steaming cups of black tea. Would you mind conversing with me, Eno? You see, I too am an aficionado of music. Faced with this unexpected invitation, Although somewhat reluctant, he felt he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Dumbledore had gone to such lengths, with tea and sweets prepared. To refuse further would indeed be somewhat ungracious. "It is my honor, Professor." Eno managed to suppress his internal dissent. At the banquet, to consume an entire dish was truly a feat, a testament to one's dexterity. "I apologize, Professor. I still have much to learn. Perhaps in a few years, I may request the opportunity to perform for you." Though Eno had declined, he had not forgotten to allude to the future, preserving some dignity for Dumbledore, considering the principal had personally extended the invitation. "How unfortunate! Yet, I respect your choice," Dumbledore stated, his expression unwavering. It seemed that the rejection had been anticipated. The tower fell into a brief silence. With Dumbledore no longer speaking, Eno found himself at leisure. After all, having hot tea and complimentary sweets served to him in the early hours was a delightful occurrence. He casually picked up a piece of creamy toffee and placed it in his mouth, the rich aroma of milk enveloping his palate. This was a far cry from the artificially flavored candies he had previously tasted. Life must not be squandered on anything less than exquisite cuisine. Adhering to the principle of enjoying what is free, Eno indulged in 3 pieces of toffee before retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sugary residue from the corners of his mouth. It was not that he had eaten his fill, but rather that the remaining pieces were scarce. Given the modesty of the table, adorned with tea and several varieties of candies, it was evident that the quantity of each type would inevitably be limited. As a guest, consuming a small portion was already quite sufficient. Anything more might appear somewhat excessive. However, Dumbledore seemed to perceive Eno's thoughts. He gently tapped the table with his hand, and the diminutive table visibly expanded to more than twice its size, replenishing the previously enjoyed toffee and introducing several new confections. The Honeyduke's establishment never fails to impress. "Oh, by the way, it is a candy shop located in Hogsmeade. Perhaps when you reach your 3rd year, you might visit and sample its delights. If all their offerings are of such quality, I shall undoubtedly frequent it often," Eno remarked, as he picked up another unknown candy and placed it in his mouth. After all, the headmaster is footing the bill for the entire gathering. Such an opportunity is too rare to pass up. This is not mere penny pinching. It is indeed a unique chance. Consider, for a moment, how Hogwarts seems somewhat unwelcoming to students in their 3rd year and below. What kind of legitimate, full-time boarding school lacks even a small shop? It is the Muggle-born students who suffer, unable to indulge in even a morsel of magical sweets during their time at school, let alone other delightful treats. To return to the matter at hand, atop the astronomy tower, Eno has adopted the approach of consuming food and speaking little, perfectly embodying the image of a bashful student in the presence of the headmaster. This exchange can be aptly described as an awkward conversation. The two engaged in a leisurely dialogue for quite some time, until the sun had fully risen on the horizon. "Thank you for accompanying this old man for so long. I hope we have the opportunity to converse like this again in the future. Sometimes I feel quite lonely," Dumbledore remarked, half in jest. In response, Eno merely inclined his head in a slight bow and then turned to pick up the accordion beside him, making his way towards the staircase of the astronomy tower. However, just as Eno was about to depart, Dumbledore's voice called out from behind him. "Child, you need not fear, nor should you hide from anyone. For as long as I am alive, no one at Hogwarts shall harm you, I assure you." Chapter 34. 2 months later. Time invariably slips away unnoticed, akin to a silent journey that carries away the clamor of youth, leaving only the erosion of the years. It has been a full 2 months since the commencement of the school year. By this time next year, perhaps you will be able to look down upon the new students with the authority of an upperclassman. In November at Hogwarts, temperatures have plummeted below 10 degrees. Should there be a few more rainfalls, the chill will only deepen. Now, not only Slytherin, but all 4 house common rooms have ignited their fireplaces, the rising flames dispelling the chill in the air. Yet, for the young wizards within the castle, such matters seem trivial. In the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick, as per usual, stood at his lectern elucidating the key points for casting the levitation charm. "Do not forget that subtle wrist motion we have been training," he insisted. "A flick and a swish. Remember, a flick and a swish." The diminutive professor, with his sharp voice, tirelessly emphasized this point repeatedly. Accurate incantations are of utmost importance. Do not forget Baruffio, who mistakenly pronounced Stephistan, found himself sprawled on the floor with a summoned wild buffalo standing on his chest. In the classroom, Eno listened attentively. Although he had long mastered the levitation charm, he still gleaned much practical knowledge from the lesson. Moreover, the erudite Professor Flitwick consistently provided perfect answers to all his inquiries. At that moment, Eno raised his hand to pose another question, and upon receiving the professor's consent, he slowly began, "Professor, I would like to inquire. If I were to take precautions in advance and then deliberately mispronounce the incantation, would that allow me to obtain a buffalo for free? Eno posed a long-standing and profoundly significant question that had been troubling him. It is important to note that in the realm of fantasy, while starvation is not a concern, who would choose to gnaw on dry cheese when succulent beef could elevate one's meals? What a splendid inquiry, exclaimed Professor Flitwick, applauding. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. However, this delves into the intricacies of advanced summoning spells, much like the fundamental transformation laws you have been studying in Transfiguration. One cannot conjure food out of thin air. Furthermore, I must emphasize that magic does not equate to creation. Just as this unexpected bison would not appear under certain conditions, such as in the depths of the ocean or a desert, where no bison could exist, so too does it apply here. Flitwick concluded his thoughts in one breath, and unlike the bewilderment of other young witches and wizards, Eno grasped the concepts clearly, arriving at his own intuitive understanding. To put it succinctly, this is akin to the summoning techniques in Naruto, where the surrounding environment is essential for the summoning contract. With this prerequisite established, one can use techniques or magic to disregard space and bring the summoned entity before them. As the minutes slipped away in the charms class, with an increasing number of feathers levitating above the tables, Professor Flitwick's smile never wavered. As the class drew to a close, over half the students had successfully cast the levitation charm, with only a handful lacking merely the gift of time. After class, every face radiated with ease, especially as the enticing aroma of pumpkin wafted through the castle. The overall atmosphere appeared both uncanny and mysterious. In the evening, at the Slytherin long table, Draco Malfoy, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Eno, are you absolutely famished?" It was known that Eno was always methodical during meals, never one to rush or push, quite unlike his current disregard for decorum. "Famished?" Eno replied, lifting his head in surprise. Upon seeing Malfoy's hesitant expression, realization dawned upon him. "Today's steak and pumpkin pie are simply exquisite, Draco. Trust me, indulge a bit more." As Eno devoured his meal with gusto, Malfoy, unable to resist, skeptically took a bite of the pumpkin pie. Perhaps due to psychological suggestion or some other reason, he discovered an unprecedented flavor in the pie. Their uncharacteristic dining drew curious glances from her Slytherin peers, but thankfully, both Eno and Malfoy were not to be trifled with, so the onlookers merely observed with intrigue, refraining from reprimanding them as Pansy had done to Goyle for his lack of decorum. The banquet proceeded in an orderly fashion until Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, stumbled into the hall. "The troll in the dungeon, I think you ought to be informed." As if bearing a certain mission, Quirrell remarkably stuttered less than usual. After delivering his message, he suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, while Quirrell fell silent. The hall erupted into chaos. The older students maintained their composure, but the younger witches and wizards below the third year were already in a state of panic. Silence. Under the enchantment of magic, Dumbledore's voice resonated above all others. Without further ado, the Slytherin side, including Mundy, saw the seventh-year prefects, both male and female, draw their wands, their expressions and demeanor suggesting they regarded the towering giant with indifference. This reaction was quite natural when one carefully considers there exists little disparity between upper-year wizards and adult sorcerers, particularly those who hold the esteemed position of prefect, embodying the pinnacle of excellence. Thus, there is truly no reason to fear a mere giant. This brings to mind the Ministry of Magic's peculiar classification of magical creatures. It is bewildering that the foolish giant is categorized in the same league as unicorns, thestrals, and even phoenixes. Returning to the matter at hand, the young serpents followed their prefects in an orderly fashion, making their way toward the common room. Eno trailed behind the group, fully aware of the events that would unfold that evening, yet he felt no inclination to participate. In the past, he might have considered Hermione's safety, but after their conversation in the astronomy tower with Dumbledore, he had come to grasp the headmaster's formidable control over Hogwarts. Listen closely. There is no need for fear, nor for avoidance of anyone, were it not for the castle's inability to accommodate technological devices. He might have suspected that the headmaster had installed surveillance cameras in every nook and cranny. How else could he possess such comprehensive knowledge? Chapter 35, The Halloween Feast. In stark contrast to the chaotic Great Hall, the rest of the castle exuded tranquility. In the girls' lavatory, Hermione curled up in a corner, overwhelmed with confusion as to what she had done wrong. She had adhered to Hogwarts regulations and the professor's directives, diligently contributing to her house's standing. Yet reality dealt her a harsh blow. Not only her dormitory mates, but the entirety of the Gryffindor first years seemed to be subtly ostracizing her. Today, during Charms class, she had merely spoken a few words of fairness, only to be met with ridicule from Ron and a group of boys who mocked her, even bestowing upon her a derogatory nickname. "It's no big deal. I have friends," Hermione whispered to herself, as a tall, slender boy began to materialize in her mind. His jet-black hair, clear eyes, and perpetually gentle smile brought her joy. Yet inexplicably, tears began to flow like pearls strung from a broken necklace. After a silent bout of weeping, Hermione retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiping her tear-streaked face. However, fate has a way of playing small tricks when least expected. Just as she prepared to leave, a colossal shadow appeared in the doorway of the lavatory, accompanied by an indescribable stench. The 12-foot behemoth was unmistakable to any observer with functioning eyes, its bald head and slightly bewildered gaze confirming its identity. A mountain troll. In an instant, Hermione recognized the creature, instinctively stifling a scream, managing to cover her mouth just in time. "Let's hope you do not mind my absence." In a life-threatening situation, Hermione's immediate thoughts were consumed by her impending appointment with the Innot Library the following day. Meanwhile, a hulking troll had lumbered into the lavatory, approaching a faucet with heavy footsteps. With a resounding crash, perhaps driven by thirst, the troll swung its massive wooden club at the pipe, causing water to erupt in a spectacular spray. Hermione, concealed within a stall, observed the troll engrossed in drinking, and in that fleeting moment, she meticulously plotted her escape route. The debris scattered across the floor from the recently shattered pipe would serve as her greatest ally. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione whispered the incantation with a flick of her wrist. A fist-sized fragment of stone floated just ahead of the faucet, the sound of its freefall successfully capturing the troll's attention. She noted with satisfaction that the creature, as described in her texts, exhibited an astonishingly low intelligence, easily swayed by simple ruses. Hermione brimmed with confidence in her escape plan. It was straightforward: to use the scattered stones to lure the troll away, thus affording her ample time to vacate the lavatory, even if discovered. As long as she was not cornered here, whether heading to the Great Hall or ascending the moving staircase, she could maximize her safety. Time slipped away, and with each clatter of stone, the troll moved further from Hermione. Once she felt a sufficient distance had been achieved, she prepared to dash out of the lavatory. However, at that moment, two figures burst through the door, creating a cacophony. One of them swiftly closed the door and, seemingly unsatisfied, locked it behind them. "Hermione, get out of here, there's a troll in the basement." Hermione, in contrast to the chaotic adventures of the infamous trio, the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room was remarkably harmonious. First-year students gathered in a corner, raptly listening to a tale, while older students lounged around the perimeter, feigning indifference but with ears perked in anticipation. The young Simba had been cast out by his uncle, forced to leave his familiar kingdom and tread upon unfamiliar territory. Yet, here he would encounter his two closest friends and mentors, Pumba the Warthog and Timon the Meerkat. Ultimately, Simba vanquished his uncle and ascended as the new Lion King, heralding the arrival of the rainy season and revitalizing the Lion Pride's territory. Clap, clap. Eno, one more, this time tell the story of the snake. The speaker was Malfoy, and alongside him, a gleaming golden galleon appeared on the table. Inspired by this example, other young wizards generously contributed, though most offered silver sickles. Only Malfoy, Pansy, and Daphne paid with gold galleons. The unwritten rule of storytelling for coins had inadvertently surfaced in the dormitory, and thanks to Malfoy, it had now spread throughout the first-year Slytherin cohort. Returning to the matter at hand, Eno gazed at the pile of gold on the table. Yet he could only reluctantly part with it, as he currently possessed no compelling stories about snakes. Without a compelling narrative, one ought not to deceive those eager to listen. A tale must merit the remuneration received, for that is the hallmark of a true bard. In a moment of reverie, the teachings of Professor Hans echoed in his ears. Eno gazed at the pile of money before him, contemplating that such a sum warranted the telling of a timeless classic, deserving of the reward. Yet, the protagonist of the story must be a serpent, which considerably narrowed his options. After a thorough mental excavation, he could only come up with a white snake legend, which barely fit the criteria. However, having a framework necessitated various embellishments, as cultural disparities could not be overlooked. The mere notion of a romance between a human and a demon would likely leave the local English children utterly bewildered. Well, Eno had certainly raised the stakes of expectation. In the dormitory, Malfoy entered, plopping down in a chair with an air of amusement. "What do you make of the troll? What is Quirrell up to?" To be honest, he believed Hermione should not have been sorted into Gryffindor. She was a bright child, yet somehow led astray by Harry and Ron. Malfoy suspected something was amiss for Quirrell. Being an adult wizard, could hardly be frightened into unconsciousness by a troll. What ensued? The trio found themselves in a comical predicament, directing their suspicions towards Snape. Indeed, had Quirrell not intervened, it was likely they would have concocted elaborate theories, thus filling the logical gaps with wild conjecture. Chapter 36, A Fantastical World, A New Journey. Time flows like an invisible river, propelling lives forward. Perhaps humanity is forever enamored with novelty. The once sensational troll incident has gradually faded into obscurity, no longer worthy of casual conversation. In December, Hogwarts finally welcomed its first snowfall. A chill enveloped the castle, prompting reluctance to venture outdoors. The previously bustling corridors and lively Quidditch pitch now lay silent. Compared to the biting cold outside, the young witches and wizards preferred the warmth of the common room, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry furrowed his brow as he surveyed the wizard's chessboard. This marked his fourth defeat to Ron. The current game bore ominous signs, as his king trembled under pressure. Conversely, Ron appeared unfazed, casually playing while eavesdropping for tidbits of information that piqued his interest. Look, she's run off again. Parvati claims she's dating someone, possibly a Hufflepuff, though some say he's a Slytherin. Frankly, I think she enough, Ron. Do not speak ill of Hermione behind her back, Harry interjected, a hint of frustration in his voice. Following the troll incident, the trio had forged a bond of friendship. Yet, Harry could not fathom why Ron consistently clashed with Hermione. Although Ron refrained from voicing his discontent openly, he often made snide remarks in private. I'm not disparaging her. Ron seemed somewhat indifferent, but chose not to pursue the topic further, instead initiating a new conversation. By the way, do you think Hagrid might freeze to death in this frigid weather? Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, Hermione, having left her dormitory, made her way directly to the library on the second floor. She had grown weary of her roommates' incessant chatter and gossip. The girls, huddled together, had a penchant for discussing everything under the sun. Just moments ago, they had absurdly paired up Eno with Cedric from Hufflepuff, engaging in a frivolous debate over whom to choose as their boyfriend, as if the two were right before them, proposing with bouquets in hand. It was utterly bewildering. As she walked through the corridor, Hermione's anger simmered, ignited by an inexplicable flame within her. However, one must be familiar with the patterns of the moving staircases. Otherwise, even spending half a day would only result in futile wandering on the same floor. Yet, none of this posed a challenge for Hermione, whose remarkable memory had allowed her to grasp the staircase's workings within just a week of the term. In a matter of minutes, she found herself in the library's grand hall. As she slightly turned her head, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and upon spotting a familiar figure in a familiar place, a smile crept upon her lips. It was reminiscent of their encounter months ago at the primary school gate. Wow, I thought the cold might deter you from coming, Hermione remarked quietly as she took her seat. How could I not come? Since I received the note you left, I would never dream of standing you up, Eno replied, keeping his voice subdued as well. After all, they were in the library, and controlling their volume was imperative. Even though he had endeared himself to Madame Pants, it merely granted him the privilege of whispering without disturbing others. The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener was acutely aware. In any case, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, enveloped by an unusual atmosphere. She even sensed an intoxicating fragrance in the air, reminiscent of freshly trimmed grass mingled with the minty aroma of toothpaste. Hey, don't daze off, Eno interrupted, noticing Hermione had slipped into a peculiar state. So what brings you here? Are you looking for a reading or a story? Can I seek you out for other reasons? Hermione couldn't help but reply softly. Of course you can, but I must ask first, Eno said nonchalantly. He had long abandoned any thoughts of profiting from these encounters. Now, whether it was fortune-telling or storytelling, it was all about enjoying the experience. Eno, do you know about Nicholas Flamel? As time passed, evening fell upon the Slytherin common room. Eno opened his inconspicuous extendable hand luggage, carefully arranging various cheeses, cured meats, and other preserved foods he had procured from the kitchen. Next, he placed his accordion, cashmere blanket, and several magical tomes inside. The motivation behind this was simply the thrill he had felt during their conversation in the library that afternoon, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Clearly, after a lapse of more than 5 months, the opportunity to enter the fantastical realm has once again presented itself. Although this interval has indeed felt prolonged, he cannot afford to dwell on such matters. He merely informed Hermione that he had urgent business and hastily departed from the library, embarking on a flurry of preparations. After a series of endeavors, with all his belongings neatly packed away, Ino quietly lowered the heavy bed curtain and settled at the edge of his bed, awaiting the moment. A second, or perhaps even less. In an instant, Ino found himself transported from the warmth of his dormitory to the path he had once traversed when leaving the town. Glancing back, the quaint little town where he had resided for a month had vanished completely, leaving only a veil of mist and endless obscurity in its wake. Countless experiences had rendered him accustomed to such scenes. Upon reflection, is not the journey of life akin to this, with no clear path behind, only the return ahead? To return to the matter at hand, after a brief period of acclimatization, Ino rose, adjusted the wand concealed within his sleeve, and grasped the handle of his suitcase. What lies at the end of the road? Mountains. And beyond the mountains? More mountains. This is no jest, but a stark reality. He had traversed this path for 7 days, enduring the elements for the same duration. Faced with the relentless mountain range, he found himself resolute in his plan to procure a magical carpet during the summer, and thoughts of mastering transformation spells, particularly Animagus, danced in his mind. He did not yearn for majestic eagles or crows. Even a flying beetle would be a welcome respite from his current plight. Initially, he had managed to procure some woodland provisions to slightly improve his fare, but since yesterday, his gaze had met nothing but a vast expanse of pristine snow. Not a single creature could be spotted, nor even a hint of greenery. Aside from the white, it was all white, as if he were ensconced in a realm of ice and snow. The journey continued. Time flowed without his notice until, at last, he beheld a scene unlike any other. Modern civilization? A lamppost, standing as if it were a beacon, emerged not far away. This sight evoked a sense of vague familiarity within him, as though he had encountered it before. However, before he could ponder further, he was drawn to the sound of footsteps approaching. Clap, 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 with the footsteps growing nearer. Ino instinctively heightened his guard. After all, the sudden appearance of a lamppost in this desolate wilderness was already peculiar, not to mention the unsettling sound of footsteps. Moments latte. Upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, Ino swiftly flicked his wrist, and his wand materialized in his hand. There was no other option. The figure before him, if one could indeed call it a person, was undeniably eerie. Standing approximately 3 feet tall, only slightly taller than Professor Flitwick. This was not the crux of the matter. The essence of the strangeness lay in its goat-like head, complete with protruding horns, and its lower half resembling goat hooves, complemented by a short, stubby tail. Faced with such a visage, one could hardly afford to be complacent. To speak candidly, the goat, or more precisely the mountain goat, has long been regarded in Western history since ancient Greek times as a symbol of darkness, malevolence, lust, and wrath. Notably, Asmodeus, the demon of lust among the 7 deadly sins, is also depicted in the form of a male goat. Returning to the matter at hand, the moment the wand appeared, the goat man opposite seemed to be seized by terror, letting out a shrill scream. Bah! Akin to the wicked witch. How frightful! Before he could offer any explanation, the other swiftly pivoted, bounding away on his robust hooves like the wind. After a considerable time, realization struck. Once he regained his composure, Ino felt a pang of regret for his earlier actions. The months of comfort at Hogwarts had nearly dulled his memory of the traditions of the fantastical world. It is essential to recognize that in all folklore and fairy tales, wizards have seldom been portrayed in a favorable light, existing firmly within the dichotomy of white and black. In contrast, figures such as princes, knights, and even adventurers and soldiers often receive greater goodwill. In truth, the identity he has maintained as a bard resembles a neutral faction. It does not attract additional kindness, yet it does not provoke the fright that sends goat men fleeing. He then opened his suitcase, retrieving his accordion and fastening the straps, slinging it across his shoulder. There was no need to change his attire, for a plain robe is not exclusive to wizards. Having completed these tasks, he resumed his journey along the path he had previously traversed. Walking through the dense, shadowy cedar forest, he tread upon a thick layer of snow. The sky was a muted blue, reminiscent of a clear winter morning. The surroundings were eerily silent. The entire forest was enveloped in stillness, devoid even of a robin or a pine tree. The silence was unsettling, as if the goat he had encountered was the sole inhabitant of this realm. This solitude deepened Ino's frustration at his own recklessness. I must acquire a flying carpet, learn Animagus, and perhaps steal a sword from the hat to pose as a knight. Though that seems rather difficult. Perhaps I should ask Tomar for a replica instead, he muttered to himself as he continued onward. With the endless expanse of white surrounding him, coupled with the tranquility of the forest, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts to maintain the fluidity of his mind. Otherwise, should he encounter another unforeseen event, he might instinctively draw his wand, rendering this fantastical journey a mere exercise in futility. Then, like the ringing of bells, a distant sound finally emerged. Confirming he was not imagining it, Ino felt his spirits lift, and his previously stoic expression transformed into a gentle smile. The sound grew increasingly closer until at last, a sled drawn by 2 reindeer came into view. The reindeer were about the size of Shetland ponies, yet their coats were an astonishingly pure white, even brighter than the surrounding snow. The branching antlers appeared as if gilded, glimmering in the sunlight like flames ablaze. The reindeer's harness is crafted from scarlet leather, adorned with an array of colorful bells that jingle with every movement. The driver is a diminutive figure, approximately 2 feet tall, with a bushy beard cascading down to his knees. This, of course, is nothing out of the ordinary, for it aligns perfectly with the whimsical nature of fairy tales and folklore. However, what truly captivates Ino is the guest seated in the sled. A statuesque lady, wielding a pale blue crystal scepter crowned with gold, her pale complexion contrasting with her vivid lips, presents a visage of striking beauty. Yet, this allure is marred by an air of aloofness and chill, rendering the noblewoman somewhat unapproachable. A voice, cold as winter's breath, pierces the frosty air, inquiring if the sorcerer has arrived in this forest. In an instant, a multitude of retorts flashes through Ino's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. I beg your pardon, madam, but there seems to be a misunderstanding. As you can see, I am merely a wandering minstrel, he responds, patting the accordion slung over his shoulder. A minstrel, you say? The lady scoffs, her disdain evident as she glances at him with contempt, before raising her scepter. With a delicate flick, a shard of ice, transformed into a lethal arrow, is propelled towards him. After 2 years of travel, encountering such an overt act of aggression is a novelty for Ino. After all, who begins a story with violence, particularly in such a stealthy manner? Despite his internal protests, Ino's actions are instantaneous. With practiced precision, he reacts, a flash of light colliding with the icy projectile midair, shattering it into glistening shards that scatter around, embedding themselves in the towering fir trees. The sudden commotion startles the diminutive driver, who collapses in shock. Neither of the 2 figures pays heed to this inconsequential presence. So, a minstrel, you claim? The frosty voice resonates once more, devoid of any shift in tone or context. Very well, even if you were a sorcerer, what concern is that of mine? Of your concern? This land lies under my dominion. Do you not see the implications? Her voice, though still frosty, carries a hint of concession. Recognizing this, Ino decides against further confrontation. Though infuriated by her assault, he understands that in a fantastical realm, themes of kindness, redemption, and forgiveness reign supreme. Clinging to hatred only leads to mutual destruction. My apologies, madam. I have only just arrived and am unaware of the customs here, Ino explains. Address me as your majesty, she commands. In this frozen land of Narnia, all belongs to me. I now order you to board the sled. Narnia? The White Witch. Upon hearing this name, a kaleidoscope of bizarre images floods Ino's mind. Narnia, the wardrobe, the fawn, the beaver couple, the lion Aslan. He is well acquainted with this tale that rivals Harry Potter. No wonder the lamppost had felt oddly familiar. And now, the White Witch still reigns, with Narnia enveloped in ice. Undoubtedly, this signifies that the narrative here has yet to commence, with even the 4 children who were to take on the role of protagonists not yet having made their appearance. Chapter 38, The Daily Life with the White Witch. The reindeer raced across the boundless expanse of ice, pulling the sled at a brisk pace. In close proximity to the queen, Ino observed subtle irregularities. The other's skin was excessively pale, be it her visage or neck, and even her hands shone with a luminous whiteness, akin to delicate and polished porcelain. This scene evoked a sense of wonder in him, as it was no surprise that the benevolent inhabitants of Narnia referred to her mockingly as the evil White Witch. Had her complexion been different, one could only imagine the peculiar monikers she might have been bestowed. Just as Ino intended to continue his scrutiny, a chilling voice interrupted him once more. What are you looking at? I am merely inquiring how much longer until we arrive, as we have been on this sled for quite some time. Even when caught in the act of peeking, he maintained his composure, fabricating an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Address me as your majesty. Very well, esteemed your majesty. I was merely observing the journey. Ino acquiesced to the change in address, for he had nothing to lose. Upon closer examination, this which was indeed a bona fide queen. A barely audible sound escaped the witch's nostrils. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the 2 silver fur runners of the sled were now emanating a faint blue light. Wherever they passed, The soft snow instantaneously transformed into a smooth sheet of ice. It was fortunate that the vast wilderness offered no points of reference. Otherwise, one might have discerned that the sled's speed had escalated dramatically. They sped along with remarkable swiftness. At last, after crossing a frozen river, the sled arrived at a relatively flat area. The Palace of the White, which loomed majestically over the ice field. In contrast to the solemnity of Hogwarts, this castle, encased in ice, exuded a sharp and distinctive ambience. Apart from the main building, the remainder consisted solely of towering spires, each slender tower resembling an array of long, poised spears steadfastly guarding the surroundings. The sled came to a steady halt outside the castle's grand entrance. Simon, secure it well, then informed them to prepare for the banquet, commanded the White Witch, stepping down from the vehicle and issuing instructions to the dwarves ahead. Ino followed closely behind the witch, adhering to the proper courtly etiquette, maintaining a respectful distance. As they traversed a narrow corridor, he noted a peculiar phenomenon. The silence here was unervingly profound. Within the vast castle, not a single living soul could be seen. The corridors, side chambers, drawbridges, and gardens were all blanketed in ice and snow, truly a desolate zone devoid of life. The only sound was produced by the heavy boots upon which he trod, crunching through the snow. In contrast, the White Witch, despite donning a pair of 12-centimeter crystal heels, made no sound as she traversed the icy terrain. With a resounding thud, the heavy stone doors of the hall swung open automatically. In the radiant hall stood a plethora of extraordinary beings, sturdy centaur warriors, giants towering over 20 feet, dwarfs armed with bows and arrows, minotaurs, satyrs, and even a variety of fierce beasts. Yet, without exception, these figures maintained a singular posture, utterly motionless. Just as Eno was about to observe more closely, the impatient voice of the White, which pierced his thoughts. Do not mind those. They are merely remnants of former rebels, now reduced to mere ornaments within my castle. Time flowed languidly. As the hour of the banquet approached, the White Witch's castle finally exuded a hint of life. A dozen dwarfs, clad in uniform attire, entered the hall, bustling to set the table, lighting the candelabras, serving dishes, and arranging cutlery, before quietly departing once more. At the dining table, Eno sat across from the White Witch. Speak. What brings you to Narnia? Were it not for our shared affinity for sorcery, you would have already become a mere decorative statue. The White Witch inquired bluntly. Your Majesty, I come with no ulterior motives. Eno lifted his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity. I am truly but a wandering minstrel, having learned a few magical skills primarily to defend myself against bandits during my travels. She gazed into Eno's eyes for an extended moment, then slightly raised her chin, surveying the vast hall around them. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense until she finally spoke. Very well, I shall grant you my trust. Eno exhaled deeply, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. The pressure was nearly unbearable. As a de facto ruler of Narnia and a formidable sorceress, the combination of her presence was overwhelming, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Even the powerful Professor McGonagall paled in comparison. If a comparison were to be drawn, perhaps only Dumbledore could stand alongside her. Thank you for your trust, Eno said, inclining his head slightly. Under your roof, one often cannot afford to be obstinate. The dinner proved to be quite awkward for him, primarily due to the White Witch's every action and mannerism embodying the utmost courtly decorum. Her complete focus on etiquette showed no signs of relaxation, even with only 2 individuals present in the hall. In contrast, while he had previously learned some courtly manners from Master Hans, his attempts appeared rather clumsy beside the White Witch's natural grace. There was simply a vast chasm between genuine habit and poor imitation. However, this discomfort did not last long. As the White Witch set down her utensils, it signaled the conclusion of the feast. The dwarfs reappeared, and after another flurry of activity, tranquility returned to the hall. Since you proclaim yourself a minstrel, tell us a story, the White Witch commanded. He felt no resistance to such a reasonable request, though he had been compelled into this situation, having partaken of her meal. Recounting a tale in return seemed only fair. In the expansive hall, silence reigned. Eno chose to narrate the story of the little match girl to the White Witch, not only to fulfill his promise to old John, but also to weave in his own experiences, thereby enriching the narrative. Moments later, the accordion unexpectedly played a melancholic tune. With a blissful smile gracing her lips, her frail form leaned against the wall, as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Suddenly, as Eno prepared to express his gratitude, a fierce whirlwind swept through the hall, toppling furniture in its wake. Seizing the opportunity amidst this sudden turmoil, he grasped the accordion tightly and took refuge behind the statue of a giant, narrowly escaping the peril of being thrown off balance by the tempest. Frozen to death? So you lay the blame on the winter? Had it not been for her irresponsible father and that wretched uncle, would she have perished? Chapter 39. Humanity discovered in the forest. Frozen to death? So you hold the cold accountable? Were it not for her negligent father and that despicable uncle, would she have met her end? The White Witch sat regally, her voice colder than ever, devoid of any emotion. Beneath the chill of her tone, the grand hall and the expansive plains surrounding the castle were soon blanketed in glistening snowflakes. Merely by her mood, she could alter the very weather. At that moment, the White Witch, who had single-handedly encased the entire land of Narnia in ice, revealed a glimpse of her power. Witnessing this, Eno felt a dawning realization. Perhaps during their earlier encounter, that magical duel had indeed seen her unleash her full strength. Meanwhile, as time passed, the shimmering snowflakes began to merge with the ferocious winds. Faced with the impending blizzard, Eno regretted sharing such a tragic tale with the White Witch. He had assumed that, as the antagonist, she would relish stories imbued with elements of ice and sorrow. Little did he know that she possessed such sensitivity, allowing a mere story to ignite such fury. The atmosphere became tense, lingering for about 10 seconds. As the storm threatened to erupt, the White Witch's voice echoed once more through the hall. Do not recount such stories to me in the future. Consider this a one-time indulgence. With her words, the hall fell into a sudden calm. Talp, talp, talp. Eno, hidden behind the giant statue, listened to the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground and exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he known, he would have recounted a tale of love between a prince and a princess. With a soft sigh, he rose to search for his suitcase amidst the wreckage left by the whirlwind. A few minutes later, after the White Witch had departed, the dwarf squad arrived as promised, equipped with an array of cleaning tools, brooms, buckets, and mops. Observing their efficient cleanup efforts, it was evident that the dwarfs were well prepared, seemingly well acquainted with their queen's temperament. Paying no further heed to the industrious dwarfs, Eno grasped his suitcase and slowly made his way toward the exit of the hall. Outside the hall, a respectful voice inquired, "Dear guest, where are you headed?" Having just exited the auditorium, he had taken but a few steps when a dwarf obstructed his path. Upon lowering his gaze, he recognized the individual as the coachman who had previously served the White Witch, named Simon or something akin to that. Certainly a familiar face, albeit marginally. After partaking in His Majesty's banquet, it was only natural that he should depart. In a half-crouch, Eno met the dwarf's eyes levelly. "Oh no, you may be mistaken. Without the Queen's consent in Narnia, you are not permitted to go anywhere. If you are weary, I shall escort you to your quarters for rest." The dwarf spoke with utmost politeness, yet his words were resolute. "Listen closely. What difference is there between this and a veiled imprisonment, albeit delivered with courtesy? And what if I insist on leaving?" Eno responded calmly. "Very well, I was merely jesting. Such a splendid palace. I have yet to fully appreciate its beauty. Do take me to my quarters for rest." With that, Eno felt a sudden chill in the air recede to a more temperate state. Despite a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, he could only smile and acquiesce to the dwarf's proposition. The castle's guest chamber was modestly appointed, neither extravagant nor lacking in essentials, with furnishings of a standard nature. Once he confirmed that he would not be disturbed, Eno reached into the lining of his pocket, hesitated for a moment, and then retrieved an ancient die. The events of the day had unfolded with alarming abruptness, from scaring away the satyr by the lamppost to his encounter with the White Witch, leaving him no time for contemplation. Now that he had the luxury of reflection, it seemed he had erred from the very beginning. Had he not brandished his wand to frighten away the satyr, he would likely be enjoying the hospitality of the beaver couple in their burrow. Alas, it has been this way lately, he lamented. The comforts of life were indeed a slow poison. Unlike the quaint villages he was accustomed to, Eno was acutely aware that in Narnia, a realm of epic tales, the probability of encountering peril escalated exponentially. With this thought, he shifted his gaze to the die in his hand. In Narnia, I shall not encounter danger. In Narnia, I shall not encounter danger. He murmured softly, a whisper echoing in the stillness of the room. The tranquility of life often led one to disregard the passage of time. On a bright morning in the castle garden, though perhaps it had once been a garden, now the entire expanse lay blanketed in ice and snow, with naught but a single ice-blue rose to be seen. Eno sat amidst the garden, facing a figure clad in a flowing gown, adorned with a golden crown, the White Witch. As the story drew closer to its denouement, the accompanying accordion serendipitously played a gentle and exquisite melody. Yet, it seemed that the essence of all beautiful things existed solely for the purpose of being shattered. Not far off, a colossal shadow surged towards the garden. sending snow swirling in its wake. Upon noticing this, Eno abruptly ceased his accordion playing and stood silently to the side. The shadow approached with alarming speed, soon arriving at the garden's threshold. It was a massive wolf, its bulk comparable to that of a calf, with fearsome teeth that instilled dread. The great wolf crouched at the garden's edge, panting heavily, lowering its massive head in a manner that was as respectful as it was intimidating. "Oh, magnificent Queen of Narnia! My subordinates have uncovered traces of humanity within the jungle. The white witch has departed, and the garden has returned to its former tranquility. At last, the tale is poised to commence." Eno gazed upwards at the slate-blue sky, unwittingly realizing that he had resided in this icebound castle for over 3 months. During this time, he not only relished a variety of delectable dishes, but also enjoyed an extraordinary degree of freedom. Whether meandering through the castle or practicing magic in solitude, all was tacitly permitted by the White Witch. His sole obligation was to narrate a romantic and intricate love story each day. Indeed, a tale both romantic and convoluted. After 2 months of acquaintance, Eno had discerned the White Witch's temperament. She was undoubtedly an artistic soul, favoring love stories with perfect endings yet tumultuous journeys. However, this posed no challenge for him. As a competent bard, adapting tales was second nature. All he needed to do was rename the protagonists of stories like Romeo and Juliet or Liang Zhu, alter the temporal setting, and embellish the narrative anew. Chapter 40. The story begins. He increasingly felt as though he were indulging in a soft and sticky rice dish, confined within the castle, enjoying daily feasts without concern. His only contribution was a story a day, aimed at delighting the White Witch. Yet, the thought of her fluctuating emotions, swayed by myriad tales, left him genuinely weary. That alone was manageable. Trivial snacks could suffice. What he truly feared was a fate akin to that of 1001 Nights, where, after exhausting his repertoire of stories, the storyteller might be executed by the king. Eno picked up practical magic for the home once more and resumed his reading. One must be robust to forge iron. After all reluctance and lack of freedom stemmed from one's own frailty. This very book, Practical Magic for the Home, though a treasure in its own right, was severely undervalued, left to gather dust in the library, seldom sought after. Even among the few readers it attracted, they were typically housewives and homemakers. Despite its poor reception, Eno held it in high regard. 3 months may not seem extensive, yet within the cycle of over 100 days and nights, he had become adept at various arts: singing, playing instruments, and cooking. From culinary endeavors to household chores, he had mastered an array of spells, far surpassing his abilities from 3 months prior. After all, whether chopping vegetables or peeling apples, magic did not discriminate. The results would remain the same even if one substituted produce for a person. In a state of concentration, time slipped away unnoticed. A half hour passed in an instant. Just as Eno was preparing to practice shelling a lobster, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Rising to open it, he found, as expected, a familiar face, the former dwarf driver, Simon. "Dear guest, from tomorrow onward, you need not adhere to your schedule in the garden. Everything else remains unchanged. Should you require anything else, simply seek me out." The dwarf Simon conveyed the White Witch's new directive. This is a piece of good news, yet it also serves as a harbinger of caution. After the departure of the dwarfs, Enoch approached the window. Outside the castle, there seemed to be an unusual bustle. In the twilight of the setting sun, the icy plains were scattered with dark silhouettes: wolves, hyenas, and vultures. It was evident that the grand spectacle of Narnia had commenced, and the White Witch had no time to indulge in stories any longer. Faced with such an epic narrative, Enoch was acutely aware of his impotence. Even as a mere observer, he felt somewhat unworthy. A profound sense of helplessness welled within him. As a storyteller, being unable to witness the unfolding of a tale was undoubtedly a bitter irony. Time passed day by day, and Narnia underwent subtle transformations. The skies, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers were all changing quietly. Meanwhile, the creatures gathering on the icy plains multiplied. Initially, there were only wolves and vultures serving as scouts, but now there appeared minotaurs wielding massive axes, majestic polar bears, and even 20-foot-tall cyclopes, excluding the others who arrived in droves. The plains were now an overwhelming sea of darkness, stretching endlessly. Judging by this formidable gathering, it seemed that the White Witch was mobilizing all her armies under her dominion. In stark contrast to the clamor outside, Enoch experienced tranquility within the confines of his room. Aside from his daily meals in the hall, he devoted the remainder of his time to practicing magic in seclusion, indifferent to the uproar beyond, neither curious nor inquisitive. However, this serenity proved fleeting. On the dawn of the 7th day, the dwarfs once again rapped at his door. In the castle garden, Enoch encountered the long-absent White Witch, who appeared even more imposing than before, radiating an oppressive aura. "Good day, your majesty," Enoch greeted softly. Noticing her reluctance to speak, he quietly took a seat beside her. Unperturbed by silence, he had never feared it. Time seemed to stagnate as the two remained as motionless as ice statues in the vast garden. After a prolonged silence, the White Witch finally spoke. "Spring is approaching in Narnia. The snow is melting, and the rivers are awakening." Her voice retained its characteristic chill. Enoch refrained from hastily engaging in conversation, choosing to maintain his silence. Indeed, in such moments, it was wise to speak less. Only silence could serve as the most fitting response. After a brief pause, the White Witch continued for centuries. "You are the first to reside in the castle and remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, Enoch felt an impulsive urge to flee. After all, the hall was lined with hundreds, if not thousands, of living statues. It was no jest. Who knew if she might suddenly declare, "You cannot disrupt tradition"? As he calculated his escape route in his mind, her next words made him exhale in relief, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. "Do you know why?" "Because you're the only one who is neither hostile nor obsequious towards me, which I find quite intriguing. Naturally, you have not disappointed me. The stories you later shared were indeed captivating and splendid. Your praise and recognition are deeply appreciated, your majesty," Eno said softly. The artistry of language lies in knowing when to remain silent and when to respond. "While the tale is captivating, I must express that it is unnecessary for you to alter the original narrative merely to accommodate me. A tragedy is destined to remain a tragedy, even if forcibly twisted. It can yield nothing but awkwardness." At this juncture, the White Witch turned her gaze toward the heavens, contemplating silently. "Is it fear that grips you? If so, there is no need for such trepidation. Had I truly wished to harm you, I would have acted long ago." Although her words flowed gently, they resonated with a compelling force, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Moreover, your feeble attempts at resistance leave you with no chance of triumph, as you are well aware. Even if fate favors you, it may grant you a glimpse of divination." On the other side, Eno found himself momentarily at a loss in the face of this unexpected revelation. He wished to offer a few compliments, yet upon meeting her calm and indifferent gaze, all his fabrications evaporated. Her sapphire eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky, instilled a sense of awe that rendered any deceit unthinkable. After 3 months of acquaintance, he now perceived the White Witch in an entirely unfamiliar light. She was not the easily deceived artistic young woman he had envisioned. Rather, she appeared as a sage, fully aware of the intricacies of existence, quietly observing the performances of others. "Your wisdom is truly remarkable, your majesty," Eno exclaimed sincerely. At that moment, he felt a genuine sense of relief that the White Witch was merely a villain from a fairy tale, rather than a traditional antagonist. "Ha ha!" The White Witch's laughter rang out, a rare and melodious sound that echoed through the castle gardens, unexpectedly pleasant to the ear. After a brief interlude, the laughter gradually subsided. "Let us depart. Leave this place, this castle. You may go wherever you wish." Chapter 41. The Honesty of Dwarves. Did the White Witch truly allow him to leave so easily? Eno was taken aback, even doubting the reliability of his own hearing. He had anticipated that her revelation would bind him to her cause, yet here he was, unexpectedly liberated. Momentarily stunned, he found himself at a loss for words. However, the White Witch seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of others. "Who do you think you are? The Supreme Code? I can encase Narnia in ice for a century, and it is not reliant on mere minions." The previously softened atmosphere of the garden turned abruptly solemn. "I beg your pardon, your majesty. I'm merely begone. Pack your belongings at once, and take your accordion with you. I shall arrange for a vulture to escort you." Confronted with the wrath of the White Witch, Eno felt a twinge of fear, realizing that he should not have hesitated earlier. Much like a dragon has no need to deceive a swallow. With this thought in mind, he refrained from uttering another word, bowed slightly, and quietly retreated. In the castle tower, the dwarf Simon produced a horn from his belongings, took a deep breath, and blew into it, sending a resonant sound into the sky. Buzz. As the somber sound of the horn echoed, a shadow emerged on the distant horizon after about 5 or 6 minutes. The shadow moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the tower. Following a gust of strong wind, a colossal vulture, towering over 3 meters, came into view. This was a true raptor, considering the proportion of a bird's height to its wingspan typically ranges around 2.25. This vulture's wingspan must exceed 7 meters, effortlessly capable of carrying a person aloft. He had contemplated departing overland, yet upon witnessing the vast, ominous army beyond the castle walls, he quickly dismissed this notion. It was not out of fear of being obstructed or embroiled in conflict, for no one dared defy the White Witch as command. However, to extricate himself from the heart of the unfolding story as swiftly as possible, riding the vulture became the optimal choice in the absence of alternative means of flight. Moreover, recognizing one's limitations and refraining from unnecessary involvement was a principle he steadfastly adhered to. He was acutely aware of the impending events. War was inevitable, and the death of the White Witch would herald the arrival of spring in Narnia. In a conflict involving thousands, merely joining the fray would be tantamount to courting death. Though his thoughts spiraled through a myriad of reflections, the reality crystallized in an instant as the vulture steadied itself. Without hesitation, Eno approached the creature while carrying his suitcase. "Please wait a moment," the previously silent dwarf interjected. Although such words were not typically befitting a servant, old Simon was well aware that his time was limited. Thus he disregarded any reservations. Upon hearing this, Eno halted, turning to kneel slightly to meet the dwarf's gaze. "I have not expressed my gratitude for your care over these past 3 months, so feel free to speak your mind." The dwarf stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart, and bowed deeply. After a moment, he lifted his head, his bushy beard obscuring his features. This was Eno's first close observation of the dwarf. Usually, their height difference had hindered his attention. However, upon closer inspection, he noted some distinct differences. The dwarf's eyes were unexpectedly blue, adorned with faint purple patterns in the pupils, marking a stark contrast to the gray-eyed dwarfs within the castle. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. In response to the dwarf's expression of gratitude, Eno graciously replied, "There is no need for thanks. It is I who should be grateful. During these 3 months, I have been treated lavishly by the Queen, while I have contributed little in return." His words were sincere. After all, he had enjoyed 3 months of sumptuous living without recompense. "It is indeed commendable that you feel this way," the dwarf replied earnestly. The anticipated exchange of mutual flattery did not transpire. Perhaps sensing Eno's surprise, the dwarf continued to explain. "They all claim the Queen has frozen Narnia. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Narnia's supreme laws reject all unrecognized outsiders, denying them any opportunity for allegiance. Old Simon's 6 brothers fell victim to this very fate." At this moment, the dwarf no longer resembled the previously taciturn attendant. Rather, he embodied the essence of an elder reminiscing about bygone days. The Queen was not like this before, truly. Old Simon understood better than anyone that when one stepped upon the snow, the Queen became aware of everything. You were the last unrecognized outsider in Narnia. Thus, old Simon traversed the snow-laden landscape, accompanied by the Queen, to fetch you. For only within the castle were you safe, as it was the sole refuge from the highest edicts. Yet now, such precautions were unnecessary, for those edicts had no time for other matters. The dwarf's tone bore an unutterable grandeur and nonchalance. The snowfall had ceased, and the sky of Narnia was no longer the ashen gray of before. In the cerulean expanse, a magnificent vulture soared, while the mountains and valleys began to awaken with vibrant life as the snow melted away. Eno rested upon the vulture's back, yet he lacked the inclination to admire the beauty below. The dwarf's words before their departure had cast aside his preconceived notions of the original tale, prompting him to re-evaluate this land. Although he was aware that the White Witch hailed from a realm known as Charn, the original narrative had mentioned nothing of her connection to Aslan the Lion or the highest edicts. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat skeptical of the dwarf's assertions. Emotionally, there was no reason for the dwarf to deceive him. Yet rational contemplation left room for doubt. Narnia was too profound, but fortunately, I am merely a transient visitor. At this juncture, concepts of right and wrong, good and evil, held little significance, for the tale unfolding in this land was nearing its conclusion. After a day's flight, the vulture descended into a tranquil valley. In such a serene and picturesque setting, Eno found himself reluctant to depart, deciding instead to linger and await the story's end. It is worth noting that before leaving the castle, he had intentionally observed the army on the ice fields. The sheer magnitude of their ranks indicated that the climactic battle was imminent. Eno hummed a cheerful tune while surveying the valley, ensuring that no beasts lurked nearby. Though he intended only a brief sojourn, he never took safety lightly. Chapter 42, Magic from Before the Beginning. The night in Narnia sparkled with countless stars. However, in the western sky, many stars appeared dim, with only the largest star continuing to twinkle. Stone Table Hill. Upon the ancient stone platform lay a golden figure, motionless, while 2 weeping girls stood vigil by its side. "We must untie the ropes. We cannot allow Aslan to lie here," the young Lucy declared. extending her small hands to begin tearing at the bindings. They are tied too tightly. We need tools, Susan, the elder sister, observed, her sorrow tempered by reason. She quickly realized that the sturdy ropes could not be undone by their bare hand alone. In that silent night, time passed slowly. The surrounding temperature dropped steadily. And even Aslan, who had still held warmth moments before, was now completely rigid. Yet, the night was no longer so dark. On the distant eastern horizon, a glimmer of dawn before the break of day has emerged. Just as Susan and Lucy were preparing to depart from the Stone Table Valley, a resounding crash erupted behind them, akin to a giant shattering an enormous plate. The stone platform had split in two from end to end, and the sound they heard was indeed its own. Yet, the body of Aslan had long vanished. "Oh no, this is terrible," Lucy exclaimed, tears spilling down her cheeks. "Who did this? Was it magic?" Susan, her brow furrowed with irritation, scanned the surroundings. Indeed, a booming voice resonated from behind them. But this is a more profound form of magic. As the sun rose, the morning light enveloped Aslan, radiating a golden brilliance. Moreover, his form appeared even larger than before, such that when the elder Susan rushed to embrace him, she could merely graze his soft mane with her uplifted gaze. "You are alive, Aslan," Lucy exclaimed joyfully. "Yes, my dear, I am indeed alive," Aslan replied, lowering his head to nuzzle Lucy gently. "But we saw you." Susan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, had she been able to see further back, into the primordial silence and darkness before creation, she would have understood that there existed ancient magic within that void. Aslan recounted to the two of them the tale of his resurrection. While the more contemplative Susan pondered this revelation, the younger Lucy, unable to grasp such profound notions, quickly interjected, "What now? What shall we do? Now?" Aslan shook his mane. "Now we must assist Peter and Edmund. We are to fight for Narnia. But before we proceed, it would be wise for both of you to cover your ears." Though uncertain, Susan and Lucy complied. A roar echoed forth. Fate seemed immutable, as certain events appeared preordained. Eno had dwelled alone in the valley for 6 days. However, by the third day, the only remnants of his provisions, dried cheese and ham, had been entirely consumed. "Alas, besides the magic carpet and animagus, I must devise yet another plan to learn the extension spell, for this suitcase cannot accommodate much more," he mused. "Wouldn't you agree, little fellow?" The heavens showed mercy, for he could finally refer to another as little fellow. Before Eno stood a wooden maiden, or perhaps a wood sprite. Standing at less than a foot tall, she possessed the limbs and features of a human, radiating a luminous green glow, somewhat reminiscent of a tree guardian. This sprite was encountered during his hunting in the woods. Compared to the wood sprites who could comprehend human speech, this little creature appeared rather dull-witted. She not only lacked the ability to speak, but also seemed devoid of basic cognitive thought. Eno speculated that she had been cast out by her kind, for who would wish to associate with a simpleton? Nevertheless, for the past 6 days, he had found a companion with whom to converse, regardless of whether she understood. Returning to the matter at hand, after sharing his daily musings, Eno turned his attention to the freshly gathered berries, resembling a hybrid of pomegranate in figure. "Separate the flesh," he commanded. As the words faded, the magical light accurately struck a small heap of berries not far away. Then, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, their bitter skins peeled away, revealing the fresh, crimson flesh within. To be honest, the sour and astringent taste of these berries left much to be desired. However, they were his sole source of sustenance. After all, upon hearing the wild rabbit plead for mercy, he had wholeheartedly embraced a vegetarian lifestyle, at least for the past few days. Meanwhile, the wood sprite, who had been watching eagerly from the sidelines, shuffled over to the berries with dainty steps. Its demeanor shy yet excited. It swiftly cradled a fruit the size of its own head, and, rather than rushing to eat it, sat down contentedly on the ground, grinning foolishly. Such a scene was no surprise to Eno. After all, it was merely a berry. In truth, he had speculated more than once that the little creature's persistent presence might be largely due to his generosity, as it was quite normal for one to become attached after a few feedings. Once satiated, Eno reclined on the grassy expanse of the valley, gazing up at the sky. This was one of his few leisure activities. Although the snow in Narnia had lessened, and the entire valley was brimming with life, the only sound that reached his ears was that of the robins. No other sounds permeated the tranquil atmosphere. Perhaps, as the dwarves had said, or for some other reason, the small animals in the valley always seemed to evade him. The previous wild rabbit had behaved similarly, as had the group of wood sprites. Unable to fathom the reason, he decided not to dwell on it, knowing he would not be here much longer. Perhaps it was human nature that made it impossible to achieve a tranquil mind. Just as one question settled, another inevitably arose. His thoughts drifted, and he found himself contemplating the snow-covered castle, the white witch in the garden, and even the dwarf old Simon. "Merry Christmas, child." The sudden voice jolted Eno awake, causing him to sit up abruptly. Before him stood yet another sleigh drawn by reindeer. However, unlike the one belonging to the white witch, this sleigh appeared larger, with 6 reindeer, each adorned with tiny red Christmas hats upon their antlers. "Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will," spoke a quintessential Santa Claus. This statement was warranted, for everything about him, from his appearance to his attire, conformed perfectly to the archetype of Santa as depicted in countless tales. "I'm merely an old man delivering Christmas gifts. Mr. Rabbit mentioned that there are still those here who have yet to receive their gifts, and I consider my oversight." Chapter 43. Santa Claus. The Santa Claus of Narnia. Upon catching sight of the old man, Eno instantly recognized his identity. Yet, recalling the dwarf's parting words, a flicker of unease stirred within him. After all, this Santa Claus was the most enigmatic figure woven throughout the entire narrative. He was the first to herald the impending arrival of spring in Narnia, and it played a pivotal role in the protagonist's growth. In the heart of the forest, he delivered to Peter the sword and shield of the Lion King, foretelling their imminent use. Indeed, it was not long before this shy youth wielded the sword in his very first battle, laying the groundwork for his eventual transformation into a true king. He gifted Susan a bow and arrows, along with a horn that would summon aid whenever it was blown, assuring her that assistance would come from anywhere, a promise that would later prove true. The most extravagant gift was bestowed upon Lucy, a diamond-etched vial containing the nectar extracted from the flame flowers of the Sun Mountains, capable of healing even the gravest of wounds with just a single drop. In the aftermath of the climactic battle, Lucy used it to save countless injured souls, regardless of their allegiance. The appearance of Santa Claus was always so fortuitous, timely, and perfectly executed, prompting much contemplation. While thoughts meandered, reality was but a fleeting moment. Soon, Eno resolved to avoid provocation. No matter how the other party behaved, he would not engage with this old man. If he wished to give gifts, he would accept. If he did not, that was equally acceptable. With this thought, he rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Merry Christmas, sir. You really needn't have made the trip. You could have saved the gifts for next year." "Next year? I fear I may not find you then," Santa replied with a chuckle. "Well, winter is clearly past, and Narnia is blooming in spring." Eno mused, yet in this moment, he felt a chill deep within. "Ha ha ha. Do not overthink it. I am merely here to deliver gifts." Although, Santa paused briefly, casting a glance at their surroundings before continuing with a smile. "While others may have prepared gifts for you, those are theirs. And what I bring is the true Christmas gift." With that, Santa retrieved a large red velvet bag from his sleigh, a sack nearly as tall as a man, brimming with unknown treasures. "Huh? I cannot seem to find your gift, but fret not, child. What do you desire? After all, I have 100 years' worth of gifts piled up and unbestowed." In response to Santa's inquiry, Eno was tempted to retort, questioning the sincerity of a gift not genuinely offered. How could Santa misplace a gift? It seemed absurd. Yet, despite the multitude of inner criticisms, he maintained a composed exterior, politely declining, "Sir, I truly have no desires. If it cannot be found, then so be it." "Well, the nectar from the sunflowers. Coincidentally, I have a small vial here, or perhaps ancient tomes. It baffles me why no one enjoys reading anymore. These books have been buried at the bottom of my chest for far too long." Santa rambled on, while retrieving gifts. Before long, he had laid numerous items upon the ground, including a purple crystal scepter akin to that of the White Witch. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of offerings, Eno felt his heart race uncontrollably. Ah, what a remarkable sight. Here, no ordinary item can be found. If one were to categorize the treasures by their gaming attributes, it is evident that this place is adorned exclusively with vibrant legacies, or perhaps the illustrious orange heritage. Indeed, the purple epic artifacts seem too modest to be displayed openly. However, what truly captures his interest are the 3 ancient tomes radiating glimmers of ice blue, luminous green, and deep black hues. Just as Eno was about to speak, he felt an object strike his foot. Instinctively, he glanced down to discover an archaic 6-sided die lying at his feet. Perhaps it had been too long since he had secured his pockets, or maybe his sudden movement had caused it to tumble out. In any case, the divination die had slipped from his grasp. As he bent down to retrieve it, the image of Professor Hans resurfaced in his mind. "Everything you can imagine is, in fact, controlling you," echoed the bard's melodic voice in his thoughts. Upon raising his gaze once more, a gentle smile adorned his face. Since you have granted me the choice, might I request a pair of cashmere socks? Above all else, I cherish the warmth they provide to my feet during winter. I did mention that I am merely here to deliver gifts. The figure of Santa Claus seemed to sense something and began to clarify. Since you have articulated your desired gift, it shall be as you wish. With that, Santa opened his bulging sack once again and procured a pair of cashmere socks embellished with red Christmas trees. He was equally eager to inquire about Santa's motivations. What grievances or grudges could compel one to dig such a deep pit? This was no mere burial. It was akin to oil exploration, delving vigorously into the earth. Well then, since the gift has been bestowed, it is time for me to take my leave. Unbeknownst to him, Santa had already tidied the items he had previously arranged and was seated upon his sleigh. You are indeed a fortunate child. I look forward to our paths crossing again. With that, he flicked the reins, and 6 majestic reindeer sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, Santa's figure vanished beyond the valley. Once the figure had completely disappeared, Ino felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. After a considerable moment passed, he recalled his initial divination upon arriving at the Witch of White's castle, which had also yielded promising results. Yet, it was precisely due to those auspicious outcomes that he had inadvertently lowered his guard, almost falling into a trap just moments ago. Reflecting on it now, Santa's appearance did not pose a significant threat, and he had repeatedly stated that he was merely there to deliver gifts. The power to choose his gift had been granted to him, and even if something untoward were to occur, it would stem solely from his own greed. As the variables of the diviner were forever beyond the realm of the divination's outcome, Ino turned to the wood sprite, who had been an observer throughout, and voiced his innermost desires. Chapter 44. The End of the Tale. The castle of Kalparavel stands majestically atop towering hills, with sand dunes, scattered rocks, and an endless sea spread before it. The castle's grand hall is a sight to behold, featuring an ivory ceiling and walls adorned with peacock feathers. At this moment, within the grand hall, under the watchful eyes of countless witnesses, Aslan was solemnly crowning the 4 kings. The supreme King Peter, sovereign of the Lone Islands, ruler of Cair Paravel, governing all of Narnia and its coastal isles, Queen Susan the Gentle, overseeing the expansive northern plains of Archenland, King Edmund the Just, Duke of Lantern Waste and Earl of the Western Marshes, in command of the western wilderness of Narnia, and Queen Lucy the Valiant, guardian of Cair Paravel. Upon the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, a grand banquet was held at Cair Paravel Castle that evening, where revelers indulged in joyous festivities and dancing, celebrating their hard-won victory amidst the glimmering of golden goblets and the flow of fine wine. However, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, none noticed Aslan's quiet departure, save for Susan and Lucy, who chose to remain silent about it. The young Lucy, gazing at Aslan's receding figure, silently bid him farewell. Meanwhile, in a northern valley of Narnia, Eno rinsed his mouth with stream water before beginning to pack his belongings. The long-forgotten flutter of excitement returned, undeniably signaling the conclusion of Narnia's tale, compelling him to embark on his journey home. He rolled up the woolen blanket spread upon the ground, meticulously organized the scattered books, and placed them into his suitcase. He also refrained from wasting the remaining berries, carefully pocketing a few intact ones while leaving the rest as a token of gratitude for the Dryad's companionship over the days. Time for dinner. Little one, Eno called out to the valley. However, the Dryad, who was usually punctual for meals, did not appear, leaving him puzzled. He decided to check on the tree where the Dryad resided, as a final farewell to this last companion. A few minutes later, Eno stood quietly beside the little tree where the Dryad once rested. The Dryad had vanished, replaced by a single ice-blue rose. It resembled the one he had seen in the White Witch's garden, crafted as if from azure crystal, translucent and exquisite, like a true luxury. The only distinction lay in their state of bloom. The former in the garden was fully opened, whereas the rose before him was nearing decay, with several petals drooping, precariously clinging to the flower's core. You always discern the endings of the tales I weave, yet you never question whether your life might be another story, Eno mused, gazing at the rose, as if confiding in a friend. After a long moment, he turned to leave, carefully laying a blanket of snow beneath the rose's stem, as if it continued to flourish in an enchanted garden of ice. Perhaps it was the tremor from the snow's placement, or some other reason. But 2 petals fortuitously fell onto the back of his hand. Cool to the touch, yet not cold. Eno picked up the fallen petals, cradling them in his palm for a closer inspection. In the past, in the garden, he had only dared to observe the rose from a distance, intimidated by the formidable presence of the White Witch. The thought of picking a petal and holding it in his hand was utterly unfathomable. However, now he found himself in an extraordinary situation. Had it melted? He had clearly picked up 2 petals, yet as he cradled one in his palm, it began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. This sudden transformation caught him off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ino swiftly discarded the other petal. It was absurd. He had witnessed the petal melt away, merging gradually into his hand, though the white, which was unlikely to cause him harm. Experiencing such a chilling phenomenon once was quite enough. Yet, at that moment, what remained in his hand was no longer a petal, but rather a piece of ice-blue parchment, akin to a note, inscribed with elegant script that barely filled the palm of his hand. This is your reward. Leave Narnia, and refrain from practicing your half-hearted tricks. They're unworthy of the stage. A single line of text met his gaze, but the familiar tone and self-assured cadence made Ino immediately aware of its origin. He found himself puzzled, wondering whether the reward referenced was for storytelling or for the recent delivery of snow. Nevertheless, now that he had received his benefit, he chose not to dwell on the reasons. Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty. Ino expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Unlike his previous reluctance, his respect for the white, which this time was genuine. While he was uncertain of the significance of the other petal, the contents recorded on the parchment alone were profoundly moving, for it contained the essence of the White Witch's ice and snow magic. Though limited by the size of the parchment, the spells listed were few, yet each one was practical, as if distilled from countless trials and tribulations. The first spell was an ice arrow that the White Witch had casually employed while on her sled. It bore similarities to the arrow spell from HP, yet this one, forged from solid ice, was swifter and more powerful, capable of launching multiple arrows simultaneously. As for the remaining spells, after a careful examination, Ino chose to focus solely on the first. After all, being able to summon even the spells recorded therein post-graduation was a considerable achievement in itself. Meanwhile, the ice-blue rose that had just swayed beneath the tree, as if fulfilling a specific purpose, vanished without a trace under the sunlight, akin to melting snow. This time, truly farewell, princess. The solitary figure wandered along the path in the valley, his shadow elongated and slender in the slanting sunlight, resembling a lamppost carrying a suitcase. Ino, much like a wandering bard, arrived in this unfamiliar land alone, ready to witness the stories that unfolded there, and once the tales concluded, he would depart once more. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet everything had transformed. The harsh winter of Narnia had passed, and spring arrived as expected. Chapter 45, The Startled Malfoy. Hogwarts. In the dormitory, Ino slowly opened his eyes. After several months, gazing at the familiar yet foreign surroundings evoked a sense of surreal dislocation, akin to awakening from a dream in which one has lived an entire lifetime, only to discover that it was all but a figment of the imagination. Logically, after his previous adventures, he should have been accustomed to such feelings. However, this journey had indeed been rather exhausting, far removed from the tranquil days spent in small towns, where he could narrate stories at leisure while patiently awaiting the passage of time. The disparity between the two experiences was undeniably vast. Hogwarts, with its comforting ambience, still held a special place in his heart. Beneath the heavy bed curtains, Ino sighed deeply. With that, he reclined fully onto the bed, surrendering to the weariness that enveloped him, his boots still on, as he let his feet dangle half off the edge and drifted into slumber. In the depths of sleep, one often loses track of time, and, conversely, is particularly averse to being awakened abruptly. Ino slept soundly for a full 2 hours, until the dormitory was filled with a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a lively tea party. The bed curtains were drawn aside. Really? Can you not keep it down? Is the common room too small for you? Must you come here to chat? Roused from his slumber, Ino, driven by a rare surge of irritation, unleashed an unexpected outburst. Yet, he failed to notice that, in that moment of anger, the temperature in the room plummeted sharply. Even the crackling fireplace could not dispel the chill that enveloped them. The 3 Malfoys, taken aback by the reprimand, wore expressions of astonishment, particularly Blaise and Goyle, who displayed a flicker of fear upon their faces. This scene prompted Ino to feel a twinge of regret for his earlier behavior. He should not have been so ostentatious, as it contradicted the plans he had set forth. Reflecting on this, he eased his stern expression and allowed a familiar smile to grace his lips, causing the atmosphere in the room to warm once more. Honestly, could you not keep your voices down? I've only just fallen asleep. This seemed to serve as a signal that revived the entire scene. Goyle and Blaise, as if under a spell, sprang from their seats and bolted out of the dormitory in haste. Draco, it's nothing. I was just a bit irritable upon waking. Don't take it to heart. Ino quickly reassured the slightly delayed Malfoy. Truth be told, he genuinely wished to maintain a cordial relationship with Draco, as it would not only prevent him from missing out on a potential human alarm clock, but also benefit his future endeavors within Slytherin. To be fair, the Malfoy name carried considerable weight before the Great Battle. From the Minister of Magic down to the Dark Wizards of Nocturne Alley, they held connections that could prove advantageous. Eno sincerely wished to cultivate a friendship with such individuals, for their assistance could often make tasks considerably smoother. Meanwhile, perhaps it was the renewed smile gracing Eno's cheeks, or some other factor. In any case, after a brief pause, Draco seemed to regain his composure, shedding his previous reserve and returning to his usual demeanor. Eno, you really ought to smile more often, Draco remarked earnestly. Merlin, you cannot fathom how terrifying your stern demeanor was just now, akin to that of Professor Snape. Or perhaps even more formidable. After much contemplation, Draco could only draw a comparison to the headmaster. Attuned to the mood, and recognizing Eno's reluctance to delve into past events, Draco swiftly pivoted to a new topic. Allow me to share a secret. Harry and his companions, along with that oaf outside the castle, have secretly been nurturing a dragon. I summoned them to quietly strategize. Draco spoke incessantly, completely oblivious to Eno's mind drifting far away. Norbert had hatched, and Quirrell's life was now on a countdown. It was hard to fathom. At times, Eno felt he might forget these matters. As for others, the school year had merely spanned 2 or 3 months, yet for him, over half a year had passed. Nevertheless, his understanding of all things Hogwarts had only become clearer with the passage of time. As Draco recounted tales of the dragon, chaos erupted on the lawn outside Hagrid's hut. Complaints, cries, barks, and even the soft whimpers of young dragons created quite a ruckus. Honestly, Hagrid shouldn't have stopped Fong from pursuing Draco. He surely would not have escaped. Ron expressed his indignation. Just an hour prior, their secret with Hagrid had been uncovered, and Norbert had been exposed to Draco's gaze. Ron could scarcely imagine how dreadful things would become. Presently, he felt as if an expressionless Snape could emerge from behind him, beside him, or from a corner at any moment. Meanwhile, Hermione stared at Ron in disbelief upon hearing his words. Letting Fong chase Draco? What were you thinking? Do you not realize this could endanger Norbert? It might even implicate Hagrid. And even if we did capture him, what then? Would you kill him or imprison him? Hermione, feeling exasperated, lamented that instead of devising solutions, they were merely casting blame on one another now that the situation had unfolded. Norbert, so small and vulnerable, was at risk of being taken away. Hagrid wiped his tears, expressing his sorrow. Listening to Hagrid's lamentations, Harry felt a twinge of guilt, suspecting that he and Ron had inadvertently leaked information in the library. We must devise a plan to thwart Draco while there is still time. I shall confront him in Slytherin and discuss matters, Harry declared resolutely, rising and striding towards the door. Mate, you must be mad. Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve. You intend to go to Slytherin? To the lair of dark wizards? I do not wish to lose Norbert while also losing a friend. Ron's assertion struck a chord. Hagrid ceased his weeping. Harry, do not go. If all else fails, I shall seek out Professor Dumbledore. He always has a solution. Amidst this silence, Ron suddenly exclaimed, I shall contact Charlie. He is in Romania at a dragon reserve. We could secretly send Norbert away before we are discovered. Yet Hagrid seemed unwilling to relent. There is no alternative. This is the only course of action. Hermione interrupted Hagrid, asking, what else can we do? Shall we cast it into the Forbidden Forest and disregard it? A half-hour later, after much deliberation, everyone in the small cabin reached a consensus. Harry would confront Malfoy, while Ron would write a letter to Charlie. Chapter 46. Greetings, Professor Flitwick. Time invariably slips away unnoticed. On that morning, amidst the spirited melodies of an accordion, Eno emerged from a profound slumber. Moreover, relying on Malfoy as a human alarm clock was hardly ideal. As he sat up in bed, Eno casually retrieved his timetable from the drawer beside him. Though the charms class was deemed a mere parlor trick by the White Witch, it did not diminish his affection for spellcasting. In fact, upon receiving the magical gifts from her, he realized the fundamental disparity. The two systems were entirely incompatible, akin to speaking in different tongues. The White Witch's magic resembled the sorcery found in Dungeons & Dragons, characterized by high output and a bombardier style. In contrast, the magic taught at Hogwarts leaned more towards fairy tales, whimsical spells, and transformative enchantments that manifested one's thoughts. One was crafted for battle, the other for the joys of life. Upon reflection, he found himself more enamored with Hogwarts magic, for ultimately, it was all about savoring existence. In the myriad of novels and biographies he had perused, he struggled to comprehend why protagonists tirelessly aspired to stand atop the highest peaks. They climbed mountain after mountain, laboring throughout their lives, and even if they were fortunate enough to reach the summit, what did it matter? They merely missed all the beauty along the way. It reminded him of the tale of the fisherman and the wealthy man. The wealthy man, observing the leisurely fisherman basking in the sun by the seaside, could not help but urge him to work harder and earn more. The fisherman retorted, questioning the utility of wealth. The wealthy man replied, "Once you amass sufficient riches, you could acquire numerous boats and rent them out, allowing you to lounge at home under the sun." In that story, there was no right or wrong. Perhaps both were correct. However, Eno leaned towards the fisherman, just as he favored the magic of Hogwarts. He was reluctant to interfere with others' ways of life. Yet he was resolute in determining his own. On the 6th floor of the castle, in the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick continued to employ his humorous and engaging teaching style, elucidating the origin of the unlocking charm and its standard incantation technique. He consistently endeavored to impart as much knowledge as possible to his students within the lively and entertaining atmosphere of the classroom. The new unlocking charm they were learning today exemplified this playful approach to education. Time often flew by in such a setting, and the 90-minute charms class concluded amidst laughter. One by one, the students exited the classroom, and Eno, having gathered his belongings, reached the doorway when he suddenly heard Professor Flitwick calling out behind him. "Mr. Swinburne, please wait a moment," the professor exclaimed from atop his chair. "Good day, Professor. How may I assist you?" Eno had long since given up on the idea of a private lesson, but unexpectedly, after 3 months, he found himself called upon by Professor Flitwick once again. "I simply wish to have a conversation with you, if time permits." "Of course. It would be my honor, Professor," Eno responded readily. When the esteemed professor requested chat, it was an invitation that could not be declined. Even if it meant missing potions class, he would unhesitatingly choose to skip it. "Excellent." Professor Flitwick nodded. "In fact, I have noticed something since your very first charms class. The magical energy within you far exceeds that of your peers. Though you're merely a first year, you exhibit the prowess of a third-year student. And now, just a week since our last charms class, your magical capacity seems akin to that of a fourth year." Professor Flitwick expressed his thoughts in one breath, leaving Eno feeling somewhat distressed. He had initially fled the orphanage to escape his rapidly growing body, but fate had turned against him. He had evaded physical growth, yet could not escape the surge of his magical abilities. Seemingly perceiving the student's inner turmoil, Professor Flitwick chuckled softly. "Everyone is entitled to their own secrets. As a professor, my duty is to educate and guide, not to pry into the secrets of my students." After speaking, Professor Flitwick glanced towards the door, noticing a few furtive heads peering in from the corridor. Having taught at Hogwarts for decades, he was well aware of what that signified, and without missing a beat, he added, "Mr. Swinburne, if you're not in a hurry, I would like to invite you to my office, where I have some delightful dancing cakes." Eno silently admired Professor Flitwick's astuteness. As for the onlookers at the door, who believed themselves to be well concealed, they were blissfully unaware that their shadows had already betrayed them. Eno understood that the professor's invitation to his office was not merely to avoid idle gossip. After all, a simple silencing charm would suffice to address that. Rather, the professor was providing him with time to adapt, or perhaps to concoct a seemingly reasonable narrative, thereby preventing any sudden awkwardness during their conversation. "The charms classroom office. Do give a try. The dancing cakes," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, resembling a child presenting a treasure, as he retrieved a plate of glistening golden cakes from his drawer. Without hesitation, Eno accepted the invitation and sampled one. To his surprise, the taste was not merely delightful. Within the cake, he discerned the long-lost flavors of home. Not the bland fare of the orphanage, but authentic culinary delights. After a considerable pause, Eno slowly swallowed the cake, a glimmer of nostalgia and longing flashing in his eyes. "Professor? This is magic." Professor Flitwick smiled broadly. The cakes were baked with magic, far superior to the orders some make from the Duke of Honey. "What does magic mean to you?" In response to Professor Flitwick's inquiry, Eno swiftly recalled the standard answer from the original text, a question that the eccentric Mad-Eye Moody had once posed. "Professor, I believe that magical power is akin to the quality of spellcasting. For instance, when I cast the fire-making spell, it may merely ignite the logs in a fireplace, while your execution of the same spell could potentially set an entire forest ablaze. A peculiar analogy, yet your fire-making spell is certainly not limited to igniting mere wood," Professor Flitwick remarked with a half-smile, before shifting to a more serious tone. "Magical power reflects our innermost selves. It possesses emotions." Chapter 47. Piercing the Veil of Mystery. Magical power, emotion, the heart. Eno pondered deeply over Professor Flitwick's words. Truth be told, he had never contemplated such matters, and he was aware that the concept of magical power in the Harry Potter universe was rather vague, typically categorized by age. As young wizards matured, their magical abilities would likewise flourish, eventually reaching a saturation point upon adulthood, where their power neither increased nor diminished. Only a select few could transcend this limitation, allowing their magical prowess to continue expanding. However, at this moment, as Professor Flitwick broached the subject, Eno couldn't help but reflect on the role that magical power truly plays. One thing he could assert with absolute certainty: magical power and spells are indeed two distinct entities. If one were to draw a comparison, magical power might resemble an honorary title, with various forms of magic corresponding to different accolades. Wizards adorned with such titles would cast spells with greater efficacy. In contrast, those without these distinctions could still perform magic, albeit with significantly diminished results. Nevertheless, titles are mere designations. They are not consumables. Hence, it is absurd to suggest that any wizard could exhaust their magical power. After a moment's pause, Eno slowly lifted his gaze. Professor, I find myself perplexed. Although I have encountered some texts indicating that certain spells require the wizard's emotions for successful execution, this does not imply that magical power itself possesses emotions. Indeed, emotions, Professor Flitwick replied with a smile. I am delighted that, even in your first year, you have cultivated the habit of visiting the library. Do you know why we emphasize the virtues of the four houses from the moment young wizards enter Hogwarts? Ravenclaw embodies wisdom, Gryffindor represents bravery, Slytherin is characterized by cunning, and Hufflepuff stand for loyalty. Eno opened his mouth, eager to respond. Yet he was interrupted by Professor Flitwick's laughter. Yes. I mentioned cunning. Do you believe I would refer to ambition? That would be a foolish misconception. Although the vast majority of young wizards sorted into Slytherin harbor a deep desire to make a name for themselves, seeking fame, wealth, and perhaps even more, there exists another type of individual within Slytherin, albeit in scarce numbers, who may go years without being seen. Such individuals indeed exist. Within their hearts lies a distinct aversion to certain things, which is why I referred to them as astute. The desire for wealth mirrors the disdain for poverty. These shrewd, young wizards, driven by a profound aversion, are often sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat, as the hat discerns solely emotions. At this juncture, Professor Flitwick, with a reminiscent tone, began to speak slowly. Some yearn for immortality, while others dread death. How ironic. Ambition and shrewdness manifest in different forms, yet yield identical outcomes. As Professor Flitwick's words resonated, Eno experienced a moment of clarity, as if the fog had lifted to reveal the truth. He comprehended why he had been placed in Slytherin. It was his intense inner yearning, a fervent aversion. Deep within his subconscious, he did not wish to engage in the narrative, did not want to be near Harry, did not desire to partake in the impending grand conflict, and certainly did not wish to be collateral damage. Amidst a throng of naive young wizards, the emergence of one with such potent subjective emotion, layered upon itself, was striking. Perhaps in the emotional discernment during sorting, this represented a desire to influence the story, to guide Harry, to seize control of fate, and to dictate the trajectory of the future. If someone like this were not sorted into Slytherin, it would indeed defy all reason. After a prolonged silence, Eno expressed sincerely, "Thank you, Professor. I believe I understand. No need for thanks. It is the duty of a professor." Professor Flitwick waved dismissively. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What I wish to convey is the connection between magical emotions and the qualities of the houses. With a sigh, Professor Flitwick continued, "It was once quite challenging for young wizards to discern their own qualities, often leading them astray. It was not until the four founders established Hogwarts that we spent 7 years subtly guiding students to cultivate their qualities and magical emotions. This is a process that requires no further elaboration. Yet, your magical growth is somewhat unexpected, and I fear that the shaping process may not keep pace. This is why I called you today." Eno departed from the charms classroom, his recent exchange with Professor Flitwick having reshaped his understanding of magic, or rather, of the wizarding community at large. Emotional intelligence, it seems, can indeed be nurtured from a young age. The four houses of Hogwarts bear resemblance to the establishment of sound moral perspectives in Muggle education. Professor Flitwick's aim aligns with this. In essence, the automatic educational model has failed to match the pace of magical growth, necessitating a manual intervention. If given the chance to start anew, I would undoubtedly choose Ravenclaw. Eno mused as he strolled across the castle's lawn. Although Professor Flitwick's concerns may have seemed somewhat excessive, he remained grateful for the professor's attention, as it transcended mere student-teacher inquiries and reflected genuine care. For one endowed with wisdom, mental acuity, and established values are in abundance. Outside the castle, Eno traversed a gravel path, unwittingly finding himself obstructed by a dense forest. A checkpoint for new students. In regard to the Forbidden Forest, Eno held not the slightest interest, much like his bewilderment at others who, forsaking the daylight to explore the castle, instead reveled in nocturnal escapades. However, I must concede, standing at the forest's edge, gazing into its profound and enigmatic depths, one might experience a sensation akin to that of Alice in Wonderland. Albeit, one must disregard the lurking werewolves, trolls, and dark wizards. Suddenly, Ino found his expression stiffening as he stood rooted to the spot. Indeed, one often attracts that which one contemplates. Mere moments ago, he was strolling along the forest perimeter, and now he faced an adventure amidst the thickets. Before him stood Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor, who appeared equally surprised to encounter someone idling at the forest threshold. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt stillness. In their mutual gaze, both were caught off guard, leading to an unsettling stalemate. Quirrell felt his thoughts spiral into confusion. His recent battle with an adult unicorn had left him utterly exhausted, compounded by the curse within the unicorn's blood. In the face of the unexpectedly appeared student, he instinctively reached for his wand. A sudden voice resonated in his mind, restoring his composure and instilling a sense of dread regarding his earlier actions. "Good morning, Professor Quirrell." After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Ino broke the silence, his right hand firmly gripping his wand, while his left stealthily slipped into the inner pocket of his robe. In that instant, he truly sensed Quirrell's intent to act. "Hello. Students should not approach the Forbidden Forest. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye." Chapter 48. Rediscovering Oneself, Wind, and Eagle. The sensation of brushing past Voldemort is indeed ineffable. Yet thankfully, it has passed. Quirrell waved his sleeve, departing without leaving a trace. Watching his receding figure, Ino exhaled a sigh of relief. Within the castle, Quirrell ascended the staircase in a weakened state as the haunting voice returned to his mind. Seek an opportunity to engage with that student. "But master, what are your plans?" Quirrell found himself perplexed. The elaborate scheme he had meticulously crafted was on the brink of success, yet suddenly altered. "Plans? That is merely a game between me and my dear professor. The only reason this game persists is that I wish to ascertain his reliance." "Master." Silence. Listening to the commands echoing in his mind, Quirrell wisely sealed his lips, acutely aware of the dire consequences of disobedience. He had endured the excruciating pain once, and it sufficed. Similarly, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Ino remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught Voldemort's attention. This was hardly surprising. If Professor Flitwick could discern the issue at a glance, there was no reason Voldemort would not. Perhaps this is what they call the folly of the involved party. In any case, after Quirrell's departure, Ino had little desire to linger. He shifted directions and resumed his stroll along the castle's periphery. As he ambled forth, he realized that he had been misled by literature and film. He had previously believed that beyond the Black Lake, the castle's exterior offered nothing of significance aside from the Forbidden Forest. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, one soon realizes the vastness of the castle grounds, teeming with intriguing experiences. Whether standing on the long bridge to behold the sunset, strolling across the plains to listen to the whispers of the wilderness, or even playfully tossing stones to tease the whomping willow when boredom strikes, these activities undeniably surpass the thrill of sneaking into the Forbidden Forest in defiance of school rules. Furthermore, the castle is not merely the fleeting image of the main building often depicted in films. It is surrounded by a myriad of structures that collectively form an immense architectural complex. Among these, the greenhouse for herbology, resembling a sprawling plantation, stands out distinctly before Ino. Rows of greenhouses are constructed beside the castle, square and orderly, akin to meticulously planned plots in the fields. Observing the multitude of potted plants within the greenhouses, he is inspired by the notion of nurturing a couple of green companions in his dormitory. While Slytherin is already sufficiently verdant, the vivacious green of these plants, imbued with life, is an entirely different concept from the ethereal green of mysterious magic. Had he been sorted into a Hufflepuff, it would have been delightful to cultivate the earth and tend to flowers. Even more astonishing is their head, Professor Sprout, who, upon discovering the badger's desire to nurture greenery, offers unwavering support, providing everything from pots and soil to fertilizers and allowing free access to the greenhouses. Beside the greenhouse, various ceramic pots are haphazardly piled together. These are intentionally placed remnants by Professor Sprout, meant for students to utilize in their own cultivation endeavors. This exemplifies the generosity and friendliness of Hufflepuff, as Professor Sprout treats all students equally, never discriminating based on their houses. Should students from other houses wish to nurture a few plants, she extends the same level of support. Faced with an array of exquisite pots, Ino instinctively crouches down to begin his selection. Although most are of a similar type, He must discern those with cracks or fractures. It is essential to note that, while the abundance of pots may appear overwhelming, they are merely the remnants after several rounds of selection by the badgers. In the midst of searching through the broken pieces, there lies an unexpected joy. Thus, he traverses one greenhouse after another. To others, the discarded pots piled behind the greenhouses may seem worthless, yet he relishes the thrill of a blind box experience. Savoring every moment, unbeknownst to him, he has already passed numerous greenhouses, and just as he is about to unveil another hidden treasure, Eno halts abruptly. A faint sound of weeping reaches his ears, an all too familiar sound. It resembles the quiet sobs of a child from the orphanage who, despite the pain of a burn, could only retreat to a corner and weep silently. In the past, he felt powerless, merely an observer. Yet now, he feels compelled to intervene, not only to rectify past regrets, but also, after his conversation with Professor Flitwick today, he wishes to avoid becoming a true Slytherin. Excessive shrewdness and cunning would only serve as another form of constraint. The lively breeze dances around him, accompanied by the azure wings of the majestic eagle, awaiting the wise one, whispering softly to embrace the crown. Suhui endowed him with a wealth of experience, prompting him to deliberate cautiously and reflect deeply before embarking on any endeavor. His decades spent at the London orphanage further entrenched this habit. After all, a moment's carelessness there could lead to dire consequences. Subsequently, his adventures in the fantastical realm transformed him into a genuine observer, coldly scrutinizing the events unfolding around him. In this moment, Eno finally discerned the true desires of his heart. From the very beginning, he had longed for the freedom of soaring winds and eagles in the sky, rather than being a detached, cold-blooded serpent merely watching from the sidelines. With this realization, Eno turned towards the source of the weeping sound. With each step he took, he felt his body grow lighter, as if an invisible hand were gradually lifting the burdens he had carried for so long. As he gently advanced, he spotted a plump boy clad in a robe adorned with the crimson trim of Gryffindor in a corner outside the next greenhouse. "Are you all right? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Eno inquired softly, crouching down. "No, I don't need anything, thank you," the boy replied, burying his head in his knees. Seemingly aware of the rudeness of his posture, he slowly raised his head, only to be met with the green trim of Eno's robe. "I beg you. Malfoy has promised to let me be today." Observing the pleading expression on the boy's face, Eno's mind flashed with the notion of bullying. It was evident that the victim was this very boy before him, and recalling Malfoy's cowardly yet fierce demeanor, he quickly identified a potential ally. The only two individuals in the story capable of wielding the Gryffindor sword were humorously dubbed the True Sword Saints, Neville Longbottom. "I apologize, I mean no harm. I merely seek assistance, as I wish to cultivate some potted plants, but am unsure of which soil to use," Eno spoke gently. Fully aware that in order to help Neville, he must first alleviate the boy's apprehensions. He recognized that discussing potted plants would serve as an excellent entry point to connect with the future herbology professor. Chapter 49, A Conversation by the Greenhouse. Before him stood a Slytherin unlike any he had encountered before. Neville recognized him as the one Ron had mentioned in the dormitory, a person purported to be worse than Malfoy. The mere thought of Malfoy made Neville shiver instinctively. Witnessing this, Eno let out a soft sigh. He rummaged through the pockets of his robe and extracted a berry he had left uneaten from his time in the valley. "Look, I have the seeds ready. It's this kind of berry," he said, placing the berry in his palm and presenting it to Neville. Eno refrained from inviting Neville to taste it, not out of stinginess, but because in the magical world, consuming food offered by strangers could prove perilously dangerous. Inviting Neville to partake might only serve to heighten his anxiety. Meanwhile, Neville stared blankly at the palm before him, a vibrant green berry catching his eye. After a long pause, he remarked, "It resembles a fig, but I've never seen it before. I cannot be certain. However, such plants generally prefer a cool and moist environment. You might consider digging some damp soil by Black Lake." Neville expressed his thoughts in a hesitant manner, then, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, swiftly lowered his head. Yet, Eno had no intention of conceding. Instead, he exaggeratedly praised, "Thank you, my friend. This has been immensely helpful. By the way, I am Eno Slytherin. As you can see, I'm also a member of Slytherin." Faced with this sudden display of friendliness, Neville was momentarily taken aback. After a while, a faint voice emerged. "I am Neville Longbottom, a Gryffindor." Eno paid little attention to Neville's quiet tone, well aware that for a child who had been bullied to the brink of silence, merely speaking up was a commendable feat. "May I call you Neville? You know, I have much to learn about planting, and I might seek your counsel on various gardening matters in the future." "I'm not very knowledgeable either," Neville murmured. "I truly lack deep understanding, although I have always tended to my grandmother's garden at home, and the flowers thrived splendidly. Still, I possess little advanced knowledge. After speaking, he cautiously raised his head, seemingly fearful of incurring wrath for his words. Ha ha, that is more than sufficient. It's not a rare herb, merely a berry plant. Ino replied with a smile. Half an hour later, Ino, cradling 2 ceramic pots filled with moist soil, made his way towards the castle. He refrained from further conversation with Neville. Sometimes, excessive dialogue can be counterproductive, especially during their initial interaction. Similarly, he did not promise Neville anything, such as intervening in Malfoy's actions. The rationale was straightforward. If Neville did not change himself, even in Malfoy's absence, others would inevitably emerge. The inherent flaws in human nature drive individuals to subconsciously stratify their peers, seeking to appease those perceived as stronger, while simultaneously identifying a weaker or more easily bullied counterpart, deriving amusement from mocking the vulnerable. This is a folly inherent to humanity, immutable by any means. After all, he could not care for Neville indefinitely. With such thoughts in mind, Ino entered the castle through its grand doors. His presence had, to some extent, drawn attention. Just imagine, a handsome young man carrying 2 large flower pots is indeed a delightful sight. Of course, the so-called scrutiny from others mattered little, if they wished to watch. So be it. He had no power over their gazes. However, some upperclassmen regarded him with a knowing look, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Under such scrutinizing eyes, Ino instinctively quickened his pace. Pure blood. Upon uttering the correct password to the stone wall, before it had fully parted, he swiftly slipped into the Slytherin dormitory. Phew! Yet, barely had he caught his breath when a crisp voice called from behind. Mr. Slytherin, what are your intentions? Planning to cultivate potted plants? In a corner of the common room, Pansy languidly reclined on the sofa, engaging in conversation with a few girls whom she deemed worthy of her friendship. Their chatter, reminiscent of the discussions held by their male counterparts, revolved around the latest gossip circulating within the castle, as well as the occasional mention of boys. However, this light-hearted banter ceased abruptly upon the entrance of Ino into the common room, causing a palpable shift in the atmosphere, though no one took further action. This moment underscored the pervasive hierarchy present within Slytherin, much like in the original narrative where someone of Malfoy's stature would hardly be accompanied solely by Pansy. In truth, it was only Pansy at his side, not for lack of desire from other girls, but rather due to the ingrained and rigid class distinctions that permeated their social interactions. Unless one assumed a subordinate role, the notion of forming equal friendships, let alone romantic relationships, was fraught with difficulty. At that moment, in a secluded corner, only Pansy rose to approach Ino. Upon hearing her footsteps, Ino paused and gradually turned around. "Good afternoon, Miss Parkinson. Are you planning to cultivate potted plants?" Pansy inquired with an expression of curiosity. "They cannot receive sunlight in the dormitory, but I happen to have a book on sunlight spells at home. Perhaps I could lend it to you." Such polite curiosity often engenders a sense of fondness. Of course, Ino was not oblivious to Pansy's earlier haughty reprimand of Goyle. Yet that seemed irrelevant to him, for Pansy had consistently treated him with courtesy. Reflecting upon this, Ino contemplated accepting her offer. "If possible, that would be splendid. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Parkinson." "Ha ha, just await my message. It will arrive by Christmas at the latest." Pansy's reaction was somewhat unexpected, although she was offering something. It oddly conveyed the impression of soliciting favors, which felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Ino was disinclined to speculate on her true intentions. It was likely that she saw his association with Malfoy as a potential avenue to facilitate connections or engage in subtle conversations, which was hardly a significant concern. Ino glanced at the 2 flower pots cradled in his arms, the implication of his gaze unmistakable. "Go ahead, plant the seeds. I shall write to my family soon and ensure you do not wait too long." In the dormitory, as Ino gazed upon the 2 ceramic pots resting on the table, he gradually succumbed to contemplation. The day's experiences had been nothing short of magical, from his conversation with Professor Flitwick after morning charms class, to his chance encounter with Quirrell at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and subsequently discovering Neville near the greenhouse. One event seamlessly flowed into another, leaving him with the impression that the entirety of the past month paled in comparison to the richness of today's experiences. Chapter 50. Ice Magic. The Legacy of the White Witch. Alone in the dormitory, he sat in quiet reflection for quite some time. Then, from the inner pocket of his jacket, Ino retrieved the parchment left behind by the White Witch. Having chosen the path of unrestrained freedom, he understood the necessity of possessing the courage to embrace that freedom. As the White Witch who had frozen the entire continent for a century, she undoubtedly stood as his most esteemed mentor. There is no need for complete inheritance. Even possessing half of another's prowess would suffice for him to roam freely in the world of Harry Potter. At his desk, Inuo scrutinized the parchment in his hands, which contained merely 3 spells. Yet, each incantation was meticulously detailed, elucidating not only the spells themselves, but also their extended applications and the corresponding emotions. Indeed, emotions. This further convinced him that the magic of the white, which was not akin to that of sorcerers, but rather belonged to warlocks. As for the key to unlocking the parchment or the prerequisites for learning the ice and snow magic, it might well be the melted petal from long ago. In the tranquil dormitory, the passage of time was scarcely perceptible. An hour later, Inuo carefully refolded the parchment and placed it gently into the inner pocket of his robe. After several deep breaths, he gradually summoned his emotions. His expressions, demeanor, and feelings were all meticulously modeled after the memory of the White Witch. Simultaneously, the temperature within the dormitory began to drop. Although he did not possess the ability to alter the weather with a mere gesture like the White Witch, the 2 ceramic flower pots on the table bore witness to the damp soil within, now crystallized with frost. Frost shot. In the air, a pale blue ice arrow slowly took shape. After a brief pause, 2 identical ice arrows materialized alongside the first. As the one directly involved, Inuo felt a surge of elation, sensing that no more arrows would manifest. He raised his wand, aiming the ice arrows at an empty wall in the dormitory. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 ice arrows shot forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they struck the wall with considerable force, lacking the dramatic effects he had anticipated. Instead, only a scattering of shattered ice fragments remained, with no visible damage to the wall. Nevertheless, Inuo was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Firstly, the speed of the ice arrows was astonishingly swift, surpassing the velocity of all his current spells. Secondly, devoid of the conspicuous light effects typical of other spells, the pale blue, nearly transparent arrows were difficult to detect, even in broad daylight. As for their power, this was the castle's main building. If it were so easily destructible, Hogwarts would not have endured for a millennium in the Scottish Highlands. Though he found satisfaction in various aspects, Inuo was acutely aware that this was far from the limits of the ice arrows. The parchment clearly stated that the White, which had once conjured thousands of ice arrows, forming a veritable barrage that obliterated an entire aerial army composed solely of griffins. Though only a fragmentary account, and perhaps recorded merely to emphasize the spell's extensions, he still sensed the allure of this magic. In essence, it was an unparalleled potential for accumulation. The greater one's ability, the more arrows one could summon. From his recent experiment, Inuo gained a relatively intuitive understanding. With his current magical capacity, 3 arrows might not be the ultimate limit, but he doubted it would exceed 7. Thus, he could only strive to enhance both the speed of conjuration and the accuracy of his shots. After all, if one cannot achieve a blanket of firepower, one must devote considerable thought to precision strikes. In the ensuing time, Ino reveled in his dormitory, engaging in single shots, triple bursts, and simultaneously firing in a perfect formation. He even entertained the whimsical notion that if he could eventually master wandless magic, complemented by a longbow, he could masquerade as an ice archer. While he was lost in this joyous play, the dormitory's fireplace suffered, the meager flames struggling against the frigid temperatures, flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment. Similarly, the walls, desk, and even the bed frame in the dormitory were coated with frost, with some areas already adorned with icicles. Yet, Ino appeared oblivious to it all. For many years, since his arrival in this world, he had always tread cautiously, never experiencing true exhilaration. Today, having cast off his shackles, he was fully aware that recklessly casting spells in the dormitory could lead to discovery and even intervention from the professors, yet he felt no concern. In this frost-laden environment, he felt no chill. Rather, he found the temperature insufficiently low, as if he were inherently acclimated to such extreme cold, deriving comfort from the frigid air. 2 hours later, the dormitory door swung open. "My Merlin, help!" "Ah!" However, the moment he opened the door, he was met with a blast of icy air. Fortunately, the wizard's constitution surpassed that of a muggle. Despite his eyebrows frosted and eyelids frozen, Malfoy managed a final shout before collapsing to the ground like a statue of ice. This sudden turn of events alerted Eno to the gravity of the situation. Likewise, as the cold seeped into the Slytherin common room, it became apparent to all the young witches and wizards still present that something was amiss. In the potions classroom office, the atmosphere was notably oppressive, the 2 lit candlesticks flickering in the stillness, further enhancing the solemn ambience. Eno gazed at the impassive, severe Snape, feeling compelled to offer an explanation, but unsure how to articulate it. This incident had escalated significantly, although he was unaware of Malfoy's condition. It was an undeniable fact that he had been carried into the hospital wing by the collective effort of many. He had intended to assist, but was restrained by the arriving prefect, subsequently earning himself a ticket for a day in the potions office. Time passed inexorably. This time, let it be Snape spoke slowly. From now on, no practicing magic within the castle, by the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, or the Quidditch pitch. Do as you please. Upon hearing this, Eno couldn't help but exhale in relief, despite his curiosity regarding Snape's change in demeanor, which had not involved any blame. Yet this outcome was indeed the most favorable. A true exception that would not be repeated. Just as he thought the matter was concluded, Snape's unflappable voice reached his ears once more. I will personally write to Lucius regarding Malfoy. You need not concern yourself further. Thank you, Professor. Eno's gratitude was heartfelt. Had it not been for Snape's reminder, he might have completely forgotten the strength of the Malfoy family within the British Isles. Without a significant figure to vouch for him, he could hardly expect a peaceful summer. Chapter 51. The Afflicted Malfoy. Upon leaving the potions classroom office and returning to the Slytherin common room, Eno was met with an exceptionally warm welcome. The room was awash in green, brimming with curious onlookers eager to witness the latest gossip. After all, fresh news within the castle was scarce. Sometimes weeks would pass without a single intriguing event. Today, however, was different. A first year had been frozen solid at the dormitory entrance and transported to the hospital wing. And the injured party was none other than the illustrious sole heir of the renowned Malfoy family. Such sensational news was rarely encountered, often only once a year. This alone made it difficult for the young Slytherins not to congregate. Eno surveyed the room, filled with eager faces, their inquisitive eyes igniting within him an urge to regale them with tales as one would to children in a square. Almost might have felt intimidated by the spectacle. To a bard like him, it was merely a minor affair. After all, he had shared the grand stage of the Royal Theatre under the tutelage of Professor Hans. Glancing around, Eno offered a slight bow to the crowd. First and foremost, I extend my sincerest apologies for the unfortunate incident that has disrupted your repose. A mistake is a mistake, and I shall not deny it. Thus, he set the tone for his own actions. Yet, he could not forget the reactions of the upperclassmen and prefects following Malfoy's mishap. Not only had they drawn their wands, but they were also filled with righteous indignation. In a different setting, those individuals might have resorted to more aggressive measures. Yes, he had erred, but he had not fled the scene. He hadn't even drawn his wand. What was the necessity of such a grand display? Akin to an auror confronting a criminal. Who were they attempting to impress? Had it been before yesterday, he would have chosen a path of quiet resolution, allowing the matter to pass without incident. Yet today, perhaps spurred by an afternoon spent stoking emotions or emulating the White Witch, he found himself unwilling to indulge those individuals any longer. Turning his gaze towards the upperclassmen, Eno began to speak slowly. I wish to convey that this entire situation is a tragedy, as someone has been injured because of it. Of course, should anyone wish to delve deeper or express interest, I welcome you to approach me at any time, be in the Forbidden Forest, the corridors, or the Quidditch pitch. I shall gladly provide a detailed account of the events. With that, he declared, now, I wish to rest. Good night, everyone. Without acknowledging the expressions of the crowd, he turned on his heel and strode directly to his dormitory, oblivious to the potential repercussions of his actions within Slytherin. He might not have cared even if he had known. After all, when one wears a mask for too long, it can indeed become a part of the face. Upon returning to his dormitory, Eno gazed at the surroundings, restored to their original state, and deduced that this was the work of the castle's house elves. However, he held little interest in house elves, primarily due to his discomfort with the notion of someone lurking within his home, especially in light of the recent treachery by Du Bois, which had instilled a sense of wariness. It is often the case that the mere existence of a single incident can cast doubt on the absolute loyalty and reliability of house elves. For one who harbors secrets, the capacity of a servant is secondary. Loyalty and dependability reign supreme. Gazing at the neatly arranged bed, Eno leapt gracefully, landing precisely on the soft mattress. Mrs. Weasley, tending to 9 individuals and a ghoul, appeared hardly fatigued, as household magic alleviated the burdens of domesticity. Contemplating this, he waved his wand to extinguish the candelabra. Having experienced an overwhelming day, he yearned for a profound slumber to soothe his weary spirit. The dormitory fell into silence. Yet, the castle itself had only just begun to stir. The adage that Hogwarts harbors no secrets rings true. In this enclosed community of countless individuals, information flows freely. This night, the owls were destined for a flurry of activity, soaring above the castle. Indeed, many long-and-used two-way mirrors finally found their purpose. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron pretended to be engrossed in a newspaper, yet his perked ears betrayed him. If Mrs. Weasley were present, she would surely be astonished and incredulous that her youngest son exhibited such focused attention. Moments later, as if he had absorbed all the news, Ron tossed aside the newspaper and hurried towards the dormitory. With a loud bang, he flung open the door. Harry! Harry! Tremendous news! Malfoy has been taken down in the dormitory and is now at Madame Pomfrey's. They say he won't survive the night. Old Malfoy is beside himself with grief, and the professors are currently deliberating on contacting St. Mungo's, Ron exclaimed, his booming voice echoing throughout the dormitory, rousing Neville from his slumber, who rubbed his bleary eyes in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Harry! Listen to me, though calling out to Harry. Ron's gaze inadvertently wandered to the other beds, awaiting Neville, Seamus, Andy, and others to draw back their bed curtains. In that moment, Ron resembled a scholar at a podium, poised to deliver an academic report. Ahem, listen to me. Malfoy was attacked, and the assailant is the very individual I mentioned earlier. What was his name? Eno, or Ian, something like that. In any case, it was he. It is said that when Malfoy was discovered, he resembled a frozen statue, while others exhibited curiosity. Neville wore an expression of guilt, feeling responsible for prompting Eno's attack on Malfoy. You cannot fathom how terrifying it was. I have no idea what dark magic he was researching in the dormitory. But when the door was opened, countless vengeful spirits and phantoms poured forth, plunging the entire Slytherin common room into an icy winter, perhaps becoming too engrossed in his narration. Ron shivered involuntarily at this point, instinctively glancing around. However, as he beheld the focused gaze of his dormitory companions, the fleeting fear he had experienced moments ago dissipated like mist. You see, the old bat had been thoroughly terrified. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Professor Dumbledore, the entire Slytherin house might have faced dire consequences. Ron was unleashing the full extent of his imagination, and the tale was becoming increasingly absurd. In contrast to the others who were captivated by the story, Harry was distilling several useful pieces of information from the chaos. The only uncertainty that lingered was the extent of Malfoy's injuries and how long he would remain in the hospital wing. A crucial detail, since it directly impacted their plans regarding Norbert. As for Ron's dire predictions of death and claims that Malfoy would not survive the night, Harry dismissed them entirely. Despite having forged a close friendship over the past few months, he had come to recognize Ron's temperament. Often, 8 out of 10 of his statements were mere fabrications, with only a couple of truths that required careful unraveling. Chapter 52. An unexpected encounter at the hospital wing. Every situation possesses dual aspects. When one person rejoices, another is destined to feel disappointment. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, Malfoy, receiving timely medical attention, lay listlessly staring at the ceiling, cocooned in bandages, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth unobscured. Diagnosed by Madame Pomfrey with extensive frostbite, he was informed that recovery necessitated a night of peaceful rest. What was Eno up to? His thoughts remained preoccupied with Harry and Hagrid's clandestine dragon-rearing activities. Time passed. While a select few reveled in nocturnal excitement, others enjoyed a restful slumber. As dawn broke, Eno awoke, sitting up in bed and stretching languidly. After a night of profound sleep, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and comfort. It was time to visit Malfoy, but what should he bring? Having confirmed that he had no morning classes, Eno resolved to check on the injured Malfoy. After all, the entire affair had stemmed from him, leaving Malfoy as the unfortunate casualty. However, he faced a dilemma. He was uncertain what to take for the visit. It was a tradition to bring gifts when visiting the sick, deeply ingrained in his instincts. Rummaging through the dormitory, Eno found only a bag of coins and a few frostbitten, slightly decayed berries. The berries were out of the question. That would not be a visit of comfort, but rather an act of poisoning. As for the coins, they held little significance. Malfoy was no Weasley. Offering him coins would be as futile as throwing a bucket of water into the ocean. Never mind, flowers it shall be. Gazing at his empty hands, Eno sighed. With that thought, he drew his wand and conjured 5 crystalline ice arrows that slowly formed in the air. Just as they were about to solidify, the arrows merged, stretched, and shaped themselves like molded clay. A minute later, 5 ice blue lilies materialized in his hands. After an exhilarating practice last night, he discovered a new ability stemming from the ice arrow spell, allowing it to transform its shape while maintaining the same volume. Likewise, he identified a crucial matter. With frequent use of magic, his control over ice and snow was gradually improving. Just as a fish is inherently adapted to water, after a brief period of adjustment, he could truly manifest his thoughts into reality. The 5 lilies before him were the finest testament to this. However, in the end, this was merely a makeshift solution, compared to the clumsy transfiguration and the wilting flora of the forbidden forest in winter. He could only resort to this method to procure fresh flowers. At least the ice and snow would endure through the winter far longer than any transfiguration could. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, moments later, Hermione appeared somewhat impatient as she tossed her fluffy hair and turned to Harry, speaking in a tone of irritation. Harry, you must never follow his example. Knowing full well it was a fire dragon, you still chose to tease it like a puppy. Getting bitten was truly deserved. Harry could only nod in resignation. Earlier that day, he had been awakened by Ron, who insisted on sharing the joy of informing Hagrid about Malfoy's hospitalization. The joy was indeed shared, but Ron successfully landed himself in the hospital wing as well. The absurdity of the situation made Harry sigh. Ultimately, it was Ron's overzealousness that led to his predicament. In a moment of reckless abandon, he had mistaken Norbert's head for a toy and even reached out to pat it. Unsurprisingly, Ron received a rather severe bite, his palm swelling to more than double its size. Fortunately, Hagrid intervened in time. Otherwise, Ron's injuries would have been far worse. After a brief contemplation, Harry's thoughts drifted to Malfoy, who was also in the hospital wing, and he remarked, I never thought I'd see the day when Malfoy would find himself in such a position. I heard you two even share a dormitory. Slytherin truly is unfathomable. However, Harry's casual comment irked Hermione. Don't say that. I'm sure there is a reason for Eno to teach Malfoy a lesson. I believe in him. Eno. So you know him? Oh yes. We are very good friends. Well then, Harry shrugged calmly. To him, it was not surprising that Hermione had friends from other houses, even if one was a Slytherin. As time ticked away, both of them grew increasingly impatient. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly dashed forward. At the corridor's end, Eno was equally astonished to encounter Harry and Hermione, but before he could ponder further, he spotted a brown-haired figure rushing towards him. Are you all right? They said you attacked Malfoy, but I believe in you. By the way, what brings you here? Do you need my help? As he gazed at Hermione's concerned expression, he felt a twinge of emotion. A sense of fondness blossomed for this former divination patron and library companion. Although Hermione's personality was somewhat complex, akin to Pansy's arrogance, both possessed their respective flaws. Yet their demeanor towards him had always been marked by courtesy. Contemplating this, Eno couldn't help but smile and remarked, Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. As for Malfoy, that was merely an accident. What about you all? As he spoke, Eno's gaze drifted toward Harry, who responded with a strained smile. Hermione, however, was unconcerned with anything else. Upon learning it was an accident, her spirits lifted. I knew you wouldn't attack anyone. Harry and I are waiting for someone. Another friend of ours has also sustained an unexpected injury. Once her mental burden was lifted, Hermione noticed the exquisite lily in Eno's hand. Its pale blue hue was crystalline and elegant, with delicate leaves that made it difficult not to admire. Perhaps it was a natural inclination for women to be drawn to shiny objects. After merely glancing at the flower, Hermione found herself captivated, her gaze frequently returning to the lily. Eno, having noticed this subtlety, chuckled and said, Do you like it? Allow me to gift you one, Miss Granger. With that, he deftly produced a frost-formed lily and offered it to Hermione. Chapter 53. The Second Divination at Hogwarts. Staring at the ice-blue lily before her, Hermione hesitated momentarily. An unusual display for her. With her hands resting behind her back, she lowered her head and gently bit her lip, as if engrossed in thought or perhaps to conceal her inner anxiety, her foot unconsciously nudging the tip of her shoe. Ultimately, she did not reach out to touch the bouquet, after confirming once more that it was indeed a lily and not a rose. Eno took her hand and placed the flower into her palm without further ado. Well, I must go visit Malfoy now. Farewell. With that, Eno made his way towards the hospital wing. As he passed by Harry, he nodded in acknowledgement, only to receive another strained smile in return. In the hospital wing, upon encountering Malfoy, who was swathed in bandages like a mummy, Eno felt a surge of guilt. Malfoy turned at the sound, and upon recognizing Eno, he broke into a radiant smile. Though his face was obscured, the curve of his lips revealed genuine delight. However, as his gaze shifted to the bouquet of ice-blue lilies, the smile gradually faded, and he involuntarily shivered. I apologize, Draco. Eno quickly dispelled the enchantment on the lilies. In that moment, he realized how foolish he had been. Having sustained frostbite, he had presented him with an ice flower, an unintended second shock. I'm Fina, Malfoy proclaimed, his expression nonchalant after the icy blooms vanished. Though he hesitated before adding, but seriously, if you're going to practice magic in the dormitory next time, could you kindly give me a heads up? There will be no next time. I shall refrain from practicing magic in the dormitory, and Professor Snape has spoken to me privately, so you need not worry any further, Eno stated resolutely. However, upon hearing this assurance, Malfoy visibly relaxed, only to be struck by a sudden concern as he inquired, Professor Snape? Didn't he give you a hard time, did he? If needed, I could write to my father. Despite his face being swathed in bandages, Malfoy's haughty demeanor could not be concealed. Yet, no matter how imperious he appeared, it was impossible to harbor any disdain toward him. To be candid, consider the perspective. A person ends up in the hospital due to circumstances beyond their control, yet even while confined to a bed, this individual continues to think of others, showing no concern for their own predicament. How could one possibly dislike such a person? Eno felt similarly. At that moment, he truly accepted Malfoy. Rest assured, Professor Snape did not trouble me. He simply advised against practicing magic in the dormitory. As time passed, the two engaged in light conversation, reminiscent of their previous chats while seated on their beds in the dormitory. A quarter of an hour later, Madame Pomfrey arrived at the ward, claiming it was time to remove the bandages, which led to Eno being ushered out. Upon exiting the ward, he encountered Hermione and Harry in the corridor, but unlike before, Harry wore an expression of hesitation. Why haven't you left yet? Eno inquired curiously, directing his attention solely to Hermione, ignoring Harry's presence. My apologies. There won't be a third time. After all, he is not Malfoy lying on a hospital bed, nor does he possess any peculiar preferences. We need to speak with you. Hermione shot a reproachful glance at Harry, then continued, It's him. He wishes to consult you for a divination. What do you think? Faced with being thrust into the spotlight, Harry finally stammered, Hello. I heard from Hermione that you are quite adept at divination. I was wondering if I could observing Harry's halting speech, reminiscent of Quirrell's stutter, Eno interjected with exasperation. While my primary focus is storytelling now, I must consider Hermione's feelings, as she was once my client. At this point, Eno deliberately paused, while Hermione lifted her head with an air of pride. Thus, Mr. Potter, I am willing to assist you with your divination, but each session will require a fee of 5 sickles. The price of 5 sickles was a thoughtful decision on his part, not influenced by Harry's wealth or any other subjective factors. In his days at the Muggle primary school, Eno charged £1 for each divination, with £5 equating to 1 galleon. £1 represented 1/20th of a galleon, translating to approximately 5 sickles. There might be slight variations, yet the differences were negligible, given the magical world's uniquely perplexing currency system. Of course, I will pay the fee. Let us settle it now. With that, Harry began frantically rummaging through his pockets, perhaps true to the old adage that haste makes waste. The more anxious he became, the more he struggled to produce the sickles. In the end, Harry could only stand there, pitifully clutching a handful of coins. This scene elicited an involuntary smile from Eno. Although he had not witnessed Harry purchasing sweets on the train, he imagined it was not too dissimilar from the current situation. He then casually picked up a galleon from the pile of Harry's money and remarked, I will give you change. You are short by 12 sickles. However, we now require a quiet place to commence our divination. In this classroom, seemingly forgotten by time, Eno, Harry, and Hermione gathered in a small circle at its center. Mr. Potter, you may now disclose the subject of the divination, Eno inquired while toying with the dice. Harry hesitated, stammering as he grappled with his words. Observing his struggle, Hermione seized the moment without hesitation, stating, Hagrid has been secretly raising a dragon, and we wish to divine whether he will face punishment for this. Afterward, she turned to Harry, exasperated, and said, Is there still a need for secrecy? Malfoy has seen the dragon in plain sight. What purpose does concealment serve now? You are right, I should not hesitate, Harry acknowledged, finally coming to terms with the situation. Eno chose to disregard their interaction. Though he knew the answer, he opted to conduct the divination, as one must fulfill their obligations after accepting payment. After mentally repeating the inquiry several times, he cast the dice from his palm. The dice spun across the table and eventually came to rest, showing a 5. Upon seeing this number, Eno collected the dice and addressed Harry and Hermione, saying, The result of the divination has emerged. Regarding Hagrid's clandestine dragon raising, he will not be implicated nor face any punishment. Chapter 54. Plans for the Christmas Holidays. December at Hogwarts resembled a serene and dreamlike painting. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, settling softly upon the ancient castle's walls. Unbeknownst to all, a thin layer of ice had begun to cloak the distant Black Lake. The once vibrant and cherished Whomping Willow now appeared to have lost its vigor, its branches adorned with crystalline icicles that sparkled enchantingly in the sunlight. Occasionally, a few playful snowflakes would flit into the corridors, landing softly and producing a faint rustling sound, as if whispering the tales of winter to the ancient castle. In the Slytherin common room, 2 full weeks had passed since the unexpected freezing incident, during which much had transpired. The most sensational event was the sudden loss of 150 points for Gryffindor House overnight, alongside a deduction of 50 points from Slytherin. Of course, Eno paid little mind to the ephemeral house cup. His primary concern remained himself, or rather, matters pertaining to his own existence. Although the freezing incident had occurred 2 weeks prior, and Malfoy had clarified the situation upon his discharge from the hospital, Eno sensed an oddity in the gazes of his fellow Slytherins. While it was not as severe as Hermione's isolation, he felt an intangible distance had formed between them. Moreover, he noticed that in his year, apart from a select few, such as Malfoy, Pansy, and Daphne, the remaining students exhibited a palpable sense of unfamiliarity and restraint. In such an atmosphere, storytelling was out of the question. Merely lingering in the common room rendered him uneasy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Eno simultaneously penned his Transfiguration homework while planning for his Christmas holiday. It was indeed true that once the fundamental needs for survival were met, any place could be considered home. Furthermore, with several hundred galleons in his pocket, there were few places he could not venture, provided he avoided broomsticks. The sum he possessed was sufficient for a considerable duration. Hogwarts was a possibility, along with a chance to inquire about mandrake leaves. Gazing at his Transfiguration assignment on the table, Eno was reminded of his earlier plans concerning the study of animagus transformation. Perhaps his current abilities were insufficient. Yet this did not deter him from preparing to hold a leaf. It is worth noting that the prerequisite for learning animagus transformation is to hold a leaf of mandrake in one's mouth for an entire month. During this period, one must neither swallow nor remove the leaf. If the leaf leaves the mouth, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, necessitating a complete restart of the process. The subsequent requirements, such as the full moon nights and mornings devoid of sunlight, added layers of complexity to the entire procedure. Thus, certain matters needed to be prioritized. In the dormitory, the candle holder burned quietly, casting a soft and warm glow. Leaning over his desk, Eno diligently inscribed the assignments left by his professors for the Christmas holiday. The nib of his quill danced lightly across the parchment, producing a raspy sound while filling the room with a faint scent of ink. To his left lay an entire stack of books encompassing all subjects from his first year at Hogwarts. Since it was a holiday, no external factors should interfere. Therefore, completing all assignments in advance was essential during the last few days before the break. Knock, knock. Just as Eno became immersed in the words on the pages, a sudden knock echoed from outside the dormitory. Moments latte. I knew you were here. You're either in the library or holed up in your room every day. If you continue this way, you'll truly be forgotten, Malfoy said with a light-hearted tone. Being forgotten or not was of little consequence. After all, social interactions merely reflected one's external value, whereas solitude revealed one's true inner worth. As Eno gathered the scattered books on his desk, he turned to Malfoy and asked, "What brings you joy today? You seem quite well. You seem very happy." Eno nearly voiced his thoughts aloud, for at that moment, Malfoy resembled an exuberant puppy wagging its tail. You noticed? At this moment, Malfoy could no longer contain the beaming smile on his face. It's still about that deduction. The punishment sent us on a night patrol in the Forbidden Forest, but I just spoke with Filch, and he said he'd asked Professor McGonagall to have me polish the trophies instead. The night patrol is just for those 3, Scabbers and his lot. I can't wait to see the astonished looks on their faces. Ha ha ha. As Malfoy was about to succumb to a self-imposed euphoria, Eno decisively diverted the topic. Ahem. Malfoy abruptly ceased his laughter, yet the momentum led him to cough incessantly. Damn it, this is all the fault of that scar-headed boy and his entourage. Eno, could you just place it on the table? Remember not to copy everything verbatim. Make several alterations, even if they are erroneous. Eno pointed to the freshly tidied desk, where 3 neatly stacked sheets of parchment lay. I knew it. Thanks, mate. Malfoy hurried toward the desk, deftly dipping his quill into the ink, ready to commence his copying of the assignment. Meanwhile, observing Malfoy quietly beginning his work, Eno leaned back against the bed, lost in thought. The punishment of the Forbidden Forest Night Patrol was a precursor to the subsequent revelation of coral-hunting unicorns. Though he pondered these matters, he had no desire to partake, primarily because the first year was undeniably perilous. After all, not everyone possessed Harry's magical protection of love. In his view, the threats of the preceding years paled in comparison to the dangers of the first year. Even the basilisk of the second year, which could kill with a mere gaze, seemed terrifying. Yet, when he recalled his previous conversation with Dumbledore in the tower, a sense of reassurance washed over him. It was evident that the headmaster could monitor the entire castle at any moment. Under such scrutiny, the so-called basilisk was merely an atmospheric prop, a joke. Upon further reflection, even though Fawkes possessed wisdom on par with that of a wizard, how could he so precisely time his appearance at Harry's moment of greatest need? Not only blinding the basilisk, but also delivering the sorting hat? Leaning against the headboard, as drowsiness began to envelop him, Malfoy's voice once again echoed in the dormitory. Almost forgot the main matter. Are you free during the Christmas holiday? My father wishes to invite you to our home. Rest assured, it is not due to that unfortunate incident. I promise. It is simply an invitation. It seemed that copying assignments was always quicker than writing them, for Malfoy had already begun to tidy his scattered stationery. I'm afraid I must decline. I have prior arrangements for the holiday, Eno replied with half-closed eyes. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, granting him the sensation that he could easily drift into slumber. Even I've been rejected, and Pansy still expects me to gather information. What a fanciful notion, Malfoy murmured to himself. However, upon noticing that Eno had fallen asleep, he ceased his complaints and made his way to the other bed. Chapter 55, Before Christmas. 2 days swiftly passed. The entire castle was magically adorned, resembling a dreamscape. Notably, in the Great Hall stood an enormous Christmas tree, towering at 20 feet, bedecked with an array of colorful magical lanterns and twinkling stars that radiated a soft, warm glow. Beneath the tree lay an assortment of candy boxes, the exquisite wrapping of honeydukes sparkling under the lights. Likewise, it was not only the Great Hall that was festooned. The walls of the corridors were draped with magically painted snowflakes and Christmas ribbons, gently swaying in the air as if imbued with life. Eno strolled through the corridor, his mind occupied with the amusing events he had just experienced. To be candid, the most delightful aspect of Potions class was the intellectual duel between Snape and Harry. Or more accurately, the one-sided tormenting of Harry by Snape. It is difficult to fathom how a man with such a stoic demeanor could continuously mock, ridicule, and deride. The scene was undeniably filled with humor. One could hardly imagine that old Potter, even unto death, would anticipate that the sins he committed would ultimately be repaid by his son. Suddenly, Eno halted in his tracks. A strange corridor unfolded before him. How intriguing! With a soft sigh, he proceeded forward. Although he was not particularly curious by nature, this unexpected sight seemed to beckon him silently. The corridor was not very long, approximately 150 meters, and its end was easily discernible. Within a few short minutes, he had traversed most of the distance. Yet he noted that there was nothing particularly remarkable about this place. It was a rather ordinary corridor, much like the others within the castle, with a long marble floor, and walls adorned with a few scattered portraits. Even the suits of armor, standing nearby, appeared unchanged. If one were to search for differences, it might be due to the lack of cleaning, as the cobwebs on the armor and portraits appeared slightly more abundant than usual. As Eno walked, he remained attentive to his surroundings. Upon pushing open a door, he discovered a truly abandoned classroom. Unlike the other deserted classrooms in the castle, which were merely unoccupied temporarily yet maintained their furnishings, this particular classroom was in a state of utter disarray, with broken desks and chairs piled haphazardly in the corner, none of which were intact. However, as with all things, there existed a contradiction and unity, much like a pristine lotus blooming amidst the foul mire of a stagnant pond. Within this forsaken classroom lay its own lotus, a magnificent 10-foot-tall mirror, intricately crafted and exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. The frame, carved from a deep brown, unknown wood, bore intricate patterns that seemed to narrate tales of time. Beneath the mirror, a bas-relief inscription read, Eristriru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Upon seeing this, he could hardly remain oblivious. The object before him was none other than the fabled mirror of Arist, a mirror that reveals one's innermost desires. Likewise, he comprehended why he had inexplicably found himself in this corridor. Everything had now fallen into place. Having ventured this far, he silently resolved to approach the mirror that reflected his desires. Eno stood quietly before the mirror of Arist, and after a moment, a faint luminescence flickered across its surface, evoking a sense of haziness. However, the anticipated vision did not materialize. Instead, the temperature within the abandoned classroom plummeted abruptly. Soon, a visible layer of frost enveloped the mirror, encasing it in ice. This sudden transformation took him by surprise. Have I broken it? No, it is not broken. It is merely frozen. An aged voice resonated within the abandoned classroom. Good day, Mr. Principal. Upon discerning the figure, Eno greeted him with enthusiasm. Do not be so formal. Perhaps we ought not to maintain such distance, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Very well, As you wish. Eno shrugged, acquiescing to Dumbledore's suggestion. Time had passed, and he no longer felt burdened by the so-called plot, rendering any pretense of distance unnecessary. The fundamental reason for this shift lay in Dumbledore's character. After all, it was undeniable that this principal was a good man. Contemplating this, Eno half-jokingly inquired, "So, can it still be restored? I mean, I never intended to damage or freeze it, and even if it is truly broken, do not expect me to compensate. I am devoid of funds." "Ha ha, fret not. No compensation is needed. A simple restoration spell will perfectly resolve the issue." Observing Eno's change in attitude, Dumbledore beamed with joy, reminiscent of a child receiving a cherished Christmas gift. While indulging in fanciful dreams and neglecting the realities of life is indeed futile, some surprises remain delightful. "Eno, would you care to hear a tale?" As tables and chairs materialized alongside an abundance of sweets, it echoed the memories of the former astronomical tower. However, confronted with the invitation anew, Eno no longer exhibited his previous hesitations or pretenses. He decisively pulled up a chair and sat down. "Very well, Professor. Although I often find myself narrating tales to others, few are aware that my true passion lies in listening to stories." At this, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Indeed, people often unilaterally define others, presuming to know what they should like or dislike, yet they seldom inquire about the opinions of those involved. Rather than engaging in philosophical discourse, I prefer to listen to stories. With that, Eno picked up a cream toffee from the table and savored its familiar flavor. Meanwhile, Dumbledore casually drew a chair closer and began, "In my century-long life, I have encountered many individuals, including some gifted with divination and prophecy. Most of these individuals blindly follow their fate, yet a few exceptionally unique souls manage to transcend this constraint. I still remember the phrase, 'Your subconscious and desires manipulate your life,' which you naively label as fate, willingly becoming a slave to this absurdity." As Dumbledore spoke, his tone was laden with nostalgia. "Professor, it is human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. The distinction lies in the fact that a diviner can perceive clearly and thus make informed choices." Upon Dumbledore's conclusion, Eno promptly countered, "During my few months at Hogwarts, I often strolled the corridors and discovered a rather intriguing portrait. It claims to be Sir Cadogan. You're likely familiar with his tale. Thus, I wish to express that we cannot expect everyone to be as valiant as this brave knight." Plunging fearlessly into the jaws of the dragon. At this juncture, Eno paused. He was equally certain that the earlier divination he performed for Harry had undoubtedly been captured by some hidden surveillance. He had begun to speculate about Dumbledore's ability to monitor the castle in real time, which is why he intentionally referenced Sir Cadogan. "Ha ha ha, indeed. The paintings have informed me of your divination for Harry," Dumbledore said, chuckling lightly as he winked. "Professor, actually no need for explanations. Just consider it my intention to share this with you. By the way, this is no invasion of thoughts, so you may rest assured," Dumbledore interjected. Before Eno could respond, he heard Dumbledore's voice, tinged with curiosity. "Your magical essence appears quite unique. It seems to be safeguarding you. Any attempts to pry into your heart, be they from wizards or alchemical artifacts, would be met with its defense. Frozen mirrors serve as the finest testament to this." "Unique magic?" Eno was momentarily taken aback by the assertion. However, he quickly realized that, as Dumbledore had suggested, it indeed resembled a protective enchantment. After all, while the mirror of Ariste reflects one's innermost desires, could it not also be perceived as a form of intrusive observation? "Professor, I find myself utterly perplexed by your words." Faced with such profound matters, he had always been one to inquire when in doubt. "This is entirely normal. The mysteries of magic are beyond anyone's complete understanding, myself included. Nevertheless, you can rest assured that your condition, while peculiar, is harmless, akin to a guardian spell." Seemingly recalling something, Dumbledore spoke with a hint of nostalgia, just like the members of the Dumbledore family who always receive the aid of a phoenix at their most critical moments. "Guardian magic? Bloodline?" Eno murmured, gradually sinking into contemplation. He was beginning to comprehend the reasons behind these phenomena, yet new questions arose. Perhaps, in its most extreme form, emotion does lead to capriciousness? Upon further reflection, this notion seemed to resonate with the character of the White Witch. After all, it is not unfathomable that someone who could become incensed merely by listening to a tale would engage in extraordinary acts. Moreover, a true queen likely acts solely according to her whims. Resignation, curiosity, and bewilderment intertwined within him, akin to the untamable weeds of the wilderness, endless and unyielding. However, Dumbledore appeared to possess a form of mind-reading, accurately discerning Eno's thoughts once more. Why dwell on matters that elude understanding? Why not set them aside for later reflection? Professor, I do not insist on unraveling every mystery, for some matters may indeed lack resolution. As he spoke, Ino abruptly hesitated. This explanation had emerged from his habitual poetic inclinations. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this was indeed the case. Certain facets of life may remain perpetually unanswered. See, you need not my persuasion. You have convinced yourself. Dumbledore spread his hands, his expression seemingly innocent. Ah, Inda, I have persuaded myself. After coming to this realization, Ino laughed heartily. If only my accordion were not left in the dormitory, it would be the perfect moment for some music. I have one, Dumbledore replied, a look of pride adorning his face, reminiscent of a child boasting about a new toy to another. After leaving the tower last time, I had purchased a similar one from Diagon Alley, yet it never managed to play that previous tune. As he spoke, Dumbledore tapped the table with his old wand, casting yet another silent summoning charm. On the other side, Ino observed the accordion that suddenly materialized in the air, identical in both form and shape to his own. The only distinction was that the edges of the wand before him were adorned with a pink ribbon. As gentle music began to play, the melody of the accordion seemed to weave a magical tapestry of time, merging the past with the present moment. Tom appeared to have pressed the pause button. After a prolonged silence, Ino spoke, Professor, to be honest, I'm not particularly fond of philosophy. Socrates, imprisoned in his later years, drank hemlock and uttered his last words before death. I go to die, you go to live. As for whose path is better, only the gods know. He paused for a moment, realizing through their earlier conversation that he could no longer underestimate the wisdom of this centenarian. Likewise, the figure of the man who had unhesitatingly leaped from the tower evoked a deep sense of regret. Ino, regardless of what you have witnessed, I wish to convey that everything that occurs in the future is destined to happen. Dumbledore seemed to comprehend, yet he did not accept. This statement quelled Ino's inclination to persuade, for indeed, the future was yet unwritten. Furthermore, many matters could not be altered merely by uttering a few philosophical musings. Ultimately, the true reason behind Dumbledore's impending death lay in his longing for family and the burdens of half a century, leading him to contemplate surrender. How could a top-tier wizard, one of the few in the entire magical realm, fail to recognize the curse upon the resurrection stone ring? Perhaps it was indeed familial love that triumphed over reason. In any case, this centenarian had embarked upon another path of adventure. With this thought, Ino sighed softly. Very well, I respect your choice. I respect everyone's choices. Thank you, Ino, Dumbledore replied. Though unspoken, both understood the depth of their exchange. Moments later, Dumbledore seemed to recall something, leaning slightly forward. I noticed your name on the holiday registration form. I'm sorry, but I wish to say that if you find yourself in need of accommodation in Hogsmeade, or require assistance in any other matter, do not hesitate to write to me. Upon hearing this, Ino's eyes brightened. He suddenly thought of a problem that, while not overly complex, required resolution. Professor, is any form of assistance acceptable? If so, I do indeed have a matter that needs your help. Chapter 57, Hogsmeade. The Christmas holiday had arrived as promised. A secluded path, paved with cobblestones, meanders from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Ino, with a suitcase in his left hand and an elder wand in his right, ambles forward, casually waving his wand in the air. As the tip of the wand sweeps through the air, flurries of pure white snowflakes are conjured, lingering momentarily before gently descending, merging seamlessly with the snow accumulated along the roadside. This moment serves as a fulfillment of a long-held dream, a bubble wand of infinite duration. Ino gazes at the snowflakes cascading from the tip of his wand, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This delightful wintry trick, a recent discovery, also serves as a precursor to the second spell left behind by the White Witch. The enchantment of scattering snowflakes is not only visually captivating, but also enhances his adaptability to ice and snow, proving to be a multifaceted gain. Consequently, after mastering this spell, he finds himself showering snowflakes wherever he wanders, outside of classrooms and libraries alike. Naturally, this behavior has irked the castle caretaker, Filch, although the issue has remained unresolved. Ino has resignedly realized that as long as he lingers in the corridors, he can always expect to see the irritable Filch as constant as a shadow. While Filch no longer intervenes, he resorts to banging a mop against a metal bucket, producing a jarring noise and muttering veiled insults, seemingly intent on conveying, although I lack the authority to control you, I shall still vex you. Faced with such trifling and petulant antics, retreat is his only option. After all, Harry dared to confront Snape directly. How could he lower himself to squabble with Filch? As he continues on his journey, time slips by unnoticed. In the distance, The buildings of Hogsmeade come into view. Eno feels a yearning for this village, composed entirely of wizards. Here, he can elude the Ministry's scrutiny and live free from the constraints of the secrecy laws, whether practicing magic or engaging in daily life, without any reservations. As he draws nearer, the full visage of Hogsmeade unfolds before him. The street is lined with uniquely shaped and ancient houses, evoking a sense of traversing time to a medieval town. Every shop in Hogsmeade seems to have donned Christmas decorations at dawn, colorful bells, small gift boxes, miniature Santa hats, and animated snowmen dotting the roadside. Though Eno has often pondered why wizards celebrate Christmas, this curiosity does not diminish his enjoyment of the present moment. Immersed in this whimsical and vibrant world, one can easily forget all worries. On the main street, Eno lifts his gaze to the first shop beside him, the one closest to him, Gladrag's Wizardwear. Casting a glance at his own standard robe, he pushes the door open without hesitation. The shop's interior is spacious, meticulously arranged with an array of new garments. The elegant attire is a renowned international brand in the wizarding world, far surpassing the offerings of Madame Malkiness in Diagon Alley. From robes to sleepwear, and even an array of quirky socks, a plethora of items line shelves. Happy Christmas! Welcome to the elegant attire wizarding apparel store, Hogsmeade branch. Happy Christmas, madam. I wish to purchase 2 everyday robes. Do you have any recommendations? Certainly. We have an abundance of robes that would suit you, the shop assistant replied with a beaming smile. However, I first need to know your style preferences. Simple, monochromatic, devoid of any embellishments, preferably in deep gray or brown, Eno stated, listing his requirements in one breath. Oh, and please add 2 pairs of thick cashmere socks. Half an hour later, as Eno emerged from the elegant attire store, the Hogwarts standard robe he had previously worn had vanished, replaced by a gray hooded long coat, somewhat akin to a cloak, but with sleeves sewn in. This expenditure is, well, to be honest, although the robe is reasonably tailored, I can't shake the feeling of having been slightly fleeced. The garment possesses no additional magical enhancements. Perhaps care was taken in the selection of materials and craftsmanship. Yet, for a piece of clothing that even a muggle could create, its price was a staggering 9 galleons and 12 sickles, enough to have commissioned 3 identical pieces from Madame Malkin. Perhaps the wizarding world does indeed harbor a so-called brand effect. Despite his inner musings, Eno did not linger. After leaving the robe shop, he began his search for accommodations. After all, upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, one must first secure a lodging point. Hogsmeade truly lives up to its designation as a village. The entire main commercial street, from one end to the other, took Eno less than a quarter of an hour to traverse, and that was with a leisurely pace, stopping to observe. Had he been more intent on reaching his destination, the time could have been even shorter. This suggests that Hogsmeade is not particularly vast, or perhaps the number of wizards across the British Isles has always been rather limited. However, one thing he could affirm, no matter how few, it certainly could not be as absurdly low as 3,000. Even without counting the students of Hogwarts, the Hogsmeade before him housed far more than that. Though the commercial street was short, the surrounding residential area was quite plentiful. Through the windows, the glow of illuminated lamps indicated that these homes were far from abandoned. As he strolled casually, the entire main street unfolded before him like a beautiful painting. Before long, Eno spotted the 3 broomsticks not far away. Perhaps due to the Christmas holidays, upon entering the pub, he found it already populated with numerous patrons. While not overcrowded, it was somewhat lively. A new face, and a dashing young lad at that. Darling, first-time guests at my establishment are entitled to a complimentary drink, excluding alcoholic beverages, of course. I wouldn't want to receive a howling letter from your mother, remarked Madame Rosmerta, the pub owner, who had appeared before him at some point. A middle-aged woman, strikingly aligned with Western aesthetics, bears the subtle evidence of her age in the crow's feet that grace the corners of her eyes. Yet, the charm bestowed by time and the allure that emerges from the essence of years gone by are qualities seldom possessed by younger women. Chapter 58. Procurement and Distribution of Gifts. The guest rooms in the 3 Broomstick Inn far surpass those of the Broken Cauldron, with a single room's expanse capable of effortlessly eclipsing Old Tom's establishment. Moreover, Madame Rosmerta has thoughtfully adorned each room with a variety of Christmas decorations, including a delightful 2-foot-tall Christmas tree nestled at the foot of the bed. In this warm and tranquil setting, Eno felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he stood by the window, gazing out at Hogsmeade, which looked utterly resplendent under the cloak of night. Colorful magical lanterns danced and flickered in front of the shops, creating a rare and enchanting spectacle that captivated him for quite some time. It was akin to how people yearn for the vibrancy of festivity and joy, unaware that merely observing the merriment from the sidelines can be a unique and precious experience. Participation is inconsequential. What truly matters is the experience and the feelings it evokes. At that moment, he began to understand why the elderly matron at the orphanage always wore a smile as she watched the children play. It was not a mere diversion from boredom, but a different kind of experience. Uncertain of how long he had stood by the window, he finally turned away as the lights along the main street began to extinguish. Making his way toward the bed, sitting down, he slowly opened his suitcase. Unlike the usual doubling of its capacity, this time, upon opening, he was greeted by a profound emptiness. As Eno extended one leg into the suitcase, it felt as though he were stepping onto a staircase, and he gradually descended further. To an outside observer, it appeared as if the suitcase were slowly consuming him. In reality, this was the result of a request he had made to Dumbledore before the holiday. The extension charm, as an advanced spell involving the mysteries of space, was not something one could master in a short span of time, a fact Eno was acutely aware of. Even if he could manage to use it, he was hesitant to expand his own suitcase. Safety was one concern, while the fear of being discovered was another, as the Ministry of Magic explicitly forbade the unauthorized use of the extension charm. Thus, the disparity between his own efforts and Dumbledore's was vast. The latter, so long as he did not thrust the suitcase in Fudge's face, would likely remain blissfully unaware of its contents, even if it were placed at his feet. After all, the same mistake committed by different individuals often yields disparate outcomes. Moments later, Eno found himself within the confines of the suitcase's interior. It was not as exaggerated as Newt S, which resembled an entire city. However, after Dumbledore's modifications, it boasted nearly 10,000 square feet, approximately equivalent to 23 basketball courts. While not vast, it was certainly sufficient for erecting a small house, complete with a garden of flowers and fruit trees. Of course, these considerations were not at the forefront of his mind. His purpose for this journey was merely to retrieve a bedtime reading material, a book about sunlight that Pansy had sent him before the holiday. The reason this book piqued his interest lies in the unparalleled significance of sunlight within Western tales and folklore. The myriad meanings associated with light, hope, justice, and courage, all symbolized by sunlight, are boundless. Time swiftly passes, and the night quietly slips away in a fleeting moment. As the horizon gradually brightens, the first gentle rays of dawn caress the window panes, softly spilling into the room. In the warmth of his cocoon, Eno slowly awakens. Upon opening his eyes, he captures the hazy morning glow that envelopes the room, its tranquility and beauty drawing him into deep contemplation. Last night, he had stayed up late to finish that book, which was less than half an inch thick, and he had gained some understanding of the sunlight spell. It seems that this magic is akin to a variant of a guardian spell, one that is particularly demanding of emotions. The serene beauty of dawn, the fervent rays of midday, and the nostalgia and sorrow of the evening sun all reflect the fluctuations of a wizard's heart. Interestingly, even dark wizards are unable to unleash this magic. After a brief moment of reflection, Eno gazes at the dawn light flooding into the room and slowly picks up his wand. Sunlight, return. As the words leave his lips, the tip of his wand flickers like an unstable old tungsten bulb, shimmering for several seconds before gradually illuminating. Perhaps influenced by his surroundings or simply by nature, the wand tip glows with the light of dawn. It resembles the sun before 8 a.m., bright, gentle, and warm, so much so that gazing directly at it does not feel blinding. After a moment, Eno dispels the magic, sits up in bed, stretches lazily, and heads to the washroom to begin his morning routine. After all, while the magically extending trunk has grown, it must still be filled with appropriate items. He does not intend to purchase ostentatious large objects, but candies, snacks, and even dried foods and herbal seeds can be prepared in advance. Half an hour later, Eno, carrying a suitcase, departs from the Three Broomsticks. Unlike his leisurely stroll the night before, today he steps out with purpose, walking briskly along the broad street. Honey Duke's candies, the scribbling hovel, the dervish and Banja's shop, and the apothecary, shopping and browsing are indeed two distinct experiences. From the moment he stepped out of the Three Broomsticks to the completion of his various purchases, less than 2 hours had elapsed. During this time, he acquired not only a substantial amount of long-lasting candies, but also an assortment of books, parchment, ink, various fruit tree seeds, and a whole bag of fresh mandrake leaves. As for the essential flying equipment, there was not a single place in Hogsmeade selling flying carpets, let alone brooms. The only broom available was at Zoko's joke shop, a toy broom priced at 23 galleons, known as the rampaging broom. While Wizard attempts to ride it, the broom promptly flips upside down, sending the rider head first, accompanied by wild spins, sudden stops, and the risk of being flung off in 5 different mischievous modes. Perhaps for safety considerations, the flight height of this broom is a mere 3 meters. Although I was unable to acquire the desired item, I nonetheless encounter a variety of peculiar and fascinating trinkets. This experience also afforded him a fresh perspective on the mischievous antics prevalent in the magical realm. Thankfully, the resilience of wizards is formidable. Otherwise, any of these artifacts, if brought into the Muggle world, could easily result in significant harm. Simultaneously, after purchasing all his items, Eno arrived at the final destination of his journey, the Owl Post Office. Malfoy, Dumbledore, Pansy, Hermione, Neville. Eno pondered as he pushed open the door to the Owl Post Office. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of hundreds of innocent, wide eyes, instantly evoking the sensation of stepping into a magical zoo. The room was rather cramped, with shelves on either side filled with owls ranging from the majestic great horned owl and barn owl to the agile little owl and snowy owl, numbering at least a couple of hundred. As the door creaked open, these owls, in perfect unison, tilted their heads curiously, scrutinizing the newcomer. Chapter 59, The Daily Life of 3 Brooms. The orderly and endearing sight of countless owls compelled Eno to linger a moment longer. After pausing briefly, he approached the counter. "Excuse me, madam. I wish to rent an owl to deliver a package." Behind the counter stood the only witch in the post office, a gaunt middle-aged woman. Choose an appropriate one. Within England, sending a package costs 5 nuts, while delivering a letter is 2 nuts. We're not responsible for lost items. Her tone, filled with impatience, starkly contrasted with the affable demeanor of the shopkeepers in Hogsmeade. Understanding the difference in nature between private establishments and an official organization of the Ministry of Magic, Eno recognized that such disparities in service were to be expected. Within England, 5 packages. He placed a sickle on the counter and turned to select his preferred owls. Amidst a cacophony of cooing, he chose 5 robust owls to serve as his messengers. After packaging and securing everything, he felt a slight tug at the edge of his sleeve on his right side. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a tuft of grayish-white feathers, with a round head and a pair of adorably wide eyes that frequently glanced at his fingers. The owl resembled a child eagerly awaiting candy from parent. Without a second thought, he scooped up the plump owl and hurried back to the counter. "Excuse me, madam. I wish to purchase this owl." It is worth noting that while the Owl Post Office provides various mailing services, it also sells owls, serving as an additional service. This is somewhat akin to the sale of telephones in public phone booths. Meanwhile, upon hearing the inquiry about the owl's price, the middle-aged witch behind the counter finally set down her novel. Her demeanor transformed from indifference to uncontainable enthusiasm, her freckled face radiating warmth. The gray owl is remarkably astute. It requires no feeding, as it adeptly preys upon small rodents, such as voles and mice. Additionally, it exhibits unwavering loyalty to its owner, and importantly, it possesses no discernible shortcomings in flight. Priced at 27 galleons and 11 sickles, it also includes 2 bags of standard owl feed, for an additional 5 sickles. One may choose between a cage or an owl perch. Upon exiting the owl post, Eno gently teased the owl perched on his shoulder. "I'll call you little one. I once fed a small creature like you, but alas, it eventually went missing." It must be said that the owls from the post office, being officially trained, indeed possess a remarkable emotional intelligence. What began as a simple package delivery turned into a delightful surprise of bringing home an owl, yet he felt no regret. For sometimes a connection is simply beyond explanation. Satisfied that he had not overlooked anything, Eno turned towards the 3 broomsticks. He had completed all his planned tasks in the morning. During the upcoming 2 weeks of holiday, he intended to refrain from wandering and instead devote his time to reading in his room, preparing for Animagus studies. The return journey was always a leisurely one. Eno chuckled softly, skillfully shifting the topic of conversation, for the principle of not disclosing one's wealth was universally applicable. "That cunning child is hardly endearing, Mrs. Rosmerta," remarked with a smirk. With her extensive experience of over a decade in tavern management, she understood the implications of Eno's words and smoothly inquired, "Now, how do you intend to pay the rent? If you lack funds, I shall have no choice but to evict you, regardless of your age. Rest assured, you may even find yourself paying me for my services." "Just give me 2 minutes," Eno replied, ascending the stairs with his owl. A few minutes later, Eno reappeared in the tavern's main hall, his accordion in hand. His attire attracted considerable attention, even though the 3 broomsticks typically saw fewer patrons at noon. However, the current situation was far from ordinary. During the Christmas holiday, Hogsmeade was bustling with wizards, not only from England but also foreign visitors with their peculiar accents. At Mrs. Rosmerta's prompting and tacit approval, Eno pulled up a chair and settled into a spacious spot to the right of the bar. This modest clearing was likely Mrs. Rosmerda's passage to the kitchen, yet it had been claimed by him. A delicate and melancholic melody began to resonate. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. In the medieval-like magical village of Hogsmeade, Eno chose to sing the song most fitting for the atmosphere, Scarborough Fair. As his voice filled the hall, the three broomsticks gradually fell into a serene hush. The ethereal and haunting tones reached the depths of the soul and combined with the accordion's raspy timbre. The listeners felt an inescapable sense of sorrow. After a moment, as the final note faded away, an eerie silence enveloped the entire tavern. Eventually, it was Lady Rosmerda, the proprietor, who first broke this spell. What a soul-stirring melody. The notes of parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme seemed to embody the protagonist's sweet love, strength, loyalty, and courage. Undoubtedly, behind this song lies a poignant tale of love, does it not? As Lady Rosmerda posed her question, Eno observed that the others present wore expressions of curiosity and intrigue. Indeed, your insight is commendable. This song is woven with a heart-wrenching narrative of love. The bard's customary technique is to first draw the audience's attention with song, then gradually unveil the story. It tells of a solitary, friendless pirate who, upon capture and facing the gallows, was granted a final request by the executioner, and thus he sang this song for the onlookers. He yearned for a passerby to venture to Scarborough Fair, to find his beloved and convey to her that his time was drawing near. After surveying the room and sensing that the stage was set, Eno began to recount the tale of Scarborough Fair. This story, which unfolded centuries ago during the Middle Ages, has been immortalized by bards and continues to resonate through the ages. Chapter 60. The holiday concludes and Hogwarts beckons. As evening descended, Eno had spent the entire afternoon narrating stories in the Grand Hall. Though he felt a touch of physical fatigue, his spirit was richly satisfied. To be honest, the title of Bard is not an exclusive identity. It merely stemmed from his serendipitous encounter with Hans, another bard, upon entering this fantastical realm. To survive safely, he had to don the guise of a bard. Had he encountered a knight instead at the outset, perhaps he would now identify as an apprentice knight or a squire. Over time, however, he had grown fond of this vocation. You have never been a constraint upon me. It is simply a passion. Gazing at the accordion by his bedside, Eno sighed softly. Truth be told, he had contemplated adopting a different identity, exploring new experiences as a scholar, a diviner, an adventurer, or even a sailor or navigator. Yet, considering his age, well, a 12-year-old scholar, an adolescent adventurer, that seemed rather implausible. As time passed, the weariness of his body began to envelop him. Eno leaned against the edge of the bed, reclining in a position that brought him immense relaxation. In this state of half-dreaming, his thoughts began to wander, conjuring memories of days gone by, the orphanage, the fantastical world of yesteryears, and even more distant experiences. A sense of contradiction arose within him. At times he felt mature, yet still youthful. Life seemed to have reached its conclusion, yet it felt as though everything was merely beginning anew. Thus he pondered, carrying a gentle undercurrent of contradiction and reflection within his heart, as if to escape some turmoil and perhaps to seek answers within a dream. He ultimately succumbed to slumber upon his bed. Time flowed silently like a gentle stream, slipping away unnoticed from his fingertips. He spent the 2-week Christmas holiday in a manner both soothing and leisurely. His daily schedule was simple yet fulfilling. After enjoying breakfast each morning, he would remain in his room, pondering the intricacies of magic, including transfiguration, sun magic, and ice and snow magic. Following his afternoon rest, he would choose to descend to the hall to share stories and sing songs. It is noteworthy that within this brief fortnight, he not only garnered a modicum of fame in Hogsmeade, attracting a small wave of devoted listeners, but he also caught the attention of several newspapers and magazines, including the Daily Prophet. Perhaps the wizarding world had been too tranquil in recent years, leading even the mainstream papers of the British Isles to take notice of such trifles. Of course, it was merely attention. After reading the letter from the Daily Prophet, he unceremoniously cast it into the fireplace, reducing it to ashes. The letter not only required his personal visit to the Prophet's editorial office, but also demanded he stand in line to be interviewed by an intern. In essence, what difference was there between this and those who self-published their works? Though myriad memories of the holiday floated through his mind, he had already prepared his belongings for departure, albeit without opening his suitcase. At Hogwarts, in the Slytherin common room, upon beholding the slightly distant and reserved gazes of his peers, he felt no desire to linger and promptly turned towards the dormitory. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of a small, endearing creature perched on a stand, along with a pile of various Christmas gifts accumulated by his bedside. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his brow before moving to his bed to begin unwrapping the parcels. Unwrapping gifts, reading letters, unwrapping gifts, reading letters. This cycle continued for nearly half an hour until he finally sorted through the heap of presents. Although the process was cumbersome, the joy of unboxing was a delight few could truly experience. Among all the gifts, aside from the usual chocolates and assorted candies, he received many valuable items. For instance, Professor Flitwick had gifted him the standard spells for third-year students. Hermione had sent him a bottle of Penhaligon's men's cologne, and Dumbledore had gifted him the poems of Peter Piper. Yet, when considering the intrinsic value of the items, it was Malfoy's 3-inch-tall, pure gold Quidditch player statue that truly stood out. Though the statue lacked extravagant magical effects and could not levitate, its weight of over 2 pounds of gold easily overshadowed any shortcomings. Perhaps humanity possesses an innate fondness for gold, and Ino found himself toying with the statue for a moment. Once he had arranged all the gifts, his gaze shifted towards the assortment of candies and snacks. However, for reasons unknown, visions of certain senior girls flashed inexplicably in his mind upon seeing the treats. Though consuming the delicacies was out of the question, discarding them was equally unthinkable. These exquisitely packaged confections represented the dreams of many children from the welfare institution. With this thought in mind, he resolutely rose and made his way toward the door. In the common lounge, after surveying the surroundings, Ino approached a group huddled in the corner. However, the lively chatter that had previously filled the air fell into an awkward silence as he drew nearer. Faced with such a situation, he chose to feign ignorance. After all, even the involved party, Malfoy, had stepped forward to clarify the matter, yet remained unavailing. "Gaul!" Ino called out. At the sound of his name, Gaul sprang from his seat as if summoned by a professor in class. "I'm here, Mr. Swinburne." Ino observed Gaul's anxious expression with a touch of weariness. "Come with me, do not be afraid. I have some treats for you, just some Christmas candies." Upon hearing of food, Gaul's nearly tearful demeanor transformed instantaneously, displaying a fervor akin to that of one determined to savor life's last morsels. In the dormitory, Ino sat quietly in his chair, while Gaul had taken away all the previously accumulated sweets. He held no particular animosity towards Gaul, viewing him as merely a simple-minded child, one who would likely remain endearingly naive even into adulthood. In contrast, Brack was a different story altogether, a young wizard capable of unleashing fierce flames before graduation. It was hard to believe that his current demeanor wasn't some form of elaborate facade. Yet, regardless of pretense, Ino had no intention of intervening, for knowledge of the future mattered little. History has seen many prophets, yet none have ever meddled in every detail. Even the former seer with heterochromia merely steered the ship in broad strokes, allowing flowers to bloom in their radiant glory and trees to exhibit their majestic forms, each unique and growing in its own way. Perhaps this is the greatest respect one can offer to life. Chapter 61. The Gears of Destiny Quidditch. With the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, life at Hogwarts resumed its usual rhythm. However, the only notable change was in the mindset of the young wizards. It seemed as though the holiday had been misplaced. Rather than returning with joy and merriment, each face bore an unmistakable cloud of gloom. One might assume that they had endured some tragic ordeal during their break. In this atmosphere, Hogwarts experienced an unprecedented unity, including Slytherin. Every young wizard across the 4 houses wore an expression of discontent. Nevertheless, this melancholy did not persist for long. It appeared that the professors were attuned to the sentiments of the students, as following the Christmas holiday, the annual Quidditch House Cup was announced. Spanning the latter half of the academic year and lasting 6 months, this event would undoubtedly ignite the spirits of all involved. Yes, all. Not only the young wizards, but also numerous professors who cherished Quidditch and enthusiasts from the surrounding Hogsmeade. Yet amidst all these disturbances and transformations, Ino remained indifferent, his thoughts more captivated by the marvels of Animagus. In the days following the conclusion of the holiday, with the assistance of Madame Pants, he discovered a plethora of tomes regarding Transfiguration, particularly the esteemed collection of past editions of today's Transfiguration housed within the library. Among these treasures, he even unearthed a paper penned by Dumbledore himself over 60 years ago during his tenure as the Professor of Transfiguration. This truly constituted a vast reservoir of knowledge. While expressing his gratitude to Madame Pants, Ino absorbed this invaluable information like a sponge, striving to glean as much as possible. Moreover, within these volumes, he found a solution to the peculiar predicament of the Animagus who must hold a leaf in their mouth. After all, Sustaining such an act for an entire month seemed rather impractical. However, the remedy to this conundrum was surprisingly straightforward. A sticking charm could effortlessly secure the mandrake leaf to the roof of the mouth. While it might somewhat impede daily life, it remained the only viable option. As evening fell, after partaking in dinner within the hall, Eno quietly departed. Though his routine was somewhat monotonous, he found solace in this life, relishing the daily intake of magical knowledge and the opportunity to peruse the chronicles of yore. 4. The sensation of solitude often stems not merely from physical isolation, but rather from a spiritual and mental desolation, a profound inner barrenness. In the dormitory, upon pushing open the door, he beheld Malfoy hunched over his desk, quietly giggling to himself while doodling. Eno was no stranger to Malfoy's intermittent antics. After all, it was not uncommon for him to erupt into laughter in the dead of night. Now, seeing him alone, chuckling at his own musings, seemed a trifling matter. Simultaneously, upon hearing the door creak open, Malfoy sprang to his feet. Eno, what do you think of this? I'll use it to cheer for the team tomorrow. And it'll be amusing to see Scarhead make a fool of himself. Quidditch, is it tomorrow? Eno inquired, belatedly realizing that indeed the Slytherin team was set to face Gryffindor for the first time. Merlin, are you a dusty scholar from the Middle Ages? I'd wager you are the only Slytherin with such a reaction. Malfoy's eyes widened, as if he were encountering Eno for the first time. On the other hand, upon hearing the mention of Quidditch, Eno suddenly recalled a forgotten matter. He turned towards his bedside, opened a box on the shelf, and retrieved 10 genuine gold coins. Casually, he stacked the coins on the desk, treating them as nonchalantly as if they were mere pounds of gold or a box of bubblegum. This gesture reflected a suppression of inner greed. However, to Malfoy, it signified an entirely different interpretation, particularly upon hearing the term family vault. Unlike Malfoy's entanglement with familial expectations, Eno, after placing the coins down, pulled out a chair and sat, contemplating his future plans. Tomorrow would undeniably mark Harry's debut, which would also serve to dispel any lingering doubts among the trio, affirming their belief that Snape was indeed the culprit behind the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Truth be told, Eno was hardly concerned about a Philosopher's Stone drained of its magic. In the realm of so-called immortality, it may be a challenge within the magical world. However, in the resplendent realm of fantasy, it is indeed a trivial matter. This is true eternal life, rather than the mere longevity offered by a Philosopher's Stone. Meanwhile, as Eno contemplated the myriad possibilities of the future, a somewhat hesitant voice echoed within the dormitory. Eno, I brought you the statue. It's not made of pure gold. Not pure gold? Eno exclaimed, raising his head in surprise. He had already handled that Quidditch statue. In terms of weight, density, or hue, it resembled gold so closely, and now to hear that it was not pure gold was bewildering. Yes, it is not pure gold, like a secret unveiled. Malfoy spoke with newfound confidence, no longer stuttering or appearing anxious. The statue is crafted from goblin gold, the same material as galleons. It can only be considered a piece of craftsmanship, worth at most a few dozen galleons. Eno felt as if he were witnessing the extraordinary. The goblins of Gringotts truly possessed a unique flair. However, before he could articulate a response, Malfoy's voice reached his ears once more. I cannot accept those coins. They are too valuable. Moreover, my father forbids me from receiving gifts exceeding 50 galleons. He always says that if I desire something, I should write to him, and he will procure it for me. Very well, let it be as you wish. Now, he understood that if the statue were indeed pure gold, its 2-pound weight would be worth far more than a few thousand galleons. Perhaps Lucius could easily afford it, but clearly, this did not align with the customary value of gifts exchanged among children. Speaking of Lucius, another unfinished matter swiftly crossed his mind. By the way, Draco, do you know where I might procure a flying carpet? Compared to a broom, I would much prefer the leisurely experience of soaring through the skies upon a carpet. Chapter 62, Another Die. At dawn, sunlight cascaded over Hogwarts, illuminating its majestic contours with a radiant glow. After a night of deep slumber, the castle appeared as a giant awakening, brimming with vitality. As the castle doors swung open, throngs of young wizards streamed forth, chatting animatedly in clusters, their faces aglow with uncontainable excitement and joy. Eno, too, followed the crowd, meandering towards the Quidditch pitch outside the castle. After his exchange with Malfoy the previous night, he had abandoned the hope of acquiring a flying carpet in England. Whether it was a matter of striking at someone's vital artery, the Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye to the smuggling of dragons, yet maintained an unwavering stance against the trafficking of carpets. Furthermore, as recounted by Malfoy, Aurors would even traverse great distances to Africa to apprehend offenders. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, it was clear to see the ministry's attitude toward this matter. Quidditch pitch. As time passed, the previously empty stands of the pitch were now densely packed with spectators. Eager eyes turned skyward. Good morning, everyone. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. Today marks the second match of this academic year's House Cup, with Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin. This promises to be yet another thrilling and heart-pounding competition. Perhaps some individuals are inherently suited for certain roles. With just a few words, Jordan's rhythmic intonation ignited the enthusiasm of the entire crowd. As the players from both teams took to the field, the match commenced in earnest. One can only say that the clash between Slytherin and Gryffindor truly lived up to expectations. Within a mere 10 minutes, the atmosphere on the pitch thickened with palpable tension. Although not particularly versed in Quidditch, Eno could discern that something was amiss. The situation reached a boiling point when Gryffindor's chaser, Angelina Johnson, was maliciously fouled and brought down. Fred, like a whirlwind of vengeance, began retaliating indiscriminately, targeting anyone from Slytherin who crossed his path. Naturally, George was not far behind. Witnessing his brother being besieged, he charged into the fray without hesitation. Once the chain reaction commenced, halting it became a daunting task. The chaotic scene in the air was beyond even Madame Hooch's copper whistle to control. Why engage in a game of Quidditch at all? Wouldn't a single joust from a knight's lance be far more exhilarating? Eno mused, gazing skyward. At that moment, it resembled a full-blown brawl, with both teams indifferent to the quaffle. He also noted Harry hovering at the periphery. The tumult seemed to have unnerved the newly appointed seeker from Gryffindor. Yet, this was Hogwarts, after all. Under Professor McGonagall's authoritative intervention, the match was paused for a quarter of an hour, allowing players from both sides to reflect and regain their composure. Perhaps this was the grandeur of the deputy headmistress's presence when the second half resumed. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor played with decorum, and even the occasional foul was met with mutual restraint. With order restored on the field, Harry found his opportunity to shine. As time ticked away, fate favored him, culminating in a thrilling capture of the Golden Snitch after a harrowing loss of control on his broom. The 150-point bonus secured a decisive victory for Gryffindor. Though the match concluded, Eno found himself unable to revel in the outcome. It was not the defeat of Slytherin that dampened his spirits, but rather the stark deviation of events from the recollections he held dear. It seemed that everything from his memories had quietly transformed. Life must go on. What was destined to occur, whether desired or not, had indeed transpired. Upon returning to the common room, Eno observed the despondent faces of his fellow Slytherins and turned towards the library. While he struggled to endure the melancholic atmosphere, he understood that many wizards in a magical realm held Quidditch in higher regard than life itself. Exiting the common room, he navigated the familiar path to the library. However, upon entering, he was promptly intercepted by Madame Pants. "You have a note. I truly don't comprehend. Do you all consider me an owl?" Though she grumbled, the smile on Madame Pants's face seemed to convey a multitude of sentiments. "Indeed, you are far more reliable than any owl. That is beyond question." Eno jested in response to her self-deprecating humor. After half a semester of acquaintance, despite the differences in age and status, he and Madame Pants had forged a friendship. Although initially approached with a degree of preconceived notions, as time passed, it became evident that Mrs. Pants was not as harsh as she seemed at first glance. Perhaps it was the nature of her profession or the weight of past experiences that rendered her somewhat neurotic, occasionally even bordering on hysteria. Meanwhile, as she spoke, Mrs. Pants extracted a folded note shaped like a diamond from her pocket. "You should take this quickly. That Gryffindor girl seems rather anxious today." Eno promptly accepted the note, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. I've been quite busy lately, but I will make time to finish the remaining story. If all goes well, the next time we meet, this book will reach its concluding chapter." This was the fundamental reason he could regard Mrs. Pants as an equal friend. It was a romance novel interwoven with elements of marriage, family, lovers, illegitimate children, and love triangles. Initially, to cultivate a good relationship with Mrs. Pants, he had spontaneously crafted a short story, which, despite its somewhat unsightly content, yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Similarly, upon hearing that the conclusion would soon be revealed, Mrs. Pants's eyes sparkled momentarily. Yet, moments later, she sighed to herself, "Is it truly coming to an end? Well, all stories must conclude." Witnessing this, Eno discerned Mrs. Pants's sentiments with clarity. The next one will have to wait until next year's term. It would narrate the tale of two sisters who fell in love with the same man, who happened to be their stepfather. "It's settled then," Mrs. Pants declared resolutely, as if anyone daring to retract would face her wand in a duel. Watching her retreating figure, Eno chuckled, and shook his head. He then opened the note left by Hermione, which, as expected, contained the agreed time for their meeting in the library. This seemingly childish act rekindled the joy of passing notes in school for him. Although many words could be exchanged after class, there was an inexplicable delight in writing them on paper and discreetly passing them during lessons. With this thought, he neatly refolded the note and tucked it back into his pocket before heading towards the Transfiguration section of the library. In a state of concentration, one often loses track of time. As night fell, with only half an hour left before curfew, Eno reluctantly exited the library at Mrs. Pansess's urging. The castle at 9:30 was utterly silent. Just as he was about to approach the entrance to the common room, a soothing and elegant voice reached his ears. "What a good child you are! Your yearning for knowledge will surely elevate you above countless ordinary individuals." Though the voice was unfamiliar, the unmistakable scent of garlic wafting in the air betrayed its source. Without hesitation, Eno swiftly reached into his lining, and in an instant, a die resembling the one used in divination appeared in his hand. The resemblance lay only in their material and hue. Upon closer inspection, this die appeared to be a crude, unfinished product. Its shape was an irregular polyhedron, and its surface bore no engraved numbers. Only a series of chaotic lines and symbols akin to a child's haphazard doodles. Chapter 63, The Professor's Counsel. Sensing the solid touch within his palm, Eno instinctively relaxed. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and upon noticing the portraits adorning the walls, he felt a surge of reassurance. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell." Turning to look towards the end of the corridor, illuminated by the flickering candlelight on the wall, a figure swathed in a headscarf stood prominently. "Do not be alarmed. As the professor of defense against the dark arts, it is only natural to feel compelled to commend diligent and eager students. It is merely a casual conversation." It was difficult to fathom that a person who typically stuttered in everyday discourse could, at this moment, articulate with such elegance and clarity. Quirrell's tone was somewhat peculiar, as if he were explaining something to someone or attempting to convey his harmlessness. "Professor, while I would indeed relish a conversation with you, the curfew approaches, and if possible, I would prefer not to violate school regulations." Upon hearing the deliberate modulation in Quirrell's voice, Eno had already concluded that the true visitor was none other than Voldemort, rather than the marionette-like Quirrell. Although he grasped the second die left by Professor Hans in his hand, he was reluctant to become overly entangled with Voldemort, especially not wanting to squander this precious die in the absence of a core conflict of interest. Of course, a good student will never breach school rules, and they shall always earn the professor's favor. Possessing Quirrell, Voldemort spoke in an unusual tone. "A good student ought to study diligently and read voraciously. But remember, do not venture into the restricted section, and certainly do not dabble in dark arts, for while they may be powerful, they will corrupt those of wavering minds." Perhaps sensing something amiss, or genuinely mindful of the curfew, Voldemort, controlling Quirrell, uttered these words and then turned to depart. Quirrell's silhouette receded into the distance until it vanished at the corridor's end. Meanwhile, Eno did not allow himself to lower his guard due to Quirrell's departure. Although he knew that the likelihood of an attack within the castle was slim, he was unwilling to gamble with his safety. He clutched the die tightly, even as he entered the Slytherin common room, refusing to relax his grip. Only after stepping into his dormitory and closing the door did he finally release his hand. A dark wizard who does not study dark arts, but instead delves into psychology. Eno wearily reclined on his bed, silently reflecting. It seemed that Tom's transformation into the commanding Voldemort relied not solely on extraordinary power. Rather, such formidable strength was merely a fundamental prerequisite. Just like the few words exchanged moments ago, they appeared deceptively simple, yet he understood that had another young wizard been in his place, they might have been surreptitiously influenced. It was not a matter of profound magic. Perhaps even Voldemort dared not act recklessly within the castle. Thus, their prior exchange was merely a demonstration of psychological persuasion techniques. Counsel beginning with "do not do this" often leads people to focus solely on the latter part of the admonition. Much like the divine command to Adam to avoid the apple tree, or the caution directed towards young wizards to keep away from the corridor on the 4th floor. Moments ago, Voldemort not only instructed on dark magic, but also spoke of power and the wavering resolve of the weak-minded. At first glance, it appeared to be a typical admonition, akin to a professor advising a diligent student. Yet, beneath this triad of insinuations, it could easily lead an arrogant and exceptionally gifted young wizard down a path of no return. How one longs for the summer break. At this moment, Eno eagerly anticipates the vacation, for it signifies the end of encounters with a fully fledged Tom. From next year onward, perhaps only the paranoid Voldemort will remain. This is not mere fanciful thinking. Today's interaction has instilled in him a few suspicions regarding Horcruxes, suggesting that their destruction might not merely diminish Voldemort's chances of resurrection. A glimpse reveals the entirety. Given Voldemort's recent capabilities, it seems improbable that he would later engage in such clumsy actions. Furthermore, tonight's experiences evoke a sense of nostalgia for the lengthy adventures in the fantastical realm that once stretched beyond 6 months. What he once deemed tedious and monotonous now ignites a fervent desire for further journeys, an eagerness to delve into lengthy epic tales. After all, the growth of magical prowess is always intertwined with the passage of time. A mere 2 or 3 excursions a year might suffice to attain the standards of an adult wizard, thus preventing the passivity he experienced today. After an extended stay at Hogwarts, Eno feels a newfound sense of helplessness. Even in Voldemort's possessed state, he exudes an unparalleled aura of dominance. Akin to a creature facing its natural predator, merely confronting him sends shivers down one's spine. Consequently, he had opted for dice instead of drawing his wand. For mere bravado serves no purpose beyond eliciting laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the Gryffindor common room buzzes with exuberance as everyone celebrates the hard-earned victory of the day. As the hero of the hour, Harry receives unprecedented adulation. Unlike before, where others revered him solely for his name, this time Harry's achievements have earned him genuine admiration, a sensation he relishes. He savors the adoration of his peers and the exhilarating thrill that fame brings. However, amidst the laughter and merriment of Gryffindor, no one notices the absence of an elderly farmer in the idyllic landscape painting that hangs in the corner of the common room. On the other side, Hermione, though seated on a sofa at the periphery of the common room, refrains from participating in the celebrations, her expression tinged with concern. The events that transpired on the Quidditch pitch have confirmed her suspicions that Snape is the mastermind behind the chaos and the one scheming to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The mention of the Philosopher's Stone inevitably brings Eno to her mind. Through a series of note exchanges, she has successfully gleaned information about Nicholas Flamel from Madame Pants, leading her to deduce that the stone is hidden on the 4th floor of the castle. I must inform Eno promptly, so he can steer clear of Snape. Had I known earlier, I could have saved some money for an owl. Hermione sighs in frustration, brushing back the unruly strands of hair from her forehead. Upon the mention of owls, she was reminded of the note left behind in the library, uncertain whether it had been noticed in time or perhaps misplaced by Mrs. Pants. With a heart laden with myriad worries, she cast another glance at the lively scene in the common room. Tonight at Hogwarts seemed destined to bring restless nights for many. On the 8th floor of the castle, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat clad in a lavender-patterned nightgown, engrossed in rummaging through a walnut box. Meanwhile, a plethora of letters lay scattered across his expansive desk. After a considerable time, he selected a lilac envelope embossed with gold. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an ornate script, the flamboyance of which hinted at the writer's ostentation. However, Dumbledore paid little heed to the extravagant letter, instead turning his gaze towards the forbidden forest, shrouded in the night. Chapter 64. Professor Sprout's Enlightenment Time slips away unnoticed. In the Scottish Highlands, May brings temperatures soaring to 18 degrees Celsius. Hogwarts, it seemed, had awakened from its winter slumber. With the caress of the spring breeze and warm sunshine, life began to burgeon outside the castle. Various beautiful plants, such as orchids, daisies, and blue clover quietly flourished on the lawns, exuding a delicate fragrance. The tall willows unfurled tender green leaves, contrasting vividly with the ancient castle, showcasing their vitality and vigor. In the azure sky, magical creatures occasionally soared by, either owls flapping their wings with grace or the leisurely gliding of a sphinx. Their presence added an air of mystery to Hogwarts. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a shimmering glow upon the distant Black Lake, its waters sparkling like a mirror, reflecting the cerulean sky and the castle's silhouette. Everything was breathtakingly beautiful. In the Slytherin common room, in the dormitory, Eno gazed at the 2 potted plants on the shelf. After watering them, as per routine, he stood quietly to ponder. It had been over 3 months since the encounter with Voldemort, during which many significant events had transpired. For instance, Quirrell's visible decline in health and the sudden injury sustained by Snape 3 days prior, leaving him limping as he walked, his flowing black robes no longer fluttering elegantly. Yet, to Eno, these were merely trivial matters. Since experiencing that profound sense of powerlessness, he had adopted a life of seclusion. Except for attending classes and dining in the hall, he spent most of his time in the dormitory, occasionally lingering in the common room, never straying far from the crowd. Even when he ventured to the library, It was only during the bustling mornings to borrow a week's worth of books at once. The days of staying late in the library were long gone. Of course, every situation possesses its duality. While such an ascetic lifestyle may have deprived him of certain experiences and joys, it also yielded other rewards. The most striking development is the revival of a long-dormant storytelling salon in Slytherin. At the invitation of Malfoy, Eno occasionally shares tales and sings songs in the common room during leisure time, providing a rare form of entertainment to pass the hours. After 3 months of harmonious coexistence, the gaze of Slytherin's members towards him has become less unfamiliar. The boys exhibit a diminished shyness, while the girls' eyes now reflect a fervent warmth. Beyond these apparent external changes, there have also been numerous internal transformations. After 3 months of adaptation, Eno has finally procured a suitable leaf of mandrake, fulfilling the prerequisite for becoming an animagus. Now, he merely awaits the full moon to brew the potion and consume it on a stormy night. The stillness of the dormitory is interrupted by Malfoy's voice. "We have half an hour until class. We should depart." His thoughts momentarily disrupted, Eno turns to see Malfoy, already attired and cradling 2 pairs of pristine dragonhide gloves. "Very well, let us go," Eno replies with a smile, picking up a ceramic pot from the shelf as they exit the common room together. Outside the castle, in the herbology greenhouse, there is about a quarter of an hour until class begins. Young witches and wizards linger at the entrance, gathering in small groups to discuss topics of mutual interest. An intriguing phenomenon emerges. The academy's structure has evidently permeated their hearts. Even in their casual conversations, the division between Gryffindor and Slytherin remains starkly defined. With the greenhouse door serving as a central axis, lions and serpents occupying their respective territories. This fascinating equilibrium, however, is disrupted by Eno's arrival. As he walks from the castle to the greenhouse, he opts not to align himself with either faction, but instead stands at the center axis, clutching the ceramic pot. On the other side, among the Gryffindors, Neville, upon spotting Eno, contemplates approaching to greet him, but hesitates upon noticing Malfoy nearby. If one cannot confront their fears, they shall remain ensnared by them for a lifetime, let alone conquer them. "Eno, has it not yet sprouted? I suspect the seed has perished. Otherwise, the other pot thrives so well." Hearing the familiar voice, Eno turns to find Neville's slightly anxious expression. This scene brings Eno joy, affirming that his previous encouragements to Neville have not been in vain, and he promptly offers him an encouraging glance. "I am uncertain, hence I brought it today. After class, let's have Professor Sprout take a look." While speaking, he extends a ceramic pot for Neville to inspect. Since their initial encounter months ago, the potted plants have served as a bond between them. However, curiously, despite both being seeds from the Narnian Valley's berries and receiving the same sunlight charm, the growth of the 2 plants is markedly different. Yet, despite the delay in germination, he has never chosen to discard it, subconsciously feeling an inexplicable attachment. After receiving the pot, Neville meticulously examined it and remarked with a hint of confusion, "I still believe the issue lies with the seeds. The humidity and temperature should be adequate." He trailed off mid-sentence as Professor Sprout's figure appeared before the greenhouse. "All right, children, I believe it is now time for class. Please pause your idle chatter and follow me to Greenhouse 3. It is no wonder that Professor Sprout, the esteemed head of Hufflepuff, possesses a voice that is perpetually gentle and nurturing, enveloping all who hear it in a comforting embrace. The previously scattered young wizards instinctively formed 2 neat lines. Eno took the pot from Neville's hands and quietly joined the queue. Greenhouse 3 was a dim and damp space, filled with the seedlings of Devil's Snare. After Professor Sprout elaborated on the characteristics of the plant, she instructed the young wizards to don dragonhide gloves and commence repotting the vigorous Devil's Snare. At that moment, the seedlings, growing robustly with tendrils reaching 2 to 3 meters long, slithered across the ground like black mamba snakes. Such a chilling scene would deter even the bravest Gryffindor, and even the snake-loving Slytherins were reluctant to linger. Consequently, everyone exerted their utmost effort to complete the task swiftly, eager to finish and be released from class early. This might also be the reason for Professor Sprout's popularity. As long as the young wizards demonstrated competence, early dismissal was a common occurrence. After class, Eno lingered by the side, clutching the pot, hesitating to leave. "Child, do you require anything further?" Professor Sprout inquired. "Professor, it is my potted plant. Despite nurturing it for months, it has yet to sprout." As he spoke, Eno placed the pot on a nearby table. Professor Sprout approached. But instead of performing a physical inspection like Neville, she withdrew her wand and gently tapped the soil within the pot. Her expression resembled that of a distinguished physician diagnosing a patient. Silence enveloped the room for a considerable time. "I believe I have discerned the issue," Professor Sprout murmured. "A most extraordinary seed. Perhaps it is a matter of its circumstances or something else entirely. In any case, it is not a lack of sunlight and warmth that it requires, but rather cold and frost." With a deliberate pause, she continued, "A flower that blooms in the depths of winter will never sprout in spring. Therefore, you need not worry about it for now. The seed possesses a strong vitality. This winter, simply place it outside your window." Chapter 65. Hermione's advice. Professor Sprout's explanation resonated within Eno like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples through his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he recalled a once beautiful ice-blue rose, though the pot contained berries he had gathered. One was a wild grass thriving in the valley, while the other was a flower blooming within the castle. It was challenging to conceive any connection between the two. For the moment, Eno found himself at a loss, yet he felt a sense of joy upon learning the correct cultivation method. "Thank you for your assistance, Professor Sprout." Upon hearing this, Professor Sprout smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Should you have any inquiries regarding herbology in the future, feel free to seek me out. Do not hesitate. I wholeheartedly welcome every student from Hogwarts who possesses a passion for plants." In this moment, the inclusiveness of Hufflepuff was perfectly exemplified. As he continued along the castle-less walls, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure just as he was about to turn a corner. Hermione stood a short distance away, her head bowed as she focused intently on kicking the pebbles scattered on the ground. She appeared to be waiting for someone, seemingly indifferent. Each pebble she kicked traced an arc in the air before landing on the nearby lawn with a soft thud. Observing this, Eno stepped forward. "Miss Granger, what troubles you? With such precious time at hand, why are you idling instead of reviewing your studies? The final exams are less than 5 weeks away." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hermione looked up instantly, her face blossoming into a surprised smile. "I've been waiting for you for ages, and I've already completed my revisions. It's you I've scarcely seen lately. Were it not for our shared classes, I would think you had been harmed by that person." Though spoken in jest, her words conveyed a deep concern. Without mentioning names, he understood precisely whom Hermione referred to. Sometimes what one perceives is not the whole truth. What one knows is merely the tip of the iceberg. Before Eno could finish, Hermione seized the conversation, as if triggered by some hidden switch, and began to recite, "You can never truly understand a person until you have walked a mile in their shoes, considering matters from their perspective. Yet when you traverse the path they once traveled, even breathing feels burdensome." This quote from To Kill a Mockingbird had been read by her. Hermione raised her chin proudly, as if anticipating praise. After a moment, seemingly struck by a thought, she insisted with fervor, "But you must truly be cautious of Snape this time. I have irrefutable evidence." All right. I shall keep my distance from Snape," Eno sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Thus, he decided against further discourse. Quirrell would surely impart a lesson to Hermione. "Eno, trust me. I speak the truth. Even if everyone deceives you, I will not." Hermione slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with sincerity, revealing a hint of uncontainable shyness. "Let me share a notion with you." In the face of Hermione's stubbornness, he intended to assist Quirrell in his educational endeavors. "That voice emanates from our own hearts. It is not Shakespearean, nor does it utter unforgettable lines. Yet, our inner voice straightforwardly informs us of what is right and what is wrong, when to depart and when to proceed. So, Hermione, trust your heart, and do not merely believe what you see." Eno lifted his gaze towards the castle, standing near the greenhouse and observing the main building, which appeared entirely different from what he had seen by the Black Lake. The disparity was indeed striking. "I trust you. I shall contemplate earnestly and listen to the whispers of my own heart." Hermione spoke softly, yet one could always detect the gravity and sincerity in her tone. Throughout the 7 tales, he had consistently admired Hermione's composed wisdom, unwavering courage, and loyalty to her friends. Indeed, Hermione possessed her share of flaws. But who among us is without imperfections? The two remained in tranquil silence for a while, until Hermione seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired, "What are your plans for the summer?" Startled by the sudden question, Eno found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had initially intended to travel abroad to purchase a flying carpet, but after conversing with Malfoy, he realized that such items were unlikely to be found in Europe. If he truly wished to acquire a flying carpet, he would probably have to journey to countries like Egypt or Turkey. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he had no concrete plans for the summer. With this in mind, Eno decided to be forthright. "At present, I have no specific plans. Likely akin to the Christmas holiday, staying in Hogsmeade, perhaps visiting Diagon Alley midway, as I intend to buy a flying broomstick. I want to be going to France. Would you accompany me to choose a broomstick?" I've never been to Hogsmeade, and I've heard it's quite beautiful. I wish to see it. Hermione candidly expressed her innermost thoughts in that fleeting moment. Beneath her thick, brown locks, no one could discern the expression on her face. On the other hand, Eno noticed Hermione's shift in demeanor and surmised the cause, which could only be attributed to the traditional modesty and shyness of English girls. However, he had no intention of teasing Hermione about it, lest the little lioness become indignant. Let us see about the summer. I will write to you. If you don't go to France, we can explore Hogsmeade together. Upon hearing this, Hermione's previously subdued demeanor transformed, brimming with vitality. All right, it's a promise. I also plan to acquire an owl. This year, I can exchange 30 galleons at Gringotts. If I save diligently, I might just manage to amass enough by next year. When Eno heard Hermione's words, he nearly burst into laughter. She was already contemplating saving money for the second year. It was a marvel if she could avoid hunger, especially considering that was the equivalent of an entire series of best-selling novels from popular author. Moreover, it was evident that Lockhart had conducted his research. Aside from the other necessary items, his books could easily exhaust the 30 galleons allotted to each Muggle-born student annually. Contemplating this, Eno responded, I will exchange for you. Although it won't be much, I can manage 50 galleons. As for whether Hermione had sufficient funds, he was entirely unconcerned. With a father who ran a private dental practice, Hermione lacked, not in pounds, but rather in the allocation of galleons. Chapter 66. The Winter Approaches. In the Slytherin dormitory, Eno placed the basin back on the previous shelf and then glanced at the bored Malfoy beside him. Where is he? Malfoy sprang up from his chair as if it were equipped with springs. I saw him earlier in the Great Hall. Now I have no idea where he has gone. In a calm demeanor, Eno spoke of matters he claimed to be unaware of. However, Draco Malfoy was unconcerned with such trivialities upon hearing Harry discuss flying techniques. He could no longer remain seated. He hastily donned his robe and strode towards the door, slamming it shut behind him. He had resolved that rather than wait until the winter of the following year, it would be more prudent to cultivate in the space of the endless extension, which was currently devoid of anything. The choice to do so in the dormitory stemmed entirely from its security. As the stronghold of Slytherin, this place lacked the boisterousness of Gryffindor, where girls could freely enter the boys' dormitory, within the confines of the castle's basement. Only the wizards residing in the dormitory and the head of Slytherin held the authority to open the dormitory door. Not even the headmaster could enter without consent. These considerations led Eno to favor the dormitory over the room of requirement. Severus Snape would not intrude out of boredom, and as for Malfoy, the pure-blooded young gentleman would not disturb him as long as he observed the bed curtains drawn. There would be no unauthorized incursions. In fact, Malfoy would deliberately minimize unnecessary noise within the dormitory. With this thought in mind, Eno carefully entered the box, cradling the ceramic basin. In the boundless expanse of the endless extension, an empty plaza lay before him, reminiscent of a forgotten realm lost in time. At its heart stood a mound of assorted candies and preserved foods, the sole variation in this otherwise desolate landscape. Choosing a spot far from the food, Eno knelt and dug a small pit in the soft earth. He then poured the soil from the basin into the freshly excavated hole. Once this task was completed, he rose slowly, gripping his elderberry wand in his right hand. Winter has arrived, he proclaimed. This was the second spell inherited from the White Witch, the very magic that once encased Narnia in a century-long winter. As the incantation echoed through the air, the temperature of the entire infinite extension plummeted, the atmospheric pressure mounting, and cold winds began to howl around him. Simultaneously, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. As time passed, these soft flurries grew larger and more dense, intermixed with hailstones of various sizes, crystal clear and shimmering, cascading downwards. The snowfall thickened, weaving a vast white net that enveloped the area, compressing visibility to a mere 3 feet. Beyond that distance, nothing was discernible. A blizzard had formed. In an instant, the entirety of the endless extension, spanning the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts, was cloaked in white, transformed into a veritable realm of ice and snow. The landscape was a sea of white, with only a small patch where the candies were stored remaining untouched by the frost. Minutes later, the blizzard gradually abated. Although the spell had concluded, the sky continued to sprinkle fine flakes of snow, as if the newly reconstructed ecosystem had begun its self-sustaining cycle. Meanwhile, Eno gazed upon the scene before him and let out a long breath, for there had been a fleeting moment when he doubted his ability to unleash such powerful magic. Yet, as fate would have it, akin to imbibing a potion of fortune, the fleeting doubts and hesitations within were swiftly supplanted by an inexplicable sense of confidence and resolve. Perhaps it was the frequent flurries of snow during the Christmas holiday, or perhaps other mystical influences. Regardless, this enchantment was wondrously unleashed. Although the ice and snow merely blanketed a mere 10,000 square feet of pristine expanse, Ino felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The successful manifestation of magic marked a promising beginning. The intensity of the spell could simply be nurtured in due course as his magical prowess increased. The drop in temperature and the snow's embrace transformed the environment entirely. Simultaneously, the berry seeds he had sown earlier burgeoned forth from the snow-kissed soil, revealing a striking ice-blue seedling. This 2-inch-tall sprout glimmered with crystalline clarity, reminiscent of exquisitely carved ice jade, each tender leaf exhibiting a unique shade of frosty blue. This hue was neither the azure of the sky nor the profundity of the ocean, but rather a cool, ethereal tint, as if it embodied the purity of ice and the vitality of flora. Likewise, at the moment the seedling broke through the earth, Ino felt an uncanny resonance, as though another aspect of himself was taking root in the soil, growing like a plant. As this strange sensation deepened, it fostered an inexplicable connection to this unblemished expanse. This was undoubtedly auspicious news, for it meant that he would no longer fear the loss of his box during his future journeys. Additionally, any intruders would be subjected to the snow's cleansing under his vigilant watch. In this moment, he began to comprehend why the white, which had chosen to cultivate an ice-blue rose within her frozen castle. Perhaps, when Aslan had stealthily accompanied Susan and Lucy, the white, which had observed everything unfold. Yet, destiny often unfolds with a sense of helplessness, witnessing all while remaining unable to alter the course of events. After a brief contemplation, Ino knelt and gently touched the sprout before him. The ice-blue seedling swayed delicately, an enchanting experience, akin to scratching an itch one had given oneself. Nevertheless, an intuitive sense seemed to whisper to him that the purpose of this seedling extended beyond its current manifestation. However, now was not the time for such reflections. After ensuring there were no oversights, Ino slowly exited the box. Meanwhile, in the castle's great hall, Malfoy successfully located Harry amidst the throng. "Potter!" Malfoy exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. "You celebrate your narrow victory in Quidditch with such pride? And you, red-headed Weasley, your family is so impoverished that you can't even afford half a broom. Is your arduous role as a sidekick merely to gain the chance to soar through the skies on one?" Malfoy's words, laden with scorn, not only incited Harry and the surrounding Gryffindors, but also dealt a significant blow to Ron. "Shut your mouth," Ron retorted, infuriated. "You vile wretch. I truly wonder what audacity allows you to stand here and speak. The absence of your two hulking companions is your gravest error." Malfoy paused, momentarily taken aback by Ron's response. Indeed, upon seeing Harry, he felt a surge of excitement, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Gazing at the unfriendly faces of the Gryffindor wizards nearby, he momentarily regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Yet what of it? This is the Great Hall. Do you dare to act? While Malfoy had single-handedly managed to encircle about 10 Gryffindors, he still boasted defiantly. However, as he had asserted, this was the Great Hall, observing the red encircling the green. The Slytherins soon became aware of the situation. The small serpents silently set aside their tasks and gradually approached Malfoy, forming a counter-circle around him. Chapter 67, The End-of-Year Examinations. Hogwarts, Great Hall. As the Slytherins slowly gathered, the Gryffindors began to take action. George and Fred were the first to rise, accompanied by more Quidditch players and upperclassmen. Such a conspicuous scene did not escape the notice of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who tactfully retreated to the sidelines, allowing the entire hall to open up, standing at a distance, keenly observing the unfolding drama. As the Slytherins amassed in greater numbers, Malfoy's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. It was as if he had tapped into some innate talent. With a mere phrase, he could incite a throng. It was well known that the surname Weasley was no jest. They had dominated Gryffindor for an era. Since Bill Weasley, over a decade had passed, allowing them to amass considerable connections within Gryffindor. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in Ron's matters. But given that the opposition was not targeting Ron directly, but instead focusing on the Weasleys, he and George could no longer remain mere spectators. Just as tensions were on the brink of explosion, the Slytherins suddenly dispersed. Harry Potter, causing a disturbance in the Great Hall. Disrupting the order of the castle, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Snape, clad in his black robes, regarded Harry with an impassive expression before turning his gaze toward the Gryffindors, where none dared to challenge him, including the Weasley twins. Perhaps justified, Snape deducted a full 10 points from Harry in one fell swoop. However, with nearly a year of experience behind him, Harry understood that the best course of action was to remain silent, to avoid giving Snape any further opportunity to penalize him. Yet, Potter, failing to greet the professor, shows a lack of courtesy. Gryffindor loses another point. Snape delivered his coldest remarks in the most indifferent tone. Upon hearing yet another point deducted, an unquenchable fury surged within Harry, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances, losing points and potions could be tolerated. But today, in the Great Hall, surrounded by so many spectators, the repeated humiliation at Snape's hands made Harry feel utterly mortified, as if he were a jester being laughed at. Snape noticed the shift in Harry's demeanor, a faint smirk unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth, as he anticipated Harry's next reaction. "What is everyone doing gathered here? Do you intend to stir up trouble before the holidays?" Professor McGonagall's voice resonated through the auditorium, prompting Harry to release his tightly clenched fists. Severus Snape was called out directly, yet he merely turned away without uttering a word in response to Professor McGonagall. "And what about you all? Are you merely gathered here to spectate? What more do you desire? Do you believe you have an insufficient amount of assignments?" Professor McGonagall surveyed the crowd, sternly reprimanding everyone, whether they hailed from Slytherin or Gryffindor. Thus, a potential uproar was deftly diffused by Professor McGonagall. As the crowd dispersed, Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve. "Don't be anxious. The old bat won't revel in his triumph for long. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that we are fully aware of his scheme." Ron's words offered Harry considerable solace, for it meant that next year he would no longer have to endure Snape's sour visage, and potions class would no longer haunt his dreams. Considering they were in the auditorium, Harry's words trailed off as he recalled the lesson learned from his previous indiscretion. "Fear not. As long as we keep a watchful eye on the old bat, that matter will undoubtedly be secure," Ron declared earnestly, before shifting the subject to critique. "I wonder if Dumbledore truly is aging. How could he miss something so evident?" Yet this time, Harry did not concur. Instead, he veered the conversation elsewhere. "Professor Dumbledore must be quite busy. Let us hurry along. We have classes this afternoon." Time quietly elapses amidst the chaos of daily life. As June arrived, the scenery outside the castle grew increasingly picturesque. However, this was merely superficial, for June heralded the arrival of final examinations, a prospect dreaded by all young wizards. In the corridors, students hurried by, their faces etched with anxiety and concentration. The library doors remained nearly perpetually closed, through which glimpses of devoted scholars could be seen, laboring amidst a sea of books and notes, striving to cram every last morsel of knowledge into their minds. Occasionally, laughter echoed through the castle. Yet those sounds were swiftly engulfed by the surrounding silence. Even the usually mischievous twins, George and Fred, momentarily subdued their antics, immersing themselves in their studies. One cannot help but admire the genetic legacy of the Weasley family's older children. Bill, Charlie, and Percy are known for their diligence. And while George and Fred enjoyed their playful mischief, they too had never faltered in their academic pursuits. Days later, the exam season arrived as anticipated. A barrage of theoretical papers overwhelmed everyone. In addition to theory, certain subjects also required practical examinations. For instance, Professor Flitwick instructed the young wizards to enter the classroom one by one, assessing their ability to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, tasked the students with transforming a mouse into a snuff box, with the intricacy of the box determining the score. After the Transfiguration exam concluded, Eno chose not to leave as was customary. Instead, he opted to wait at the classroom door. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall exit the classroom, he hurried forward. "The examination has concluded. Do you require anything further, Mr. Swinburne?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "Professor, recently, I have encountered some perplexities regarding Transfiguration and wish to seek your guidance." The reason for his eagerness to finish before the holiday is solely to complete his enigmatic training during the summer. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing the inquiry, showed no hesitation or reluctance. "Very well. Follow me to my office." Chapter 68. A commendation from Professor McGonagall. Eno closely followed Professor McGonagall's steps, entering for the first time the Transfiguration office located on the 6th floor of the castle. Upon pushing the door open, a row of towering bookshelves lining the walls came into view, meticulously organized with various tomes, ranging from ancient parchment scrolls to pristine hardcovers, rivaling even a small library in scale. In the center of the room stood a large, dark red wooden desk, cluttered with bundles of exam papers, presumably final assessments from different grades. "Please take a seat, do not be shy." Professor McGonagall walked behind the desk, pulled out a high-backed chair, and sat down first. "Mr. Sweeney, your performance has been commendable. I have witnessed your gradual progress, from initial awkwardness to your current proficiency. I am delighted to see your dedication to studying and exploring transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's praise made Eno feel somewhat bashful, as he was acutely aware that he had hardly devoted much attention to transfiguration, dedicating even less effort than a charms class. Were it not for the purpose of completing his animagus training, he doubted he would have achieved even a passing at this time. However, it was clearly not the moment to dwell on grades. After a moment of contemplation, Eno expressed his inner thoughts. Thank you for your kind words, Professor. I am here because I've been troubled by a persistent question regarding transfiguration, and I do not wish to carry this dilemma into the summer. I hope you can understand. Of course, it is my duty. Please, share your question, Professor McGonagall replied calmly. At this point, Eno's expression grew slightly distressed, as his skills in transfiguration were not merely lacking. They were nearly inferior, considering that even Goyle could produce a misshapen apple that lasted over 3 hours. You do not believe in transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, after a brief moment of reflection, identified the root of the issue. You have consistently been unwilling to trust it. You are merely forcing a change in the shape of objects with magic. When you concentrate, the objects undergo transformation. However, as soon as you divert your attention, they swiftly revert to their original forms. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's incisive explanation, Eno felt as if a fog had lifted. It seemed he had never truly believed in or acknowledged transfiguration, subconsciously deeming its elaborate transformations as mere facades. Indeed, Professor, although I would like to deny it, I have never truly believed in transfiguration. I have always been unaware of how it can transform. I have consulted numerous books, but found no relevant answers. Eno spoke candidly, as he sought knowledge and clarity, and he had no intention of concealing anything. The principles? The essence? It has been many years since a young wizard has posed such questions, Professor McGonagall remarked, her tone tinged with nostalgia. I shall now elucidate the principles and essence of transfiguration. Its capacity for transformation rests solely upon unwavering belief. As I speak, Professor McGonagall draws her wand and taps it upon a teapot resting on the table. In an instant, the teapot metamorphoses into a vibrant owl. The silver-gray owl stands serenely on the table, preening its feathers, its keen eyes gleaming with an intensity that suggests it is ever poised to convey messages from afar. Do you see? I perceive it to be an owl, rather than a teapot transformed into one. Thus, until my demise or the dispelling of the magic, it shall forever remain an owl. Whether delivering letters or parcels, it is indistinguishable from a true owl. At this moment, Professor McGonagall's demeanor exudes a powerful and confident aura. However, Eno finds it difficult to accept, or perhaps comprehend, this compelling evidence. For a young wizard of immature intellect, it may prove immensely beneficial. Yet for one with a mature mind and innate wisdom, total acceptance becomes a formidable challenge. Much like certain profound truths, many are aware of and understand them, but few truly implement them in their lives. Noticing Eno's perplexity, Professor McGonagall adopts a soothing tone and calmly states, I apologize, but I cannot ascertain your thoughts. Such is the nature of magic. No one can fully articulate its mysteries. This owl is yours. I shall not dispel the magic. And I hope it instills within you a measure of confidence. Professor, may I interpret this as the necessity to seek my own rationale, irrespective of its validity? As long as I possess belief? Eno inquires, still clinging to hope, for if he fails to overcome this hurdle, not only will he struggle with becoming an animagus, but even the most basic transfiguration spells will elude him in the future. It appears you have formulated an idea. If you do not mind, please share it. Professor McGonagall encourages, her posture relaxing slightly as she leans back in her chair, a hint of fatigue from the recent examinations evident. Certainly, Professor. This is precisely what I wish to convey, for I am uncertain of its feasibility. Seizing the moment, even without inquiry from Professor McGonagall, Eno resolves to express his thoughts. Once in the East, a philosopher proclaimed that upon seeing one's own finger, one perceives the world and all its contents. He contended that upon death, a person transforms into soil, which nurtures plants, which are then consumed by animals, and in turn, by humans. In this cycle, a single finger bears witness to everything. Thus, he believed that a fish leaping from the water could become a bird, and withered grass could transform into the autumn cicada. All things are not singular and immutable. Having articulated his innermost reflections, he then sits in silence. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall lapses into a brief reverie. The spacious transfiguration classroom falls silent, the owl now obediently perched aside, no longer preening its feathers. Time slips away quietly. After a moment, Professor McGonagall straightens her posture, her expression adopting a more serious tone. Mr. Stenborn, your transformation class's summer homework is no longer required. Instead, you are to compose an essay based on your recent perspective and submit it to me upon the commencement of a new term. It holds the promise of winning the today's Transformation Best Newcomer Award. I am truly honored. Eno smiled, yet he remarked, Professor, you have yet to inform me whether this is feasible. Of course, it is feasible, provided you possess belief. Professor McGonagall appeared slightly taken aback, but continued to elucidate. Everything, be it a thesis or a tome, serves but one purpose, to instill belief within you. Your recent viewpoint will compel many meticulous individuals to embrace belief, thus allowing them to rediscover the art of transformation. This is the fundamental reason it stands a chance for accolade. Half an hour later, Eno emerged from the office, cradling a gray and white owl. This encounter not only liberated him from his narrow understanding of transformation, but also gifted him a limited edition owl, marking a bountiful harvest. Gazing at the vibrant owl before him, he recognized this was likely Professor McGonagall's unconventional reward for diligent students. Naturally, should the results be unsatisfactory, the reward might have been a parental signature requirement on a performance evaluation instead. Chapter 69, The Returning Train. The train glided through the dawn, the window framing swiftly passing fields and hills. Within the compartment, Eno gazed quietly at the scenery outside. Initially, he had boarded this train with great anticipation, journeying towards the fairy tale realm of Hogwarts. Now, the academic year had swiftly elapsed, and he found himself once again aboard the same train, departing. It seemed as though nothing had altered, yet Eno was acutely aware that countless transformations had taken place. Despite the inertia of fate, Quirrell, or rather, the remnants of Voldemort, was ultimately vanquished by the magic of love, and Gryffindor had achieved a remarkable comeback despite being significantly behind. Slytherin's 7-year championship streak, however, had not come to fruition. Turning his gaze toward the train compartment, Draco Malfoy remained unchanged, yet Goyle and Crabbe had been replaced by Pansy and Daphne. A gentle knock sounded at the compartment door. Children, would you care for some sweets? Although his trunk brimmed with an abundance of candies and snacks, purchasing from the trolley presented an experience entirely distinct from acquiring them from Honeydukes. It was akin to the moon of one's homeland, always appearing fuller than that of the outside world. After parting with a galleon, Eno procured an assortment of items from the trolley. Observing the table laden with candies, Malfoy hesitated, saying, Eno, you really need not go to such lengths. My home is well stocked. I can procure anything you desire. Your home? Pansy instantly seized upon the crux of the statement. Is Mr. St. Bernard visiting your home over the summer? Although she directed the question at Malfoy, her gaze was firmly fixed on Eno. He increasingly perceived Malfoy's loose tongue. They had agreed in the dormitory not to mention this matter. Yet Malfoy had brought it up in front of Pansy and Daphne. You. Upon receiving a definitive reply, Pansy was momentarily at a loss for words, her expression shifting through confusion, astonishment, skepticism, and disbelief. I merely intend to visit his residence for 2 days, just 2 days. Afterward, I shall follow my own plans to enjoy the holiday, Eno hastily explained. Upon observing the shift in Pansy's expression, he sensed impending trouble, compounded by Daphne's muffled laughter and the suggestive glances exchanged between her and Malfoy, resembling a cunning little fox that has pilfered a hen. The accumulation of these scenes left Eno feeling a prickling unease. After all, this was England, and failing to clarify things now could lead to a torrent of gossip once school resumed. I am simply going to my house for 2 days, as per my father's invitation. What on earth are you two thinking? Malfoy, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his cheeks flush with an unhealthy hue from anger. He too feared the whispers that could circulate at school. If they reached the castle, the scarred head would undoubtedly use it to mock him. Why are you raising your voice? Did I say anything? And you, is it that amusing? You've been laughing nonstop since earlier. At this moment, Pansy appeared somewhat assertive. Yet her strength was waning, like a flood receding. Eno slowly articulated his plans, aiming to alleviate the awkward atmosphere in the room. Buying a house. Malfoy exclaimed in surprise. Turning his head. Leave it to me. I'll have my father assist you in finding one. If nothing suitable is available, you could build a house next to mine. After all, our family has acquired all the surrounding land. The notion of constructing a dwelling beside Malfoy Manor was likely a precaution against the possibility of insufficient space during future Death Eater gatherings. However, before he could refuse, Pansy interjected, having regained her composure. Mr. Swinburne, we have vacant properties in Hogsmeade, whether for commercial or residential purposes, which can adequately meet your needs. You need not consult Draco, aside from a few shops in Diagon Alley. The Malfoy family possesses little else in Hogsmeade. On the other side, as Pansy finished speaking, Malfoy surprisingly refrained from retorting, instead turning his gaze toward the window, seemingly conceding in a roundabout manner. Thank you ever so much, Miss Parkinson. My budget is rather limited, approximately 10,000 galleons, so I shall not consider commercial properties. A small house for living would suffice. After some contemplation, Eno stated his budget, 10,000 galleons being the utmost he could manage. After all, 1 galleon was worth 145 sickles, and though old John had generously gifted him a full pouch, it amounted to no more than 100 coins. We have surplus house elves. Although I cannot unilaterally decide to give you one, I could sell you one. Daphne interjected at the opportune moment. Despite the fact that it would be a sale, the goodwill behind it was genuine and unwavering. As for dark markets like Nocturne Alley, any house elves that appeared there were likely purchased by dark wizards for experimentation. After all, no one dared to trust a house elf without a binding contract. The train, carrying students away for summer break, glided smoothly along the tracks. In the compartment, Hermione gently caressed the soft, downy feathers of the owl, savoring the subtle tremors and warmth transmitted through her fingertips. Similarly, the owl seemed to revel in this interaction, half closing its eyes and nuzzling its head against Hermione's palm, conveying its delight. This enchanting scene unfolded perfectly before Ron's eyes. He first glanced at Hermione's owl, then turned to gaze at the snowy owl, Hedwig, perched on the shelf. Subsequently, Ron discreetly reached into his pocket, firmly grasping the sleeping Scabbers. Chapter 70, A New Tale. Over 200 kilometers from London, in Wiltshire, as dusk settled, after traversing a lush, verdant forest, Eno finally arrived at his destination, Malfoy Manor. Upon entering the estate, he was greeted by an expansive lawn. To his astonishment, the lawn was adorned with the luminescent grass mentioned in 1,000 magical herbs, while a small bundle of 2 nuts seemed reasonably priced. The sight of an entire lawn lavishly decorated with such extravagant flora was a rare indulgence, likely confined to the Malfoy family across the British Isles. At the far end of the lawn stood the grand main building, resplendent in white and exuding an air of solemnity. The architecture was a striking embodiment of the Victorian style, with both walls and stone columns intricately embellished with exquisite relief carvings. At the entrance of the main house, Eno's gaze unexpectedly met that of Draco's parents, Lucius and Narcissa. Lucius, a dignified and imposing middle-aged man, welcomed him with a voice that was low and powerful, as if each word carried an inherent elegance. Narcissa, a former pure-blood maiden of the Black family, now the lady of the manor, spoke gently. Please come in. After such a long train journey, I imagine you must be utterly fatigued. However, Eno keenly sensed that Narcissa's gaze had never strayed far from her son, Draco. In her deep-set eyes lingered an abundance of love and longing for her son, the emotions flowing like a gentle stream, warm and understated. During the dinner, Eno beheld the sumptuous array of dishes before him, marveling once more at the wealth and connections of the Malfoy family. Many of the items on the table seemed unattainable merely by virtue of affluence. They required bypassing the laws of magical creature protection and evading scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. Throughout the meal, the Malfoy family appeared to adhere to traditional etiquette, consciously steering clear of sensitive or contentious topics. For instance, Narcissa frequently inquired about Draco's life at Hogwarts, yet refrained from mentioning his exam results. Observing the warm scene before him, Eno couldn't help but smile slightly. Just think how enviable it is to have a mother who never inquires about exam grades. On the other side of the table, Lucius's voice shattered the previous tranquility. Mr. Swinburne, Draco and Severus have spoken to me about you. If you do not mind, I would appreciate it if you would call me Uncle Lucius. Moreover, I wholeheartedly welcome you to reside at the estate during your future holidays, at least until your graduation. As Lucius's words fell, the atmosphere within the dining hall became subtly charged. Malfoy, who had been engaged in a hushed conversation with his mother, ceased his chatter and turned his gaze, filled with anticipation, towards Eno. Certainly, Draco and I are indeed friends, and I would appreciate it if you could refer to me as Eno, he replied, offering a slight nod accompanied by a gentle smile. However, Uncle Lucius, I am truly grateful for your invitation. As for residing here, I would prefer to purchase my own house in Hogsmeade, a fact that Draco is well aware of. Very well, I respect your decision, Lucius acknowledged with a nod, displaying understanding. Although Malfoy felt a twinge of disappointment, he recognized Eno's steadfast nature. Once a decision was made, it was rarely altered. With this thought, Malfoy resumed his quiet conversation with his mother, sharing various amusing anecdotes from the castle. After the dinner concluded, only Eno and Lucius remained seated across from one another in the drawing room. Eno, To be honest, I am genuinely pleased that Draco has such a friend as you. Your perfect scores and the fondness the professors have for you attest to your excellence." As he spoke, sincere admiration gleamed in Lucius's eyes. Eno smiled softly, reclining against the plush sofa. "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Lucius. I merely seek simplicity in this chaotic and intricate world, and everything I undertake is solely in pursuit of that goal." Seeking simplicity, Lucius murmured, the phrase seemingly resonating within him, evoking a profound response. After a moment of silence, Lucius's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. "Eno, I sincerely hope you can regard me as an uncle. In your quest for simplicity, the Malfoy family will stand as your most steadfast ally. Time during the holidays always seems to pass more swiftly than in ordinary days." On the third day at Malfoy Manor, Eno bid farewell to Lucius and his wife. He could not ignore the fluttering within his heart, compelling him to depart. In the morning, having politely declined the Malfoy family's offer of a carriage, Eno strolled along the picturesque country lanes of Wiltshire, suitcase in hand, humming a cheerful tune. His spirits were remarkably high, with Lucius's assistance. He had acquired a broomstick without leaving the confines of the estate and had stocked his suitcase with a substantial supply of conventional potions. This included a rare small vial of Felix Felicis, as well as some restricted polyjuice potion. Most importantly, all these potions were sourced from the esteemed potion master Slughorn, ensuring their exceptional quality. Recalling the polyjuice potion, Eno couldn't help but chuckle. His reason for purchasing such potions was purely to experience different identities in future tales. However, Lucius appeared to have considered the matter more seriously, presenting him with an oversized suitcase that resembled a tool for nefarious deeds. Within the box, alongside 2 large bottles of a compound tincture, were 12 bundles of hair accompanied by photographs, representing 3 generations, old, middle-aged, and young. Additionally, there were various styles of long robes for disguise and 3 inconspicuous aluminum flasks. On the country road, once again feeling a stirring in his heart, Eno instinctively darted into a nearby thicket. Moments later, a young man in his 20s, with dark hair and blue eyes, emerged from the bushes. He glanced somewhat bewilderedly at the aluminum flask in his hand before cautiously tucking it into his pocket. This young man was the very image of Eno after consuming the compound tincture. Having acquired the elixir, he desired to partake in a narrative as an adult. Emerging from the thicket, Eno surveyed his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there lay an expansive prairie, stretching into the horizon beyond reach. To his left, a dense forest loomed, with towering trees that created a profound shade, their boughs flourishing as if guarding a shadowy realm. In a fleeting glance, he had even spotted 2 eerie statues standing at the forest's edge, facing each other and forming an archway just wide enough for 2 to pass through. As for that ominous-looking forest, anyone is welcome to venture there. He was not on an expedition with a mission and had no need to complicate matters for himself. It has been said that gazing at the sea, where the sky meets the water, evokes a sense of grandeur. Yet at this moment, on the vast prairie, Eno experienced a similar sensation. Walking upon the boundless grassland beneath the setting sun was indeed a rare delight. Chapter 71, The Middle-earth World. As dusk approached, a faint golden hue emerged on the horizon, reminiscent of an artist's palette inadvertently spilled with color. The endless prairie, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, appeared immensely vast, resembling a green ocean, its waves undulating with the rhythm of life. The rolling hills in the distance rose and fell, their silhouettes gradually blurring in the afterglow of the sunset, akin to the earth's folds. The grass upon the hills swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. While beautiful, prolonged observation could lead to monotony. After walking along the prairie for about half an hour, Eno could no longer resist the temptation to open his suitcase. In days gone by, he could have easily accepted walking for several days without complaint. However, with the advent of the flying broom, it seemed that humanity's innate laziness had emerged. He had no desire to continue relying solely on his legs for travel. Securing the suitcase to his back, he glanced down at the arrow-shaped logo on the broom. Without a second thought, he swung himself onto it. With a gentle push of his legs against the ground, the broom shot into the air like an arrow released from a bow, accelerating swiftly. Although he did not recognize the brand of the broom, the sensation of soaring through the air at such speed suggested it was no ordinary item, certainly not comparable to the antiquated models used in flying lessons. In midair, Eno rode the broom, soaring straight ahead. Yet, it was evident that the terrain here exceeded his expectations. In the past, he would have encountered a variety of landscapes by now. Even though he had previously ventured into Narnia, traversing for several days, the scenery of the forest had constantly transformed. unlike the current monotony that seemed to stretch endlessly. However, given the circumstances, having disregarded the dense woods in favor of the open plains, he had no choice but to press onward with determination. While flying, it was impossible to gauge time precisely, yet the encroaching darkness suggested that ample time had passed. At long last, just before nightfall, Eno stumbled upon a distinctive sight. Expanses of alfalfa fields emerged on the ground, the plants uniformly cultivated in a specific area, clearly the result of deliberate planting. At the junction of the alfalfa fields and rolling hills stood a tranquil farmhouse. Constructed from stone and timber, the farmhouse's walls, though weathered, remained steadfast. Within the enclosure, a few cattle and horses grazed leisurely, occasionally emitting low sounds that infused the serene twilight with a touch of vibrancy. Viewed from above, the entire scene appeared peaceful and harmonious in the soft light of dusk. At last, he had found a place inhabited by people. Eno sighed softly and descended his broom a short distance from the farmhouse. Walking through the alfalfa fields felt as though his senses were being purified, as the air was filled with a delicate fragrance. After several minutes of wandering, the true visage of the farmhouse unfolded before him. Gulliver's Travels? The Land of Giants? Eno murmured, pondering which tale he had entered. The houses on the farm were evidently not designed for ordinary folk. They towered at least 40 feet high, with entrances spacious enough to resemble a small city gate. Even Hagrid would find them remarkably large. A glimpse was enough to infer the stature of the inhabitants. The owner must be at least 5 meters tall, for anything less would not suit the furnishings present. Just as Eno contemplated how to initiate a conversation, a distant rumble of vibrations captured his attention. Without hesitation, he swiftly flicked his forearm, causing the wand concealed within his sleeve to materialize in his grasp. Thanks to extensive practice, the motion was fluid and seamless. He quickly turned to face the source of the shadowy threat, which had rapidly closed the distance from over 100 meters to just a few. Stumbling to the ground, power waning, obstacles abound. Without a moment's hesitation, Eno unleashed 3 spells in quick succession and dashed toward the farmhouse. In that instant, he regretted having stowed his broom in the suitcase. Had it been in hand, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Nonetheless, the spells merely slowed the immense shadow momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he finally discerned the assailant's form. A colossal black bear, measuring over 7 meters in length and standing approximately 5 meters tall when crouched. One could only imagine the terror it would invoke if it stood upright. Realizing the creature's size only spurred Eno to run faster in the face of such a beast. Even the most formidable monsters like Cerberus would appear diminutive. To comprehend a brown bear towering over 2.5 meters, one must realize it could effortlessly shatter the spine of a bison with a mere swipe. Gazing at the nearby farmhouse, he no longer harbored illusions that it could deter the black bear. He simply hoped the giants within would emerge, if only to buy him a moment's respite, allowing him to retrieve the broom from his box. Frost shot, barrier upon barrier, swiftly ensnare. 20 arrows of crystallized ice materialized in a semicircular fan around Eno. Then, akin to a semi-automatic rifle, they were discharged one by one. Yet, the ice arrows striking the colossal bear felt like mere tickles, merely scattering exquisite ice blossoms across its thick fur. Nevertheless, even so, combined with the barriers and confinement spells, the giant bear's speed diminished once more. Is anyone there? Open the door. There's a beast outside. Standing before the farmhouse, Eno shouted loudly. Do open the door. The creature is after your livestock. Your horses will be devoured. However, no matter how fervently he called out, the farmhouse remained unresponsive, as if it housed no one at all. As the giant bear drew nearer, he could think of nothing else. He had no choice but to continue circling the farmhouse, akin to flying a kite. After all, in such dire circumstances, running in a straight line would only hasten his demise. 2 legs could never outrun 4. Time slipped away, each second dragging on. He could not ascertain how long had passed, but now darkness enveloped the land, and the distant mountains emerged shrouded in a faint, eerie mist. Surrounding the farmhouse, colorful magical lights flickered incessantly. At last, the giant bear seemed to tire, or perhaps was distracted by something else. Regardless, after a ferocious roar, it turned and lumbered into the dense forest on the opposite mountainside. Eno leaned against the farmhouse railing, gasping for breath. At that moment, he felt grateful to be a wizard. As long as he could breathe and muster strength, he could continually cast spells. Otherwise, after such a struggle, any traditional mage might not have endured as long. With its swift speed and formidable defense, the bear was a nightmare for any sorcerer, clinging tenaciously like a stubborn adhesive. After resting against the wall for a brief moment, Eno gradually stood and unfastened the handle of his suitcase. He retrieved his flying broom and tied it securely around his waist with a rope. Simultaneously, he resolved that until this perilous tale reached its conclusion, he would not stow the broom back in the box. Chapter 72. The Third Era. Under the night's veil, Eno gazed at the mist-laden mountains in the distance, then glanced around the vast, open prairie. After much contemplation, he finally chose to enter the farmhouse before him. The unlocking charm. How I wish I had Hermione's cleverness. Observing the firmly shut door of the farmhouse, Eno lamented in hindsight. Though he felt regret, there was no trace of remorse. In such a situation, to rashly enter the farmhouse could lead to disaster if he were unable to close the door in time and was pursued. He would find himself ensnared in a confined space, with no escape, especially with the bear hot on his heels. Alohomora! The incantation rang out, and the grand wooden door of the farmhouse swung open in response. Upon entering the farmstead, Eno surveyed his surroundings and noticed that everything, from utensils to the furniture, including tables, chairs, beds, and wardrobes, appeared to be oversized versions of their usual forms. Intriguingly, he observed that the beams and columns surrounding him were adorned with various crude patterns, resembling some form of totem or casual graffiti, which imparted an air of mystery. Similarly, against one wall of the room, a collection of enormous weapons lay piled high, swords over 3 meters long, execution axes towering even higher, and sickles with blades exceeding a meter in diameter. Although these weapons lacked a pristine sheen, their surfaces bore rust and deep purple blemishes, suggesting they were far more than mere decorative items. As time passed, the night outside the farmstead seemed unusually lively. Inside the room, Eno listened intently to the various growls of beasts and the occasional chilling scream, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Sleep was out of the question. He opened his suitcase and took out a vial of invigorating elixir, draining it in one swift motion. True to its lineage from a master potion maker, the bitter concoction washed over him, dispelling the fatigue from earlier skirmishes and the drowsiness of the late hour, replacing it with a surge of vitality. After a moment of reflection on his newfound state, a satisfied smile graced Eno's face. In his current condition, he felt confident that even if a giant bear were to attack, he could engage in battle for several more hours, perhaps even vanquishing it mid-air. However, the thought of the unknown narrative quickly quelled his bravado. After all, even the slightest alteration could lead to unforeseen developments in the story. It felt as though everything had transformed since entering Hogwarts. Sitting in the enormous chair, Eno pondered internally. It seemed that since the semester began, the fantastical realm had undergone significant changes, and the once familiar quaint village scenes no longer graced his experience. Whether it was the last adventure in Narnia or the current tale, the landscape had grown remarkably vast, accompanied by a succession of lurking dangers. In the stillness of the night, time stretched interminably. Despite the invigorating effects of the potion, the accompanying downside, an excess of energy with no outlet, soon became apparent. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that he could not act recklessly. Thus, he remained seated in the massive chair, idly watching the snowflakes drift down while patiently awaiting dawn. Moments ticked by. Finally, a commotion at the entrance stirred him from his reverie, and Eno sprang from his seat, gripping his wand tightly. "Come out. I know you are in there, of course." Gravelly voice echoed from outside the room. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, he understood that he must confront whatever awaited him. Hearing the voice from beyond the door eased his tension. Communication was preferable to the feared onslaught of an immediate mortal threat. Cautiously, he stepped out of the room, and before him stood a giant in the courtyard, towering approximately 20 feet tall. The nearly 5-meter-high figure, adorned with a thick mane of hair, exuded an imposing presence. "I apologize for intruding," Eno said, inclining his body slightly. "I was pursued by beasts yesterday and had no choice but to seek refuge here." The moment he caught sight of the figure across the way, he instinctively understood that this must be the abode of a giant. Thus, he promptly elucidated his uninvited intrusion. "I am Bayan, the last skin changer of Middle-earth. In my beastly form, I find it exceedingly difficult to govern my actions." The giant, surprisingly amiable, did not pursue the matter, but instead offered his own explanation. The term skin changer echoed in Bayan's ears, a string of familiar words. As a brilliant gem in the annals of fantasy, Eno was well acquainted with this lengthy tale. As the remarkable skin changer Bayan, he too possessed a certain understanding. Overall, a figure marked by tragedy and sorrow. Bayan's family had been brutally slain by half-orcs, and he himself had been shackled and treated as a mere pet for their amusement. After a fortunate escape, he took residence outside the Misty Mountains, living a solitary existence while hunting the minions of darkness. However, it seemed that Bayan harbored a degree of fondness for humanity, unlike the callousness depicted in stories regarding dwarves. Reflecting on this, Eno smiled and said, "Bard Eno, I have heard your tales, Mr. Bayan. I mean no harm. Let us simply overlook last night's misunderstanding. You should not be here." Bayan's gravelly voice rang out once more. "The insidious forces have infiltrated. The misty mountains are no longer safe." Meanwhile, Eno found himself deep in thought. Although he had confirmed the story's backdrop, he remained utterly ignorant of everything pertaining to Middle-earth, even the current age. If he inadvertently wandered into Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith amidst a grand war, that would surely spell disaster. However, one thing he could ascertain was that it was undoubtedly not the terrifying Second Age, for the very presence of Bayan before him served as undeniable proof. This brought to mind the immense transformations of Middle-earth. During the First Age, the era of Morgoth, creatures like Glorong the dragon were mere pawns, and even the ancient fire demons were active. Yet in the Second Age, during Sauron's dominion, even powerful skin changers like Bayan were fettered and treated as spectacles. By the Third Age, following the fall of Numenor due to the alliance of elves and men, Middle-earth experienced a steep decline, akin to entering a dark age, as all extraordinary powers swiftly receded. Consequently, Bayan now found himself alone, easily traversing the misty mountains to safeguard the land untouched by evil, dispatching any half-orc, warg, or even ogre with ease. Though his thoughts were tumultuous, reality unfolded in but an instant. After a brief hesitation, Eno spoke again. "Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Bayan. I shall take a moment to rest before departing." "Suit yourself," Bayan replied, no longer urging him to stay, but instead grasping a massive hand axe and commencing his labor in the courtyard. The wooden stumps, exceeding a meter in diameter, yielded to Bayan's might as if they were soft cake, effortlessly cleaved into uniform firewood. In the courtyard, Eno stood quietly to the side. He is currently awaiting Bayan's completion of his labor, inquiring about the route on the map and the time before deciding on the next leg of his journey. Chapter 73. Greetings, Gandalf. At the farm, in the courtyard, from dawn until noon, Bayan tirelessly chops wood, feeds the livestock in the pen with hay, or harvests honey from the beehives behind the yard. It seems there is an endless array of tasks. In the meantime, Eno remains remarkably patient, silently standing by, waiting for Bayan to finish his work. As the sun reaches its zenith, watching Bayan clean the last sheepfold, Eno slowly speaks. "Mr. Bayan, if it pleases you, I would like to invite you to lunch to sample the sweets I brought from my hometown as a token of gratitude for your hospitality last night." "Very well. Ask whatever you wish, but be swift," Bayan replies, lifting his gaze momentarily before returning his attention to the distant mountains. "It appears you will not be able to depart today. Better to set out early tomorrow. Following the misty mountains eastward, cross the Anduin River, and you shall reach the nearest human settlement by evening." "Ah, thank you for your clarity. Indeed, lunch is essential." Eno chuckles awkwardly. In that moment, he sets aside his previous disdain. This shapeshifter who has lived since the Second Age seems to possess wisdom proportional to his stature, being not only large in size but also exceptionally sagacious. Half an hour later, Eno has laid a bountiful spread of chocolates and a generous assortment of cream toffees upon the expansive dining table. Given Bayan's size, these confections have been unwrapped with the aid of household magic, presenting themselves as bear candies ready for immediate consumption. Likewise, as the host, Bayan offers freshly baked whole wheat bread, 2 large bowls of honey, and an array of freshly picked fruits. Observing the wooden bowls, which are as large as basins and filled with freshly scooped honey, even with a few bees floating atop, Eno expresses no distaste. Rather, he joyfully dips the bread into the honey, savoring its pure, natural sweetness, which is a rare delight. "Mr. Bayan, have you encountered any dwarves in recent years?" Eno inquires, munching on his bread while subtly probing. "Dwarves? Greedy, obstinate, and miserly," Bayan replies, shaking his head in disapproval. "It has been quite some time since any dwarves have appeared here, long enough for me to nearly forget the passage of time." "Is that so? To be honest, I am not fond of dwarves either. If only they could relinquish their greed, their civilization might shine even brighter." Eno shares his perspective. From the perspective of Middle-earth, if dwarves could indeed overcome their avarice, they might create a civilization of remarkable brilliance. However, due to their insatiable greed, even when faced with numerous misfortunes and calamities, they remain unchanged in their ways. Of course, Thorin Oakenshield, the last king of the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, ultimately succumbed in the Battle of the Five Armies, despite having broken the curse of dragon sickness. Throughout the history of the dwarves, there is indeed a sense of being unloved, much like a neglected grandchild. Whether during the era of the mines of Moria or the later age of the king under the mountain, their fate has always been fraught with adversity. In this regard, Eno harbored a semblance of understanding. After all, from the perspective of creation, the eldest of the elves and the youngest of humanity invariably receive greater affection from Iluvatar. As for the dwarves, who occupy the second place, their inadvertent neglect is, to some extent, justifiable. After several minutes, Bayan finished the last piece of bread in his hand. It was a delightful confection, particularly the caramel, which evoked a subtle sense of happiness within me, likely infused with some magical essence. Upon hearing this, Eno set down his food, expressing his surprise. Perhaps, but I have never pondered such things. I merely find its flavor quite pleasant. The ephemeral joy can at times ensnare one in its allure. As they conversed, Bayan gently closed his eyes. Moments later, he reopened them, his gaze deepening. I do not know why you are here, but the misty mountains have changed. A dark aura has tainted the forest, and the woodland elves merely endure and retreat. If possible, it would be wise to depart early tomorrow. For an entire era, I have not encountered a human sorcerer. Eno seemed to surmise the reason for his preferential treatment, as he detected a tone of fondness and gratitude in Bayan's voice. I shall take my leave, Eno replied calmly, confessing, to be honest, I have no ulterior motives. I am merely passing through. Oh, as you wish, Bayan responded with a slow nod, then added after dusk, it would be best for you to remain indoors. I concede you possess a semblance of the former human sorcerer's demeanor, yet your power remains somewhat feeble, insufficient to inflict lethal harm upon me. I shall not venture out today, Eno blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Following their midday meal, Bayan busied himself, seemingly herding cattle and sheep for grazing. Left with nothing to engage in, Eno transformed a stone into a rocking chair fashioned from vines. He reclined leisurely in the courtyard, basking in the sun while compensating for the sleep lost to the previous night's vigil, and soon succumbed to a blissful slumber. As dusk approached, a gentle breeze swept through the misty mountains, carrying a refreshing coolness that caressed the courtyard. Eno slowly opened his eyes. He had slept soundly. After all, the name of the shapeshifter Bayan resonated throughout the dark forces. The pale half-orc leader Asorg, despite leading a small elite unit of wolf riders, dared not assault this farmstead. They could not even muster the audacity to harass it. Upon awakening, Eno surveyed the courtyard but found no sign of Bayan. It seemed he had once again transformed into a great bear, heading back to the Misty Mountains to exact revenge on the half-orcs. Their midday conversation revealed that no dwarves had appeared recently, thus establishing the timeline. As for the tale of Smog, what was destined to occur would unfold naturally, and what was meant to conclude would do so as well. Before nightfall, just as Eno prepared to make a simple dinner, a tremor echoed from outside the farmhouse, reminiscent of the previous day's charging bear. Instinctively, he grasped his wand, only to tuck it back into his pocket moments later. Bilbo was not a werewolf. Though somewhat irritable after his transformation, his fundamental reason remained intact. Otherwise, not only would the livestock be in peril, but the estate would have long since been rendered barren. As the sounds drew nearer, the manor's grand door was abruptly flung open. Filly, quick, run, or we'll bite your backside. A youth, approximately 5 feet tall and akin to a human of 13 or 14 summers, suddenly squeezed through the entrance. Following him like dumplings boiling in a pot, 1, 2, 3, 4 more figures rushed in. Close the door, commanded one of the dwarves, and the group hastily worked together to secure the farmhouse door, narrowly avoiding a mishap with a bear's nose in the process. Chapter 74. Gandalf's invitation. There were precisely 13 dwarves accompanied by a tall figure clad in gray robes. With such distinctiveness, Eno immediately recognized that these were the protagonists of the tale of Smog. Moments later, the group seemed to regain their composure, beginning to survey their surroundings. Hey, that human over there, your estate is about to be invaded by a giant beast, and you merely stood there staring? Why didn't you come to assist? A plump dwarf exclaimed. Bomber, a robust, middle-aged dwarf stepped forward, silencing the complaints of the heavier dwarf, then turned to Eno. We sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you. Please allow us to stay here for one night. We shall depart at dawn. The dwarves will remember your kindness and repay it in due time. You ought not to say that to me, for I too am a guest here, Eno replied, raising his hands in innocence. Then who is the master of this place? Inquired the dwarf. As soon as the dwarf posed his question, the previously silent, gray-robed figure stepped forward. I believe the true master of this estate has just been locked outside by us. Upon hearing that there was no master present, the dwarf seemed unconcerned about the implications of being locked out, resembling students in a classroom devoid of a teacher. They disregarded any notions of decorum. finding comfortable spots in the courtyard, reclining or sitting as they began to rest. Observing this scene, Ino chuckled and shook his head before turning to enter the house. After sleeping in the courtyard for an entire afternoon, the scant provisions of bread and honey had long been exhausted, and he now sought to prepare dinner. As for the band of dwarves, they would continue on their path dictated by fate. Inside the room, Ino first warmed the bread from lunch, then retrieved 2 jars of blueberry jam and a small quantity of dried cheese and sliced ham from his suitcase, proceeding to enjoy his meal. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Dumbledore. The suitcase, much like Newt S., had been modified to serve 2 distinct purposes. In Muggle mode, he always kept simple foods on hand for convenient consumption during his travels, ensuring he did not appear out of place. Just as Ino was savoring his dinner, a small head suddenly emerged from the room. "May I trade you some food?" "Fresh blueberry jam and smoked ham. These are my favorites back in Shire." "Oh, by the way, I'm Bilbo, a hobbit from Shire." Setting down the bread, Ino regarded the adventurous little thief with keen interest. He harbored a certain fondness for the hobbit before him. Merely withstanding the allure of the One Ring placed him above 99% of individuals, thus ensuring his character was commendable. "Very well, Bilbo, but what do you intend to offer in exchange?" In jest, Ino remarked, observing Bilbo, who appeared quite unadorned. "I have something," Bilbo replied, lifting his coat, and after a moment of rummaging, he produced a modestly wrapped yet meticulously sealed parcel. "Finest pipe weed from the Shire. I have been reluctant to indulge, but you shall surely revel in its rich and robust flavor." Ino's interest was piqued as he gazed at the small package on the table, for in the distant recesses of his memory, he recalled a time when he was exceedingly fond of such delights, indulging in them after meals and before sleep. "I accept. Enjoy at your leisure, should you desire more. I have plenty to spare." He handed Bilbo another unopened jar of jam and proceeded to slice a plate of ham. After completing these tasks, Ino finally set about unsealing the gift from Shire. As he beheld the familiar hue and the reminiscent aroma, he hesitated for a considerable time. Ultimately, he opted to reseal it, for though he appeared to be in his 20s, it was merely the effect of a restorative potion. Casting a glance at Bilbo, who was heartily consuming his meal, Ino picked up the half-eaten bread. However, it seemed that this meal was fated to be disrupted, for another figure entered the room. "Forgive the intrusion. May we converse?" inquired the traveler, Gandalf. His words struck the air like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly causing Ino to tense. Meanwhile, Bilbo, observing the two engage in dialogue, graciously gathered his food and exited the room. The atmosphere grew exceedingly quiet. The dark forces were stirring once more. Gandalf, seated in a nearby chair, began to speak slowly. "They are stirring. Middle-earth shall once again be veiled in shadow. The dwarves seek to reclaim the lonely mountain and restore the glory of the once great king under the mountain, which will safeguard the vast lands to the west of the Misty Mountains, united with the elves of the Woodland Realm and the men of Lake Town. A formidable line of defense shall be forged, sparing countless lives from calamity and the ravages of war." After several minutes of attentive silence, Ino finally spoke. "A noble mission indeed. However, I am but a wandering minstrel. Perhaps I may sing of this great endeavor during my future travels." He understood Gandalf's underlying suggestion, but was reluctant to engage further. "Wandering, you say?" Gandalf echoed with a smile. "Yet the Vala have sent word for you, should you wish. The doors of Middle-earth shall always be open to you." If the previous statement had merely skimmed the surface, this one detonated like an explosive deep beneath the waters. Time slipped away, and after a significant pause, Ino calmly said, "Can we discuss this tomorrow? I wish to rest now." Gray-cloaked Gandalf. "Of course," Gandalf replied, seemingly satisfied with the progress of their conversation. He rose with a smile. "But do hurry, for we must set forth at dawn." Ino leaned back against the chair and exhaled slowly. Although he was aware of the profound depths of Middle-earth, he never anticipated it would be this deep. The situation he faced today was unprecedented. Even the Christmas figure from Narnia had only offered vague expressions, while Gandalf's words today were strikingly different. The former could be likened to a neighborly girl subtly revealing her affections, whereas the latter resembled an audacious kiss from a bold school beauty, an invitation to an open heart. Resting against the chair, Ino softly repeated Gandalf's words, prompting him to reevaluate himself and the miracle unfolding before him. It seemed he had never fully grasped the passive nature of his journey, whether in entering the tale or departing from it. Yet today, Gandalf's words appeared to open another grand door, revealing an alternative possibility. Chapter 75, The Advent of Adventure, The Forging of Elven Swords. In the spacious room, Ino sat quietly in his chair, but his thoughts surged like a tempestuous ocean, churning with relentless waves. One by one, he meticulously re-examined the entirety of the stories that had transpired. After a moment's reflection, Eno seemed to arrive at a conclusion. Something must have gone awry with Eru Ilyavator. Otherwise, even Morgoth, as the firstborn, would not dare to act recklessly, let alone Sauron. This realization perhaps elucidated the fundamental reason why the other Vala and mayors seldom intervened in the affairs of Middle-earth. Reaching this conclusion was not mere conjecture. It was a deduction based on the forces of the entire timeline. It resembled a vast lake, its source fallen into slumber, where a formidable fish sought to seize an opportunity through the Silmaril, yearning to carve out its own destiny. When it failed, a smaller fish attempted the same through the One Ring, still aspiring to forge its own path. The source lay dormant, the extraordinary stifled. This might be the very reason for the gradual decline of power in Middle-earth. Likewise, it could explain why the Vala prefer to endure rather than directly intervene in the world. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Eno realized that the information at hand was insufficient to unravel the so-called truth. Yet, two paths lay before him. Either to disregard Gandalf's counsel and proceed eastward to the White City of Minas Tirith, awaiting the conclusion of the tale in peace, or to embrace Gandalf's suggestion and embark on an adventure to aid the dwarves. The former offered safety and reassurance, while the latter, though fraught with peril, promised rich rewards. More importantly, it would grant him a chance to delve deeper into the miracle of his own existence. If he were to let this opportunity slip by, who could say how long he would have to wait for another? In the deep of night, amidst the snores of dwarves, Eno began to organize his belongings. He packed white essence, invigorating elixirs, detoxifying herbs, and even a small vial of good fortune potion, arranging these commonly used potions neatly in his Muggle-style suitcase for easy access. Similarly, he securely retied the sturdy hemp rope around the flying broomstick, slinging it across his back like a longbow. Time flowed slowly. Listening to the familiar sounds emanating from the courtyard, it was likely that Bayan's night patrol had come to an end. Eno gradually rose, and having resolved to embark on an adventure, he felt compelled to bid farewell to Bayan in advance. Yet, as he stepped out of the room, he was met by Gandalf, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. "It seems you have made a choice," Gandalf remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I have come to a decision," Eno replied calmly. "Though I may occasionally appear aloof, your proposition has stirred my heart. Thus, I have resolved to join this battle. But I must state in advance that I cannot guarantee my capabilities. You know I am an outsider, yet you can see through my facade. There were no promises made, but it felt as though there were implicit commitments." Faced with Gandalf's invitation, Amaya, he found it difficult to ignore, for this was indeed his domain. As they spoke, Gandalf discreetly assessed Eno's gear, and upon noticing the broomstick behind him, he chuckled, saying, "While strategic retreat can be crucial at times, combat often demands more than mere withdrawal. You may require another item." A finely crafted longsword appeared before Eno. The moment it was drawn, he felt an aura of sanctity enveloping him. The blade, extending over a meter in length, was both opulent and graceful. In the dim courtyard before dawn, intricate runes adorned the blade, shimmering with a radiant light, as if they encapsulated the essence of countless stars. Glamdring, the sword of combat, was also crafted in the Second Age by the High Elves. Its previous owner was none other than Turgon, the renowned king of Gondolin from the First Age. Standing before this legendary sword, which transcended even the sword of Gryffindor, one could not claim indifference. As Eno accepted the longsword, he admired its brilliance for a moment. Truly magnificent and resplendent. However, he said, "I apologize. I cannot make use of it, though I am fond of it, and even wish to possess it greedily. I am not that vile dragon, and you need it more than I do." Chapter 76. The Battle in the Enchanted Forest. The Elven Path, a hidden route from the previous age, was a little-known passageway. Upon seeing the familiar scenery, Eno felt a moment of bewilderment. Was this not the very place he had first arrived in Middle-earth? At the time, he had found the forest somewhat eerie, choosing instead the open plains, only to find himself back at his starting point 2 days later. Dismounting his horse, Eno turned to his companions, Bilbo and Thorin, acknowledging that these steeds were all provided by Bayan. After releasing all the horses, the dwarves surveyed the dark forest that lay before them. They understood that taking the old path through the forest or circumventing the forest river would consume considerable time, and to reach the lonely mountain before autumn's end, they were destined to traverse this very woodland. We find ourselves with no alternative paths to tread, as Bilbo gazes apprehensively at the foreboding, shadowy forest before us. We must reach the lonely mountain before the arrival of Durin's day. Only then can we locate the great door that grants entry to the mountain. Thorin looks at Bilbo, his eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with fervor. This fervor becomes increasingly pronounced as we draw closer to our destination. Thorin's demeanor instills a sense of dread in Bilbo, prompting him to involuntarily take a small step back. Observing this, Inner silently chuckles, perhaps believing that the dragon sickness has seeped deep into the marrow of the dwarves. Before we set off, I hope each of you will carry a piece of detoxifying stone in your mouths. The air within this darkened forest is tainted with confounding toxins. As he speaks, Inner retrieves a hefty piece of dung stone from his satchel. Although Gandalf had introduced him before departing, and the company understood that the man before them was a wizard, the peculiar stone still drew the dwarves' curious gazes. It can detoxify? Thorin's eyes glimmer with skepticism. As you can see, it serves to counteract poison. However, the choice is yours. Despite the doubt cast upon him, Inner understands, for they have only known each other for a day. Even Bilbo was only fully accepted by the dwarves at the last moment. Thorin first surveys the deep, shadowy forest, hesitating briefly before breaking off a small piece of the stone and placing it in his mouth, with Thorin leading the way. The remaining dwarves line up to do the same. Ugh, what a taste! Like spoiled refuse, akin to Philly's stinky socks. Did you secretly sniff my feet? Observing this chain reaction, Inner nearly bursts into laughter, yet he fails to notice Thorin's increasing tension. Why do you not partake? Thorin's gaze sharpens, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. The other dwarves cease their mirth, becoming alert. Me? Because I possess this. Inner brandishes his wand, lightly tapping it against his head. The domestic magic bubble charm is often employed to shield oneself from the pungent scents of onions, peppers, and canned herring during cooking. Faced with this undeniable reality, Thorin remains silent, turning to stride into the forest. The other dwarves, however, offer apologetic smiles. I apologize on his behalf. My uncle can be quite obstinate at times, which can be intimidating. The speaker is Keely, Thorin's nephew, the very archer who secretly courted the woodland elf. I bear no ill will. I merely hope you will reclaim the lonely mountains soon, Inner replies candidly. Having pledged to Gandalf, he intends to aid Thorin in reclaiming the mountain as smoothly as possible. After all, this is but a small matter. However, once the mountain is reclaimed, it will no longer concern him, for that is the extent of his commitment. The shadowy forest, the entrance to the elven path, is formed by 2 rows of towering trees leaning against one another, resembling a secret passage leading to a dark cavern. Though it was his first venture into this realm, Eno was acutely aware that the party would soon encounter a dark creature reminiscent of the 8-eyed giant spider. Thus, he had prudently grasped his wand, ever vigilant. As for the sword meant for slaying foes, it now seemed no more than a mere ornament, akin to a broomstick slung across his back. Upon entering the elven path, the surroundings narrowed considerably, winding through the trees, where in some places only one person could pass at a time. As they delved deeper, the light at the entrance gradually faded from view. The forest enveloped them in an eerie silence, so profound that the only sounds were their footsteps, should they halt. The soft sound of their breaths would become audible. At some unknown moment, a faint mist began to rise within the forest, thickening with each passing moment, reducing visibility until they could barely discern the figures of their companions ahead. Suddenly, the sun broke through. A resolute voice resonated in the ears of all the dwarves. Imbued with unwavering strength, they beheld a golden light rising at the forefront of their ranks, akin to the sun's ascent at dawn. The light pierced through the darkness, and within a radius of several dozen meters around the entire company, the mist dissipated as if confronted by an ancient foe. Well played. It was about time. Who was behind me just now, walking without a care, always poking me with the hilt of their sword? If you ask me, the emergence of sunlight rejuvenated the dwarven company, who began to chatter animatedly. Do not be complacent. We have yet to traverse even 1/10 of the journey, and what lies ahead remains a mystery to us all. Eno raised his wand, reminding the dwarves to remain cautious. After a brief clamor, the dwarves gradually quieted, each gripping their weapons on high alert. Ultimately, each dwarf was a seasoned warrior, skilled in their own right. Time flowed slowly as they traversed the silent forest. It was impossible to gauge how long they had been walking. Just as fatigue began to weigh upon them, the gentle sound of flowing water echoed from afar, revitalizing everyone's spirits, particularly young Keely and Philly, who dashed toward the source. Halt! That stream is tainted by dark magic, Eno called out. Perhaps buoyed by the sunlight spell, he found himself gradually gaining influence within the group. The most evident sign was that upon hearing his warning, Keely and Philly immediately ceased their advance. If you wish to drink, consume your own supplies. Should anyone run out, come and ask me. Rest assured, I have ample provisions of water. But let us avoid touching anything here as much as possible, Eno explained to the dwarves. He spoke wisely. We must hasten to the lonely mountain. All else is trivial. The previously silent Thorin now stepped forward to affirm this sentiment, surveying the weary faces around him. We can rest for a moment. Keely, keep watch. As the last king of Durrance line, every word Thorin uttered was met with strict adherence from all the dwarves. Chapter 77. Legolas. As all the dwarves unburdened their packs, preparing to partake in food and drink, a sudden alertness swept through the air. Something lurked nearby. Without hesitation, the dwarf Keely swiftly nocked an arrow. The sharp projectile sliced through the air, embedding itself deep within the distant thicket, eliciting a chilling howl from the woods. In an instant, all the dwarves cast aside their meals, drawing their weapons with resolute determination, forming a protective circle. In the depths of the forest, fate's inertia struck the dwarves, as they too fell prey to the assault of colossal spiders. With that agonizing shriek, monstrous arachnids, towering over the dwarves in both height and girth, surged forth from every direction, their massive pincers poised to strike. The scene erupted into chaos. Regaining his composure, Eno raised his hand and unleashed a slicing spell. In a realm laden with cover, magical attacks proved far more effective than physical ice arrows. In the distance, the two fastest spiders, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, were severed in two, their bodies falling apart under the force of the strike. This act served as a clarion call. Within the circle of dwarves, Keely and another archer commenced their ranged assault. The battle was ignited. Even when confronted by the enormous spiders, the dwarves engaged in close combat with unyielding valor. Standing firm within the circle, Eno wielded his wand, casting spells that erupted forth like a barrage from an automatic rifle. Though rapid, most of his incantations were barriers and repulsion spells. For the dwarves were perilously close to the giant spiders, and a moment's inattention could lead to friendly fire. Meanwhile, one of the colossal spiders descended from above, targeting the stoutest dwarf, Bomber, who wielded dual axes. Just as its venomous fangs were about to sink into him, a flash of red light intervened. The spider was ensnared by an unseen force, its body rigid as it crashed to the ground with a muffled thud. Seizing the opportunity, Bomber struck decisively, dispatching the giant spider before engaging in combat with others. Amidst the fray, Eno swiftly seized Bilbo, the little hobbit who had been darting about, sword in hand, battling the air itself since the onset of conflict. Don't add to the chaos. Go and apply this potion to their wounds, but take care of yourself. He tossed Bilbo a vial of white healing essence. The battle raged on, and the number of giant spiders only seemed to swell, intensifying the onslaught. Faced with the seemingly endless tide of arachnids, Eno felt an overwhelming impulse to set the entire forest ablaze. However, it remained just that, an impulse. After all, while the spiders could be managed, igniting the shadowy woods would ensure that none of them could escape. Ever since the First Age, no soul had dared to set fire to the Elves' domain. Simultaneously, on the battlefield, Bilbo lived up to his reputation as a nimble thief. His innate agility allowed him to find gaps amidst the chaos, applying the white healing essence to the injured dwarves. With the aid of the potion, the battle reached a stalemate, as the dwarves managed to fend off the spiders' advances, yet defeat was merely a matter of time. Faced with the relentless onslaught of colossal spiders, the dwarves found their energy and stamina woefully limited. Whiz, whoosh. In the midst of their exhausting struggle, countless arrows sliced through the air, producing a crisp sound as they swiftly eliminated a substantial number of the monstrous arachnids. Following this, an entire battalion of woodland elves descended gracefully from the treetops, utilizing the silk left behind by the spiders. Upon landing, they exhibited no hesitation and launched a fierce assault against the giant spiders, seamlessly switching between long swords, daggers, bows, and other weapons as the situation demanded. From a distance, the elves appeared to be engaged in a grand ball, each one performing a deadly waltz, continuously reaping the lives of the monstrous creatures. In this moment, Eno beheld the formidable elegance of the elves of Middle-earth. Although most lacked magical prowess, their fluid swordsmanship was sufficient to exhaust many a wizard. Consider this. With their agile footwork combined with rapid-fire attacks, one sword stroke followed another, leaving no opportunity for the casting of spells. Should one master such skills, they might very well emerge as the next Gryffindor. Eno watched the elves in battle with keen enthusiasm. Witnessing their performance, he also contemplated the remarkable potential of applying such agility to magical duels, envisioning results that would undoubtedly be astonishing. Legolas, whose name in Sindarin means leaf, also symbolizes the dark woods, a name bestowed upon him by the elven king Thranduil. As the prince of the woodland elves, Legolas harbored a profound aversion to the forces of darkness, in stark contrast to his father. He never forgot the brethren lost to the encroaching shadows, nor the once resplendent capital that had fallen. Many were aware of Dol Guldur, the stronghold of the dark powers now occupied by necromancers. Yet few recalled that this grand city was once known as Amon Lake, the capital of the woodland elves thousands of years ago. This history fueled Legolas's disdain for the dark forces, prompting this headstrong prince to frequently disregard his father's counsel, leading the elven guard through the tainted forests to hunt down the minions of darkness. However, today he seemed to have stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. After the elves had vanquished the giant spiders, they nimbly leapt onto the tree trunks, retrieving their short bows and aiming at the circle of dwarves armed with weapons. "Wizard, lay down your staff," Legolas commanded calmly, while the dwarves were completely disregarded by the elves at that moment. "I mean no harm," Ino replied, extinguishing the sunlight spell and discreetly stowing his wand within his sleeve. As for disarming himself, that was out of the question. He had resolved that should the elves demand it, he would promptly flee on his broomstick, leaving the dwarven squad to fend for themselves. Perhaps due to the influence of the sunlight spell, Legolas chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he directed the other elves to disarm the dwarves. Moments later, Legolas approached the group. "I recognize your lack of malicious intent, but you must accompany us for a time, as intruders in the forest. I hold the authority to pass judgment upon you." Faced with the relatively amicable woodland elves, Ino nodded in silence. "Very well, you are correct. However, I hope that you will treat the dwarves kindly, for they are not malicious intruders in the dense forest." Regarding being taken away by the woodland elves, he does not harbor much resentment, as it is inevitable that in the original narrative, the dwarves would encounter such a fate. Likewise, to some extent, the elves may be considered the saviors of the dwarves. Otherwise, the recent encounter with those giant spiders could have led to the annihilation of the entire party. Chapter 78. King of the Elves, Thranduil. Although the elves' act of disarming provoked considerable ire among the dwarves, circumstances dictated their response, and under Thorin's reassurances, they could only suppress their anger. Yet, there is a silver lining. Guided by the elves, they encountered no further minions of darkness along their journey. Woodland Kingdom. Since the year 1050 of the Third Age, the shadow of Sauron descended upon Amon Lake, and malevolent creatures began to proliferate within the verdant forests, transforming the once lush woods into the present gloomy thicket. Thereafter, King Thranduil led his kin to retreat to the northern banks of the Forest River, completely relinquishing the expansive woodlands near the southern Misty Mountains. Although this decision has faced considerable criticism in Middle-earth, it undeniably mitigated the casualties among the woodland elves. Perhaps this is the true essence of survival at the cost of territory. Otherwise, the woodland elves would not have been able to assemble a formidable army for the later Battle of Five Armies. It is lamentable that a single disastrous war inflicted severe losses upon the woodland elves, depleting the strength they had amassed over millennia. Nevertheless, now that he has arrived, Ino is determined to prevent the recurrence of such a tragedy. He has resolved to steal the resplendent necklace of white gems, cherished by Thranduil as the epicenter of the entire conflict, regardless of the moral implications. It is simply a matter of aesthetic appreciation. After all, it is human nature to yearn for beauty, and who would care for the disheveled dwarves when compared to the elegant and lovely elves? Moreover, unlike other elves, the woodland elves possess an innate exceptional talent for art and music. Most of the melodies and poems in Middle-earth originate from them. They are creators at heart, enamored with music, and their melodious voices resonate wherever they go, endowing them with a unique charm among all elven kind. This characteristic undoubtedly enhances their appeal to a wandering minstrel. As he pondered while journeying, under Legolas's guidance, the group traversed a beautifully crafted stone bridge, arriving at the new capital of the woodland elves. To call it a capital is perhaps misleading. It is more akin to a heavily fortified colossal fortress. The elves have forsaken their previous artistic expressions, opting instead to construct their city from solid granite. The towering walls and smoothly polished surfaces, complemented by the nearby stone bridge, form a natural triple-layer defense. Yet, this is merely the facade. The true dwelling of the elves lies beneath the fortress, where they have seemingly adopted the dwarves' affinity for craftsmanship, excavating vast and intricate subterranean cities. With Prince Legolas at the helm, the group entered the fortress, navigating through the winding passages, and ultimately arrived at the palace of the Woodland Kingdom. Thranduil, in the early Second Age, he journeyed from Amon to Middle-earth, and considering the passage of time, he was merely over 6,000 years old, a young elven king indeed. As the assembly arrived at the palace, Eno beheld the visage of Thranduil. With golden hair as ethereal as Legolas's, Thranduil adorned a crown woven from crimson leaves and berries. This humble crown seemed to narrate the woodland elf's profound adoration for the forest and nature. Amidst his golden tresses lay the pair of deep, serene eyes that appeared indifferent to all worldly matters. If Legolas could be described as handsome, then the elven king Thranduil could only be characterized by a beauty that transcended the ordinary. Beauty is not merely a term reserved for maidens. It can equally encapsulate the essence of a man, a beauty in harmony with nature. Describing Thranduil's beauty evokes the same admiration one feels for the exquisite landscapes of nature. Utterly unobtrusive, my son informed me of a band of dwarves arriving from the west, and curiously, there was even a human sorcerer among them. Thranduil cast a tranquil gaze over the assembly within the palace, disregarding the dwarves' ire, but when his eyes fell upon Eno, a flicker of inquiry and perplexity graced his expression. Confine these dwarves to the dungeons. Let them awaken to reality, Thranduil instructed a nearby elven warrior. Though he recognized at first glance the air of the former king beneath the mountain, he did not deign to regard Thorin directly. After a tumultuous flurry, the subterranean palace restored its former tranquility, observing the elven king from a distance. Eno pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I presume your majesty is aware of our purpose here. We have come for the ancient legend. The descendant of the dwarves of Durin, Thorin, seeks to reclaim the lonely mountain and restore the glory of the king under the mountain. For an elf who had lived for millennia, any form of rhetoric felt superfluous. Only honesty served as the most effective means of communication. Indeed, Thranduil nodded slowly in acknowledgement. What do you intend to do about the dragon that lurks there? If we can slay it, let us do so. If not, we shall disperse the treasure. Eno expressed his most genuine thoughts at that moment. From the very outset, he had contemplated these ideas, utilizing an invisibility potion to infiltrate the lonely mountain and transferring all the gold into a seamless storage box, thereby addressing the root of the issue. Without the allure of gold, it seemed unlikely that the dragon smog would continue to linger. Chapter 79, Divination, the first appearance of absolute numbers. Slay it? Disperse the treasure? A rare smile graced Thranduil's face, as if he had heard an amusing jest. I assume you have not encountered that dragon, have you? At this, Eno felt a twinge of realization, as if he had oversimplified the matter. Indeed, your majesty, I have never laid eyes upon Smog. In that moment, Thranduil spoke in a peculiar tone. The king under the mountain, the Arkenstone symbolizing power, unmatched craftsmanship, razor-sharp weaponry, various contraptions of war. The might of the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain was unparalleled across all of Middle-earth. As Sir Ramwell laughed outright, he remarked, and what was the outcome? That vile dragon shattered the formidable dwarven clan of the Durin in mere days. Are you still insisting that I slay this monstrous beast? The endless treasures of the Lonely Mountain have ignited envy among all factions of Middle-earth. Yet why has no one taken action? Upon hearing this, Eno realized that he had indeed underestimated the situation. Throughout his deliberations, he had compared the dragon to those from the realm of magic. But now it was clear that the two were not even remotely comparable. Very well, I have been presumptuous, he conceded, yet I still wish to assist the dwarves. For I have pledged my aid to Gandalf in their endeavor to reclaim the Lonely Mountain. Eno recounted the events as they transpired, deeming them not worthy of concealment. At the mention of Gandalf, Sir Randwill's expression shifted to one of contemplation. If it is he who seeks your success, then perhaps you stand a chance. For he has always possessed an attentive ear over the millennia. As if pondering other matters, Sir Randwill gradually rose from his throne. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Young human sorcerer, Middle-earth tolerates a dragon that guards its treasure, but it will not permit a dragon gone mad. He continued, you may stay here tonight. By tomorrow evening, I shall ease the guards, and you might lead those dwarves through the river's sewer to safety. Thank you for your generosity, Eno replied with a slight bow, his pride thoroughly diminished in that moment. Especially after his earlier arrogance in slaying the giant spider within the forest, he was left humbled. Middle-earth was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. In the subterranean palace, Eno was escorted by another wood elf into a chamber resembling a guest room. Despite being underground, the air was suffused with a gentle, natural fragrance, a harmonious blend of floral, grassy, and woody scents, evoking the essence of a forest. At the center of the room lay a bed woven from slender vines, adorned with soft green leaves and petals. In one corner, a delicate fountain murmured as water cascaded from a crystal-like stone into a basin below, producing a melodious sound. Seated upon the vine-crafted bed, Eno found himself no longer inclined to ponder the future. He decided to let the narrative unfold according to fate's design. Unlike his previous discussions with Gandalf, Sarandwell today delivered a profound lesson. The notions of escaping dungeons and hunting Smaug were merely threads in a tapestry woven by others. Middle-earth is eternally a grand world, not merely a village or a town. Yet what puzzled him most was the role he, as an outsider, was meant to play. What merit warranted the gift of a sword from Gandalf, one of the 5 wizards of Middle-earth? Contemplating this, Eno inhaled deeply and slowly withdrew the divination dice from his inner lining. Silently invoking the question he sought to explore, he cast the dice into the air. They traced a graceful arc before landing with a soft thud on the ground. 1. Gazing at this unprecedented absolute number, his spirits plummeted to the depths. Alongside an overwhelming impulse to transform into a loquacious harpy, rushing out to unleash a torrent of curses upon streets. Yet, he recognized that further lamentation would not alter the course of events already set in motion. It would serve only to deepen his disquietude. Time flowed languidly. In the hushed confines of the room, the only sound that persisted was the gentle trickle of water from the little fountain nestled in the corner. It was uncertain how long had passed, as Eno remained motionless, ensconced in a state of profound contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly picked up the dice from the ground and cast them once more. Moments later, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, sleep, sleep. He tucked the dice away, as if he had narrowly escaped calamity, and then languidly reclined upon the wicker bed. In stark contrast to the silence of the guest chamber, the dwarves ensconced in the dungeon erupted into fervent debate. Some proposed to barter a portion of the treasure from the lonely mountain in exchange for the elves' assistance. This suggestion ignited a fierce uproar among the dwarves, swiftly dividing them into factions, each staunchly advocating their positions. As the spiritual leader of the dwarves, Thorin observed the dungeon walls with an inscrutable expression, his thoughts concealed from all. As the quarrel intensified, Balin, the eldest dwarf aside from Thorin, felt compelled to intervene. We still have time. A full week remains until the appointed hour. I cannot fathom the cause of your discord. Our priority should be escape, not squabbling over wealth. Despite Balin's esteemed status, the dwarves, ensnared in the dungeon, exhibited a notable restlessness. One among them retorted, "We are indeed attempting to leverage our wealth for an escape. And with that human sorcerer absent, along with the hobbit's disappearance, if we continue to hesitate, we shall be overtaken." A new round of disputes ensued. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the subterranean realm, after resting for several hours on the wicker bed, Eno gradually sat up. Unlike his earlier state of anxious tension, he now seemed to rediscover a sense of ease. He opened the nearby suitcase and retrieved his long-neglected accordion, even foregoing the tincture in his pocket. Adorned in an elegant custom robe, he stepped forward in his true guise, pushing open the door and exiting the room. As he traversed the corridors, Eno greeted each elf he encountered with a nod and a smile, devoid of hesitation or reserve. Before long, he found himself outside the underground palace, emerging into a clearing reminiscent of a square within a woodland. At this moment, a multitude of wood elves had gathered in the expansive glade, their melodious voices weaving vibrant songs that resonated through the forest. Unlike the elves of the Vale and the Golden Wood, who reveled in the tales of heroic epics and legendary sagas, the wood elves preferred to extol the glories of starlight and the forest itself. Without intruding, Eno stood quietly at the edge of the woods, listening intently. Eno turned around, greeted by a girl of similar height. Yet, he did not underestimate her due to her stature. After all, in terms of age, this youthful fairy might very well rival the magic stone-bearer, Nico. It was delightful to admire from afar, without the necessity of immersing oneself in the experience. For when I clench my fist, I possess nothing, but when I release it, I encompass everything. As he spoke, Eno extended his hand, fingers elegantly splayed, exploring the air. "Ha, you are quite amusing." The girl laughed joyfully. "I am Doris, and I welcome you to the kingdom of the glade. You may call me Eno, though I wield magic in both hands. I am, at heart, a genuine bard. So, Eno, please commence your performance. If it pleases the ear, I shall reward you. I have many delightful treasures hidden away." Chapter 80. The Gentle Chants of the Glade. The twilight sun cast its golden rays, bathing the woods in a warm, luminous glow. In a clearing, Eno sat upon the soft grass, with an accordion floating gracefully behind him. His heart resided upon the sea, innately seeking a home, steering with the wind and accompanied by the waves, unwavering in resolve. He sought a guiding light to offer direction to his life, unyielding to the tempest, even if hope and patience drifted away, as long as he could see the path. life would lead him onward. This was an exotic folk tune, a melody that touched the soul, and this was the first time Eno sang it after adapting it. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the accordion played its final note and gradually came to a halt. Despite the cessation of music, Eno kept his eyes closed. Time trickled by, second by second. Perhaps you were right. This time the dwarves truly enjoyed the favor of fortune, escaping under heavy guard. They fled along the river's course from the dungeon. A familiar voice resounded once more, and Eno opened his eyes to find the elven king Thranduil had mysteriously appeared. With an innate pride, Thranduil spoke and then resolutely turned away. Watching the regal figure depart, Eno silently expressed his gratitude. This was indeed a joyous resolution, affirming the earlier divination results. In high spirits, he turned to the elven maiden beside him. Doris, my song has concluded, but there are still many fascinating tales to share. Would you care to listen? The pages of stories gently turned at his fingertips, the words flowing before his eyes. Bards were tasked with guiding their audience into wondrous realms, while time silently slipped away amidst one enchanting tale after another. It whisked away weariness, leaving behind hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. On the 23rd day in the kingdom of the glade, in the early morning, still nestled in his cozy bed, he heard Doris's excited voice from outside his room. Eno, rise quickly, my brother has sent word. The dwarves who accompanied you have indeed slain the dragon Smog, and it is said the humans from Long Lake assisted them. Dressed impeccably, as I opened the door, I was greeted by Doris's eager expression, one that sought praise. The delicate contours of her youthful visage were inscribed with her innermost thoughts. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but smile, marveling at Doris's remarkable ability to glean information from afar. Of course, ever since my brother reached adulthood, he has served as the captain of the Sentinels for a full 150 years. The pride radiating from her was palpable, prompting my curiosity to surface. Is it truly that long? How old are you this year? This question had lingered in my mind since the moment I met Doris, yet I had struggled to find the right opportunity to ask. Now, I seized the moment to satisfy my curiosity. I am 49 years old, and in a year, I shall come of age, Doris replied without hesitation, as if she had been anticipating the inquiry. However, as soon as she revealed her age, her demeanor shifted, her spirit seemingly drooping. In terms of human solar years, I must wait another 20 years to mature. 1 elven year equates to 20 human years. After a moment of reflection, I realized that this enchanting elven maiden was, in fact, over 980 years old. Indeed, time held no significance for the elves. Having satiated my curiosity, my thoughts turned towards the dwarves. According to Doris, it was evident that the tale was nearing its conclusion. The demise of the dragon, Smog, signified the impending onset of the Battle of the Five Armies. Doris, I may have to take my leave. Thanks to the elves' longevity, it was difficult to find peers of my age within the vast woodland realm. You are leaving? Doris paused, her eyes quickly glazing over with a thin veil of mist. Partings always carried a tinge of sorrow. Observing the young maiden before me, I hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, I resolved to speak the truth. Although Gandalf had once uttered words of welcome, I understood that, despite his elevated status, Middle-earth was far beyond the dominion of any Maya. Not to mention the supreme creator Eru Iluvatar, Gandalf was accompanied by a council of 15 Vala. As my words hung in the air, the room fell silent for a brief moment. After what felt like an eternity, Doris sprang to her feet, her indignation palpable, and dashed out of the room without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, I opened my mouth to speak but found no words escaping my lips. Some matters, alas, are beyond remedy. People are not mere wood. My 3 years of wanderings have led me to encounter similar farewells, often culminating in parting ways. Though there may be a fleeting sadness, it is typically followed by forgetfulness. Sometimes, a passerby is destined to remain just that. On the 33rd day of my sojourn in the woodland realm, I had not seen Doris since our conversation 10 days prior. Observing the throngs of elves assembling, I found myself unable to dwell on my loss. Instead, I resolved to make the most of my remaining time by undertaking whatever small tasks I could. In the underground palace, I thought of Legolas and presented him with all the stored essence of white sap, instructing him on its use before mounting my broom to set forth towards the lonely mountain. Without any lingering concerns, he intended to seize the moment, cloistered atop the city walls, to slay a few half-orcs while witnessing the renowned battle of 5 armies in Middle-earth. Just as Eno mounted his broom, poised for takeoff, an unfamiliar voice resonated in his ears. An adult male elven warrior approached him. This is a gift from my sister. Though I disapprove of her actions, as a brother, I can only endeavor to fulfill her every wish. He presented a bracelet intricately woven from red maple leaves. Please convey my gratitude to Doris. Additionally, Here is a half bottle of potion. Apply it if you find yourself injured. Eno accepted the bracelet and adorned his wrist with it. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, he soared into the air like a released arrow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 81. Return and Coordinates. The Miracle of Transformation. Middle-earth. 3rd, age 2941, autumn. The lonely mountain, devoid of any malignant dragon, resembled an aged elder who, after enduring a harsh winter, began to exhibit a flicker of vitality in the spring of the following year. The skies were shrouded in a gray haze of smoke, while sunlight filtered through the thick clouds, casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon the land. The first to charge were the Iron Hills Dwarven Legion, clad in heavy armor, driving forward in war chariots, wielding battle axes and spears. They surged relentlessly towards the half-orc horde. Though diminutive in stature at this moment, the dwarves embodied the spirit of formidable giants. Following closely behind them were the human coalition from Lake Town. Despite their eclectic armaments, this motley crew steadfastly formed a second line of defense. To the south of the battlefield, 3,000 woodland elven archers stood ready, and as the Dwarven Legion initiated their charge, the elves synchronously nocked their arrows, unleashing a rain of projectiles upon their foes. With each volley, the ranks of the half-orc army visibly diminished, causing the half-orc leader Azig, stationed halfway up the hill, to seethe with anger. Although he regarded the half-orcs as expendable, he could not tolerate the loss of an entire battalion in a single assault. The half-orcs, despite their numerical superiority, could not withstand such attrition. With the sound of a new command horn, countless wolf riders and lurking trolls surged forth towards the elves. Simultaneously, great eagles descended from the misty mountains, formidable servants of Manwë, the chief of the Vala and descendants of the mayor. The might of these eagles was unparalleled, without even mentioning the Eagle King Thorndr, whose strength rivaled that of the dragon Smog. The ordinary eagles circling the battlefield could easily topple dozens of half-orcs with a single flap of their wings, their talons effortlessly piercing the skulls of the enormous trolls. In a similar vein, the sworn enemy of the half-orcs, the shapeshifter Bjorn, transformed into a colossal bear, charging into the fray against the rushing wolf riders. Though solitary, wherever he went, chaos and anguish followed. Within mere minutes, he carved through the ranks of the wolf riders, which numbered in the thousands. The battlefield was a cacophony of arrows, monstrous beasts, war chariots, and catapults, resembling a colossal meat grinder, with all combatants thrown into utter disarray. In the desolate expanse of Lonely Mountain, beneath an archway on the eastern side, Eno quietly observed the battle unfolding below. Regardless of his past lives, it was his first experience of such a grand scale of a cold weapon battlefield. In such a scene, individual power felt exceedingly insignificant. Perhaps only the resplendent flames of the Parisian cemetery could find relevance here. He glanced down at the elderberry wand in his hand, offering a rueful smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted his broom and soared in the opposite direction, heading southward. Time slipped away unmeasured until the surrounding scenery began to shift gradually, and once again, the familiar thrill surged within him. However, unlike before, he did not arrive directly in Wiltshire from where he had departed. Instead, he found himself on a tranquil path. This narrow lane, paved with green bricks, measured approximately 3 feet in width and stretched for several dozen meters. Strangely, standing on this path, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, more profound than in Hogwarts or the Slytherin dormitory, and even surpassing the sense of safety he had felt while wandering with Professor Hans. On either side of the green brick path, thick smoke enveloped the surroundings, with 2 intersections visible ahead. One was shrouded in a gray mist, while the other led to the familiar sights of Wiltshire. Yet, before he could make a choice, a sudden warmth radiated from his right wrist. The red maple leaf bracelet gifted by Doris had vanished, transforming into a flurry of fluttering leaves that drifted toward the end of the path. In the blink of an eye, they formed a path carpeted with red maple leaves, effectively converting the previous fork into a proper 3-way intersection. A peculiar intuition struck Eno upon seeing the red leaves. He instinctively grasped that this was a route to the realm of the woodland fairies. Yet, he also understood that neither the red maple leaves nor the mist led anywhere viable at this moment. The only passage available was toward Wiltshire. Without a moment's hesitation, Eno picked up his suitcase and proceeded toward the Wiltshire Junction. Chapter 82. Reflections and 3 Brooms. Wiltshire, located in the southwestern region of England, boasts the beautiful Cranbourne Chase and the Salisbury Plain. Standing on the aged streets of Wiltshire, Eno was greeted by familiar scenery, yet his emotions were starkly different from before. This journey, although devoid of tangible rewards, He hadn't even acquired a single penny, was steeped in an atmosphere of passivity and tension. However, it was undeniable that some concealed gains were monumental, to say nothing of other matters. Merely the emergence of an additional travel destination option was already a significant achievement. Over the past 3 years, he had been compelled to move forward relentlessly, with the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. At times, he pondered what he would do if the way forward led to an abyss. He would likely have no choice but to march onward with resolve, as all options seemed exhausted. Now, however, he was presented with the choice of the kingdom of woodland fairies, transforming his journey from a passive trek into one of deliberate selection. Moreover, the most significant gain lies in time, which is precisely what the young wizard lacks. Although this journey through Middle-earth lasts merely 2 months, perhaps this is due to the narrative background. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that an additional choice could easily yield several months, or even half a year, of time that is devoid of consumption or cost. Upon reflection, the next 100 years in the realm of Middle-earth will be a blank canvas for stories, quietly residing in the kingdom of the woods. Even if he does nothing but read and sing, he is confident that by his 3rd year, he will possess the magical prowess of an adult wizard. Moreover, the enigmatic cobblestone path, with its transformative miracles, is of utmost importance. Were it not for the considerations of the secrecy law, Ino would be eager to experiment. For deep within, he harbors a sensation that he could step onto that cobblestone path at any moment. The only uncertainty lies in the flow of time. If everything unfolds ideally, there would be no need for life-saving dice or even the inconspicuous extension box. An absolutely safe haven would become his greatest trump card. Even in the face of Voldemort, or inciting the wrath of the entire magical community, at least he would not have to worry about his own safety. On a secluded street in Wiltshire, Ino held a suitcase in his left hand and drew his wand with his right, standing silently at the crossroads without casting any spells. The night bus was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice, excelling in both speed and price. Wiltshire is a full 132 kilometers from London, and should he opt for a muggle taxi, he would likely deplete his pockets of all their pounds. Even though he had rented the little fellow to Hermione for 7 years before the summer holidays in exchange for £50, that sum was woefully insufficient for taxi fare. The thought of Hermione meticulously drafting a rental contract brought a smile to his lips. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes echoed. A triple-decker bus seemed to materialize from thin air, halting abruptly before Ino with its sharp braking sound. Bold golden letters emblazoned on the bus's windshield proclaimed, "Night Bus. Whenever you stand by the roadside and raise your wand, the night bus will appear, ready to transport you to any destination you desire. Of course, we do not traverse the sea." The doors swung open, revealing a young wizard with oversized ears and a face speckled with acne, clad in a purple uniform, who recited the contents of his manual with rhythmic intonation. Hogsmeade, the 3 broomsticks. Upon stating his destination, Ino approached the bus door. "All right, the fare is 6 sickles." The ticket collector at the bus entrance swiftly announced the price, then busied himself with the vintage ticket machine on his chest. "Here is your ticket. Of course, if you pay an extra 3 sickles, you can receive a chocolate. If you add 4, well, that's unnecessary for such a short journey without a toothbrush. By the way, my name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be at your service throughout this journey." Confronted with this bundled sales approach, Ino decisively shook his head in refusal. "I'm sorry. I do not require that. Additionally, I am quite fatigued. I have a moment to rest? Well, once again, I wish you a pleasant journey." The ticket collector shrugged indifferently and then turned toward the driver's seat. Off we go. Hogsmeade, in front of the 3 broomsticks. Ino sat on a bed adorned with copper pillars, swiftly securing himself to it while the ticket collector spoke. Despite being bound in such a manner, the immense inertia generated as the night bus took off nearly caused him to tumble to the floor. However, after a brief moment of shock, he gradually acclimated to this exhilarating mode of travel. It must be said that the thrill of speed, for some, might indeed have its justifications. Under such rapid motion, the adrenaline coursing through him brought both stimulation and delight, rendering it a distinctive form of enjoyment. On the night bus, Ino leaned against the bed frame, inhaling the crisp air, relishing the unique tranquility and serenity of the English countryside. He resolved in his heart that he would spend this summer in Hogsmeade, not venturing anywhere else. Magic, or rather, the magic depicted in the tales of Harry Potter, is never merely a trivial trick, despite many reducing it to mere antics. He was acutely aware that the world he inhabited was one that could rival Narnia or Middle-earth. If considered a narrative, it would undoubtedly be an epic saga. As time flowed slowly, the night bus, in its reckless and speeding manner, completed the journey from Wiltshire to Hogsmeade in less than 10 minutes. Eno disembarked, gazing at the sign of the 3 broomsticks, and without a moment's hesitation, pushed the door open. Of course, changes were apparent. The Christmas tree that once occupied a corner and other decorations had been replaced with blue bellflowers, harmonizing with the summer season. The mundane days trickled by like a gentle stream, neither hurried nor slow, quietly filling the hourglass of time. Likewise, time meandered peacefully, akin to a brook caressing the pebbles, all occurring in silent grace. Eno spent an entire week at the 3 broomsticks, during which he politely declined Madame Rosmerta's invitation to perform, citing summer homework as his reason. This was not merely an excuse. On the 3rd day of his stay, he received a package from Professor McGonagall. It contained the latest issue of Transfiguration Today, along with excerpts of papers awarded for Best Newcomer in recent years. Faced with such blatant indications, he could only pause his other endeavors and draft a piece to send to Professor McGonagall for review before the school year commenced. Chapter 83. Sanctuary and Ice Sculpture, the 3 Broomsticks, Guest Room. The cluttered table was strewn with discarded parchment. It was termed as such because many of the unrolled sheets bore only a single sentence, while the remaining vast spaces were filled with various doodles and cartoon illustrations. In stark contrast to the table's disarray was the immaculate state of the room, as if it were regularly maintained by household magic. Both the floor and the bed were excessively tidy. The only peculiar aspect was that, apart from the chaotic desk, there were hardly any personal belongings in the room. Moreover, the room was devoid of any occupants. A small path paved with blue bricks stretched ahead, 3 to 4 feet in width and over 100 feet in length. The entire pathway resembled the frigid polar regions of Antarctica. Both the cobblestones underfoot and the curbs on either side were not only blanketed with snow, but also adorned with numerous miniature ice sculptures rising several centimeters high. These ice sculptures took on various forms: knights, unicorns, dragons, boa constrictors, and even exquisitely crafted willows. At the end of the path, Eno sat on the soft snow, his head bowed as he diligently toiled away. Not far in front of him stood a larger willow, estimated to be about 2 to 3 meters high, with a trunk as thick as a bucket, its entire form gleaming with crystalline clarity. Although this willow bore a striking resemblance to the previous miniature versions, a closer inspection revealed a vibrancy and vitality unique to this specimen. Ignoring its size, this willow was indistinguishable in posture from the one outside Hogwarts Castle. Moments later, a lively ice sculpture of a rabbit materialized and darted towards the willow. With a resounding crash, the rabbit shattered into a flurry of ice shards upon nearing the willow. Meanwhile, the willow swayed gently as if unfazed by the incident. "Beautiful," Eno remarked, admiring his creation with a sense of satisfaction. Even the frustrations he had faced in recent days over his inability to produce a transfiguration thesis momentarily faded away. Setting aside the profound expertise of award-winning authors and their diverse accumulation of transfiguration knowledge, the very basics of transfiguration remained a lofty aspiration for him. After several days of arduous thesis writing, he had produced few coherent sentences, yet his skills in cartoon illustration had grown remarkably. Reluctantly, Eno had to temporarily abandon the elusive goal of winning the Best Newcomer award, dedicating substantial time and effort to solidifying his foundational transfiguration skills. While he had yet to meet the standards of the awardees, the fruits of his labor were gratifying. The willow before him stood as a testament to his achievements. Although his ice arrows had previously been capable of changing form and even becoming exquisite lilies, inanimate objects remained just that, lifeless. However, the ice was different. Under the blizzard, even if the transformed living entities were compromised, they would still absorb the surrounding snow and ice, restoring themselves and achieving a semblance of immortality. Imagine, if you will, snowflakes cascading from the sky, dark wizards ensconced within a forest of willows, and under the onslaught of countless vines, let alone a spell of ironclad protection. Even a dragon would find itself dutifully ensnared. Of course, such a scenario required a prerequisite: the weather and environment. If the surrounding snow was insufficient, the ice sculptures would not withstand the onslaught of a dragon's flames, unable to recover in time. A few minutes later, Eno slowly rose to his feet and waved his elderberry wand. In an instant, the 2-meter-tall, lush willow transformed into a nearly 20-foot-long Amazonian boa constrictor. Its trunk-like body a striking ice blue, slithering across the ground. Its cold, hollow eyes, despite not displaying any overt aggression, rendered the massive serpent an imposing sight. The reason he is able to perform such grand transformations of living beings does not stem from an exceptional mastery of transfiguration. Rather, it is the ubiquitous presence of ice and snow along the path, along with an innate affinity for and control over these elements that truly accounts for his prowess. A simple example would be a novice wizard effortlessly transforming an apple into a pear. Yet transforming a match into a cabinet might be a feat only Professor McGonagall could achieve. After all, transfiguring objects of equal volume is the most straightforward endeavor. Eno observed the boa constrictor at his feet, noticing that as it traversed the snow-covered path, its size gradually increased. Although the change was subtle, it was indeed significant. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Eno vanished from the spot, leaving the serpent to slither alone along the frost-laden cobblestones. In Hogsmeade, outside the Three Broomsticks, Pansy entered the establishment, cradling a substantial stack of ancient parchment. Her purpose for this visit was to fulfill a promise made aboard the train after dinner the previous evening. She had approached her parents with a request. Expecting to need to plead her case extensively, she was pleasantly surprised when her father, after reviewing Eno's end-of-term report and considering the entirety of his academic year, readily acquiesced to the request to sell the Parkinson family's property in Hogsmeade. He even offered a remarkably generous discount. After confirming the details with Malfoy, Pansy hastened to the Three Broomsticks, where Madame Rosmerta directed her to a room at the corner of the third floor. Standing hesitantly outside the room, Pansy felt the weight of tradition bearing down on her. In England, it was deemed improper for a lady to visit a gentleman's quarters alone. However, the admonitions from her father echoed in her mind. Having made a decision, one should act swiftly. Procrastination only invites others to seize the opportunities one desires. Never underestimate the wisdom of others. What you can discover, they can discover too. And in this regard, Draco has always outperformed you. Knock, knock. Pansy rapped on the door. Meanwhile, Eno, while observing the boa constrictor's transformation, noticed the sound of knocking from outside. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and vanished from the cobblestone path. He was increasingly pleased with this makeshift sanctuary. Although time flowed at a normal pace, unlike in stories where an eternity could pass outside while only a moment elapsed within, the ability to move at will and perceive the surrounding environment compensated for any shortcomings. In fact, any flaws appeared trivial in the light of these advantages. After all, absolute safety held paramount importance. He even mused that, should resources permit, he could reside here indefinitely. Nevertheless, upon hearing the knock, Eno promptly opened the door. Chapter 84. The Property in Hogsmeade. As he slowly opened the door, he was greeted by Pansy's slightly anxious visage. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something different. Today, Pansy seemed to have adorned herself with a touch of makeup. Her previously gaunt cheeks, which bore a hint of sharpness, now exuded a softness and fullness. Miss Parkinson, what brings you here? He stood at the doorway, refraining from immediately inviting the other party into the room. Perhaps this was inconsequential in France, but in England, etiquette and subtlety are indispensable components, regardless of the occasion. Good morning, Mr. Swinburne. Pansy offered a slight nod. Though subtle, it perfectly conveyed warmth and respect. Her demeanor suggested that it had been honed through numerous rehearsals. Do you recall our conversation on the train? I have brought along some property deeds. You may choose a residence that appeals to you. Rest assured, all of this has been approved by my parents. As if fearing a misunderstanding, Pansy's voice carried a hint of urgency, particularly emphasizing the phrase, my parents approved. I sincerely thank you, Miss Parkinson. Enoch inclined his head slightly. He had initially presumed that Pansy's remarks on the train were a mere whim, yet here she was earnestly presenting him with a stack of property titles 3 days later. After a brief hesitation, Pansy added softly, if it's acceptable, I would prefer you to call me Pansy. Very well, Pansy. You may call me Enoch as well. Although her voice was somewhat subdued, it distinctly reached Enoch's ears. Observing the somewhat reserved young lady before him, he once again realized that many times one cannot be misled by the tales that circulate. A vibrant life, a living person, is invariably complex and multifaceted, rather than monotonous and rigid. In the narratives, their personalities and virtues may merely reflect the one-sided definitions of the storyteller. Shall we proceed to the lounge downstairs? Enoch suggested, glancing at the room behind him. The morning's 3 brooms still felt somewhat chilly. As he and Pansy slowly descended the staircase, the lobby appeared woefully sparse. Under the watchful, inquisitive gaze of Mrs. Rosmerta, Enoch selected a table nestled in a corner. There was little choice. Mrs. Rosmerta's curious and probing gaze was indeed somewhat irksome, reminiscent of a parent discovering their child's early romance. A relatively secluded corner was perfect to evade the scrutiny of any nosy onlookers. Please have a seat. To be honest, I am rather eager, Enoch remarked half-jokingly. The notion of owning a property seemed deeply ingrained in his very soul. Yes, please take a look, Pansy encouraged. There are 6 commercial spaces and 12 residential properties, all aligning with your standards, priced around 10,000 galleons. The commercial spaces might be slightly more expensive, but the difference will not be substantial. Pansy unceremoniously spread the sheepskin scrolls across the table, omitting any mention of discounts. As Enoch gazed at the pile of properties before him, he hesitated to reach out. 10,000 for shop? Surely you jest. He was hardly a naive novice. While Hogsmeade was not as bustling as Diagon Alley, it was hardly so cheap as to warrant such a price. Perhaps the pure-blooded young lady possessed an innate ability to read the room. Upon noticing that her offerings had not been touched, Pansy began to clarify. The commercial properties may be somewhat pricey, yet my parents have graciously agreed that you may initially pay 10,000 galleons, with the remaining balance to be settled gradually in the future. Please extend my heartfelt gratitude to them for their generosity. Upon understanding the circumstances, Eno proceeded to examine the parchment scrolls laid out on the table. Although he had firmly resolved not to engage with those commercial properties, the prices of the 12 residences still left him somewhat abashed. The primary reason was their astonishing affordability. The discounts were nearly akin to the clearance sales of perishable goods in supermarkets in London. At the end of each month, these supermarkets would concentrate on selling items nearing their expiration dates, and the prices could be shockingly low. Despite having made such comparisons in his mind, Eno continued to meticulously peruse all the parchment scrolls, while Pansy courteously sat nearby, offering no distractions. After about a quarter of an hour, he spoke up. Pansy, you truly need not feel this way. Perhaps my funds are insufficient, but I will gradually make up the difference. After some contemplation, Eno decided to speak candidly. Everyone appreciates a bargain, yet the burden of such a debt is not easily repaid. You choose first. I will reveal the actual price later. Seemingly anticipating this scenario, Pansy immediately exclaimed, all right, then I would like to see these 3. Eno selected 3 scrolls, each representing standard residential properties, 2 similar to apartments and 1 a detached house. Each location possessed its own merits and drawbacks, yet they shared the same dimensions and were situated in the more secluded areas of Hogsmeade, all with relatively small plots of land. Naturally, these disadvantages might be difficult for others to accept, but he found them quite agreeable. Seclusion was a virtue, providing tranquility and an absence of disturbance, and as for the size, he had his own plans. As for the Ministry of Magic's regulations regarding extension spells, it was up to individuals whether they chose to comply. After all, in the coming years, the Ministry of Magic in Britain would be preoccupied with its own affairs, and as long as one remained discreet, no one would take notice. Departing from the 3 broomsticks, they ventured deep into Hogsmeade, away from the commercial street. Under Pansy's guidance, Eno traversed several tranquil alleyways before finally arriving at the location of the first property. In the distance, the 2-story building stood quietly at the end of the alley, seemingly isolated from the world. Although some neighboring houses had fallen into disrepair, this little building maintained its integrity and cleanliness. This brings to mind the peculiarities of the Ministry of Magic. Previously, in the Hogwarts Library, he had conducted research and discovered that the Ministry's regulations regarding wizard residences were indeed quite eccentric. Aside from places like Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, in other areas of the British Isles, one could construct a dwelling with merely a permit signed by the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Of course, if discovered by muggles, the wizard would be held accountable, with the specifics to be determined by the Department of Accidents and Catastrophes. However, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade were different. They operated under their own unique regulations, where no one was permitted to construct buildings without authorization, not even the Ministry of Magic itself. This situation renders Hogsmeade, despite possessing numerous vacant properties, still facing a dire shortage of residences. Certainly, this may also stem from the ideals of pureblood supremacy. Many of the ancient pureblood families would rather let their homes fall into disrepair than allow what they deem mudbloods to reside within. Consequently, in Hogsmeade, not only is selling property rare, but even rental opportunities are exceedingly scarce. This perfectly exemplifies the ethos of the British Empire, preferring to let meat spoil in the pot rather than grant anyone a chance to share in it. Chapter 85. Plans for the second academic year. As they advanced, the house at the end of the alley became increasingly distinct. A quaint 2-story building, modest in footprint, exuded an air of Victorian elegance and solemnity. The structure, primarily crafted from dark marble, bore the marks of time, emanating a tranquil and ancient charm. The exterior stone walls were entwined with roses and evergreens, adding a touch of mystery and vitality to the little edifice. Wonderful, truly, Eno exclaimed, gazing at the house before him, then turning to Paunchy behind him. This is the one. I adore it. We needn't view the other 2. Now, could you possibly disclose its actual price? Huh. In truth, it is quite affordable, Ponchi chuckled, unfurling a piece of parchment and pointing to a section of text. Look, a similar house recently sold for merely 15,000 galleons. 15,000 is all? Ino stared incredulously at the parchment. Prior to enrollment, he had believed himself wealthy with a bag of gold coins. Yet in comparison to these pure-blood families, he now realized he was scarcely better off than the Weasley family. I can only pay 9,000 galleons up front. I will gather the remaining amount as swiftly as possible. I anticipate repaying the full balance before my graduation, Ino said apologetically, genuinely wishing he did not have to incur debt. However, this house resonated profoundly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Its environment and layout perfectly encapsulated the essence of a wizard's dwelling, mysterious, substantial, and imbued with a sense of history. Approaching noon, he pushed open the grand door of the Three Broomsticks, revealing Madame Rosmerta's bemused expression. Ponchi is not my girlfriend. She is my creditor, Ino retorted, somewhat irritated, pondering if all Hogwarts students exhibited such tendencies. Madame Rosmerta's insatiable curiosity was relentless. A creditor? She inquired, her playful demeanor shifting to one of genuine concern. Has something occurred? It's nothing significant. I merely purchased a house in Hogsmeade, Ino replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, his tone light, yet subtly reserved. He did not conceal the matter of the house, for it was hardly a secret. After all, Hogsmeade was a small locale, and any notable developments were swiftly known to all. My Merlin, the first time I met you, you dashed out to buy an owl, and now not long after, you ventured out to purchase a house. What is next? Will you buy my pub? Observing the somewhat exaggerated expression on Madame Rosmerta's face, Ino jested. Buy a bar? As much as I would love to, I am indeed burdened with debts. I was contemplating offering storytelling sessions here instead. Of course, I would share 30% of the tips with you as a venue fee. Upon reflection, Ino felt a moment of clarity. Ultimately, Hogsmeade is merely a residential area rather than a commercial street. The primary economic activity perhaps occurs during weekends when third-year students from Hogwarts come spend. As evening approached, he gazed at the quaint little building, and unlike his previous distant observation, he now walked directly towards the door. Ahem! He pushed the door open, and a cloud of musty dust assaulted his senses. The room was thick with layers of dust, the floor marred by stains, and corners cluttered with cobwebs. How careless, he thought, realizing that he had been deceived by the building's exterior during his morning visit. Who could have anticipated such decay within? Clean sweep, he exclaimed, brandishing his wand and casting 3 domestic cleaning spells in succession. After waiting a moment at the threshold, he finally entered, pulling his suitcase behind him. The magic worked instantaneously. The once dilapidated furniture now gleamed in a spotless room, and Ino exhaled in relief, a sense of belonging washing over him. The house spanned 2 levels, each estimated to be around 70 square meters. The ground floor comprised a living room and an adjoining kitchen with a dining area, while the second floor featured an open-plan bedroom centered around a walnut double bed, with a spacious desk facing the window. Despite the stark simplicity of the second floor's furnishings, he found it agreeable. A more open space would allow for future additions. Time, at times, resembles a professional Quidditch player on new broom, seizing hidden opportunities before anyone else can react. The summer vacation had quietly slipped away, with more than half already gone. During most days, aside from practicing magic, he ventured into the pine woods behind Hogsmeade to fell some dead trees, crafting furniture, coffee tables, sofas, chairs, bookshelves, and more, with the aid of cutting and sticking spells. The process of creating furniture was remarkably effortless, akin to the joy of assembling building blocks. On the second floor, seated at the desk, Ino awaited the arrival of the second-year supply list that Hogwarts owls were expected to deliver. Upon receiving the parchment, he perused the titles and, without a doubt, recognized that the infamous novelist Gilderoy Lockhart had indeed become the defense against the dark arts professor. He pondered the rationale behind such a decision with a sigh. Ino set the parchment down, realizing that, compared to the enigmatic headmaster, he placed greater trust in Professor McGonagall. Ultimately, he recognized that her motivations in any endeavor were always for the benefit of the young wizards within the castle. If Professor McGonagall were the headmaster, she would never permit someone like Lockhart to teach at the school. For this reason, he was contemplating whether, at an opportune moment, to reveal the existence of the so-called hidden chamber to Professor McGonagall, thereby alleviating the anxiety that would otherwise pervade the latter half of the semester. As for preemptively preventing the diary's arrival, he regrettably acknowledged that he was not yet so noble, nor possessed the capability to confront a narrative that had already veered off course. Human beings are, in fact, intricate creatures. The human heart is perpetually complex and ever-changing. Having traversed a bridge, savored a meal, and encountered various individuals, one's thoughts inevitably evolve. After his experiences in Middle-earth, Ino no longer unilaterally believed in any narrative's trajectory. Yet he would not naively aspire to be a hero. Similarly, akin to the wave-particle duality unveiled by the double-slit experiment, perhaps when he found himself within the story. Perceiving it from a first-person perspective, the narrative had already undergone alterations. Nevertheless, these changes remained relatively contained. If he were to genuinely prevent the notebook from entering Hogwarts, Dumbledore would remain oblivious to the existence of Horcruxes. Such an outcome would significantly alter the trajectory of the future narrative. Thus, the optimal choice was to allow the notebook's entry and subsequently discreetly inform Professor McGonagall. As for the catalyst and pretext, Ino had already devised a plan. In the magical realm, what could be more wondrous than divination? He merely needed to procure a crystal ball before the term commenced and then feign a performance when the time came. Chapter 86, An Unexpected Kiss. London, Diagon Alley. Although Diagon Alley was always bustling with activity prior to the start of the school year, today's commotion appeared even more pronounced than in years past. As if the entire magical community of England had converged, causing the street to feel as though it might erupt at any moment. So, you secretly bought a house in Hogsmeade over the summer? Hermione's eyes widened, her face etched with regret. She had only spent a month in France with her parents, yet she had missed so much. Ino chuckled nonchalantly. Yes, what else could I do? I've never had a stable residence in London. I couldn't possibly continue to stay at the Three Broomsticks indefinitely. He turned his gaze and discreetly assessed Hermione. After a summer apart, she seemed to have grown significantly taller, and her characteristic front teeth appeared to have been tidied up, making her look even more charming. The girl before him was no longer the somewhat awkward Miss Rabbit standing at the elementary school gate. Hermione, feeling Ino's gaze linger on her, could not help but feel a tinge of shyness. Yet, this attention also filled her with a peculiar joy. By the way, Ino, have you seen the list sent by Hogwarts? Hermione suddenly recalled something, her voice tinged with excitement. You simply won't believe it. Gilderoy Lockhart is going to be our defense against the dark arts professor this year. Hermione's eyes sparkled as if she had uncovered something truly remarkable. Lockhart, you say? He certainly has a knack for writing. Ino replied with a flat tone. Having briefly skimmed through Lockhart's novels at Madame Rosmertis. Don't you like him? Hermione gently inquired. The words hinted at a subtle test, and she discerned that Ino seemed to harbor a disinclination towards Lockhart. It wasn't so much a dislike, but rather, to a certain extent, Lockhart could be considered. Huh? Just as she began to articulate her thoughts, Ino abruptly halted, her gaze captured by a scene not far away. Following her line of sight, at the entrance of the Lehan bookstore, Lucius and Arthur were engaged in a fierce struggle. From the current circumstances, it appeared that the confrontation had reached an impasse. As both Lucius and Arthur bore evident scratches on their faces, their robes adorned with numerous footprints, attesting to the intensity of their earlier clash. This spectacle evoked in her a quiet contemplation, for the conflict between Lucius and Arthur inevitably echoed the rivalry between Malfoy and Harry. This fated opposition seemed preordained. Ino turned, her expression apologetic as she addressed Hermione. Forgive me, Hermione. I must go over and offer my greetings. It's all right. I'll wait for you here. Hermione replied with a slight nod. She also spotted Ron amidst the crowd, but reason dictated that approaching him would serve only to exacerbate tensions. As Ino advanced, she maneuvered her way to the front lines. Contrary to the original narrative, this time only Lucius was present, and Draco's absence was notable. Yet, this was a trivial matter. Observing the two engaged in their skirmish, Ino refrained from recklessly intervening, instead surveying her surroundings with keen discretion. Ultimately, amidst the scattered debris, she discovered Tom's vintage notebook, presumably dropped by Lucius during the altercation. Her certainty stemmed from the sinister aura of the notebook, evoking a sense of confronting a malevolent giant spider lurking in a shadowy forest, an embodiment of corruptive allure, albeit faintly inscribed upon its pages. With the notebook's identification complete, the next step was to mediate the conflict. Unbeknownst to them, a thin layer of frost silently enveloped the ground where they grappled. Ouch! Help me up! Both Arthur and Lucius, entangled in their struggle, slipped simultaneously, crashing to the ground. Yet by sheer coincidence, they found themselves locking eyes, their lips inadvertently brushing against one another. Merlin, Arthur has betrayed us. He audaciously kisses another in front of his mother. Does this mean we shall have another Slytherin brother? Perhaps we could replace Ron. I never liked him anyway. Nearby, George and Fred exchanged playful banter, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing a pivotal moment. You two, go separate them. Is this not embarrassing enough? Molly glanced up, only to find that the area had become thronged with onlookers. Some even clapped and whistled, reveling in the drama. Meanwhile, Eno quietly approached, casting a spell to intervene, and swiftly grasped Lucius by the arm. "Good day, Uncle Lucius." Her greeting was devoid of any mention of the scuffle, as it pertained to a man's pride. "I hope I haven't caused you any embarrassment." Lucius raised his head and, upon recognizing that it was Eno who was assisting him, forced a strained smile onto his face. Eno deliberately glanced around the vicinity, and indeed, Lucius became aware of the surrounding crowd. "You are right, Eno. I must take my leave," Lucius declared, rising to his feet, his gaze flickering momentarily before settling on several children from the Weasley family nearby. "Quickly gather your belongings. They're scattered everywhere. This is the finest gift your esteemed father could bestow upon you." With that, Lucius swiftly extricated himself from the encirclement. As the principal figure departed, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the entrance of the leaky cauldron quietly formed two orderly lines once more. After all, the most riveting portion had concluded, and they were not merely there to revel in the spectacle. Waiting for Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph was the paramount concern. "Excuse me, could you please move aside? You accidentally stepped on my belongings." A soft voice reached Eno's ears, prompting him to turn around. Before him stood a young girl with a youthful visage and bright red hair. She clutched the hem of her garment tightly with small hands, casting a timid gaze downward, where several blank parchments lay scattered, reminiscent of autumn leaves strewn about chaotically. "I apologize, it was not my intention." Eno crouched down, carefully picking up the sheets of parchment. During this process, an image unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, the timid, tearful girl from the orphanage. The silhouette of the little girl began to merge with the figure of Ginny before him, a fleeting moment, perhaps even shorter. Eno opened his satchel and, in muggle mode, retrieved a brand new set of stationery, the latest offering from the esteemed brand, featuring a self-filling fountain pen, 2 large bottles of ink, and 3 soft-cover notebooks. "I am quite fond of that notebook on the ground. Its design is quite vintage. May I trade these for it?" Since he was already contemplating reporting to Professor McGonagall, he figured he might as well be the one to do so, knowing that Dumbledore would inevitably be informed. "Step away. Keep your distance from my sister." A voice laced with anger erupted. Faced with Ron's furious expression, Eno maintained his composure and attempted to explain, "I accidentally stepped on this young lady's parchment, and I intended to offer some compensation." "We don't want your things. Ginny, let's go," Ron exclaimed, snatching up the vintage notebook from the ground. He then seized Ginny by the arm and turned away without a second thought, leaving behind even the scattered parchments on the floor. Chapter 87. The harsh reality at the bustling entrance of the leaky cauldron. Eno gazed after Ginny's receding figure, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He shook his head in resignation and once again crouched down to tidy the parchments scattered on the ground. Although the people had departed, he could not neglect the items left behind. "She is quite beautiful, is she not?" Hermione's voice rang out, her gaze following Eno's to the silhouette of Ginny as she walked away. Hermione had just witnessed everything unfold here, particularly when Eno opened the box and revealed that set of stationery. A peculiar sensation welled up within her, an inexplicable discontent. "Pretty?" Eno paused for a moment, then chuckled. "She's hardly more than a child, at best a charming little sister." "Yes, exactly, just like a little sister." Hermione nodded emphatically, her tone betraying a hint of delight. "Hermione, do you believe that a person's foolishness is truly innate?" "I think not. There are very few who are born foolish. I believe most of it is shaped by their environment, whether it be character or folly. Thus, foolishness is a moral deficiency." Eno, having tidied the scattered parchment, slowly rose. "Those who are foolish cannot genuinely be kind, for they cannot discern right from wrong, acting solely on emotion. Hence, foolishness itself is an irredeemable vice." Suddenly, Eno felt a wave of ennui wash over her. Engaging with foolish individuals would only render one foolish as well. "Never mind that. Do you wish to purchase some books? There might still be time to queue." Upon hearing this, Hermione cast a reluctant glance at the bustling crowd outside the leaky cauldron. "Perhaps I shall buy them in a few days. There are still 2 weeks until the school term begins." With that, her gaze drifted to a nearby suitcase, and she casually inquired, "Did you buy that set of stationery in Hogsmeade? I haven't seen anything like it in Diagon Alley." Hermione's toes lightly tapped the ground. Her pristine sandals, with 2 black straps snugly encircling her ankle and converging on the foot, tied in an exquisite bow. Yet, despite the elegance of her footwear, she found herself absent-mindedly kicking a pebble by the roadside. "Would you care to visit Hogsmeade? I can take you on the Wizards' exclusive bus. It takes about 15 minutes to arrive." On September 1st, 1992, a Tuesday, With a gentle breeze, the Hogwarts Express departed once more from King's Cross Station in London. Opposite him, Pansy was recounting various amusing anecdotes from the summer to Daphne. Of course, during a chance encounter, he also learned that Professor McGonagall resided in Hogsmeade, not far from his own little house. Although aware of her residence, without an invitation, they could only communicate through owlpost. Bang! The compartment door was flung open from the outside. Something big has happened. Ha ha! Draco strode in, uttering just one sentence before erupting into laughter. If you have nothing to say, kindly step outside to laugh. Can't you see we are engaged in conversation? Pansy glared at Draco, clearly displeased. She had been enjoying herself immensely, nearing the most riveting part of her story, only to be callously interrupted. I must share. Many people on the train saw it. Potter and his Weasley entourage were flying a muggle car, just soaring above us. As Draco spoke, he gestured animatedly, seemingly eager to depict the car's shape more vividly. Then they're finished, Daphne remarked thoughtfully, if they could be seen from the train. Surely many muggles witnessed it as well. Indeed, they are finished. As if a hidden itch had been scratched, Draco became entirely animated. Eno, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, now expressed his confusion, asking, why has it ended? Even if muggles were to witness it. ISNT, they're the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes? Allow me to explain. Daphne interjected before Pansy could speak. Since boarding the train, she had been listening to Pansy, hesitant to interrupt, but now she had finally found her moment. Mr. Swinburne, you might not be well acquainted with the Ministry of Magic. My brother works in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, and over just one summer, they apprehended 176 wizards for breaching the statute of secrecy. With this, Daphne adopted an exaggerated tone. The most unfortunate case involved a recently graduated Ravenclaw girl. She faced dual penalties. It is said that her actions caught the attention of Professor Flitwick. Apparently, she conjured a bouquet of flowers in front of her mother's grave, and many onlookers saw her, leading to rampant gossip about witches and demons. Upon hearing this, Eno disregarded Daphne's animated storytelling, focusing entirely on the implications of the statute of secrecy. A girl, barely 17, facing the threat of Azkaban for simply conjuring flowers? Although Professor Flitwick's intervention might prevent such a fate, the very notion of such a judgment was absurd. In the original tale, following the incident with the flying car, Arthur faced merely a suspension review, with no fines imposed. Harry and Ron, the individuals involved, only received point deductions, and Ron suffered a bit more, receiving a howling letter. After that, the matter was seemingly forgotten, as if everything had concluded without further consequences. However, today, Daphne's account seemed to unveil the harsh realities concealed beneath the fairy tale of the magical world. If the saga of Harry Potter were to reach its conclusion, returning to mundanity without the lens of storytelling, would that signify the beginning of suffering? Yet, it was evident that this was not merely a fantastical journey. One could not simply abandon their journey when the story ended. Time drifted quietly by, and the voices in the compartment grew fainter until... Eno, are you all right? Draco inquired with concern. Me fine. I was just pondering whether we truly need to be this fearful. What is the purpose of our magical studies if we live like rats in a sewer, even worse than rats? Chapter 88, Daydreams and the Start of School. In the train compartment, Eno inadvertently voiced his true thoughts. However, upon finishing, he felt a pang of regret, especially upon seeing Draco and the others' expressions. I was just rambling. After all, our current task is to study diligently. By the way, I heard Gilderoy Lockhart is on this train. Eno attempted to change the subject, yet he had forgotten the precociousness of pure-blood children and the shrewdness of Slytherin. I couldn't care less about Lockhart. Pansy scoffed at the mention of him. I'm more interested in what you're truly thinking, Mr. Anoswinburne. Indeed, Daphne echoed in agreement. Draco nodded, adding, I share the same curiosity. Why do we suddenly feel a sense of pity for ourselves, yet can't pinpoint what exactly is amiss? Observing the trio with their inquisitive expressions, Eno helplessly rubbed his temples. This matter is truly difficult to articulate. Perhaps we could arrange a storytelling session once the term commences. We can discuss it thoroughly then. Faced with the three curious souls, he could only resort to the art of procrastination. It is likely that as time passes after the school year begins, this issue will eventually fade into obscurity. Very well, we shall revisit it then. Draco readily acquiesced. Noticing Draco's change, Pansy and Daphne exchanged glances and ceased their probing, instead diverting their conversation to the topic of flying cars. Rehashing old tales, Draco was the most animated. Indeed, the Weasley family is finished. They will surely suffer repercussions, even though they are already nearly destitute. Daphne cast a glance at the overly enthusiastic individual and promptly doused his excitement. Perhaps not. Have you forgotten Mr. Weasley's position? Surely he has a few tricks up his sleeve. Well, all right. You make a valid point. Draco lowered his head, somewhat disheartened. Ino observed their interactions, a subtle smile unconsciously forming on his lips. In that moment, he marveled at fate, which can indeed be quite curious. Draco's temper could be tempestuous, but he always exhibited a remarkable forbearance towards Daphne, his future sister-in-law. After all, he had never witnessed Draco rebutting Daphne. Meanwhile, although Pansy was engaged in conversation, she attentively noticed the smile tugging at Ino's lips. Have you thought of something delightful? There is nothing to hide. It is perfectly normal for wizards to ponder destiny. Such as? Pansy pressed further. Such as? Ino chuckled, steering the conversation away from its previously sharp edge. For instance, I relish this year, as I can linger in the library until curfew and roam the castle's every nook and cranny in the early morning or at dusk, all alone. The train traversed the wilds of the Scottish Highlands. Time slipped by unnoticed amid their chatter, and evening descended, perhaps influenced by last year's experience of hunger. Both Pansy and Daphne had meticulously prepared provisions this time. Gazing at the two boxes brimming with delectable meals, Ino and Draco graciously accepted their heartfelt invitation. After consuming the last morsel of his Wellington sandwich, Ino cast a cleaning charm to tidy the boxes and the table. Time is of the essence. Draco and I shall take a stroll. The ladies can use this space to change. Ino glanced at the darkening sky outside, then grasped the distracted Draco by the arm and pushed open the compartment door to head towards the carriage. In less than a quarter of an hour, the train's speed gradually diminished until it finally came to a complete stop on the tracks. He, along with Draco and Pansy, lingered at the rear of the crowd. It seemed this year's freshmen had increased in number. Observing the throng ahead, Daphne remarked with a hint of significance. Thus, we must not underestimate anyone's astuteness. Pansy vaguely elaborated, then cast a knowing glance at Draco. However, with just a fleeting glance, it felt as though one had inadvertently stepped on someone's tail. Why do you gaze at me so? Although I intend to attend Durmstrang, my mother has steadfastly insisted that I enroll at Hogwarts. In the midst of our conversation, several individuals disembarked from the train, following a tranquil path that led to an expansive lawn. Once the young wizards ascend to their second year, they no longer traverse the small boats across the Black Lake to reach the castle. The open meadow was dotted with numerous wondrous carriages, deemed magical not because of their compartments, but due to the absence of any beast to draw them. Of course, this was the general consensus, but in Ino's eyes, he beheld the remarkable creatures that pulled the carriages, the Thestrals, classified by the Ministry of Magic as 3X. They bore a resemblance to horses, yet possessed exoskeletal bodies, leathery wings, and eyes as large as bells, shimmering with an ethereal blue light. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive the presence of Thestrals, which is why, in the eyes of wizards, they are often regarded as harbingers of misfortune. Ino successfully boarded one of the carriages, though he paid little heed to the Thestrals that drew it. After all, one cannot master every discipline. He was not Newt, who was enraptured by magical creatures. Within the vast expanse of magical knowledge, even the study of transfiguration could occupy a lifetime, let alone spells, herbology, potions, divination, and alchemy. To attempt to learn everything is to ultimately learn nothing. The Great Hall of Hogwarts stood as resplendent and solemn as ever, with countless flickering candles floating midair. Bathed in the warm, orange glow, everything appeared so inviting. At the Slytherin table, the second-year wizards, including Goyle and Crabbe, bore expressions of eager spectatorship. For last year, they had been the protagonists, and now they had ascended to the role of audience. At the forefront of the hall, Professor McGonagall still wore her iconic square glasses and a vintage gray-black robe, clutching a parchment scroll tightly. However, at the highly anticipated sorting ceremony, Professor Snape strode into the hall with purposeful steps, directly approaching Professor McGonagall as if he feared being overlooked. With her departure, Professor Flitwick took over the sorting ceremony. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Eno found himself inspired by a novel idea. Chapter 89, Professor McGonagall takes action. Slytherin gains 100 points. In the Slytherin common room, the newly admitted first-year students stood obediently in the hall. Perhaps due to Montague's recent graduation, another prefect now stood before the newcomers. Upon pushing open the door to the dormitory, Eno exclaimed apologies. I completely forgot about you. He gazed at the wilting, extremely withered potted plant on the table and regretted his earlier negligence. Before the summer break, he had taken everything with him, yet he had forgotten the potted plant left behind. From the moment the seeds were sown until they broke through the soil, he had watched it grow, and to say he felt no attachment would be a falsehood. A clear stream, like a fountain, poured forth from the tip of his wand, swiftly absorbed as it seeped into the parched, compacted earth. The long-awaited moment of sweet relief may very well be embodied in this instant. Remarkably, the green foliage, originating from the realm of Narnia, has visibly revived under the nourishing touch of pure water. The once withered and yellowing leaves have fallen away, replaced by lush, dewy new leaves. In awe, Eno gazed at the potted plant before him, perplexed by the unexpected joy brought forth by a few berries he had casually collected as mementos. It goes without saying that the ice flower planted in the seamless extension box was a marvel in itself. Yet, this potted plant, radiating vitality at this very moment, left an indelible impression upon him. If only he had gathered more. Eno muttered absent-mindedly, only to swiftly dismiss the absurd thought. Had he truly anticipated such an outcome, those berries would likely have remained untouched. The enchanting world indeed holds a peculiar charm. It disregards results and instead reflects the innermost truths of the heart. When one perceives it as an ordinary berry, even if it were Adam's golden apple, it can be taken without cost. Conversely, when one believes they possess nothing of value, even with a pouch brimming with gold coins, it can be effortlessly carried away. As he pondered this, the potted plant gradually continued its recovery. Although its growth remained vigorous, it lacked the previous exaggerated vitality. Perhaps he would seek answers in due time, not wishing to dwell on the reasons behind its revival any longer. Eno recognized the importance of prioritizing matters. After all, the task awaiting him tomorrow was of utmost significance for the academic year. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Eno quietly drew back the bed curtains, ensuring that he had no classes that morning before disregarding the peacefully sleeping Malfoy beside him. After completing his morning routine in solitude, he opened the door and made his way toward the Transfiguration classroom office on the 6th floor of the castle. Professor McGonagall, somewhat fatigued, was reviewing the summer assignments of the young wizards, harboring a tinge of resentment, all thanks to Harry and Ron. On the very first day of school, within less than 24 hours, Gryffindor had already incurred a 100-point penalty, a score she regrettably deducted herself. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Professor McGonagall, seemingly finding her excuse, swept aside the haphazard pile of summer assignments and waved her wand to open the office door. Eno, upon recognizing the visitor, a faint smile returned to Professor McGonagall's face. Before her stood the quintessential student she envisioned, exemplary in both character and academics, obedient, and, most importantly, devoid of any propensity for causing inexplicable trouble or incurring point deductions in droves. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall," Eno greeted with a smile. "Please take a seat. Unfortunately, I can offer you only one chair." In the presence of her ideal student, Professor McGonagall allowed herself a rare moment of jest. "You've arrived early. Today's Transfiguration class has a comprehensive review system in place. To learn the results, you'll need to wait at least a week." "Professor, I did not come for that." Realizing that she had misunderstood his intentions, Eno promptly set aside pleasantries and got straight to the point. "During the summer, I experienced something I believe is important to share with you." Moments later, Eno recounted everything concerning Ginny and the notebook, including his feelings and speculations about the dark magical object. "Wait here for a moment," Professor McGonagall declared as she rose swiftly and exited the office, demonstrating no doubt that this was a prank or a misunderstanding. It seemed that, in her mind, even if it turned out to be a wild goose chase, she could not disregard the safety of her students. The door slammed shut. With Professor McGonagall's departure, Eno found himself idly seated in the chair, toying with his wand. Rather, he was engrossed in its intricate craftsmanship. He caressed the various protruding knots of the elder wand, and as time passed, his affection for it deepened. It transcended mere utility, reaching a fantastical connection akin to a bond of blood. Each time he grasped the wand, it felt like an extension of his own arm. Truly, it was remarkable. As moments ticked by, approximately half an hour later, the office door swung open once more. Professor McGonagall entered, accompanied by Ginny, and notably, she bore an antique notebook in her hands. The notebook was placed upon the expansive desk. "Is this what you were referring to?" Professor McGonagall inquired, pointing her wand at the surface. "Yes, that's it. It has that faintly corrosive sensation," Eno replied. He could somewhat empathize with Ginny's feelings. After all, being abruptly taken from her dormitory by the head of her house on the second day of school would be nerve-wracking for anyone, especially for a new student like Ginny. As he observed Professor McGonagall examining the notebook, Eno softly addressed Ginny. "I'm truly sorry. I noticed its issues that day, but I had no evidence. That is why I thought to trade it with you for some stationery, but your brother prevented me." It appeared that conversing could indeed alleviate anxiety. In contrast to the stern Professor McGonagall, Ginny gradually relaxed upon seeing her gentle senior. "It's all right, in fact, I should thank you," Ginny said quietly. "I also sensed something was amiss. Every time I wrote on it, the name Tom Marvolo Riddle would appear." "What did you just say?" Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated through the office. Although she was engrossed in inspecting the notebook, the dialogue between the two students reached her ears without a hitch. While others might not grasp the significance of that name, she was acutely aware of its implications. On the other side, facing the formidable presence of Professor McGonagall, it felt as if some fearsome magic had been unleashed. Not only Ginny, but even Eno felt as though he was confronting the White Witch herself. "I apologize, children, for frightening you." Professor McGonagall, realizing her lapse in composure, suddenly softened her tone. "Miss Weasley, please recount the entire sequence of events in detail." As if recalling something vital, Professor McGonagall abruptly turned her gaze aside. Chapter 90, The Feeling of Freedom. Leaving the Transfiguration classroom office, Eno felt an extraordinary lightness. All the latent instabilities of the second year had been impeccably resolved. At last, he could freely linger in the library until curfew, wandering through the castle's every nook and cranny at dawn and dusk, relishing solitude. Since his enrollment last year, the presence of Chilo had thwarted him from truly exploring the castle, even denying him the chance to visit the fabled room of requirement. Now, he could finally remedy this regret. As he strolled through the castle corridors, the earlier scenes flitted through Eno's mind. Admittedly, the additional points were a delightful surprise. In contrast to Professor McGonagall's grandiose increments of 50 or 100 points, Snape's miserly 1 or 2 points now seemed rather comical. However, he understood the reasoning. After all, positions carried different privileges. The deputy headmaster, after all, bore the title of headmaster, a far cry from the lesser roles of Snape as a mere head of house or potions master. Quietly departing the sixth-floor corridor, he decided against having breakfast in the Great Hall. Ordinarily, Mrs. Weasley's howling letter would arrive punctually. This was not a peculiar sisters' concert, necessitating a serious descent from the sixth floor to the first. Even if he sought discomfort, this was not the way to go about it. On the eighth floor, at the end of the right corridor, a magnificent tapestry hung upon the wall, depicting a troll clobbering a hapless figure. Gazing at the characters woven into the tapestry, Eno let out a silent sigh. If you're to name the 3 things that fascinated him most about Hogwarts, apart from the library and the Sorting Hat, it would undoubtedly be the room of requirement. The notion of having one's desires met, where thought begets manifestation, was unparalleled in its enchantment throughout the narrative. Casting a discreet glance at the bustling corridor, he chose not to linger conspicuously, but instead turned towards another direction. Having identified the location, he could visit it on any weekend morning, without the necessity of navigating through the throngs of the busy morning. Meanwhile, the Transfiguration office was filled with a certain commotion. Unlike the stern countenance of Dumbledore and Arthur, Mrs. Weasley, having just dispatched a howler, was tightly embracing Ginny while simultaneously admonishing Percy, who stood nearby. It seemed all parents behaved similarly. The matter had no bearing on Percy, yet as the eldest brother in the castle, he bore the brunt of it alone. After untangling the circumstances, Percy felt a deep gratitude towards the Slytherin who had reported the incident. As the youngest child and the sole daughter, Ginny was undeniably cherished within the Weasley household. After a moment, Mrs. Weasley appeared to tire or perhaps recalled her pride in her eldest son. In any case, her scolding gradually subsided. "Percy, you must personally convey our gratitude to that child, and let him know that the Weasley family shall forever remember this kindness. Rest assured, Mother, I will handle everything appropriately. Not just for you, but I too wish to express my thanks," Percy replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Moments ago, merely observing the subtle nuances of conversation, he had discerned that this notebook harbored significant dangers. The consequences of neglecting it were unfathomable to him. "That is reassuring. I trust you will execute this task well," he said. Mrs. Weasley, also circumspect, lowered her head to offer quiet comfort to Ginny. As for Ron, they refrained from mentioning him throughout. After all, the event had transpired. Lamenting Ron would serve no purpose other than to exacerbate familial tensions. On the other side of the castle, in the Grand Hall, the young wizards, still reeling from the barrage of howling letters, gazed in astonishment at the green hourglass representing Slytherin. In the blink of an eye, Slytherin had gained an astounding 100 points. This was not comparable to the mere addition of 3 or 5 points in a typical class. A full 100 points propelled the green hourglass past Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, starkly contrasting with Gryffindor's negative score. This monumental shift ignited a cacophony of chatter throughout the hall. with all the young wizards fervently exchanging news and articulating their perspectives on the matter. As the concerned house, Slytherin sprang into action, with students rising from the long table, presumably to uncover the precise details of the event. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Eno, was presently on his way to the library. His journey was twofold: to fulfill a previous promise by delivering the latest romance novel to Madame Pants, and to advance his studies in animagus transformation. After all, whether it involved chewing on mandrake leaves or preparing advanced potions, he had completed those tasks during the summer. Likewise, with the steady improvement in transfiguration, certain matters warranted attention. Upon entering the Hogwarts library, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. The air felt as though it had been meticulously filtered through silken threads, rendering each breath light and serene. Shadows and light danced among the bookshelves, casting intricate patterns reminiscent of historical imprints, quietly narrating the passage of time. Here, time seemed slow, each moment stretching into an eternity. In stark contrast to the castle's clamor, the library existed as a sanctuary, a realm apart from the world. As Eno stepped inside, he approached the leftmost table, Madame Pants's workspace. Without disturbing her immersion in reading, he gently placed the book on the table and turned to leave. After setting down the book, he marveled once more at the wonders of magic. A novel, comprising hundreds of thousands of words, could be completed overnight with just a quill priced at 12 galleons from Hogsmeade. Much like the renowned journalist Rita Skeeter's quill, these magical instruments seemed capable of reading one's thoughts. As soon as the content emerged in the holder's mind, the quill effortlessly transcribed flowing sentences. In a sense, this extraordinary quill was the coveted treasure of every novelist's dreams. Madame Pants also noticed a newly added book on the table. Or rather, she had sensed the disturbance from the very beginning, yet engrossed in her reading, she could hardly muster the energy to glance up. After all, it was merely the young wizards returning borrowed tomes. A new book? Madame Pants mused inwardly. Curiosity piqued, she flipped open the pages, and before her eyes lay a neatly aligned line of letters. The ruthless stepfather of my sister's soulmate. The writing style and the title bore that familiar essence. In an instant, Madame Pants recognized the origin of this book. She cradled it like a precious treasure, reading it with utmost care. Chapter 91, Billy Wiggler. Some events, much like the thunderstorms of midsummer, arrive with a swift intensity and fervor, yet depart quietly and hastily. Initially, it swept through like a tempest, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire castle. In the common room, the corridors, and the dormitories, conversations erupted, as if the whole world had been enveloped by this wave of excitement. However, this fervor seldom endures for long. Just like a summer downpour, its arrival is quick, and its departure even swifter. Soon enough, the people's interest wanes, receding like the ebbing tide. The once fervently discussed flying cars and Slytherin points have now become scarcely mentioned topics. Perhaps this is the charm of life itself, perpetually brimming with uncertainties and variables, rendering one unable to predict what might transpire next, and leaving one to ponder the fickleness of existence once it has occurred. Another ordinary morning dawned. After Draco rose and washed up, he settled into a chair, resting his chin on his hands, scrutinizing the peculiar assortment of items strewn across the table. Unknown candies, mysterious biscuits, and a pair of alchemical trinkets resembling ears. Eno, what do you suppose the Weasley twins are up to? This is the third time they've sent you such a bounty, he remarked. I advise you to steer clear of them. Do you recall how your eyes swelled last time? Eno chuckled at Draco's concern, remembering how curiosity had led him to pick up a pair of boxing goggles, resulting in an unfortunate black eye. I have no interest in touching them. See how far I am from them? Draco spread his hands wide, indicating his intention to remain uninvolved. That's fine, but this time it's experimental merchandise. Should you actually consume that biscuit, it won't team merely result in puffy eyes. Despite his words, Eno nonetheless stowed away the joke items from the table. After all, George and Fred had made it clear that these were experimental products, particularly those peculiar canary biscuits. Speaking of these joke items inevitably brought to mind Ginny. Following the matter concerning Tom's diary, after Percy expressed the Weasley family's gratitude, he not only received letters from Bill and Charlie, but George and Fred also consistently sent fresh little trinkets. They even solemnly presented a handwritten membership card, adorned with their signatures, stating that possessing this card would grant a perpetual 20% discount on purchases at their joke shop. Although the twins' actions were somewhat juvenile, Eno earnestly tucked away the card, carefully placing it within the pages of a book for safekeeping. After all, within the entirety of Gryffindor, apart from Hermione, he held the utmost admiration for George and Fred, with perhaps Neville, after his transformation, also earning a place in that regard. Time swiftly passed, and 2 hours flew by in a blink. At 9:30, Eno stepped out of the dormitory, clutching a stack of hardcover novels. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, following a series of comical mishaps, students in the 3rd year and above unanimously acknowledged that Gilderoy Lockhart was merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Similarly, after countless embarrassing moments, Lockhart's popularity had significantly waned, and he had practically relinquished teaching students above the 2nd year. It was evident that, as the future of Hogwarts, the young witches and wizards in the 1st and 2nd years still comprised Lockhart's target audience. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Lockhart, as punctual as ever, flamboyantly entered the room, seemingly as if the recent calamity involving Cornish pixies had never transpired. He proclaimed, pointing to the photograph on the cover of his novel, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin. I am utterly disappointed in your previous defense against the dark arts professor. I had expected him to possess some utility, yet under his instruction, even the 2nd years could not handle a group of Cornish pixies. Lockhart's declaration stirred a slight commotion within the class. Clearing his throat, he continued, but that is all in the past. Having accepted Dumbledore's invitation, I cannot remain passive. Today, let us commence with something simpler, the ministry-rated 1X Billywig. As he spoke, Lockhart nonchalantly retrieved a 2-foot-tall cage from beneath the podium, seemingly convinced that a 1X Billywig would be far easier to manage than a 2X Cornish pixie. The massive cage was placed upon the podium, shrouded in a black cloth. Yet the incessant buzzing emanating from beneath, it was unmistakable. He has lost his mind, Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening as he struggled to swallow. Eno, we should run the moment he dares to open that cage. This is worse than dealing with Cornish pixies. Don't worry, Eno interjected, offering Draco a reassuring glance. Rest assured, while Billywigs possess stingers, they are quite docile. Otherwise, they wouldn't be classified as 1X. Let's try not to provoke them, and they will likely fly away on their own. Surveying their surroundings, Eno noted that the classroom had but a single exit. He understood, well, that if a panic-induced escape were to ensue, the chaos could prove far more harmful than a sting from the creatures. Billywigs, remarkable creatures measuring merely half an inch in length, shimmered with a jade hue. Their wings sprouted from either side of their heads, causing their bodies to involuntarily rotate as they flew, and they bore a slender stinger protruding from their abdomens. While this description may lack detail, one might envision them as a variant of oversized wasps. However, a sting from a billywig could still be quite unpleasant, potentially causing dizziness and disorientation. One thing was certain, though, they were non-venomous, and their stingers were even used as an ingredient in the creation of fizzing honey sweets. Very well. Malfoy glanced around, noting that the classroom was occupied solely by the blue-clad Ravenclaws, and conceded, perhaps you were correct. Bookworms seldom act recklessly. Attending class alongside the Ravenclaws was undoubtedly the safest choice, for they always pondered and assessed the situation before taking any action. Just as the two engaged in conversation, Lockhart made yet another audacious move, requesting that all students shut the windows under the pretext of preventing them from accidentally tossing their wands outside. This maneuver caused the students to raise their eyebrows in disbelief. However, before they could fully process the situation, Lockhart decisively opened the cage. Children, use all the methods at your disposal to deal with them. Fear not, I shall be right outside to protect you. With that, he flung open the cage, donned his coat, and swiftly darted outside, executing the entire sequence with remarkable finesse. Bang! The classroom door was also shut behind him with casual ease. Once again, Lockhart had successfully redefined the limits of his incompetence. Were this a muggle school, a professor bringing a swarm of wasps into the classroom, securing the doors and windows, and then fleeing outside, would be deemed outrageous behavior. Yet, no one had the luxury of complaint now, as the classroom was filled with a tumultuous swarm of billywhigs, buzzing ominously overhead. In stark contrast to the others, who sat rigidly in their seats, Eno, observing the swirling billywhigs, recalled the Auror's anti-death vest mentioned in the original story. Inspiration struck him, igniting a new idea for the extension of ice and snow magic. He had always confined his transfiguration to larger forms, whether it be the Whomping Willow or the Boa Constrictor. However, today's encounter with the billywhigs had sparked thoughts of the minuscule, which had long been overlooked. Perhaps he could exploit his unique strengths to beautifully merge ice and transfiguration, transforming each fluttering snowflake into an ice sculpture of a billywig. Should he succeed in developing such magic, the ensuing swarm would not only obstruct the killing curse, but also disrupt the opponent's line of sight, conceal his own position, and even directly influence the casting of spells. Eno, I feel we cannot continue like this. Draco's expression was taut. revealing his anxiety as he spoke without daring to shift his body. Likewise, the young wizards in the classroom remained immobile, even as many of them found billywigs crawling over their robes. In such circumstances, it would merely take a single catalyst to ignite a chain reaction of unpredictable chaos. Particularly upon witnessing several girls with the creatures clambering atop their heads, their faces on the verge of tears. At that moment, he hesitated not, seizing his wand from the table. Winter has arrived. Chapter 92. The Frozen Classroom. Winter has arrived. Eno rose to his feet, his wand pointed skyward. As the incantation echoed, the entire classroom seemed to be torn apart by an enigmatic force, and the once agitated swarm of billywigs became eerily subdued. In the blink of an eye, the room appeared to undergo a temporal distortion, the formerly bright illumination dimming considerably. The temperature plummeted abruptly, enveloping everyone in the chill reminiscent of a winter's evening. The walls, floor, ceiling, and even the tables and chairs were visibly cloaked in a thick layer of frost. Snowflakes began to drift through the air, gradually increasing in number and size, transforming the entire classroom into a wintry realm. Accompanying the snowfall was a howling wind, which, mixed with the biting cold, caused the doors and windows of the classroom to rattle ominously. Faced with this sudden transformation, the young wizards huddled together. Some attempted to shield themselves from the blizzard with their hands, while others gazed wide-eyed at the enchanting spectacle unfolding before them. The blizzard arrived swiftly, and it departed just as quickly. Upon witnessing the billywig insects dispersing like raindrops in the cold, Eno ceased his magic. After all, the issue had been resolved, and to continue would only risk collateral damage. Even though the spell was terminated, the snowflakes that hung in the air continued to swirl around him, as if each one had transformed into a loyal guardian. The snowflakes danced gracefully, each glistening with a radiant glow under the influence of magic. Clad in black robes against the backdrop of white snow, time seemed to freeze in that moment. In contrast to the profound contemplation of the Ravenclaws, the faces of the Slytherins sparkled with a different kind of brilliance. Notably, Pansy from the back row exhibited an inexplicable glimmer in her eyes, a blend of obsession and fervor. In the hushed classroom, Eno was the first to shatter the tranquility. His words seemed imbued with enchantment, prompting a Ravenclaw girl seated near the door to rise impulsively and walk outside. A minute later, a booming voice echoed through the room. "Huh, you all performed better than I anticipated, did you know? I was on the verge of intervening, but thankfully you did not disappoint." Though he had yet to enter the classroom, the unmistakable flamboyance of Gilderoy Lockhart's voice reached everyone's ears. "Oh my, look at this classroom, frozen in time," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Splendid. Indeed, I am wise to test you with a 1x billywig. It is far safer than a 2x Cornish pixie. Never one to neglect self-praise." Lockhart, after a bout of self-congratulation, finally noticed the sole figure standing in the center of the room. "By the way, child, what is your name?" "Excellent, truly excellent. Mr. Stenberg has impeccably dealt with this troublesome bunch under my tutelage. Thus, Slytherin earns 10 points. Lockhart's voice brimmed with excitement, as though after 2 weeks of setbacks, he had finally vindicated his teaching prowess. Although the farcical lesson came to a close, it left a profound impression on many young wizards. As the class dispersed, they filed out of the classroom. "Eno, your magic was so impressive. You used that very spell to freeze me last time, didn't you?" Draco remarked, his tone betraying a hint of pride despite the injury he had sustained. "Eno, I have some books on the snowmaking spell and the freezing charm at home. I'll bring them for you next time." Pansy stood quietly beside the two, her voice as gentle as an April breeze, softly caressing the faces of those around her with a warm and soothing presence. "Books!" Eno suddenly exclaimed, and then, filled with remorse, turned to Pansy, saying, "I apologize. I completely forgot to return that book on the sun charm." It was indeed his oversight. He had finished reading the book before the summer break. Yet somehow this matter had slipped his mind. "It's quite all right. It does not affect anything," Pansy replied with an unwavering smile, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Speaking of charms, one cannot overlook the joyful education at Hogwarts. Throughout 7 years, young witches and wizards learned fewer than 50 spells, and perhaps even less, as many charms are repeated, such as the summoning charm and the repairing charm, which are taught from 1st grade to 7th. The original edition of Miranda Goshawk's standard spells is relegated to the restricted section, deemed unsuitable for young wizards due to the presence of overly harmful magic. Watching Pansy's retreating figure, Draco instinctively murmured, "Have you noticed? She seems different." "Different?" Eno questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Pansy's back. "Perhaps she was startled by the billywig earlier, but I perceive this as a positive change." "A positive change?" Draco's tone was laced with skepticism. "Indeed, a positive change. Ino affirmed, nodding decisively. It's akin to a thorny rose gradually shedding its sharp exterior, becoming tranquil and composed. It represents a form of growth, transitioning from external hardness and sharpness to internal resilience and strength. Though Draco did not fully comprehend, he shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Eno, with this additional 10 points, you've accumulated 125 points in just 2 weeks since the start of the term. It appears we may once again claim the House Cup this year. Observing Draco's somewhat smug expression, Eno offered a non-committal smile. Perhaps this is the essence of student life, filled with countless cherished experiences, each contributing to its unique allure. Young witches and wizards strive wholeheartedly for the House Cup, pursuing this seemingly insubstantial goal with relentless effort. It is reminiscent of visiting an amusement park at 12, filled with excitement and a desire to share the experience. Yet at 32, one merely stands quietly, no longer possessing that same fervor. The young witches and wizards may laugh or cry, rejoice or lament, yet they do not squander the moments of their student days. Draco, you are right. This year, it is highly unlikely anyone will snatch the House Cup from us. For the castle is remarkably safe, Eno stated with conviction. In that moment, he chose not to regard the House Cup with a mature perspective, but to immerse himself in the spirit of the game. Chapter 93. The Bloodline of the Charn Royal Family. Although Eno had never witnessed Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, he could vividly describe Hogwarts at 6. The castle at 6 o'clock, its skies still enveloped in a profound shade of blue-black, stars yet to completely vanish, twinkling with a faint glow. At this moment, the castle has yet to fully awaken, with only a few portraits accustomed to early rising, rubbing their sleepy eyes within their frames. The entire corridor is hauntingly silent. However, this is not entirely absolute. Occasionally, hushed whispers can be heard from distant classrooms or the faint rustling of magical creatures in some corner. A gentle breeze sweeps through, carrying with it the faint fragrance of grass and wood from the forbidden forest, along with a barely perceptible aura of magic. On the 8th floor of the castle, standing before the tapestry of the Room of Requirement, I yearn to enter the quaint village of Old John, to step into the world of Old John once more. After a brief moment, as a smooth door materializes on the wall, I push it open without hesitation. Before me lies a hazy expanse of gray. There are no familiar buildings, no town square, not even a sky or earth, if not for the solid ground beneath my feet. I might have believed myself to be suspended in the void. I push the door and depart, once again standing before the tapestry. I wish to enter the realm of ice and snow, to immerse myself in the frigid landscape. This time, the Room of Requirement does not disappoint. Gazing upon the pristine expanse of white ice, I cannot help but feel a wave of contentment wash over me. Drawing in a deep breath, the cold air fills my lungs, invigorating me with a refreshing clarity. This sensation seems to penetrate my very being, reaching deep into my heart, evoking an indescribable sense of bliss and tranquility. The snow beneath my feet crunches with each step, leaving deep impressions in its surface. In this moment, I feel as though I've become one with this snowy domain, embodying an inner expansiveness and relaxation. All my worries and pressures appear to dissolve within this pure snow, granting my soul an unprecedented serenity. Bending down, I scoop up a handful of snow and toss it into the air. As the flakes descend, they transform into swarms of billywig insects. Without a wand, without incantations, I know this is not mere silent transfiguration. It is a mastery over the ice and snow. Just as fish are innately adapted to water and birds to flight, I am naturally attuned to frost. With no particular purpose in mind, I wander through the snow, allowing time to flow slowly by. After a while, I lean back, as if intending to rest upon the snow. Yet, just 3 feet from the ground, a high-backed chair of crystallized ice rises swiftly to catch my falling form. How convenient it is, saving me the trouble of acquiring furniture. With a light chuckle, I recline against the chair, one hand cradling my chin, the other gently tapping the icy armrest. After a brief moment of relaxation, I find myself reflecting on the experiences I just had. Clearly, the Room of Requirement cannot manifest scenes from fantastical tales. Earlier, in an effort to evade unforeseen troubles, I had deliberately chosen a simple narrative, a small vignette. Yet, even then, the room was unable to fulfill my request. This inevitably leads me to ponder whether stories are two parallel lines that never intersect, or if, like in The Elderberry Mother, everything is merely a dream. I cannot dwell on this thought any further. Whispering softly, Eno spread his arms wide. Soon, a handful of white snow materialized in his palms, which he then playfully brushed against his face, feeling as though he had just lost his sanity. in the realm of magic within the room of requirement. He dared to ponder philosophical questions, to contemplate the nature of reality and the denial of existence. This must surely be the result of living too comfortably, a mere pursuit of thrill. As time flowed slowly, Eno sat quietly in the high-backed chair, remnants of delicate snowflakes lingering on his cheeks. It was as if he had given himself a reason to depart, and with resolve, he stood and walked towards the door. His gains from this visit were already significant. Not only had he witnessed the wonders of the room of requirement, but he had also quietly validated his innermost conjectures. Furthermore, the near-spiritual cleansing he experienced had elevated his mastery over ice and snow to a new pinnacle, as if he could now wield the magic of ice and snow without the need for his wand. Since he had acquired such insights, lingering any longer would merely be an act of greed. Yet, this was merely a surface-level justification. Deep within, he felt a burgeoning fear of the room of requirement. He sensed that remaining there would compel him to think, and such contemplation could often be perilous, especially in a place where thoughts could manifest into reality. In the corridor of the 8th floor, the young wizards of the castle understood well that the moving staircases were the most enigmatic of entities. A careless misstep could not only waste time, but could also lead one astray. Perhaps he should fashion a slippery slide. Standing at the staircase's edge, Eno murmured as he gazed downward. Through the dust-laden windows of the corridor, the outside world remained shrouded in a misty, gray-blue, as if the entire castle had yet to awaken from its slumber. Just as he planned to create a slide to hasten his descent while the morning was still devoid of company, a steady, powerful cadence of footsteps echoed from behind him. Top, top. Since someone was approaching, Eno decided against his sliding creation. Although an entire academic year had passed, he knew well that encountering the ever-grudging Filch would lead to an unending lecture and scornful glares. Slowly turning around, he was met with the sight of an elderly man in a moonlit white robe, adorned with a pink-blue nightcap. Such a whimsical and novel attire was unmatched throughout Hogwarts, undoubtedly rendering him a unique feature of the castle's landscape. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore," Eno greeted, taking the initiative upon seeing him. "Good morning, Eno," Dumbledore replied with a smile, adjusting his slightly askew nightcap. "It seems you have just experienced something quite intriguing." "Intriguing? Perhaps. Are you not aware of this room?" Eno turned to glance at the tapestry hanging in the corridor. "The room of requirement. Quite marvelous, is it not? But that is not what I meant." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes as he raised his hand to point at the smooth wall. In an instant, an entire section of the wall transformed into a 6-foot-tall dressing mirror. Before the mirror, Eno was astonished to discover a revelation. His appearance remained unchanged, still possessing a striking handsomeness, yet both his hair color and eyes exhibited subtle modifications when reflected in the dressing mirror. Firstly, the amber hue of his pupils had lightened, resembling an illustration sketched on paper by a nearly depleted watercolor brush. Secondly, the transformation in his hair was notable. His jet-black short hair, illuminated by the candlelight, shimmered with faint blue undertones. While the change was so delicate it might easily go unnoticed, transformation is still transformation. Soon, Eno realized that everything comes at a cost. Clearly, the sudden intensification of his control over ice and snow in the request room had left its aftereffects. His hair color and pupils appeared to be gradually aligning with the traits of the white, which, characteristics stemming from the charmed royal lineage of another world. Of course, other explanations could not be entirely dismissed, but this one provided the most clarity. He then recalled his performance in the dark arts defense class a few days prior. Upon reflection, he recognized many differences. Since the beginning of this academic year, his words and actions had subtly shifted. If this had occurred during his first year, he would have been unlikely to even dream of freezing an entire classroom. Rather, he would have quietly cast spells to protect himself, avoiding any ostentation. Chapter 94. The Fabled Headmaster's Office. Dawn had yet to break, yet the eastern sky was already aglow. A faint light filtered through the windows, casting a gentle illumination upon the cobblestone floor of the castle corridor. Flickering magical torches lined the walls, seemingly on the brink of extinguishment. In the corridor, alternating between light and shadow, Dumbledore spoke softly. "It has been a while since we last conversed. My office is just on this level, and we could share breakfast together, if you would not mind." Faced with this unexpected invitation, Eno pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "Of course, Professor. It is my honor. It will also spare me the hustle of the crowded hall." After all, when he had decided to give Tom's notebook to Professor McGonagall, he had known that this day would eventually arrive. There was no evading it. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts, although accessible via the 8th floor corridor, essentially stood as an independent tower. Following Dumbledore, Inuo soon arrived at a grand door guarded by a colossal stone beast. Honeydukes. Dumbledore unabashedly uttered the password, and then turned with a smile to Inuo. Only the honeyduke would add the stings of a billywig to their sweets, thus ensuring their candies are of the most authentic flavor. Thanks to you, we have a competent defense against the dark arts professor. At least he has shown dedication in the realm of magical creatures. Inuo did not disguise his dissatisfaction, for after their last candid conversation, he found himself less resistant to the old headmaster. Many share their discontent with Lockhart, including Minerva. Dumbledore chuckled. Yet, it cannot be denied that Lockhart serves his purpose. In comparison to acquiring additional magical skills, I believe that the foremost concern for a young wizard lies in cultivating virtuous qualities and discerning the consequences of vanity, pride, and arrogance. Upon hearing Dumbledore's elucidation, Eno refrained from immediate response. It is undeniable that Dumbledore's assertions hold merit and are, indeed, of great significance. After all, from a long-term educational perspective, character always outweighs skill. To be candid, individuals endowed with abilities yet devoid of moral integrity often inflict considerable harm upon those around them. While I do not dismiss Dumbledore's decisions, I express my own viewpoint. Hogwarts is not a mundane institution. It is an extraordinary school dedicated to the art of magic. The essence of the extraordinary is inherently unequal, not to mention the long-standing grievances between muggles and wizards over centuries. It appears we have reached a divergence on this point. Yet it is of little consequence. We can converse while we dine. As Dumbledore's words settled, the stone gargoyle gradually parted, revealing the concealed spiral staircase behind it. Ascending the staircase, one encountered a resplendent oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. The office was a spacious, luminous circular chamber, its walls adorned with portraits of past headmasters. Perhaps it was the early hour, as many of these portraits were fast asleep, snoring softly. At the center of the room stood an enormous desk, laden with exquisite silverware. Dumbledore, with a smile, approached a nearby cabinet and opened its door to reveal jars filled with vibrant candies. However, in a fleeting glance, Eno also discerned another intriguing object within the cabinet, a pensieve, the method of whose creation had long been lost to time. After a brief delay, Dumbledore arranged the various confections upon the desk. Eno, you're quite right. In the face of life, many matters pale in comparison. Once seated, Dumbledore resumed the previous discourse. What I wish to convey is that, in this era of peace, both in the magical realm and the muggle world, the importance of character has become increasingly pronounced. One individual like Lockhart is more than sufficient. Upon hearing this explanation, Eno could not help but chuckle. Professor, I do not wish to debate you. I merely came for breakfast and to discuss engaging topics, such as composition or music. He discerned Dumbledore's somewhat stubborn demeanor. Given this, there seemed little need to prolong the discussion, as events had already transpired. Meanwhile, Dumbledore chose not to elaborate further. He cast a glance at the gray-blue sky outside, a glimmer of profound insight flashing in his eyes. Then, with an unhurried demeanor, he deftly steered the conversation toward a new avenue. Perhaps we might discuss magic, Eno. What do you believe magic to be? What is magic? In that fleeting moment upon hearing the question, Eno realized it could very well be a test, as Dumbledore had posed a similar inquiry to another student half a century prior. Observing the aged features of Dumbledore, he resolved not to feign ignorance. For despite the protections of the mental block and the ice veil, deception could be effortlessly achieved. Yet, for reasons unknown, the very thought of the future, where he would resolutely leap from the towering heights, made him reluctant to utter such a falsehood. After all, he had no aspirations of becoming a third-generation Dark Lord. He merely wished to live quietly in this tumultuous world, and nothing more. At this juncture, Eno leaned back slightly, adjusting himself into a more comfortable seated position. Before arriving at Hogwarts, I relied on divination for my livelihood. Without magic, I might have perished from the cold beneath a bridge or succumbed to hunger by the banks of the Thames. Regardless of how others perceive magic, for me, it embodies this reality. It is through magic that I can lead the life I desire and safeguard all that I possess. Upon finishing his statement, Eno raised his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, unwavering in their shared glance. The entire office fell into a brief silence. Even the snores of the portraits nearby diminished. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore shattered the tranquility, his voice imbued with ease and contentment. You know, as an elder, one inevitably contemplates the matters that lie behind them. They acclaim me as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, though I do not share this sentiment as the headmaster of Hogwarts. I genuinely hope that every young witch and wizard who comes here can find true happiness. All I can do is strive to sustain their joy. At this point, Dumbledore appeared slightly moved, gently removing his iconic glasses to reveal his deep azure eyes. Within those eyes seemed to dwell profound emotions, as if a gentle mist enveloped them, rendering the blue hue softer and more vibrant. Professor, a crown elevates its bearer, signifying status. Yet its true essence lies in its ability to shield individuals from calamity when disaster strikes. And you, without a doubt, embody the title of Hogwarts headmaster, and thus, this crown shines all the more brilliantly because of you. This is not mere flattery. In this moment, Eno offered his heartfelt praise. Since Dumbledore assumed the position of headmaster in 1944, for a span of 38 years, no student has met with an untimely demise within the castle. Likewise, whether during the years of the rampant Death Eaters or the tumultuous reign of Voldemort, Hogwarts has remained largely unscathed. This is a feat that any other individual stepping into the role of headmaster would find exceedingly difficult to replicate. Chapter 95, Quidditch. I am a professional cheerleader. Unbeknownst to them, dawn had already broken. The first rays of morning sunlight gradually pierced through the heavy clouds, akin to finely polished strands of gold, gently and resolutely filtering through the gaps in the curtains. Sunlight cast dappled shadows upon the fabric. As the curtains swayed lightly, these shadows danced upon the walls, reminiscent of a troupe of moonlit creatures in joyous revelry. Upon the expansive desk, an array of English breakfast delicacies lay meticulously arranged, exuding an enticing aroma. Golden fried eggs rested quietly on the plate, their edges slightly curled, hinting at a delectable warmth. Beside him lay a plate of perfectly toasted bread, its surface slightly charred and exuding a rich aroma of wheat. A pot of steaming tea emitted fragrant wisps, intertwining harmoniously with the breakfast scents to create a unique morning ambience. Next to the teacup sat a small dish of jam, the vibrant red of raspberries contrasting beautifully with the deep blue of blueberries, adding a splash of color to the meal. At the corner of the table, a platter of freshly cut fruits, glossy grapes, rosy apples, and golden bananas, appeared particularly enticing in the morning light. The entire office basked in a tranquil warmth beneath the soft glow of dawn. Eno lifted his teacup, gently tapping the pristine white porcelain with his right index finger. In an instant, the scalding, steaming red tea transformed into a more temperate brew. After finishing the tea in one swift motion, he casually remarked, compared to black tea, I find myself more enamored with jasmine tea, with its bittersweet fragrance. Even after living here for a decade, I remain unaccustomed to adding honey to black tea. Though it renders a richer and silkier flavor, disliking it remains unchanged. A most practical enchantment, one that those with a hasty temperament would surely appreciate. Dumbledore replied with a smile. Eno set down his cup and, half-jokingly, responded, Then they're destined for disappointment, for just as many adore the Phoenix. The Phoenix favors the Dumbledore lineage exclusively. Cooling the black tea was a deliberate act on his part. Even though Dumbledore had never mentioned the classroom for the defense against the dark arts or the changes in hair and eye color, there were matters that Dumbledore could choose to overlook, yet he could not feign ignorance about others. Thus, he employed humor to convey that mastery of ice magic was an innate talent, much like the favor the Phoenix bestowed upon his family. Attributing everything to bloodlines served to diminish external scrutiny. Those genuinely curious would only seek information about the surname Swindon. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Indeed, some will inevitably be disappointed. The secrets of magic have never been fully comprehended by anyone, not even Merlin himself. Just as Miss Tonks surprised everyone years ago, transforming her hair to purple upon awakening. Listening to Dumbledore reminisce, Eno suddenly realized how delightful it was to converse with an astute individual. He increasingly admired Dumbledore's approach to matters, resolving issues with subtlety and preemptively preparing for contingencies. The ability to change one's appearance at will, known as metamorphagus, required no polyjuice potion, rendering it both practical and miraculous, a natural fit for an auror. Dumbledore's mention of Tonks served as a silent reassurance, suggesting that slight alterations in appearance need not be a cause for excessive concern, as past experiences had demonstrated. Time, as always, slipped away silently. At 8:30 in the morning, having finished breakfast, Eno departed from the headmaster's office. His interaction with Dumbledore had been wholly satisfying. He had not only expressed his inner desires, putting the old headmaster at ease, but had also deftly redirected Dumbledore's attention towards Harry. As he prepared to depart, he quietly remarked that Harry possessed a faint aura of malevolence and allure, akin to that of the Notebook, albeit more subdued. Strolling along the corridor paved with blue stone on the 8th floor, he noticed that despite it being the weekend, many students passed by after dawn, dispelling his thoughts of lazily fabricating a slide. He resolutely descended the moving staircase, floor by floor. The morning was filled with various matters, each demanding his attention, making a rare moment to pause and contemplate thoroughly. The bloodline was indeed genuine, a truth he did not deceive Dumbledore about. However, he was perplexed by the changes within himself. With this uncertainty lingering, Eno slowly entered the Slytherin common room. Gently turning the handle of the dormitory door, it creaked open. To his surprise, Draco was already awake early on this weekend morning, a stark contrast to his usual habit of lazily sleeping until midday. Today, however, Draco was dressed and seated at the edge of his bed, his gaze fixed clearly on the circular table in the dormitory. Upon the table lay 7 elongated packages, meticulously bound in opaque brown paper. Eno glanced at the dormitory clock, its hands just reaching 9 o'clock. Undoubtedly, Draco had risen unusually early. Have you robbed the Quidditch shop? Sitting here in a daze, contemplating whether to turn yourself in to the Aurors. As soon as he spoke, Draco jolted and turned with a gleeful expression. Pointing proudly at the packages on the table, Draco exclaimed, Eno, are you playing Quidditch? Choose a position, and I'll speak to Flint. It will surely happen. Could you not pick a secret position? I wish to have a proper competition with Scarhead. Observing Draco's demeanor, Eno couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I won't steal your position. I'll focus on playing my game. I prefer being a professional cheerleader over actually playing. A professional cheerleader? Draco asked, bewildered. Indeed, a professional cheerleader is responsible for stirring the audience's emotions before the match. Isn't that the commentator's job? Looking at Draco's continued confusion, Eno felt compelled to enlighten him about the specific responsibilities of professional cheerleaders in Muggle sports events. He had initially conceived this idea after discovering the accordion's arrangement feature, but being new to school and facing Quirrell's tyranny, he had reluctantly shelved the thought. Now that the classroom had been frozen, remaining low-key would be of little consequence. His inherent desire for expression had once again awakened. The unforgettable songs from the 98 Goblet of Fire, the 0-2 football anthem, the 0-6 The Time of Our Lives, and even the iconic 10 World Cup hit Waka Waka were all at his disposal. He could simply modify a few words and perform them at the Quidditch pitch. If the response was favorable, he even envisioned the Quidditch World Cup in his 4th year, a grand stage uniting 100,000 wizards from around the globe. If singing were indeed possible, the debt of 6,000 gallons owed to Pansy could be settled in full. After all, the burden of owing money is quite unpleasant. Chapter 96. The Fusion of Ice and Snow Magic with Transfiguration. The Slytherin dormitory, adorned in a serene shade of green, exudes simplicity and tranquility. A clock hangs quietly on the wall, its second hand moving languidly, producing a subtle and rhythmic ticking sound. Eno, although I acknowledge your point, today marks my inaugural participation in Quidditch practice. Would you care to watch? Draco exhaled a sigh of relief upon learning that Eno would not contest his position as Seeker. However, his countenance dimmed slightly upon hearing that Eno would merely be a spectator, resembling a forlorn puppy abandoned by its master. He lingered, clutching 7 brooms, standing hesitantly at the dormitory entrance, seemingly awaiting a final plea for him to stay. Reluctantly, Eno admitted that he found it difficult to bear Draco's expression. Very well, I shall attend. You may proceed to breakfast now or seek Flint to discuss the distribution of brooms. I will arrive at the Quidditch pitch in an hour. Splendid. It is settled, Draco exclaimed joyfully as he exited the dormitory. With a resounding bang, the door closed and Eno vanished from the room. A fantastical path. Eno preferred to refer to it as a sanctuary, for within its confines, he felt an unparalleled sense of peace, as if enveloped in a protective embrace, possessing a profound sense of security. Along the sanctuary's modest pathway, a solitary suitcase stood conspicuously. The purpose of his visit was to retrieve the accordion from within, to compose music for the latter half of the school year's Quidditch. However, upon observing his surroundings, he found himself devoid of any inclination to focus on composition, for the ice and snow of the sanctuary had long since melted away. In their stead lay a 20-foot-long, bucket-thick, frost-covered Amazonian python. This abrupt transformation left him somewhat astonished. He recalled that during his last encounter with the 3 brooms, Pansy's knock had compelled him to hastily depart without dispelling the transfiguration. Little did he anticipate that in merely 1 summer's time, this icy serpent had devoured the surrounding frost, not only growing in size, but also undergoing a change in hue. The alteration in color was indeed comprehensible. Akin to the Antarctic glaciers, prolonged freezing can modify the density of the ice. Moreover, due to impurities in the air, as well as the influence of visible and ultraviolet light, the ice's coloration could shift, becoming azure or dark green. However, Witnessing such a sudden increase in size over the course of 2 to 3 months was a novel experience for him. On the other hand, the previously coiled and statue-like python now seemed to awaken from a lengthy slumber. Its body, extending over 10 meters, began to unfurl slowly, reminiscent of willow branches roused by the spring breeze. Subsequently, the python slithered gracefully, its movements both elegant and unhurried. Despite the slow pace, it remained visually captivating. Most striking was the intimidation exuded by the python's colossal form. Indeed, should an ordinary person find themselves in the gaze of such a serpent, the likelihood of rash actions would be exceedingly low. Has it truly grown so large? Eno murmured, casting a glance at the enormous python by his feet. His expression filled with curiosity. He then drew his wand, and once more enveloped the entire sanctuary beneath a veil of ice and snow. Though he understood the advantages of combining ice magic with transformation spells, much like this emerald python, which would persist as long as the temperature remained suitable and the ice did not melt, who could have anticipated the unexpected delight of discovering that the transformed entity could indeed grow? Akin to the gratification one experiences from nurturing a pet, the snow and ice once again blanketed the path of the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Eno slowly opened his suitcase, intending to transplant the ice flower from the seamless extension space. While it was relatively safe within the confines of the suitcase, serving as a form of positioning and defense, planting in the sanctuary would dramatically alter the environment here, alleviating any concerns of the python devouring all the accumulated snow. As he delved into the seamless extension box, he found everything familiar despite not having visited for over 2 months. The accumulated dried food and candies, the long-neglected accordion, and the mysterious blue ice flower seedling awaited him. Notably, the once 2-inch tall seedling had grown significantly, now measuring approximately a foot in height. Its crystalline leaves resembled finely sculpted ice-green jade, each tender leaf exhibiting a unique icy blue hue. Crouching down carefully, he gently brushed away the surrounding soil before using a levitation spell to extract both the seedling and the accordion from a box. The moment he stepped out, the faint connection he had felt with the seamless extension box quietly severed. Yet, Eno felt no regret. After all, this was not new to Magical Suitcase, and he would not mourn its loss, especially with the sanctuary now providing a safer and more convenient storage space. In contrast, the enigmatic seedling had become quite significant, as he had always sensed that its purpose extended beyond merely altering the environment. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch had become a battleground of sorts, with 2 factions clearly at odds. The Quidditch players from Gryffindor and Slytherin stood divided into 2 teams, silently positioned behind their respective captains, a wordless demonstration of defiance and rivalry. What exactly is your intention? Are you intent on instigating trouble? Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, sneered from the front of the crowd. This is our training time. We specifically rose early for this, so kindly vacate the premises. The Gryffindor captain, Oliver Wood, shouted back furiously, having been directly addressed. Flint, a robust figure and a near graduate, confidently towered over the younger Wood. Suddenly, Flint chuckled, revealing his signature overbite, and retorted, "There's plenty of space here, Wood." The Slytherin team stood shoulder to shoulder, lacking any female members that day, exuding an air of arrogance as they cast sideways glances at the Gryffindor players. "But I've reserved the pitch," Wood insisted vehemently. "I have Professor Lockhart's signature, granting us permission to do so." Flint erupted into exaggerated laughter. "Lockhart, it must be said that your prowess is far more effective than your vigilant guarding, for your laughter has rendered me devoid of energy to pursue the elusive quaffle." After a considerable while, Flint gradually subdued his mirth. "Since we were discussing permits, I happen to possess a note signed by Professor Snape himself." Flint procured a small piece of parchment from his pocket and proclaimed aloud, "I, Severus Snape, hereby grant permission for the Slytherin team to practice at the Quidditch pitch today, training their new seeker. Thus, I suggest you make way promptly." "What nonsense is this? We also have a permit signed by Professor Lockhart. Do you dare to question the legitimacy of Professor Lockhart?" Seeing Wood's faltering confidence, George cleverly retorted, "Wait a moment, a new seeker? Who is it?" As the captain, Wood was now more concerned about the changes in the opposing team's lineup. After all, a single day without training was inconsequential, but failing to anticipate the opponent's roster and making unreasonable arrangements will be the most daunting of challenges. With Wood's words hanging in the air, a shorter boy emerged from the Slytherin ranks. His platinum hair framed a pale visage adorned with a composed smile. Draco had remained silent, patiently awaiting this moment to emerge under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He first surveyed the opposing group, then fixed his gaze upon 2 targets, the scar-headed boy and his impoverished sidekick. As for Hermione, he chose to disregard her. Having heard rumors of her close association with a muggle-born wizard, Eno, I am the newly appointed Seeker for Slytherin. Draco's tone was flat, yet the glimmer of pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Concurrently, Flint took the floor. This is our new Seeker, Mr. Draco Malfoy. Additionally, we have received a generous gift from Mr. Lucius Malfoy for the Slytherin team. The latest model of broomstick just released last month. As he spoke, Flint revealed the broomstick concealed beneath his robe, gently brushing away non-existent dust from its top. This action seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the other Quidditch players to unveil their own broomsticks. The latest in the Nimbus series, the Nimbus 2001. As for those still clinging to their clean sweeps or comets, I advise them to reconsider their priorities. Rather than wasting time on training, they should contemplate how to face the myriad disappointed gazes within the house. With merciless intent, Flint targeted Wood's vulnerability, fully aware that unlike the others, would aspire to join a professional team. The glory of the House Cup often served as a significant criterion for professional Quidditch teams' evaluations. Once Flint concluded his remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the training ground. Draco's delight intensified. He relished observing the dismayed expressions of the Gryffindors. At least we still have the Nimbus 2000, Hermione suddenly interjected, shattering the silence. Even if its performance is slightly inferior, it is not drastically so. I have watched the origins of Quidditch. Since the 11th century, for over a millennium, the competition has always revolved around flying skills and teamwork rather than the performance of brooms. Perhaps this is the clarity of an observer, differing from the narrow perspective of Gryffindor players who focus solely on broom specifications. Hermione's macro-level analysis and dialectics acted like a potent tonic, revitalizing the young lions present. However, this action incited Draco's ire. In a fit of rage, he carelessly spat out, You buck-toothed rabbit. What business do you have here? Is this even a place for you? Instead of wasting your time here, why don't you take the effort to fix those two large front teeth of yours?" Draco had intended to insult her with the term mudblood, but fortunately, he retained a shred of rationality. The moment the words escaped his lips, he pivoted the attack toward Hermione's most prominent feature, her buck teeth. "Oh my, Merlin, I just realized. It seems you've had some work done. But why not go for a more thorough job? While you're at it, perhaps you could tame that messy hair of yours. Stop running around like a lion dog. At least then, you might be somewhat worthy of being friends with Eno." The more Draco spoke, the more he relished the moment, inadvertently revealing his truest thoughts. In stark contrast, Hermione, under the barrage of pointed attacks, stood there with tear-filled eyes, resembling a statue, frozen in place. Upon witnessing Hermione's tears, the Gryffindor crowd surprisingly united, all drawing their wands. Similarly, the Slytherins, led by Flint, abandoned their brooms and brandished their wands. A brawl seemed inevitable. Just then, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Though sparse, they enveloped the entire Quidditch training ground. "Draco, knowing that Hermione is my friend, why do you still resort to such unreasonable insults?" Eno's voice was icy. He had come to enjoy a bit of revelry, but was met with this distressing scene upon entering the Quidditch pitch. To some extent, both Hermione and Draco were his friends, making this situation all the more vexing. Hearing Draco's verbal assault on Hermione and witnessing both factions brandishing their wands heightened the tension. In such a scenario, without a semblance of intimidation, it would be challenging to quell the older wizards. Consequently, Eno not only prepared ice magic as a precaution, but also summoned a 20-foot-long Amazonian anaconda from the sanctuary. The snake, as thick as a barrel, coiled at his feet, smoothly undulating its body, its ice-blue eyes devoid of pupils occasionally scanning the surrounding young wizards. This ensured that as Eno traversed the area, everyone made way for him, allowing him to effortlessly enter the circle of onlookers. "Apologize, Draco. You should not berate a young lady in such a manner, especially when she has done nothing to provoke you," Eno stated calmly. As he halted his steps, the colossal frost serpent slowly lifted its head. Unlike its previous slithering, the serpent now coiled its body, standing tall at over 4 meters, its imposing presence suddenly magnified. Under the gaze of the gigantic serpent, Draco found himself engulfed in regret. He had been acutely aware of the witch's connection to Eno, yet he had continued to hurl insults with fervor. This was his inaugural encounter with Eno's serious demeanor. Though a tinge of fear coursed through him, he still trembled as he glanced at Hermione. "I apologize. It was my fault. I should not have mocked you. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing Draco's apology, Eno turned to Hermione. Gazing at the tearful brown bundle, he gently extended his hand, softly smoothing Hermione's hair away from her forehead. There. No more tears. If anyone bullies you again, just come to me." As he spoke, Eno surveyed his surroundings. Whether they were from Slytherin or Gryffindor, everyone's gaze instinctively averted. Snowflakes danced in the air while the frost serpent coiled menacingly on the ground, stretching over 20 feet in length. A skirmish was evidently out of the question, and just as everyone thought the scene was about to disperse, another indifferent voice pierced through. Potter, attempting to incite discord between the houses, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. The familiar voice resonated, and Harry, in resignation, closed his eyes, for at that moment, he wished to cry more than Hermione did. He had not uttered a single word throughout the ordeal, not one. Snape emerged into the crowd, his expression as impassive as ever as he addressed them. And you lot? Are you lingering here to invite attention? At his words, everyone promptly departed, turning towards the training grounds entrance. However, just as he prepared to leave with Hermione, Snape appeared before them, having seemingly materialized from thin air. Come with me to my office, Snape stated, his tone unchanged. Yet, in contrast to the earlier emptiness in his gaze, there was now a glimmer of something indefinable in his eyes. Very well, Professor, Eno replied with a smile, nodding. He turned to pat Hermione's shoulder, offering her a reassuring look while mimicking the motion of writing a note. He then stood still, quietly observing Hermione's receding figure. Meanwhile, Snape, for an unprecedented moment, maintained his silence. After a brief interval, once Hermione had distanced herself, Snape pivoted, his black robes swirling as he strode towards the castle without uttering a word. Observing this, Eno followed suit closely behind. Chapter 98, Snape's Private Lesson. In the Hogwarts Potions classroom office, Eno felt notably more at ease compared to his initial visit. Perhaps it was the confidence bestowed by magic. Regarding Snape, though he still could not match him in power after a year's passage, Eno sensed he had acquired the means to confront him directly. It was akin to a leopard encountering a lion. In a frontal encounter, it would be powerless. Yet when it came to fleeing or launching a surprise attack, it still possessed certain advantages. After all, a leopard is no harmless antelope. It bears teeth and claws. Professor Flitwick had mentioned before the summer holidays that Eno's magical prowess had approached that of a fourth-year wizard. Even without considering the past few months, the spiritual awakening he experienced in the Room of Requirement had evidently resulted in a significant enhancement of his magical prowess. Of course, as magic is an abstract concept devoid of tangible metrics, he was unable to quantify the extent of this growth. Yet, a newfound sensation known as confidence had quietly taken root within him. The potions classroom, situated in the depths of the castle, was perpetually shrouded in dim light. Utilizing the feeble glow of the candlelight, Eno endeavored to survey his surroundings. However, the shelves lining the walls were filled with countless glass jars containing specimens, alongside books that bore an unsettling resemblance to forbidden texts. Do not provoke me. Do you believe Hogwarts encompasses the entirety of existence? Oh, you dwell beneath a bridge and cannot fathom this. There are 11 magical schools worldwide, yet that is still not the whole picture. Severus Snape stated calmly from his chair, his expression obscured by the gloom. Professor, I did not instigate any trouble, truly. I merely intervened in a potential conflict. If I had truly desired chaos, last year's Hogwarts would have been far from tranquil. Moreover, I lack both the inclination and the ability to cause trouble. Eno responded earnestly. Furthermore, there exists a wizard like Nicholas Flamel, who has lived for over 7 centuries. Although it is highly likely that Nicholas has since passed, this fact subtly illustrates that the magical world is not as insular as the original tales suggest, confined to a single castle staging a theatrical performance. Moreover, I have never perceived this realm, possessing time-turners, Felix Felicis, and extension charms, as simplistic. Concepts such as time, space, and destiny represent advanced magic, which would serve as the pinnacle in any narrative universe. As his thoughts drifted, Snape's voice resonated once more within the room. It seems you grasp my meaning. This is commendable, proving you are not a foolish and arrogant individual. Unlike certain brash fools who attain fame through sacrifice and have since nearly forgotten their own identities. Though laced with sarcasm, Eno discerned the underlying goodwill in Snape's tone, fully aware of the individual to whom the professor alluded. In truth, for Snape to express such sentiments was tantamount to a rare display of sincerity. While somewhat perplexed by Snape's change in demeanor, Eno chose to follow the professor's lead. Responding softly, Professor, fame does not equate to achievement. Some individuals are thrust by fate into heights they do not merit, which leaves them disoriented and ultimately fearful. Do not flaunt your rhetoric here, Snape interjected sharply. Instead of boasting, why not devote that time to practicing magic or diligently studying potions? Today, you may have been able to forcefully avert a conflict, thus safeguarding the honor of the house. But what of the next time? What if they are in greater numbers? What if they catch you unawares? Snape's tone seemed to harbor a flicker of indignation. Thank you for your guidance, Professor, Eno replied, beginning to comprehend the source of Snape's unease. Despite the ominous undertone, he recognized that the professor's intentions were ultimately benevolent, albeit delivered with a somewhat brusque demeanor. Meanwhile, Snape coldly gestured toward a bookshelf, offering a sardonic remark. On the third shelf to the left, within the middle drawer, lies an antiquated textbook. Retrieve it and peruse its contents, lest you find yourself idling away the day, dabbling in half-baked spells that may lead to trouble. Upon hearing this, Eno said little more, rising to offer a slight bow to Snape. He then turned and approached the third shelf on the left, where he discovered a tome that appeared to have been in use for at least a decade. The bookshelf, crafted from robust oak, displayed a clear grain that resembled a natural masterpiece, both profound and enchanting. As he opened the middle drawer of the shelf, his gaze fell upon a weathered and yellowed copy of Advanced Potion Making, a standard textbook for 5th to 7th years at Hogwarts. However, judging by its style and hue, this particular book had likely been stored for no less than 15 years. The moment Eno laid eyes on the textbook, a flicker of speculation ignited within him. As he casually flipped through its pages, densely filled with various annotations, his curiosity transformed into understanding. Upon exiting the potions classroom, Eno suppressed his excitement. The prince's notes represented one of the few treasures within the castle, containing not only practical spells such as the hanging charm and the ear-duffing charm, but also documenting Snape's exclusive spell, Sectum Sempra, a formidable dark curse. A wizard struck by Sectum Sempra finds conventional healing methods ineffective. Neither white essence nor healing charms will yield results, leaving the victim to bleed out hopelessly. Were it not for the existence of a counter curse, the sheer lethality of this spell could easily classify it among the highest echelons of dark curses, alongside the 3 unforgivable curses. Moreover, Sectum Sempra is an invisible curse, making it even more challenging to anticipate and defend against than the killing curse. Truly, the Half-Blood Prince was a remarkable figure, bestowing such perilous spells upon second-year students, an admirable headmaster indeed. In the dimly lit corridor of the basement, Eno chuckled softly to himself. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Confronted with such notes, merely glancing through them was insufficient. Transcribing them was imperative. Were it not for the inherent magic within the writings of a powerful wizard, he would have wished to magically duplicate them at this very moment. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. The notes of a formidable sorcerer could not be replicated by magic. Even an automatic writing quill would prove incapable of transcribing them. To preserve the knowledge, there was no shortcut, only the diligent task of copying each word painstakingly by hand. He would need to procure a copy of Advanced Potion Making in advance, as well as arrange for custom instrument from Davies. In Chapter 99, he pondered whether to acquire a doll resembling the one with the scar. As he walked alone through the dim basement corridor towards the Slytherin dormitory, he contemplated his plans for the weekend. Acquiring books was straightforward. He could simply write to the bookstore and have an owl deliver sufficient galleons with ease. However, arranging for custom instruments from Davies required a face-to-face meeting. Moreover, he needed to ensure that he received the finished product before the Quidditch season commenced in the latter half of the year, and he would need to compose the accompanying melody. The place he intended to order the instruments from was Davies Bands, a repair shop located in Hogsmeade, primarily focused on the restoration and refurbishment of various magical items. However, Old Davies occasionally crafts intriguing little trinkets, among which the self-playing accordion stands out. In the beginning, Eno purchased it in Diagon Alley, but during a chance encounter in Hogsmeade with its creator, he was persuaded to abandon his own ambitions of crafting one. Although a mere self-playing accordion, it encompasses an extensive array of alchemical knowledge, an entire discipline, far more complex than he had anticipated. The Slytherin dormitory and the potions classroom are both situated in the castle's basement. Upon pushing the door open, Eno beheld Draco's quiet silhouette. Realizing that Draco was indeed upset, he understood that some matters required reasoned discourse, adhering to the principle of addressing logic rather than the individual. Unlike the original narrative, Hermione had not provoked Draco this time. She merely offered an objective critique of Quidditch. This was the reason he insisted on Draco apologizing, albeit with a somewhat brusque demeanor. However, under the circumstances, facing a Quidditch team with an average age of 5 years, it was imperative to maintain a stern demeanor, for a cheerful countenance would do nothing to command respect. Not only would he fail to mediate, but he might also become the subject of ridicule himself. Observing Draco's continued anger, Eno gently tapped his fingers, conjuring a 1-foot square block of ice in midair. He then retrieved his wand, manipulating the ice with transfiguration to gradually stretch and shape it. Minutes later, a lifelike miniature doll, approximately 20 centimeters tall, floated gracefully in the air, although entirely composed of ice with no other hue. Its features and distinctive scar revealed it to be a star seeker from a certain house. Eno controlled the doll to float towards Draco. "This is for you. Would you like to learn a spell to make it dangle upside down in midair?" Meanwhile, upon hearing the door creak, Draco deliberately turned his back. Although he recognized his fault after calming down, he remained resolute in his displeasure. Now, upon seeing the doll, he seemed to have found a reason to justify his feelings, gradually easing his demeanor. "Eno, with so many people around earlier, you put me in an awkward position," Draco complained, his tone tinged with reproach. "I apologize, but you truly did not handle it correctly. Let's discuss this calmly now. In that situation, if you had confronted Wood or even the entire Gryffindor team instead of berating a young girl, wouldn't that have been more satisfying? I had to be fair at that moment. Otherwise, a fight would have ensued. Do not underestimate the courage of those lions. The brave draw their swords against the stronger, while the timid direct their anger towards the weaker. I do not expect my friends to be heroes, for such a notion is foolish. Yet, I equally do not wish for my friends to be cowards. In fact, I would prefer you all to embody the strength of the formidable." Draco, sometimes a moment of embarrassment is not dreadful. What is truly frightening is the inability to confront challenges, leading to repeated humiliation. After articulating his thoughts, Eno sat quietly to the side, granting Draco a moment for reflection. Likewise, the dormitory fell into a brief silence, the passage of time stretching on. Draco's demeanor appeared somewhat despondent, yet he still lifted his gaze to the ceiling of the dormitory. During that time, the most frequent refrain I heard was the imperative to restore the Malfoy family's centuries-old glory. Thus, I held honor in high regard, but no one ever imparted to me the means to attain it. I was also aware that the respect they afforded me was, in truth, directed towards my father and our family's lineage, even towards Goyle and Crabbe. At this point, Draco slowly turned his head, his eyes shimmering, brightly illuminating the dim space. Suddenly, I comprehended the path to earning honor and respect. It was neither through Quidditch, nor through report cards, nor by accumulating house points or receiving commendations from professors. True honor and respect are attained by becoming a formidable individual, akin to what you accomplish on the training grounds. Flint, Wood, Potter, and the red-haired Weasley, along with everyone present moments ago, they all feared you, and thus, they were compelled to respect you. No one dared to contradict you. Therefore, Eno, teach me magic. Not trivial tricks, but the true essence of magic. Eno sat quietly in his chair, and in that moment, he once again felt that stories were merely tales. Whether it was Draco before him, Pansy, or countless others, they were not mere fleeting figures from a narrative, sketched in few strokes. They were living beings, flesh and blood, imbued with emotions, memories, and aspirations. Gazing into Draco's hopeful eyes, Eno solemnly nodded. "Very well. I shall teach you magic, genuine magic." On the other side of the castle, in the potions classroom office, Snape sat alone at his desk, eyes shut, seemingly lost in contemplation. His silhouette appeared particularly serene under the dim light. From a distance, he resembled a motionless statue. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the statue-like form was not entirely still. Beneath the black robes, his chest rose and fell gently, each breath silently proclaiming his existence. It was precisely this subtle sign of life that shattered the stony tranquility. Time flowed quietly by, with Snape maintaining his still posture. After a considerable duration, the silence was pierced. Potter Snape's voice was as calm as ever, perhaps even more so than at any previous moment, tranquil as a still pond. In the Slytherin common room, a round table adorned with potted plants displayed an old tome titled Advanced Potion Making. Eno was currently bent over the table, diligently transcribing notes. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the dormitory, Draco, wand in hand, practiced spells against a frost mannequin. Silencio. Flipendo. The bell falls. Chapter 100, Professor Bin's response. In the endless river of time, it seems as though time itself is a silent artist, delicately painting the transformations of the world with its subtle strokes. As time passes, those once fervent moments, which stirred the heart, gradually lose their luster under its relentless flow. Tranquil days are the norm within the castle, flowing gently like a stream. Unhurried and calm, young wizards relish the minutiae of their lives amidst such days. At the end of October, the temperature at Hogwarts had plummeted to single digits. Today, the young wizards found themselves utterly disinterested in attending classes, even in potions or transfiguration. However, should fortune smile upon them, they might find themselves in history of magic, where they could delightfully succumb to slumber, rejuvenating themselves for the evening feast. After all, No one expected a ghostly professor to become irate. Indeed, Professor Binns, the instructor of history of magic, was a specter. Once a learned and astute educator, his mind keen and thoughts lucid, he inadvertently left his corporeal form behind in the staff room one fateful day, thus gifting Hogwarts with a ghostly teacher. Despite his ethereal nature, Professor Binns continued to excel in imparting knowledge of magical history, effectively sharing his wisdom with his students. On the second floor of the castle, in the history of magic classroom, the young wizards, divided by their respective houses, occupied their territories with clear distinction. Yet at this moment, whether from Slytherin or the adjacent Hufflepuff, all students shared a common posture, resting their chins atop thick volumes of history of magic, eyes closed, drifting into a deep slumber. Professor Binns was rather amusing. He never called the roll, nor paid heed to the activities of the students below, as if the world had been reduced to merely the classroom and himself. His monotonous and droning voice recited passages from texts far older than the very tomes in his hands. This rendered the history of magic class the perfect opportunity for the young wizards to catch up on much-needed rest. However, within the Slytherin enclave on the left side of the room, there existed an exception. Eno was not merely listening to Professor Binns' recounting of magical history with rapt attention. His enchanted quill was busily inscribing notes upon parchment. While others found the subject matter tedious, he perceived it as a grand epic: dragons, wizards, potions, magic, and even the enchanting romances between humans and wise magical creatures, all while disregarding the hypnotic tone of the professor. Today's lecture on modern history particularly captivated him, as Professor Binns spoke of muggles, who were not as feeble as wizards often imagined, especially when wielding weapons ablaze with fire. Wizards, forced to retreat into the shadows of the world, could no longer endure the perilous existence fraught with threats to their very lives. Thus, a remarkable spell was conceived. This marked a pivotal turning point in magical history, giving rise to a new muggle-repelling charm based on the principle of expulsion spells. Though devoid of the melodic cadence of a bard, Eno listened with great interest, and the knowledge imparted today reaffirmed his prior beliefs. The magical realm was anything but simple. Throughout the annals of magical history, he observed that whenever wizards faced insurmountable challenges threatening their survival, such as the infamous Dementors, creatures that could neither be killed nor banished, feeding on emotions and souls, innovation and resilience shone through. At that time, many wizards trembled in fear of such creatures. However, it was not long before the ancient guardian charm of white magic was conceived. Similarly, the Muggle banishing spell emerged in response to the threat of firearms. A spell that disregarded rules and was somewhat unreasonable came into existence with remarkable simplicity. Professor Binns continued his lecture. Once the spell was cast, Muggles could only vacate the presence of wizards in bewilderment, as if nothing had transpired. Even the well-trained armies of Muggles could not locate their foes, forgetting even who the enemy was. Let us commemorate this pivotal moment, the turning point that ensured the survival of the magical realm. Now, we pay homage to this spell. Draw forth your wands, make 2 circles, lower them, and then swiftly raise them while reciting aloud with me, Audiobook on Pa. It is as simple as that. Though already a ghost, it is astonishing that Professor Binns still possesses a semi-transparent wand. However, Eno was not preoccupied with this at the moment. He was diligently practicing the Muggle banishing spell as instructed by Professor Binns. Audiobook on Pa. A fleeting glimmer appeared at the tip of the Elder Wand. Although no visible effect was discernible, Eno felt a sense of success in casting the spell. With this thought, he raised his hand and, upon receiving Professor Binns' permission, posed a question. Professor, I have a query. Muggles possess cameras, even ones capable of continuous shooting. I mean, if they capture wizards on film, wouldn't that render the Muggle banishing spell ineffective? He refrained from mentioning video cameras, satellites, or mobile phones, for challenging the perceptions of an old scholar is a daunting endeavor. Your inquiry is quite intriguing. At that moment, Professor Binns resembled an antiquated machine beginning to hum with life. Excellent. It has been many years since anyone has posed a question in the history of magic class. Professor Binns seemed transformed. No longer did he speak in halting tones, his voice now imbued with vitality despite his ghostly form. In fact, you may feel free to ask me even more challenging questions, but my answer remains singular. Never underestimate wizards. After a brief pause, Professor Binns continued with newfound confidence. The history of wizards is long, far exceeding that of Muggles. Throughout this extensive history, we have encountered far more severe and perilous challenges, which is why we place our faith in magic, and magic has never let us down. Thus, Whether it be cameras or other formidable devices, when they pose a serious threat to the existence of wizards, new spells will invariably emerge to counter such phenomena. Though the process may involve suffering and sacrifice,